The miscellaneous disciple. In the Dragonhan continent lies the Black and White Academy, a revered sanctuary for martial arts cultivation. With a legacy stretching back through the ages, the academy rests against the blazing Jiang Yuan mountains to the south and the untamed grasslands to the north. Its architectural expanse stretches over 600 miles, housing 10 martial veins and 99 inner peaks, a true haven of hidden talents and countless prodigies. Among these, the most unremarkable is the miscellaneous peak, the dwelling place of the miscellaneous disciples, which boasts a population of 30,000. Yet, each year, a mere 100 manage to ascend from the ranks of these miscellaneous disciples to become formal disciples of the Black and White Academy. The competition among the disciples of the miscellaneous peak is as fierce as that within the inner peaks. Each aspires to step into the inner peaks, but only Jiang Yuan stands out as the sole disciple in the Academy's 300-year history to have been expelled from the inner peaks. To the miscellaneous peak. As dawn broke, a youth with black hair approached the training square, broom in hand. Breathing in the crisp morning air, his somewhat despondent visage hinted at a deeper contemplation as he began to sweep the ground. Ah, isn't that Jiang Yuan, the former inner peak disciple? You know him? He was once the ninth Shenlong of our academy, a rare talent indeed. But now, he's reduced to sweeping like the rest of us. I heard he was the true disciple of Elder Huang from the Proud Sword Peak, having refined his essence at the age of 12. Yet, after spending 5 long years in the inner peak, he has yet to step into the realm of innate martial arts. Just 2 months ago, he was demoted to a miscellaneous disciple, becoming nothing more than a pretty but useless silver spear. In the past, the ninth submersible dragon was a figure of great promise. Now it has become the foremost jest of the academy, a veritable farce. Upon hearing these derisive remarks, Jiang Yuan's body stiffened, his right hand gripping the broom tightly. After a brief moment, he lifted his expressionless face, disregarding the mockery, and continued diligently with his task. After an hour spent tidying the square, Jiang Yuan made his way to the dining hall. Just as he had filled his plate with breakfast and was about to take a seat, he was abruptly jostled aside by a burly youth who charged into him with a shoulder. Crash! The meat soup bun tumbled to the ground. Oh, isn't this our great genius Jiang Yuan? Why aren't you dining in the esteemed Fish Dragon Pavilion with the formal disciples? Instead, you come to scavenge a meal with us humble servants? A voice laced with sarcasm floated from the stocky youth's lips. Jiang Yuan glanced at the boy before him, and upon seeing the mocking expressions of his companions, he silently lowered his head, retrieved his bowl and chopsticks, and without acknowledging them, proceeded to the window to fetch another serving of food. Good for nothing. Li's eyes flashed with malice as he approached once more. With a sudden lunge, he launched himself at Jiang Yuan, intent on colliding with him again. However, this time his scheme did not unfold as planned. With a deft movement of his right foot, Jiang Yuan sprang forth, his body coiling like a spring, surging forward like an honor. A landing wave. Before Liu could comprehend the maneuver, he was sent flying, landing in an undignified heap. Jiang Yuan, how audacious you are! Do not forget that I am Wang Shixiang's disciple. Liu, hearing the uproarious laughter around him, instantly turned pale, half crouched on the ground, feeling a wave of numbness in his body, unable to rise. Jiang Yuan approached, the bowl of soup slightly tilted in his hand, his gaze fixed upon him, the scalding broth splattering entirely upon Li's enraged countenance, which had Ned the color of a liver. Indeed, when beating a dog, one must consider its master, but the crux is, does Wang Xianfeng still remember this dog of yours? Jiang Yuan spoke coldly. You! Liu shouted in fury, finally managing to rise, his fists clenched tightly, looking utterly disheveled as he prepared to lunge at him. Get lost! You are not worthy of me using my second wave of the ripple technique. Jiang Yuan's voice boomed like thunder, his deep-set eyes piercing like arrows, instantly rendering Liu frozen in place. Boom! The murmur of discussion erupted around them, other disciples gazing at Jiang Yuan with mixed emotions, suddenly recalling that even though Jiang Yuan had been stripped of his official disciple status, his 5 years of experience at the inner peak, along with the knowledge he had acquired, far surpassed what they, as mere servant disciples, could ever hope to achieve. The ripple technique, an inner peak secret art, how infuriating! Why is it that a waste like Jiang Yuan is also capable of practicing it? He was merely 12 when he refined his essence, displaying extraordinary talent. Yet, in the years that followed, his dantian remained as unyielding as a stubborn rock, impervious to any attempts at excavation. Lacking the ability to cultivate a spiritual pool and absorb spiritual energy, despite his remarkable martial prowess, his future seemed regrettably confined to this state. Inner Peak Senior Brother Wang is a formidable ally of Liu. Those who dare to strike him should brace themselves for retribution. Disregarding the gazes of those around him, Jiang Yuan boldly seized the meal prepared by Li Yes' lackey and retreated to a corner of the cafeteria, voraciously consuming it. Though he currently held the position of a mere servant, he diligently maintained his martial training, expending tremendous energy. In a matter of moments, he devoured the rations meant for 2 or 3 individuals with insatiable hunger. After satisfying his hunger, Jiang Yuan passed by Liu, leaving behind a taunting remark that, "Do you believe that by bullying me, you can win favor with Wang Xianfeng? The truth is, can you truly defeat me?" Chapter 2. Where is this? Under the gaze filled with intense humiliation and anger from his adversary, Jiang Yuan mockingly turned and exited the cafeteria. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he struck a nearby willow tree with a powerful punch, his expression fraught with urgency. "Did I despise this? Why can't I cultivate a spiritual pool?" With his eyes reddened and a profoundly bitter countenance, the once vibrant sparkle in his gaze was now utterly consumed by despair. Yet astonishingly, the token was surrounded by wisps of ethereal light, as if it had consumed the very essence of the world's spiritual energy that Jiang Yuan had painstakingly absorbed. This token nestled within his dantian was Jiang Yuan's most profound secret. In truth, Jiang Yuan was not a denizen of this realm in his previous life. He was but a mere soul among the multitude on Earth, ensnared by the allure of battle royale games. It wasn't until one fateful day when his phone's battery exploded that he found himself in a state of unconsciousness, cursing, "Damn it, my 8x scope. The 98K." And thus he was transported to this world. Time flowed swiftly, and over a decade had passed. Jiang Yuan had adapted to the unforgiving world where martial prowess reigned supreme. Armed with the wisdom of his past life, he matured beyond his peers, achieving the realm of chi refinement at the tender age of 12. However, during that very year of his achievement, he discovered, to his dismay, that a mysterious token was inexplicably coiling within his dantian. It was this very token that voraciously absorbed the spiritual energy surrounding Jiang Yuan, leaving him bereft of any essence, regardless of how hard he cultivated. For 5 long years, it had consumed every last bit. 5 years prior, Jiang Yuan had successfully refined his qi, a remarkable feat for one so young. Yet, regrettably, in the subsequent 5 years, he had made no advancements in his cultivation. It took him a full 5 years to progress from the first to the 5th layer of qi refinement. The realms of cultivation are divided into 4 foundational stages: qi refinement, innate, spirit realm, and Tao realm, each of which is further subdivided into 9 levels. He, unable to absorb spiritual energy, was ultimately deemed a congenital waste by numerous elders of the Black and White Academy. That a waste? Is it? Jiang Yuan inhaled deeply, his gaze profound, a hint of self-mockery curling at the corners of his lips. "No matter how hard I strive, I remain incapable of becoming a cultivator." Recalling the family letter received a few days prior, he lamented how his father had fallen from the status of a formal disciple to that of a mere servant, losing favor within the family. His sister, once promised a blissful marriage, found her betrothal annulled due to his classification as a waste by the academy. It was said that for months, his sister Jiang Xiu had been weeping inconsolably at home. What family would accept a woman scorned? Moreover, those petty figures within the family, who once flattered him when he ascended to the peak of the academy and became a formal disciple, now turned a blind eye to him. They are indifference palpable in light of his bleak future as a waste. Cultivation. His gaze lifted slightly, drawn to the imposing presence of the proud sword peak, the fierce intent of sword energy soaring into the sky, a constant reminder to Jiang Yuan that this was a world where martial prowess reigned supreme. Without strength, one was destined to be trampled underfoot like an insignificant insect. "I am determined to step into the realm of innate martial arts," In the depths of his fervent gaze, Jiang Yuan recalled the ancient texts he had sought over the past months, which hinted at a method that might allow him to reverse this precarious situation. One must break before one can establish. Well, if I cannot absorb spiritual energy, what use is this dantian? A glint of determination flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes as he gritted his teeth and softly uttered a command, activating the self-destructive technique for his dantian. Instantly, the scant spiritual energy within him converged at that point, transforming into a swirling mass of light. As the energy coalesced, Jiang Yuan felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. The nameless token, sensing a shift, emitted a resonant hum. Boom! In an instant, the dantian erupted, and the nameless token unleashed a divine radiance, resembling a black hole teach. It drew Jiang Yuan from the tangible world. Surrounding him, divine light surged forth amidst the turbulent waves. Jiang Yuan's ears rang, and in a daze he perceived a voice that resonated like a grand bell. "Ant, you have entered the battlefield of the heavenly path. The Kuanpeng divine ship is about to set sail. Relish the thrill of being mercilessly hunted by the divine." As Jiang Yuan absorbed the profound proclamation, he stood momentarily stunned, his gaze shifting to reveal that he was within the vast interior of a magnificent divine ship, soaring high above in the clouds. The opulent decor exuded an essence of the heavenly path. Outside the window, mist swirls ominously, revealing a complex terrain below, a myriad of treacherous fogs and poisonous domains, reminiscent of a colossal beast lurking, poised to devour the unwary. Within the confines of the divine vessel, individuals are seated, both men and women, each bearing an expression of unwavering calmness or an air of sovereign authority. Although devoid of any discernible fluctuations of spiritual energy, their immovable and profound presence speaks volumes. It is evident that each person here is an elite foe and the myriad realms of existence. Where exactly am I? Chapter 3. The battleground of chicken dinner. Jiang Yuan found himself engulfed in perplexity. Just a moment ago, he was in his humble quarters as a menial disciple. Yet now he was aboard a mysterious divine vessel, soaring high in the skies at an altitude of 10,000 meters, an unimaginable scenario. Before he could ponder this extraordinary situation, a series of voices drew his attention. "Ah, young Master Dantai, it is you again. Where do you intend to leap this time?" "I am the unparalleled prodigy of the thousand machines realm. Naturally, I shall jump where the crowds gather. In this world of competition, I shall carve a bloody path." Such is the essence of a true man. The speaker was a young man of stellar demeanor, seated cross-legged with an air of tranquility. His bright eyes radiated a glimmer akin to the tearing of the starry firmament, exuding both strength and confidence. "Alas, with so many exceptional talents gathered for today's battleground, I shall forego the divine demon valley and seek a less contested locale for my endeavors. Perhaps I shall leap into the Yinyang Academy. It might be sparsely populated. Caution is key. I shall strive to survive until the final circle, thereby accumulating more points. Dragon City lies along the flight path, so it will undoubtedly be crowded. Yet its riches are plentiful. Let us take the risk." Listening to these words that seemed simultaneously familiar yet foreign, Jiang Yuan was momentarily dazed. Goodness, this sounds strikingly similar. In the next instant, a torrent of information surged into Jiang Yuan's mind, and he lifted his head in exhilaration, a look of astonishment illuminating his face. The heavenly Dao battleground. Astoundingly, this place resembled the chicken dinner game he had played in his previous life on Earth. It was indeed a battleground. The reason he could enter the heavenly Dao battleground was due to that enigmatic token within his dantian. To put it simply, the token served as a ticket to the heavenly Dao battleground. Unlike the virtual battlegrounds of gaming, the celestial battlefield is a realm of genuine existence, forged through the collaborative efforts of formidable beings from the cosmos. Its purpose is to refine the prodigies of myriad worlds. In essence, it serves as a crucible for martial talent, allowing these warriors to hone their skills and fortify their spirits. In this realm, what one might expect to find, such as the M416, 98K, or AWM, are, in fact, not mere firearms, but a plethora of martial arts techniques. Among them are the Supreme Bliss Codex, the Purifying World Sutra, the 9 Transformations of Nirvana, the Blazing Flame Palm, and the Azura Wailing Blade, to name but a few. Items typically seen as consumables, like level 3 backpacks, helmets, and armor, are transformed into mystical rings of protection alongside various defensive treasures and elixirs. The toxic zone is reimagined as a tide of beasts, with a refresh interval of a quarter of an hour. As time progresses, these waves of creatures grow increasingly formidable, unleashing a host of terrifying monsters. Most critically, to achieve victory, akin to reaching the final circle in traditional gameplay, one must eliminate their competitors to earn the true reward of a chicken dinner. Astonishingly, this reward is not merely a metaphorical chicken, but a morsel of the flesh of an ancient divine phoenix, albeit just a fraction of the whole. Jiang Yuan was astounded to learn that the victor of the celestial battlefield would exclusively receive a piece of this divine phoenix flesh. Even if it were only the size of a soybean, the spiritual energy and Tao patterns contained within would drive prodigies across the worlds into a frenzy. Kid, you seem unfamiliar. Which realm do you hail from? A gruff voice jolted Jiang Yuan from his reverie. Turning to face the source, he found a burly man adorned with horns, casting a dubious glance in his direction. I come from the Dragon Han continent. Given the uncertainty of the situation, Jiang Yuan opted for honesty. Longhan continent. I have not heard of it. Perhaps it is merely a diminutive realm of inconsequentiality. The bull-headed man immediately exhibited a sneer of disdain, licking his lips at Jiang Yuan, assuming a menacing demeanor. Allow me to inform you, when you encounter me, the formidable bull, you would do well to relinquish your resources obediently. I might grant you a swift end. Otherwise, I shall devour you. With this ultimatum, the muscular figure adorned with horns rose and leaped out of the divine vessel with a resounding thud. The Valley of Gods and Demons serves as a military stronghold akin to a battleground from a past life, teeming with resources yet swarming with competitors. The number of skilled combatants is vast, and for someone of my modest capabilities, it is likely to result in a swift demise. Dragon City, Phoenix City, and the Palace of Longevity are comparable to the resource-rich locales of Peace City, M City, and the ports from a previous existence. Yet they entail slightly less competition while still harboring peril. The Yinyang Academy, the 100 Battles training camp, and the Spirit Fields resemble the secondary resource zones from a bygone battlefield, with surrounding wild areas witnessing fewer participants and weaker competition. Contemplating this, Jiang Yuan's gaze deepened, and he resolved upon a target for this endeavor. Yes, where's the parachute? Approaching the entrance of the divine vessel, he gazed down from 10,000 meters above, trembling with trepidation, only to realize that he lacked any parachuting apparatus. Just then, an overwhelming force surged from behind, as if someone had delivered a kick to him. From 10,000 meters in the air, only the sounds of Jiang Yuan's desperate struggles and cries remained. Chapter 4. The Ruthless Battlefield of Heavenly Law. Worthless. Behind him, a young member of the winged tribe unfurled his magnificent wings and, with a haughty expression, cast a scornful glance at the frail figure of Jiang Yuan plummeting from the sky. The human race will forever remain at the bottom, he sneered, with a resounding roar. He soared into the air, his 2-meter-long, pure white wings extending majestically. However, in the next moment, the heavens unleashed a deafening thunderclap, and the winged youth was struck by a bolt of celestial lightning, instantly reducing him to charred remains. In that fleeting moment of virtual demise, he suddenly recalled the admonitions of his elders. In the initial tier of the heavenly Tao battlefield, cultivation is suppressed to the 9th layer of refinement, and one must rely solely on their physical prowess. Those who defy this will face the wrath of 5 thunders and be cast out of the arena. As the ground loomed ever closer, Jiang Yuan trembled slightly, yet his expression was one of astonished curiosity as he surveyed his surroundings. Initially, he had feared that without a parachute, the fall from 10,000 meters would render him nothing more than a splattered mass upon impact. To his astonishment, however, he felt an invisible force gently cushion his descent, allowing him to land safely. The desolate spirit field was the area Jiang Yuan had chosen to descend into. Much like the farms in a battle royale arena, this spirit field was classified as a region of ordinary resources, featuring 7 or 8 dilapidated courtyards scattered across a vast, barren plain. As soon as Jiang Yuan's feet touched the ground, he swiftly darted toward one of the courtyards, crashing through the doors with a powerful strike and entering the crumbling abode. The floor was strewn with a haphazard assortment of items. Jiang Yuan's gaze sharpened as he spotted an object resembling battle armor lying on the ground. He picked it up and donned it. The brass armor could mitigate 10 of damage. Wasn't this precisely the first-level armor? A grin spread across Jiang Yuan's face. No, he needed to find a weapon. Later, he came to the realization that merely possessing a first-level certificate was insufficient. Those who have played the Battle Royale game know that the first task upon landing is to secure a weapon. A few simple words of introduction may appear ordinary, yet they are better than nothing. Jiang Yuan quickly armed himself. No, he needed to find a manual. Relying solely on the martial techniques acquired at the Academy of Black and White would not suffice to confront the prodigies of the Myriad realms. In a rush, Jiang Yuan stepped out of the courtyard and began searching another one. Fortunately, luck was on his side. Upon reaching the courtyard of the third house, he noticed an ancient tome emanating a faint golden glow at the entrance of a pigsty. The dragon-elephant body forging technique, a mid-tier profound skill, boasted the ability to enhance the practitioner's physical strength tenfold. What a treasure! Jiang Yuan held his breath, picked up the manual, and began to comprehend its content based on the newfound knowledge in his mind. Regrettably, these manuals could only be utilized within the battlefield of the Heavenly Tao. Once he left the battleground, any martial arts learned would vanish entirely from his memory. Jiang Yuan murmured to himself. Moments later, as he activated the dragon-elephant body forging technique, a dragon and an elephant manifested on either side of his chest, and his entire being felt as though it were forged of steel and iron, with his physical strength dramatically increased. Crack! At that moment, Jiang Yuan tightened his grip on the long sword, his gaze darting towards the entrance, where a domineering figure burst into the room. Before the person even arrived, a commanding voice reverberated through the air. Ha ha! Human scum, perish! Jiang Yuan's pupils constricted as he caught a glimpse of a massive figure, akin to a mountain, with a colossal hand descending upon him like a thunderbolt. Pang! Immediately, before Jiang Yuan could wield his long sword, his consciousness was engulfed by an infinite darkness. The Thunder Clan's Tuken had eliminated the human Jiang Yuan. Currently, the number of survivors stood at 98. Aside from the previously arrogant youth of the Wing clan, Jiang Yuan had become the second casualty in this round of the celestial battlefield. Meanwhile, in the realm of reality, Jiang Yuan gasped sharply, suddenly awakening and opening his eyes to the modest surroundings, which unmistakably were the confines of his room at the miscellaneous peak. Chapter 5. Boundless prospects. As a thought resonated within his mind, Jiang Yuan experienced a profound realization. This remarkable token was, in fact, a ticket to the celestial battlefield, and his next entry was scheduled for 24 hours later. This meant that in reality, he could access the celestial battlefield once every day. However, it seemed that this battlefield held little utility, considering he had perished almost immediately after entering. What was the point of such a futile endeavor? Jiang Yuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had acquired the dragon-elephant body forging technique, yet it was of no use in reality. Suddenly, Jiang Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment as he instinctively activated the dragon-elephant body forging technique, feeling a surge of power coursing through his body. Glancing down at his chest, he was astonished to see a dragon and an elephant manifesting vividly. A few moments later, Jiang Yuan stood in stunned silence, his heart pounding like thunder. With a singular thought occupying his mind, the techniques gleaned from the celestial battlefield could indeed be utilized in reality. Haha! Witnessing the dragon and elephant appearing on his body, along with the formidable strength surging within him, Jiang Yuan could not suppress his laughter. The effect of the dragon-elephant body forging technique was to amplify his physical prowess tenfold. Suppressing the excitement within, Jiang Yuan stepped out of the house and into the courtyard. With both hands clenched into fists, he immediately began to execute a set of fundamental boxing techniques. The movements were simple, comprising only 5 distinct postures. Yet, as he completed the sequence, the air reverberated with the force of his punches. The final strike landed squarely on the training stone in the center of the yard, leaving an imprint the size of a palm, a display of might that far surpassed his previous abilities. However, the martial arts he had cultivated since leaving the battlefield remained intact. Jiang Yuan felt as though he were in a dream. It soon dawned on him that if he could harness the techniques acquired from the Heavenly Tao battlefield, it would imply that he could practice and wield various divine and demonic arts. Techniques such as the blissful demon scripture and the stupa purification method would be within his reach. All he needed to do was to gather these arts during his next venture into the Heavenly Tao battlefield. Moreover, there was the token residing in his dantian. Suddenly, a frown creased Jiang Yuan's brow as he pondered a question. The Heavenly Tao battlefield was profoundly mysterious, yet the Dragon Han continent had never borne any legends regarding it. Perhaps, in other words, the warriors of the Dragon Han continent were not deemed worthy to enter the heavenly Dao battlefield. It was solely because he possessed the token that he could join the ranks of the prodigies from myriad realms in this trial. Reflecting on how the token had drained all the spiritual energy he had amassed over the years, it felt akin to accumulating energy. Only this explanation could account for it all. It turned out that he was not a waste of potential. Instead, he had stumbled upon a great opportunity. Jiang Yuan smiled, his intuition whispering to him that the existence of the token would aid him in ascending to new heights, transforming him into an unparalleled powerhouse of this continent. Gazing down upon all, however, the secret of the token's existence and the ability to enter the heavenly Dao battlefield must remain known to no one else. As the brilliance flickered within Jiang Yuan's eyes, he gradually calmed his emotions. At that moment, he began to anticipate that perhaps the celestial realm battlefield held even greater mysteries, and he could extract techniques from it. Might it also be possible to acquire various divine weapons and treasures? A night passed, and in the early morning, a fine mist of rain enveloped the surroundings. After a night of meditation on his bed, Jiang Yuan opened his eyes and beheld the swirling vortex of spiritual energy coalescing in his dantian. A sense of joy and excitement welled up within him, his gaze reflecting the relief of enduring hardships and finally finding solace. With the mysterious token no longer siphoning away his spiritual energy, his dantian could finally accumulate it. If he continued to cultivate diligently, it would not be long before he could forge a spiritual pool and step into the realm of the innate. Jiang Yuan would also become an innate martial artist. His heart roared with fervor. During his 5 years of training, he had endured countless scorn and ridicule, reduced to the status of a mere servant disciple. Yet now, he was on the verge of entering the innate realm, with the celestial realm battlefield offering such fortuitous opportunities. This made him yearn to let out a wild howl. He was Jiang Yuan. His future was boundless. Chapter 6. True Identity. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Yuan departed from the servant peak. With steady footsteps, he ultimately arrived at the foot of the Proud Sword Peak. The Black and White Academy encompassed 99 inner peaks, each representing a distinct martial heritage. Proud Sword Peak, dedicated to the cultivation of the true intent of the Proud Sword, was presided over by the formidable Peak Master Huang Lan, a powerful figure in the realm of Dao. 5 years prior, Jiang Yuan had become Huang Lan's disciple, yet he had never managed to forge his spiritual pool. Reluctantly, Elder Huang had to demote him to a servant. At this moment, Jiang Yuan could hardly contain his eagerness to inform his master that he was not a wasted talent. He was on the verge of reclaiming his place on Proud Sword Peak through his own efforts. Jiang Yuan, just wait, he thought. In days gone by, the guards would greet Jiang Yuan with the eagerness of a dog welcoming its master. Jiang, affectionately calling out to him, found the response merely a fleeting glance from the other, who then turned away with an air of indifference. Jiang Yuan remained unperturbed. After all, gold will shine regardless. And what does a true dragon care for the mockery of snakes and rats? Have you heard? Elder Huang intends to marry her granddaughter, our sister Huang Yu, to the grandson of Elder Wang of Xuanwu Peak, Wang Xianfeng. Jiang Yuan's expression immediately stiffened. Indeed, it is said that Elder Huang's dowry includes a Dao token from the Immaculate Divine Mansion. What nonsense! How could you possibly marry Wang Xianfeng? Furthermore, the Dao token was something I entrusted to my master for safekeeping. How could he offer my possession as a dowry to that wretched fellow? Jiang Yuan rushed over, roaring at the two disciples engaged in the discussion. However, upon recognizing him, they merely scoffed and retreated with mocking laughter. Impossible. Jiang Yuan stood frozen in place. Years ago, he was merely a young master of the Jiang family in Lingnan City. By chance, he had encountered the unparalleled powerhouse, the Immaculate Celestial Sovereign, who, upon seeing Jiang Yuan's youthful wisdom and intelligence, bestowed upon him a Dao token from the Immaculate Divine Mansion. This token granted the opportunity to borrow from the vast collection of celestial scriptures within the mansion, rumored to conceal the unparalleled Immaculate Supreme Technique. Jiang Yuan had initially wished to take the Immaculate Celestial Sovereign as his master, but the sovereign, with a serene smile, declined, leaving the Dao token as a form of acknowledgement of Jiang Yuan's potential. Later, Jiang Yuan was accepted into the Heibai Academy and became a disciple of Elder Huang. To express his filial piety, Jiang Yuan lent his Dao order to his master for contemplation, a loan that lasted 5 years. However, He has now learned that his master intends to use the Tao Order as a dowry for Yue, to be given to the avian figure Wang Xianfeng. How foolish of me to have believed you possessed the potential of a hidden dragon. The truth reveals that you are but a wasted talent, destined for a bleak future. Jiang Yuan's face turned pale, and a bitter expression emerged. This was his true nature, despite Jiang Yuan having regarded him as a father all along. Yet, Jiang Yuan's voice trembled as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Yue, are you truly to marry Wang Xianfeng? After a long silence, Jiang Yuan fixed his gaze upon his master, his tone sorrowful. The image of his childhood companion gradually faded from his mind. Indeed, Huang Lan affirmed with unwavering conviction, an awestruck expression crossing his face. Wang Xianfeng is a genuine hidden dragon. Just 3 days ago, he stepped into the spirit realm, transforming the spirit pool into a spirit lake, not merely any ordinary lake, but a vast expanse of 100,000 miles, enveloped in three-colored radiance, teeming with boundless mysteries. Chapter 7. A small trial of skill. He knew that should he take a single step forward, Huang Lan would undoubtedly strike him down without hesitation. And there would be no repercussions, for he was but a servant while Huang Lan was a revered elder of the Heibai Academy. Jiang Yuan, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. In this lifetime, you shall never surpass me. Suddenly, from behind a pillar in the grand hall, emerged Wang Xianfeng, a proud young man clad in a deep blue robe. Wang Xianfeng. Jiang Yuan's heart sank instantly as he fixed his gaze upon his opponent, observing the smug and mocking smile that lingered at the corners of his mouth. In that moment, he comprehended the collusion between his master and Wang Xianfeng. You ought to address me as senior brother Wang. Wang Xianfeng retorted dismissively, his eyes narrowed in disdain as he regarded Jiang Yuan. Do not forget, you are merely a menial disciple at present. Meanwhile, I have stepped into the spirit realm, my purple mansion Dantian transformed into a boundless lake of spiritual energy, with a future as vast as the heavens. Wang Xianfeng scoffed coldly, and you, after 5 years of cultivation, remain a mere refiner of essence, a waste incapable of even condensing spiritual power. Waste. Jiang Yuan shook his head internally. Little did his opponent know that just the previous night, he had encountered a monumental stroke of fortune, granting him access to the battlefield of Heaven's Path, where divine techniques and demonic scriptures lay within arm's reach. Ascending to the innate realm, and even the spirit realm, was merely a matter of time. Jiang Yuan, the situation has reached this point. There is no need for you to linger. The Tao Order is not something you are entitled to. If you obediently cooperate and extricate yourself from the Black and White Academy, I assure you a lifetime of worldly wealth and honor, Huang Lan stated indifferently. At that moment, Jiang Yuan erupted into a fit of laughter, yet it was but a fleeting moment before his mirth ceased, his gaze returning to a calm demeanor. He sought to maintain his composure, but the very thought of Huang Lan and Wang Xuanfeng's expressions ignited a blaze within his chest, suffocating him. With a mighty roar, Jiang Yuan leaped down from the martial platform designated for menial disciples. His icy glare sent shivers through the surrounding menial disciples, but they quickly regained their composure, wondering if this lad was attempting to rebel. A bunch of useless fools, get lost, Jiang Yuan provocatively shouted. Alas, Jiang Yuan, have you consumed the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard? Do not presume that your descent from the inner peak grants you dominion here. By heavens, let us all converge upon him. What arrogance from a mere waste of existence. Yet, in an instant, the derisive clamor surrounding him transformed into a chorus of anguished cries. On the martial arena, Jiang Yuan emerged as a specter of death, each disciple approaching him being effortlessly dispatched to the ground by a single blow. His physique was formidable, akin to that of a mythical beast, impervious to the onslaught of fists and blades from a throng of outer disciples, utterly unscathed. The dragon tiger body forging technique, pushed to its utmost limits. At the pinnacle of mastery, his physical strength surged tenfold. Thus, at this moment, Jiang Yuan's corporeal might eclipsed that of the other outer disciples by a factor of 10, who could breach his defenses and who could inflict harm upon him. Mere moments later, the arena echoed with the cacophony of despair, bodies strewn in disarray, and the gazes directed at Jiang Yuan were rife with trepidation and dread. 3 months. Jiang Yuan leapt down from the martial arena, his fists clenched, his visage smeared with the blood of others, yet radiating unwavering resolve. Chapter 8. A change of arms at last. When Jiang Yuan once again peered within his dantian, he discerned the nameless token shimmering anew. and he understood that the time for the opening of the heavenly Tao battlefield had arrived. It was then that he realized, upon the completion of the token's recharging, and after conveying his consciousness to it, this token would guide him back to the heavenly Tao battlefield. In an instant, Jiang Yuan transmitted a surge of consciousness, and then darkness enveloped him. You have entered the heavenly Tao battlefield. Jiang Yuan opened his eyes, a mysterious joy flooding him. Indeed, he found himself once more within the confines of the Kunping divine vessel. Surrounding him were formidable figures, each a paragon in their respective realms. Exuding an air of haughty indifference, Jiang Yuan yearned to engage with others, yet his cultivation was woefully inadequate, compounded by his humble status as a member of the human race, rendering him invisible in the eyes of his peers aboard the divine vessel. The entry to the initial tier of the celestial battlefield was solitary, with cultivation suppressed to the refinement stage. However, it was rumored that in the mid-tier celestial battlefield, one could form teams and access a points exchange marketplace. Despite the lack of willingness from others to converse with him, Jiang Yuan gleaned a wealth of information regarding the celestial battlefield through snippets of conversation around him. Remarkably, there existed a points marketplace. Those capable of opening the celestial battlefield were undoubtedly beings of divine stature. One could only wonder what treasures might be exchanged within that marketplace. Following the intelligence he had acquired, Jiang Yuan focused his thoughts, and his personal information materialized in his mind. Jiang Yuan, hailing from the Myriad drifting worlds, human race. Points, 0. Upon reaching 100 points, he would automatically ascend to the mid-tier celestial battlefield, with cultivation suppression elevated to the spirit realm. Today, he resolved to continue his exploration. He contemplated visiting the Yin Academy, hoping for better fortune this time, praying he would not suffer the same fate as before. Jiang Yuan silently vowed, his expression calm as he observed each opponent aboard the divine vessel. At that moment, the Kunping divine vessel arrived at the battlefield continent, and each contestant began to enter the fray. Before long, as the vessel traversed half the expanse of the continent, only 30 or so individuals remained aboard. At this moment, Jiang Yuan noticed a man adorned in resplendent attire, with elongated ears reminiscent of the elves from films of a bygone era, surrounded by several formidable warriors. As the divine vessel approached the pinnacle of Wanshou Palace, this group emanated an aura of chilling intensity, each member leaping from the heights to the ground below. Jiang Yuan observed with trepidation as they all chose to descend into the same area, causing his heart to race. It was then that he vaguely recalled a certain matter. The audacity of Hubu Gui was truly insufferable, leveraging his status as a royal of the Qingxiu Fox Kingdom. He invariably entered the heavenly Tao battlefield accompanied by a throng of subordinates, effortlessly securing a position among the top 3 each time, utterly infuriating. What could be done? After all, he was a prince of the Fox clan. He consistently summoned his followers to gather resources for him, ultimately hoarding the spoils and easily ascending the victory rankings. This month alone, he had feasted thrice upon the flesh and blood of the ancient divine phoenix. Wasn't that tantamount to cheating? Jiang Yuan could not help but roll his eyes at the thought. He had just contemplated this very issue. In the initial stages of the heavenly Tao battlefield, team formations were prohibited, yet if the parties involved were acquaintances, as long as one side was willing to concede, the other would effortlessly claim victory. It appeared that some individuals indeed exploited this loophole to secure triumph, or rather, to get chicken, as it were. Cursed be they, he hoped not to encounter that bunch. Drawing a deep breath, Jiang Yuan approached the entrance of the divine vessel and leapt forth. Whoosh! At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the fierce winds howled. The Yin Academy, a secondary resource zone within the heavenly Tao battlefield, was nestled amidst vast forests and intricate terrain, presenting a considerable challenge for Jiang Yuan, who was newly entering the fray. However, Jiang Yuan, having gained experience this time, swiftly turned his figure, keenly observing his surroundings to ascertain if anyone else had chosen to descend in this region. To his dismay, he noticed someone ahead of him. Soon, as he approached within 100 meters of the ground, a surge of tension surged through Jiang Yuan's heart. He beheld a graceful silhouette landing and swiftly entering a classroom of the Yin Academy. The Bear King armor could negate 15 of spell damage with a 1 chance to immunize against mental attacks. Jiang Yuan quickly adapted his approach, yet his expression remained tense. His ears perked up, alert to the sounds around him. At that moment, Jiang Yuan noticed a tome radiating a violet glow lying on the ground. He quickly flew over and picked it up. Chapter 9. As he opened the tome, The martial arts technique transformed into a divine light, penetrating Jiang Yuan's mind. The 10,000 mountains and rivers technique, which absorbed spiritual essence and transformed into countless mountains and rivers, sought to defy the heavens and attain greatness. The attributes of the technique included the ability to release spiritual energy, transforming it into an unending array of mountains and rivers, with overwhelming force and boundless flow. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yuan's expression brightened with joy. This technique bore a resemblance to the wave-stacking technique, yet it surpassed it by 1,000-fold. Transforming oneself into the vastness of mountains and rivers was utterly majestic and impressive, a notion he thoroughly appreciated. Without hesitation, Jiang Yuan commenced his comprehension of this technique. In a short while, he opened his eyes, revealing an ecstatic expression of unparalleled joy. Remarkably, he had achieved 100% comprehension. In that moment, Jiang Yuan flipped his palm, and a luminescent sphere of spiritual energy emerged in the void. Though it appeared diminutive, it contained the weight of countless mountains and rivers. Formidable and unparalleled in its might. It is known that within the Divine Way battlefield, each participant who acquires a martial art will comprehend it at varying levels of mastery. It is said that only those of exceptional talent can achieve a complete understanding with every attempt, reaching the pinnacle of perfection. Jiang Yuan does not consider himself one of those prodigies. However, he astonishingly manages to grasp martial arts with absolute proficiency. The sole explanation for this phenomenon seems to lie in the enigmatic token he possesses. It appears that this token harbors even more mysterious powers awaiting discovery. Suddenly, Jiang Yuan's expression tightened as he perceived a faint sound. It was that individual who had leapt into the adjacent space. The Divine Way battlefield stands in stark contrast to the rudimentary games of his previous life. Within this realm, the competitors are martial artists, and attempting to ambush someone without making a sound is virtually impossible. It seems that this fellow intends to confront him head-on. Let him come. Who is afraid? Jiang Yuan grinned, activating the 10,000 heavy mountains and rivers technique, narrowing his eyes as he vigilantly scanned his surroundings. He found himself within a classroom, spanning over 100 square meters, surrounded by windows that offered a clear view of the outside scenery. There was only one grand entrance, currently shut tight, and Jiang Yuan doubted that the intruder would brazenly enter through the front door. At last, Jiang Yuan's gaze darted to the ceiling, and in an instant, his eyes sparkled with brilliance. He is there. Without hesitation, Jiang Yuan unleashed a thunderous shout, striking forth with a palm imbued with spiritual energy. Propelled by the 10,000 heavy mountains and rivers technique. Sword, come forth. Simultaneously, a nimble figure cleaved through the roof of the classroom, and amidst the cascading sword light, a glimmer of cold radiance shot directly towards Jiang Yuan's brow. Such swiftness in the sword. Jiang Yuan's expression was one of astonishment. Upon entering the battlefield of the heavenly path for the second time, facing an adversary once more, he felt an overwhelming pressure. Fortunately, this time Jiang Yuan was fully committed, especially after acquiring the 10,000 heavy mountains and rivers technique, a celestial-grade martial art that allowed him to comprehend the realm of perfection. With a single punch, the strength in his arm surged forth, colliding head-on with the adversary's swiftly thrusting sword. Bang! Jiang Yuan staggered back a few steps, while the agile figure before him was also compelled to retreat 3 steps. It was a woman. Jiang Yuan widened his eyes, finally discerning that the ambusher was a slender, fair-skinned young girl. Shui Shanru furrowed her delicate brows, cursing her misfortune after the strike. The 10,000 heavy mountains and rivers technique. She had entered the heavenly path battlefield numerous times and was well acquainted with such martial arts. Just one blow revealed to her that the opponent was indeed employing the 10,000 heavy mountains and rivers technique. Moreover, the relentless force was akin to an avalanche, overwhelming and suffocating, as if the weight of mountains pressed down upon her, leaving her breathless. A complete understanding. The realm of perfection. She stared in disbelief at Jiang Yuan. Who was this prodigy from a great world? Shui Shanru's heart was a tumultuous mess, filled with immense frustration, lamenting her extreme misfortune. She was no novice entering the heavenly path battlefield. After all, to instantly grasp the realm of perfection after acquiring a technique was not something just anyone could achieve. Only the great worlds, those ancient sects, and prestigious families could cultivate such extraordinary individuals. Frustration aside, Shui Shanyu had no intention of conceding. Her longsword, akin to a dragon, once more pierced the air, generating a tremendous sonic boom. In the next instant, that frigid blade had already appeared before Jiang Yuan, whose figure also transcended the mountains and rivers in an instant. The mountains and rivers sank into oblivion. Chapter 10. Complete comprehension. Jiang Yuan was taken aback, his mind swiftly settling into tranquility. With a mere thought, the martial technique he had recently comprehended felt as though it had become an integral part of him, flowing effortlessly. In an instant, he unleashed a powerful punch, channeling the force of a myriad of mountains and rivers, maximizing both speed and might. Boom! This time, an earth-shattering explosion erupted within the classroom, flames soaring as Jiang Yuan's fist struck with precision. A crisp clang resounded as the girl's longsword shattered into countless fragments, followed closely by a torrent of spiritual energy that overwhelmed her, sending her flying with a single blow. Thud! The girl's exquisitely beautiful form resembled a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against the wall. Before Jiang Yuan could launch another strike, she lifted her head, revealing a look of astonishment. Who are you? Upon her utterance, her entire being transformed into myriad points of light, dissipating into the void. Simultaneously, a resounding voice echoed across the battlefield of the heavenly Tao. Humanity's Jiang Yuan has successfully slain Shui Shanyu of the Hongzhou Water Kingdom. Current number of survivors, 80. Upon hearing this proclamation, countless individuals gazed upward, engulfed in shock. What? Someone has actually killed Shui Shanyu of the Hongzhou Water Kingdom? She was a little sorceress, having achieved a quintuple kill just a month ago to break into the top 10. And now, at the very onset of today, she has been obliterated? Jiang Yuan of the human race? Take note, this individual is likely not to be trifled with. In the Yinyang Academy, Jiang Yuan stood in stunned silence before a pile of items that had just erupted before him. He never anticipated that he could triumph over his opponent. A hearty laugh escaped him, reverberating with joy. The exhilaration from the intense battle coursed through him, and he quickly began to gather the spoils left behind by his adversary. This girl had quite the bounty. Swiftly, Jiang Yuan collected the items and, with a flicker of movement, departed the scene. After all, the commotion from the recent skirmish had been considerable. If anyone were to approach, the situation could turn dire. A few moments later, Jiang Yuan found himself in a different courtyard of the Yinyang Academy, meticulously examining his newfound treasures. To his delight, he discovered 2 bottles of vitality elixir, capable of restoring life instantaneously, essentially a resurrection. Additionally, he unearthed a tome of celestial-level martial arts, the Phantom Blade, presumably the very technique employed by the girl he had just faced. Excellent, he thought. This would be worth learning. Closing his eyes, he opened the manual. Mere seconds later, he reopened his eyes, a glimmer of sword intent igniting within them, accompanied by a confident smile playing upon his lips. Once again, he achieved complete comprehension. The Phantom Blade, mastered. Drawing a deep breath, Jiang Yuan's previously elated spirit settled into an unexpected tranquility. He was uncertain why he had been bestowed such fortune on the battlefield of celestial principles. But he was resolute. With his ability to grasp martial arts with absolute understanding, he could undoubtedly carve out a vast domain on this battlefield. What did it matter? The disciples of the Tao, the gifted, the true dragons? Before the might of his profound comprehension in martial arts, they would all be left wanting. Jiang Yuan squinted his eyes, as though he could already envision the day he would command the winds and clouds. Yet, a mere quarter of an hour later, Jiang Yuan met his end beneath a tide of beasts. He acted with intent, merely to witness the formidable power of the beast tide. However, after the beast tide surged forth, Jiang Yuan was left utterly bewildered. As the first wave of the beast tide emerged, terrifying creatures flooded in from all directions, flying in the sky, crawling on the ground, and swimming in the water, overwhelming everything in their path. A myriad of bizarre beasts appeared, unleashing an array of elemental attacks, including colossal creatures towering hundreds of meters high, their massive limbs thundering against the earth, producing a deafening roar. Upon witnessing this beast tide, Jiang Yuan decisively turned and fled. Yet, due to his limited experience, he ultimately became disoriented, inadvertently leading himself to the front of a colossal beast. A 3-headed, 6-winged monster opened its gaping maw, and with a chilling crunch, Jiang Yuan felt as if he could hear the sound of his own flesh and bones shattering. With a start, Jiang Yuan exited the heavenly Tao battlefield, casting his gaze around to find himself once more in the familiar yet humble quarters of a servant disciple. For instance, during his encounter with the woman from the Water Nation, her swordsmanship was exceedingly sharp. Although it was ultimately countered by the immense force of the 10,000 heavy mountains and rivers technique, Jiang Yuan nonetheless gleaned a wealth of knowledge from the experience. These were the very skills he so desperately needed. The nameless token had cooled down once again. His next entry into the heavenly Dao battlefield would be in 24 hours. Unbeknownst to him, anticipation for his next foray into battle had begun to swell within Jiang Yuan. He couldn't help but wonder what expression the woman, whom he had struck down with a single punch, would wear at that moment. A wicked sense of amusement surged within him as he chuckled slyly. Little did he know, far across the cosmos. Chapter 11. A punch and a training stone. Hongzhe Water Nation. In the Kingdom of Water, Princess Shui Shanru was in a fit of rage, biting her lip as she shattered her beloved porcelain into a million pieces, her exquisite visage marred by an expression of profound discontent. My dear princess, what has incited such wrath within you? The sovereign of the Water Kingdom, Shui Qianhuan, hurriedly arrived upon hearing the news. Upon witnessing the grievance etched upon his beloved daughter's face, even his authoritative demeanor softened with a trace of tenderness. Father, I am utterly infuriated. The moment I entered the celestial battlefield, I was deceived by a mere human boy, causing me to lose 20 points. Shui Shanru seethed, her teeth clenched in frustration. Shui Qianhuan was momentarily taken aback, only to be followed by an inexplicable smile as he affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair, saying, My dear daughter, do not be upset. I firmly believe that next time, you shall achieve even greater success. But that next time is a month away. Shui Shanru pouted. Father, why did you have to give me a celestial talisman that requires a month's recharge? I've heard that those prodigies can recharge their celestial stones in merely 10 days to access the battlefield. Father, could you perhaps procure a celestial stone of superior grade for me? Shui Qianhuan, unable to suppress a wry smile, shook his head in exasperation. My daughter, do you believe our family resembles those ancient, affluent clans? Do you comprehend the exorbitant cost of a celestial stone that recharges every 10 days on the black market? The master of the divine Luo sect, in his quest for a 10-day recharge celestial stone, had to exchange a royal emblem on the black market to acquire just one. Our family cannot afford such extravagance, my dear daughter. A celestial stone that recharges once a month is already quite commendable. You must make do with it. Bang, bang, bang. The force surged like a tempest, infused with a profound energy, transforming into a myriad of mountains and rivers. In the distance, the majestic peaks loomed, and the rivers flowed torrentially as all power was unleashed in a cataclysm of raw energy, reducing the practice stone to mere dust. This was the human-level training chamber of the Academy of Black and White, a modest sanctuary imbued with a terrifying gravity. Under this weight, every movement of a person would be constrained. Generally, only innate warriors could cultivate within the human-level training chamber. A practitioner like Jiang Yuan, who was merely at the refinement realm, would not even qualify to remain there for a second. Previously, when Jiang Yuan had paid to rent the human-level training chamber, he had been met with disdainful glances from the disciples guarding it. Yet at this moment, as he stood in the chamber, gazing at the pulverized practice stone, his brow relaxed, and a serene smile graced his lips. The 10,000 mountains and rivers technique was indeed formidable. It was time to hone the phantom sword technique. A quarter of an hour later, Jiang Yuan turned and exited the training chamber. Excuse me, esteemed senior, how much compensation is required for shattering the practice stone? He inquired before the disciple tasked with overseeing the chamber, who bore a nonchalant expression. You? Shatter the practice stone? The white-clad disciple initially stared in disbelief. Then a smirk emerged as he shook his head. You're jesting, aren't you, servant boy? Do you truly believe you could have shattered the practice stone? Senior, I mean no offense. I merely wish to inform you. If you do not require me to pay for the damages, I shall take my leave, Jiang Yuan replied calmly. Haha, everyone, come and listen. This servant disciple claims he shattered the practice stone in the human-level training chamber. How ridiculous. Does he think the practice stone is as fragile as tofu? The disciple suddenly erupted into a clamor, drawing the attention of the crowd. A mere servant disciple dares to rent a human-level training room? It is remarkable that he did not have his bones crushed under the oppressive gravity. Who is this pretentious youth, shattering the training stone? In all my years at the Black and White Academy, I have yet to hear of a disciple capable of breaking the training stone of a human-level training room. Laughter erupted around, yet Jiang Yuan remained remarkably composed. For reasons unknown, As he gazed into his profound eyes, the disciple guarding the training room felt a jolt in his heart. Almost as if compelled to approach the training room Jiang Yuan had vacated. Moments later, a piercing scream echoed. What was happening? The crowd paused, only to witness the disciple emerge, dazed and bewildered, his gaze towards Jiang Yuan filled with astonishment and a hint of fear. Esteemed junior brother, I sincerely apologize, the disciple said, bowing deeply. According to the Academy's regulations, breaking the training stone in a human-level training room incurs a penalty of 100 taels of gold. What? 100 taels of gold? Jiang Yuan exclaimed, his expression laden with regret. Had he known, he would have restrained his strength. That single punch had cost him 100 taels of gold. Coughing lightly, he reluctantly handed over the 100 taels of gold, gazing at his now empty purse with a bitter smile as he departed. Chapter 12. A step away, Qi Shan, you must be joking. As Jiang Yuan left, the surrounding disciples finally reacted, gathering around. Could a mere servant disciple truly shatter the training stone? I have heard that even some geniuses are incapable of achieving this feat. As the crowd engaged in fervent discussion, Qi Shan remained silent, stepping into the training room, and then proceeded to sweep away a heap of dust with a dustpan. Swallowing hard, he exclaimed, visibly shaken, you all see, that junior brother has completely shattered the training stone, reducing it to mere powder. He is the only individual in our Academy's history to have descended from an inner peak disciple to a mere servant. Just as Jiang Yuan lamented the loss of 100 taels of gold, a graceful and elegant young lady approached him. Jiang Yuan paused, staring at her with an expressionless visage. Huang Yu, the granddaughter of Elder Huang Lan, and Jiang Yuan's little junior sister, had spent 5 years honing her skills at the Proud Sword Peak. Having grown up together, their relationship could easily be described as childhood sweethearts. However, at that moment, observing Huang Yu's deliberately evasive demeanor, Jiang Yuan could only muster a bitter smile within. Jiang, senior brother, Huang Yu uttered, as she reluctantly approached him, lowering her head. Yue, are you truly going to marry Wang Xianfeng? Jiang Yuan asked in a low voice. I am sorry. After a lengthy pause, Huang Yu bravely lifted her gaze to Jiang Yuan and replied, Wang Xianfeng soared to prominence in the Hidden Dragon event held a month ago, breaking through to the spirit realm at the tender age of 18, and he has even opened up 100,000 spirit lakes. His potential and aptitude rank him as the 7th hidden dragon in the Black and White Academy. Let us not forget, he was once the 9th hidden dragon. Huang Yu's eyes, as they met Jiang Yuan's, subtly revealed a hint of regret. That evening, Jiang Yuan received a gift sent by Huang Yu through a messenger. Upon opening the box, he discovered an astonishing treasure, 10,000 taels of gold, and the deed to a luxurious mansion in the imperial city. Do you intend to suggest that I abandon my martial aspirations and henceforth live as a wealthy gentleman, leading a mundane existence? From the 98th position, he advanced to the 82nd, and then to the 60th, his achievements steadily improving day by day. Simultaneously, Jiang Yuan emerged from the heavenly Dao battlefield, bringing with him an array of martial arts techniques. Among them were numerous heavenly grade methods and various divine spells, amounting to no less than several dozen. Notably, one particular martial art stood out as the epitome of strength and vitality, unparalleled in its cultivation technique. Chapter 13. The unforeseen below the sky was an exquisite shade of azure. Jiang Yuan remained as still as stone, concealed within a thicket. This was the central region of the heavenly Dao battlefield, nestled between Long City and Feng City amidst a forested expanse. Surrounding him, one could faintly discern a terrifying wave of beastly hordes, driven into a frenzy by an unseen force, emanating an aura so formidable that it sent chills down one's spine. In that moment, it felt as though only this realm existed. The current number of survivors stood at 9. Jiang Yuan's body was rigid, his expression seemingly devoid of emotion, yet inside, he was a bundle of nerves. Cold sweat trickled from his limbs. He dared not make a sound, gripping tightly the moon-chasing bow in his hands. To his astonishment, he had actually made it to the final circle. If the competition were not still ongoing, Jiang Yuan would have leapt up and let out a triumphant roar, perhaps even indulging in 3 jugs of strong liquor. He had never imagined he would survive to this moment. The final circle, the top 10. This marked the first and only time he had reached the final circle in over 30 forays into the heavenly Dao battlefield. In recounting this particular encounter, Jiang Yuan could only attribute his fortune to sheer luck. Inside the dilapidated structure known as the refining pavilion, he stumbled upon a tome entitled The Turtle Concealment Technique. Although this manual was classified merely as Earth-grade and possessed no formidable power, its uniqueness lay in its ability to mask one's aura and suppress fluctuations of spiritual energy. Akin to a millennia-old turtle ensconced in slumber, utterly silent and devoid of energy disturbances. The absence of spiritual fluctuations, combined with its profound concealment, rendered it a veritable cheat, much like acquiring a ghillie suit in a battle royale game. Upon acquiring the turtle concealment technique, Jiang Yuan instinctively grasped its perfected state. Subsequently maneuvering his way into the final circle, deftly evading the carnage wrought by various prodigies. In that moment, Jiang Yuan heightened his vigilance to its zenith. For the final circle was confined to a mere radius of 1 mile. Just moments ago, he had observed a graceful figure glide effortlessly into the safety zone, standing poised against the trunk of a massive tree 100 meters ahead. Jiang Yuan could distinctly discern the striking visage of the individual, particularly the dazzling golden attire that caused his eyes to widen in astonishment. Damn it, this fellow must be rolling in riches. If I manage to eliminate, who knows what valuable items might drop, he thought, his heart racing with anticipation. Instincts prompted him to believe that the dashing figure remained oblivious to his presence. Entirely unaware of the old cunning predator lurking within a nearby thicket, eyes glinting with avarice as it fixated on its prey. It was time to act. Jiang Yuan extended his tongue to lick the corner of his mouth, fully aware of his own limitations. To have advanced to the finals amid such a plethora of exceptional talents was indeed a remarkable feat. The prospect of securing victory was as daunting as vanquishing a formidable Taoist master with mere foundational cultivation. Perhaps it would be more prudent to eliminate this individual. He might yield some extraordinary technique. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yuan slowly raised his right arm, aiming a bow and crossbow that radiated an ethereal glow at the figure perched upon the tree. The Zhuyu bow enhanced range spell damage by 100. And when paired with the Zhuyu Lianzhu arrow skill, there was a 10 chance to unleash a decisive strike. If a sniper rifle in a battle royale could claim a distant enemy's head, then in the realm of celestial warfare, the Zhuyu bow was akin to an AMW, exceeding even the prowess of the 98K. A single arrow could effortlessly obliterate the adversary's skull, provided it struck true. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yuan squinted his eyes, hoisting the bow and crossbow. In an instant, he discerned a flaw in the figure's demeanor. Seizing the opportunity while the opponent was momentarily distracted, with a swift flick, he drew back the arrow, his thumb pressing against the bowstring, pulling it taut as a full moon. The Myriad mountains and rivers technique surged to its zenith, and with a surge of spiritual energy, it transformed into a radiant arc, hurtling towards the figure. Zhuyu Lianzhu arrow. In a heartbeat, 7 arrows shot forth, their speed unparalleled. Yi Wutian, a prodigious talent from the sword domain, was currently channeling spiritual energy, recuperating for the final battle. With an air of calm confidence, Yi Wutian felt no fear of ambush. After all, he was a rare genius in the sword arts, practicing the sword heart enlightenment technique, which rendered him acutely sensitive to fluctuations in spiritual energy. Thus, it could be said that no adversary could conceal themselves from his perceptive sword heart. Moreover, fortune favored him today. Prior to entering the final circle, he stumbled upon a formidable weapon. This momentarily lulled his vigilance, and the price he paid was death. With a sudden whoosh, Yi Wutian felt a chilling sensation race across his scalp as he sensed the approach of the Grim Reaper. His body instinctively reacted, yet in the next heartbeat, an arrow of light pierced his brow, and he disintegrated into countless motes of light, vanishing into the void. Damn it, which scoundrel has ambushed me? In the sword domain, Sword Emperor Palace, Yi Wutian abruptly withdrew from the Heavenly Path battlefield, his expression dark as thunderclouds, his sharp gaze reflecting boundless fury. The name of his adversary echoed in his mind as he exited the battlefield, Jiang Yuan, a name devoid of renown. The realization that he had been outmaneuvered by an unknown wretch enraged Yi Wutian, who, in a fit of rage, drew forth the black dragon divine sword, unleashing a 100-meter sword beam that erupted with a furious roar. Jiang Yuan, you shall pay for this. Chapter 14. Breaking through innate. Meanwhile, within the Heavenly Path battlefield, Jiang Yuan revealed a sinister smile. Everything was proceeding flawlessly, he murmured, and in the next moment, after scanning his surroundings to ensure no threats lingered, he executed the 1,000 Luo steps, transforming into a fleeting shadow. Mere seconds later, he arrived at the spot where Yi Wutian had perished. As debris erupted from the ground, Jiang Yuan's keen gaze immediately fell upon a seven-colored lotus flower radiating brilliant light. What is this? Jiang Yuan approached and picked up the seven-colored lotus. And as he beheld it, a message materialized in his mind. The seven-colored Tao lotus enhances spiritual awareness and purifies spiritual energy. This succinct introduction piqued Jiang Yuan's curiosity. Boom! Suddenly, a piercing sonic blast reverberated, and a ghostly figure materialized beside Jiang Yuan, wielding a golden spear. With eyes the size of bronze bells, he cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Yuan, abruptly breaking into a grin reminiscent of a beast eyeing its prey, exuding an air of ferocity. This was Zhuge Qing of the Sunset Divine Spear, a prodigy hailing from the grand world of Langya. He had been lurking in the final circle, but upon hearing the commotion of battle nearby, he ventured forth, coincidentally witnessing Jiang Yuan's arrow striking down an adversary. Excellent archery, Zhuge Qing commended, and then with a flick of his spear, a fierce battle intent ignited in his eyes. In an instant, the cold spear tip was thrust before Jiang Yuan. Die! The spear surged forth like a dragon, tearing through the air. Jiang Yuan, taken aback, swiftly activated his dragon elephant body forging technique. 3 dragons and 2 elephants manifesting upon his skin. With a resonant clang, a veil of faint golden light emerged to shield him from Zhuge Qing's divine spear. Oh, commendable physical fortitude, but to withstand my spear techniques, you fall woefully short. Zhuge Qing bellowed, violently whipping his arm holding the spear, unleashing a formidable force that sent Jiang Yuan reeling. In the next moment, the spear transformed into a constellation of stars, akin to a wildfire spreading rapidly, enveloping Jiang Yuan in a flurry of spear shadows. Impressive. Jiang Yuan's pupils constricted as he hastily executed his techniques in defense. Bang! The first spear, blocked. The second spear, blocked. Until the third spear, when a glimmer of lethal brilliance flickered in Jiang Yuan's eyes. Quick, too quick. At last, Jiang Yuan felt a chilling sensation at his neck. Blood sprang forth. Was this the true essence of genius? As his consciousness began to wane, his relaxed left hand still clutched the seven-colored Tao lotus. With a final explosion, his body collapsed to the ground, and the seven-colored Tao lotus in his grasp transformed into countless specks of light, dissipating into nothingness. Roar! On the Dragonhan continent. Within the Black and White Academy, Jiang Yuan suddenly erupted with a fierce roar, leaping from his bed. Such strength. That individual possesses power so formidable that it defies description. In Jiang Yuan's eyes, there was not a trace of fear. Though defeated, his gaze was ablaze with fervent fire, a manifestation of his yearning for the mightiest of beings. Wait, what is this? Jiang Yuan was momentarily stunned as he beheld a seven-colored Tao lotus grasped in his right hand. The lotus bloomed with exquisite beauty, releasing a subtle fragrance that wafted through the room. Yet, he noticed with growing alarm that the petals of the seven-colored Tao lotus were withering at a visible rate. Is this not the very lotus he had retrieved on the battlefield of the heavenly Tao? Amidst his astonishment, Jiang Yuan observed the rapid decay of the lotus in the air, and instinctively, a wild thought crossed his mind. In the next instant, a manic gleam flickered in his eyes as he seized the seven-colored Tao lotus and abruptly thrust it into his mouth. The flavor is rather delightful. Just as he managed to utter this thought, an overwhelming surge of energy coursed through him, rendering him unconscious. Had Jiang Yuan been awake at that moment, he would have witnessed the nameless token within his dantian emitting a resonant hum. Simultaneously, a vortex of spiritual energy erupted in his dantian, absorbing the energy of the seven-colored Tao lotus, expanding continuously as if the primordial heavens were awakening, and the seven-colored Tao lotus bloomed in a sudden burst. Faintly, the seven-colored Tao lotus blossomed with a mysterious radiance, fervently absorbing the ethereal essence of heaven and earth from the reality around it. As this essence entered Jiang Yuan's body, it harmoniously merged with the seven-colored aura emanating from the Tao lotus. Countless strands of vitality flowed gently through his internal organs, as if the sound of innumerable blood vessels expanding echoed within his muscles. A vast and magnificent life force gradually emerged within Jiang Yuan. At that moment, Jiang Yuan awakened from his unconscious state. As he opened his eyes, he felt a peculiar sensation, as if something were writhing within him. Hastily, he removed his clothing, and upon a single glance, he was utterly astonished to witness the layers of skin shedding from his body. Shedding skin, A significant characteristic of breaking through to the ninth layer of the Qi refinement realm, a transition to the innate stage, was indeed the shedding of skin. Haha. Jiang Yuan erupted into laughter, realizing he had ascended to the innate realm. Closing his eyes, he allowed tears to cascade down his cheeks. The bittersweet memories of 5 years flooding back, a myriad of dreams and illusions surfacing. Unable to contain his exhilaration, he yearned to let out a long howl. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself, shutting his eyes to savor the profound transformation of entering the innate stage. Moments later, as Jiang Yuan turned his focus inward to his dantian, the instant his spiritual consciousness penetrated this core, his expression shifted with surprise, exclaiming in delight, "How beautiful!" Immersed in the world of his dantian, he could no longer suppress the ecstatic expression that illuminated his face. Chapter 15. The ceremony of the 3 days later, the ceremony of the commenced. The Black and White Academy stood as a sacred ground for martial cultivation on the Dragonhan continent. This institution upheld the principle of inclusivity in education, boasting over 30,000 disciples, with 30,000 serving as auxiliary disciples alone, while the inner disciples numbered around 3,000. The most distinctive feature of the Black and White Academy lies in its monthly event known as the Rising Dragon Ceremony. During this event, anyone who perceives themselves as possessing the potential of a dragon may ascend the high platform to undergo the Academy's trials. Should they successfully navigate the Rising Dragon Challenge and vanquish their opponents, they shall earn the esteemed title of one of the 10 Rising Dragons. This accolade represents a tremendous honor within the Black and White Academy, granting access to a plethora of cultivation resources and the opportunity to apprentice under formidable masters, potentially ascending to the ranks of true disciples or even core inheritors. 5 years prior, Jiang Yuan gained overnight fame at the tender age of 12 by successfully refining his essence, achieving the title of the 9th Rising Dragon of that year. However, within a mere 6 months, he faded into obscurity, becoming the subject of ridicule as a failed practitioner. Amidst the ethereal melodies of celestial music, the Rising Dragon ceremony commenced under the auspices of Vice Dean Qin Luo, who personally took to the high platform to announce the rules for this round of trials. This iteration of the Rising Dragon Challenge is designed to assess the strength of one's spiritual awareness within the dantian. It is widely acknowledged that the quality of one's innate abilities significantly influences the speed of a martial artist's cultivation and their comprehension of martial arts techniques. The Purple Palace Dantian, a reservoir of spiritual power and vital energy, can be unlocked by martial artists upon entering the innate stage, allowing them to establish their world of spiritual awareness. The strength of this awareness directly constrains a martial artist's potential for growth. Hence, the more powerful the world of spiritual awareness, the more boundless their future achievements may be. After outlining the significance of spiritual awareness, Vice Dean Qin continued, stating that the current martial arts cultivation categorizes the strength of one's spiritual awareness into 7 distinct levels, ranging from lowest to highest: spiritual platform, spiritual spring, spiritual pool, spiritual stream, spiritual lake, spiritual sea, and spiritual kingdom. It is rumored that there exists a peerless prodigy capable of establishing a spiritual realm within the Purple Mansion, harmonizing their dantian with the Tao, and embracing a miniature world where spiritual energy manifests vividly, embodying the essence of life itself. This individual is said to command the laws of the great Tao, shrouded in profound mystery. Pausing momentarily, Vice Dean Qin exuded an air of authority, proclaiming, "Of course, regardless of the strength of one's spiritual consciousness, the heavenly Tao always allows for a glimmer of hope. The ultimate achievement of becoming an unparalleled powerhouse cannot be solely determined by innate talent. It is only through diligent effort that one can dictate their fate." After delivering this decree, Vice Dean Qin let out a commanding roar, heralding the official commencement of the Qianlong. According to the established protocol, anyone who perceives themselves as possessing potential may ascend the stage to undergo the Academy's assessment. The elders will employ a precious artifact known as the Immortal Appraisal Mirror to evaluate the strength of the martial artist's spiritual consciousness. As the test began, numerous disciples took to the stage, most achieving results indicative of having opened their spiritual platform. Occasionally, a few exceptional individuals who had unlocked their spiritual springs would find themselves eagerly sought after by the Academy's mentors, for in the realm of martial cultivation, while it is often proclaimed that hard work can bridge any gap, the truly gifted undeniably stand ahead of the ordinary. Thus, Those who could open spiritual springs or even spiritual pools were regarded as exceptionally talented, coveted by various sects and academies alike. Next up was Aojin Peak, Huangyu. Upon hearing this name, a figure within the throng of disciples suddenly radiated brilliance. Huangyu ascended the high platform, placing both hands upon the immortal appraisal mirror, simultaneously unleashing their spiritual consciousness while maintaining a tranquil and clear mind. Moments later, the mirror of immortal reflection projected an expansive sea of waves against the backdrop of the celestial dome. The boundless waters emanated subtle ripples of spiritual energy, stretching beyond the horizon. The Spirit Lake. Vice Dean Sheen abruptly rose, his face alight with uncontainable joy, his small eyes shimmering with brilliance. The Spirit Lake. Indeed, it was the Spirit Lake. Judging by the current state, it could be no less than a 30,000-mile Spirit Lake in potential. This meant that when Huangyu eventually ascended to the realm of Tao, her Dantian world would be capable of harboring spiritual energy equivalent to a 30,000-mile expanse. For ordinary warriors, being able to store spiritual energy from a spiritual spring of merely a few dozen miles is already commendable. But what does 30,000 miles signify? This implies that Huangyu alone would be more than capable of contending against hundreds, if not thousands, of adversaries of equal rank. Haha, splendid. Only recently, our academy celebrated the emergence of a warrior with a 100,000-mile Spirit Lake, and now we have another prodigious talent with a 30,000-mile Spirit Lake. Truly, this is a boon for our esteemed Baihei Academy. Chapter 16. The disciple has yet to be tested. Vice Dean Sheen laughed heartily with excitement. Meanwhile, the other elders rose, their expressions tinged with envy as they extended their congratulations to Elder Huang of the Proud Sword Peak. Elder Huang, your granddaughter is remarkable, having opened a 30,000-mile Spirit Lake. She surpasses even us ancient ones by a considerable margin. In the future, she will undoubtedly become a formidable force, perhaps even gazing down upon the world. Amidst a chorus of begrudging congratulations, Elder Huang chuckled heartily, stroking his beard with pride, standing to bow to the assembly, his expression betraying his immense satisfaction. His granddaughter has truly brought him great honor. Elder Huang truly experiences a remarkable turn of fortune in his later years. It is rumored that the Huang family has arranged a marriage with the Wang family, uniting a prodigy from the 30,000-mile Spirit Lake with an unparalleled talent from the 100,000-mile Spirit Lake. The Huang family is poised to ascend as a formidable power, unlikely to falter for millennia. The elders in the viewing platform displayed a mixture of excitement and astonishment. Yet they also harbored a subtle animosity towards the Huang and Wang families. After all, within the Black and White Academy, resources for cultivation are fiercely contested, acquired only through relentless competition. On the high platform, Huangyu listened to the praises from numerous elders, while many disciples cast envious and flattering glances her way. Yet, her heart remained tranquil. A glance downward revealed Wang Xuanfeng's tall and handsome visage fixated upon her, causing Huangyu to feel an overwhelming shyness. Simultaneously, a sense of pride swelled within her. She was an elite who had cultivated a 30,000-mile Spirit Lake, and her future husband was a genius of the 100,000-mile Spirit Lake. Only such exceptional qualifications could truly be worthy of her. As her gaze shifted slightly, Huangyu caught sight of a serene figure, and she could not help but sigh. Do you see? Our disparities are insurmountable. It is not that I lack depth of feeling for you, but rather, you and I belong to entirely different worlds. Huangyu stared intently at the youth below, who returned a leisurely smile, seemingly congratulatory, yet she clearly noticed the boundless calmness in his eyes. Subsequently, Huangyu descended the stage, and other disciples began to take their places, but only a few could incite any commotion, having merely opened a meager 1,000-mile spirit stream. In comparison to Huangyu's 30,000-mile Spirit Lake, it was a chasm as vast as heaven and earth. The next contender was Xian, Xuanwu Peak. Wang Xianfeng. Suddenly, a tumultuous uproar erupted in the arena. Under the fervent gazes of numerous disciples, a young man, exuding an aura akin to a dragon, approached the high platform with a smile. Wang Xianfeng, a disciple of Xuanwu Peak, was a prodigious talent who had created the magnificent Spirit Lake spanning 100,000 miles. His name had resonated throughout the Black and White Academy in recent months, earning him the title of the Seventh Hidden Dragon. Xianfeng, what brings you here? Vice Dean Sheen, presiding over the Hidden Dragon event, was taken aback upon seeing Wang Xianfeng ascend the stage. His astonishment swiftly transformed into uncontrollable elation, as if he was anticipating something extraordinary. Disbelief flickering in his eyes. "Greetings, Vice Dean. I have come to once again assess my Dantian world." "Very well, then. Proceed," Vice Dean Qin replied, inhaling deeply, his voice trembling with anticipation. Brother Wang, could it be that he... Below the stage, the disciples widened their eyes, as if a realization struck them, each displaying expressions of sheer horror. Indeed, when Wang Xianfeng placed his hands upon the immortal reflection mirror, a dazzling display of spiritual energy erupted, illuminating the sky with a resplendent curtain of purple, azure, and blue light, piercing the hearts of all present. In that instant, countless disciples rubbed their eyes, as if caught in a mirage, engulfed in profound astonishment. 150,000 miles of Spirit Lake. Vice Dean Qin, upon receiving feedback from the immortal reflection mirror, widened his eyes in disbelief, nearly exclaiming in shock. His gaze sparkled with an incredulous delight as the calmness of his Tao heart, which had remained unshaken for years, collapsed entirely at this moment. 150,000 miles of Spirit Lake, heavens, and the three-colored radiance. This is a supreme prodigy. What defines a supreme prodigy? A warrior who can cultivate a spiritual lake spanning 150,000 miles may be hailed as an unparalleled prodigy, sufficient to sustain a sect's lineage for a millennium. Should this individual continue to ascend and step into the legendary spiritual sea, they would undoubtedly attract the attention of ancient sects and colossal teachings, eager to claim their share. 150,000 miles of spiritual lake. Wang Xianfeng, this young man, possesses boundless potential. The elders, rubbing their eyes in disbelief, felt as though they were on the brink of asphyxiation. After so many years, a disciple with the potential to cultivate a spiritual lake of such magnitude has finally emerged, not to mention that Wang Xianfeng is merely 18 years old. Heaven bless our Black and White Academy. At this moment, Vice President Qin was so overwhelmed with joy that he nearly wept, glancing at the raucous crowd below, utterly unperturbed by the prospect of continuing the selection of potential dragons. He was eager to introduce Wang Xianfeng to the president and others. This young man was worthy of a place among the top 5 potential dragons in the Black and White Academy. Today's selection, at this point. Just as Vice President Qin anxiously sought to conclude the selection, a calm young figure ascended the high platform, reporting to the vice president. The disciple has yet to undergo testing. Jiang Yuan, with a smile that was neither entirely sincere nor dismissive, gazed at Vice President Qin and offered a slight bow, displaying a gracious demeanor. "You are Jiang Yuan." Vice President Qin instantly recognized him, his brow furrowing. "What are you doing on stage?" "Oh, that individual up there is Jiang Yuan, the one demoted from an inner peak disciple to a menial worker. He has climbed the platform. Does he wish to test whether he possesses the qualifications of a potential dragon?" He was once the 9th potential dragon. But that was 5 years ago. Now, after 5 years, he is less capable than most menial workers and dares to step up for a test? This is a sheer waste of everyone's time. Today, the unparalleled talents of the vast Spirit Lake, stretching 15,000 miles, have emerged. Can anyone truly possess qualifications superior to those of Brother Wang? It seems some individuals have been driven to madness by their own provocations. In an instant, a flurry of mockery was directed towards Jiang Yuan on the platform. "Jiang Yuan, what are you doing? Get down." Seeing the furious expression on Vice Dean Qin's face, Huang Yu's heart raced, and she hurried to Jiang Yuan's side, attempting to pull him down. "Congratulations. The Spirit Lake spans 100,000 miles, truly commendable." Jiang Yuan sidestepped Huang Yu's hand, casting her a calm glance. For reasons unknown, Huang Yu's heart skipped a beat, sensing an aura of mystery and strangeness emanating from Jiang Yuan at that moment. His tranquil gaze left her cheeks ablaze. Just as Huang Yu was about to utter something, she noticed Jiang Yuan sweeping his gaze across the entire venue, his eyes carefree and unrestrained. Before gently placing his hands on the immortal mirror, the sun shone brightly, and the gentle breeze caressed the day. Under the disdainful gazes of Vice Dean Qin, numerous elders, and many disciples, the immortal mirror suddenly erupted with a resplendent divine light, as if surrounded by 7-colored radiant clouds, a vast surge of spiritual energy rippling into the sky, obscuring the endless horizon. The Sea of Spirits. 300,000 miles of the Sea of Spirits. On the viewing platform, Vice Dean Qin trembled uncontrollably. His eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to catch his breath, ultimately emitting a series of gasps, staring in utter astonishment at the celestial expanse above, the magnificent, surging, seven-colored sea of spirits. The entire venue fell into a profound silence. The seven-colored spirit sea illuminates the horizon, its rolling waves akin to an endless. If one were to declare the 150,000-mile spirit river as an unparalleled prodigy, what then could be said of the 300,000-mile spirit sea? A prodigy, a marvel? No. It is the true hidden dragon, lying dormant among mortals, ready to transform into a dragon at the first sign of the tempest. Whether it be the vice deans and elders on the stage or the students below, all were left speechless in astonishment. The spirit sea was, astonishingly, of the fourth tier in the realm of spiritual perception. A gasp escaped someone's lips. The others, though silent, shared the same thought, and what's more. This was not merely a 10,000-mile spirit sea, but rather a 300,000-mile one. They cast envious, admiring, and reverent glances toward Jiang Yuan, emotions too profound to articulate. Yet, it seemed they had collectively forgotten one crucial aspect. This hidden dragon had moments ago been the subject of their scorn, deemed the foremost waste of the Black and White Academy. How could this be? Huang Yu gazed blankly at the seven-colored. Only moments prior had she remarked to Jiang Yuan that dragons do not dwell with snakes. Suddenly, she realized she was the snake, while Jiang Yuan was the true dragon soaring above the nine heavens. As for Wang Xianfeng, his expression darkened considerably. I have stepped into the realm of spirits with my own 150,000-mile spirit lake. I am the true, unparalleled prodigy. What merit does Jiang Yuan possess to claim a 300,000-mile spirit sea? His heart was filled with lamentation. 5 years ago, at the age of 12, Jiang Yuan had entered the realm of tempering essence, achieving the status of the ninth hidden dragon, but soon thereafter tales of his being away circulated, which left him feeling regretful. However, for the sake of the academy, he paid it little mind. Who would have imagined that this so-called wasted hidden dragon could rise again, seizing an opportunity to soar into the clouds? In that moment, Vice Dean Qin felt a spark of inspiration. He stepped forward, yet found himself rendered speechless. Chapter 18. The platform of life and death. Jiang Yuan gazed into the distance, then lifted his. The vast expanse of the 30,000 miles of spiritual sea dissipated into nothingness. As he turned, he encountered Vice President Qin, who was astonished to find that Jiang Yuan's eyes reflected neither sorrow nor joy, as if the immense spiritual sea was merely an easily attainable object. The highs and lows, the breaking and rebuilding. Evidently, the trials of the past 5 years had honed his temperament to its utmost refinement. Vice President Qin could not help but ponder this, feeling a sense of relief. A prodigy may evoke fear, but undoubtedly, a prodigy whose temperament has reached its pinnacle is truly terrifying. Fortuitously, he is a disciple of our academy. Otherwise, he could become a future menace. Vice President Qin silently rejoiced and approached Jiang Yuan, who regarded him with an indifferent gaze. Jiang Yuan, you are quite remarkable. The 30,000 miles of spiritual sea places you among the rarest of individuals across the entire Longhan continent. Vice President Qin remarked with a smile. Jiang Yuan returned a smile, yet the chill in his demeanor was unmistakable. Vice President Qin, you jest. I am but a mere wastrel. How could I possibly compare myself to those illustrious figures? I would only tarnish their reputation, Jiang Yuan replied coolly, casting a glance at Wang Xianfeng, who stood not far away. Wang Xuanfeng's expression was already grim, and now it darkened further. In the past, he would have gladly accepted such praise. However, now that Jiang Yuan, with his 30,000 miles of spiritual sea, referred to himself as a wastrel, what did that make Wang Xianfeng? Was he not even as worthy as a wastrel? In an instant, a surge of hatred rekindled within him, even igniting a murderous intent. Yet it was suppressed by Huang Lan. His gaze, dark and ominous, swept over Jiang Yuan, devoid of any joy that one might expect from a mentor witnessing his disciple rise anew. Instead, a flicker of malice lingered in his eyes, which Jiang Yuan perceptively caught. Even with his steadfast heart, a twinge of pain pierced through him, for this was a man he once regarded as a father figure. The three of them momentarily clashed, while the others remained oblivious to the underlying tension. However, Vice President Qin, with his profound wisdom and experience, swiftly discerned the discord among the trio. He could not help but smile wryly to himself, yet felt it inappropriate to voice any concerns, as the academy had indeed wronged Jiang Yuan. But he could not act against another prodigy. Instead, he shifted the conversation. Jiang Yuan, what is your current level of cultivation? Vice President Qin inquired, his eyes brimming with anticipation and anxiety. It would be a pity if Jiang Yuan possessed unparalleled talent, yet remained shackled by his former limitations. But in the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment as an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from Jiang Yuan, unmistakably indicating the innate stage, yet far surpassing that of an ordinary innate warrior. Huang Lan and Wang Xuanfeng's expressions also sharpened. For their level, the innate stage was not remarkable, yet they distinctly recalled that just days prior, Jiang Yuan had been at the 5th level of qi refinement. How could he have ascended to such heights in mere days, rivaling even the 2nd level of innate mastery, perhaps even exceeding it? They exchanged silent glances, their thoughts unspoken. Meanwhile, the elders and students around them erupted into a frenzy of astonishment. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yuan, who had been labeled as a waste for 5 years, now displays remarkable talent. Although he may not yet rival the most gifted, the vast 30,000 miles of spiritual sea is not merely for show. After 5 years of honing, Jiang Yuan resembles a sharp sword, poised to emerge and illuminate the realm. There must be a place for him among the top 10 hidden dragons, and he even harbors hopes of contending for the title of true dragon. Gone are the days of mockery. Now, only admiration and reverence remain. Should Jiang Yuan issue a command, countless disciples of both the refined and innate realms would undoubtedly follow. His expression remains unchanged. And while others believe that 5 years have tempered his character, they are not entirely mistaken. Yet, Jiang Yuan understands that, disregarding the Black and White Academy, even the entirety of the Longhan continent is merely a backwater compared to the true prodigies on the battlefield of Heaven's path. Although he finds himself in a remote location, Jiang Yuan's perspective has transformed. His adversaries are no longer the likes of Wang Xianfeng, but the genuine paragons of the vast world, the unparalleled true dragons who harmonize their dantians and manifest entire realms. In an instant, Jiang Yuan's state of mind ascends to new heights as he gazes down, locking eyes with Wang Xuanfeng's true intentions, and slowly speaks. Wang Xianfeng, we shall meet on the life and death platform in a month. Chapter 19. Unworthy yet. Mere days later, this blazing sun of his becomes but a backdrop, confronted by an individual he had once demeaned to the utmost. At that moment, a voice reached his ears. Xianfeng, accept his challenge for the life and death battle. Although his talent is formidable, he is still merely an innate practitioner, while you are a genuine spiritual realm warrior. This was precisely the message conveyed by Huang Lan. He had already offended Jiang Yuan, leaving no possibility for reconciliation. Thus, he had only one course of action, to eliminate the threat before Jiang Yuan could fully mature. Moved by Huang Lan's words, Wang Xianfeng locked eyes with Jiang Yuan and declared, I accept the challenge. These 3 succinct words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Wang Xianfeng, a master of the spirit realm, was indeed taking a considerable risk by accepting the duel. However, it was Jiang Yuan who had proposed this life and death battle. While his talent was extraordinary, he had squandered 5 years, and his audacity in challenging a seasoned opponent with mere innate prowess was utterly foolish. Alas, it was a pity. Had Jiang Yuan bided his time for a year or two, overpowering Wang Xianfeng would have been a trivial matter. It seemed that his exceptional talent had clouded his judgment. Amidst the murmurs beneath the Qianlong platform, it was evident that no one favored Jiang Yuan. After all, he possessed only potential, without any means to translate it into tangible strength. To combat a master of the spirit realm with innate abilities alone was, without a doubt, an act of self-destruction. Vice Dean Qin wore a grim expression and softly cautioned, Jiang Yuan, you have a bright future ahead. Do not engage in such a foolish act that could sever your path. Wang Xianfeng wields profound martial arts and possesses formidable weapons. You are certainly not his match at this moment. Perhaps I should intervene to prevent this folly. In the past, he had looked down upon Jiang Yuan, believing it was a world where the weak were devoured by the strong, and it was entirely normal for the weak to be scorned. Yet, the potential Jiang Yuan now displayed instinctively compelled him to protect the young man. Jiang Yuan cast a glance at Vice Dean Qin, whose eyes betrayed genuine anxiety rather than a fade. Jiang Yuan's perception shifted slightly, yet he merely smiled without uttering a word. The remarks from the elder students were of no consequence to him. The path of martial arts was fraught with thorns. If he were to concede, even to Wang Xianfeng, how would he face the prodigies of the greater worlds in the future? Moreover, Wang Xianfeng harbored a grudge over a woman and sought to seize his rightful token of initiation, a deep-seated enmity. If he continued to endure in silence, it would inevitably give rise to inner demons. This was not the path he envisioned for himself. His journey was one of swift retribution. A drop of kindness should be met with a fountain of gratitude, and 5 years of humiliation would be repaid 100-fold. Furthermore, with that mysterious token in his possession, he had little doubt that his foundation surpassed that of Wang Xianfeng. Seeing Jiang Yuan's resolute determination, Destined could only let out a soft sigh before addressing the crowd below, proclaiming, "The trial of the has concluded. You may all disperse." As the vice dean spoke, the students began to leave, and it was easy to foresee that news of Jiang Yuan's return would echo throughout the entire Hebei Academy. The elders, before departing, offered their goodwill. Unlike the students, their years of experience had rendered them astute. They understood that Jiang Yuan's talent was sufficient to catch the attention of a certain individual. Even if he were to face defeat in the upcoming life and death arena a month later, it would likely be a close call. And thus their expressions of goodwill were entirely justified. Chapter 20. The cautious development I do not intend to impose. But I wish to inquire if you would consider becoming my disciple, Vice Dean Qin said with a smile, his gaze filled with anticipation. However, in the next moment, disappointment washed over him as Jiang Yuan promptly declined. Would you be willing to accompany me to meet the esteemed dean? As a prodigy of the vast spiritual ocean, you are certain to capture his discerning eye. Vice Dean Qin spoke once again, undeterred by Jiang Yuan's previous refusal, and directly referenced the dean himself. Jiang Yuan's gaze flickered. He had heard of this dean, one of the few individuals in the entire academy second only to the supreme leader of the highest academy. A master at the pinnacle of the Dao realm, renowned for his extraordinary prowess. Under different circumstances, others might have acquiesced, but Jiang Yuan was different. Having the ability to enter the celestial battlefield, he felt no need for a mentor. Moreover, such an eminent figure might very well perceive the secrets he harbored. The age-old adage, "A common man is innocent, but possessing a gem brings guilt," resonated deeply within him. "I appreciate your offer, Vice Dean Qin, but I have long since become disillusioned with the notion of mentorship. I hope you can understand," Jiang Yuan stated with quiet dignity. Vice Dean Qin offered a wry smile, saying nothing further, yet inwardly he felt a growing disdain for Huang Lan. Were it not for her, Jiang Yuan would not be so averse to the idea of taking on a master. Jiang Yuan's figure soon vanished from the Qianlong platform, and within a modest chamber at the disciplinary office, he closed his eyes, immersing his spirit into the enigmatic token. In the celestial battlefield, within the valley of gods and demons, since his breakthrough into the innate realm and acquiring formidable martial skills, Jiang Yuan had grown audacious, boldly venturing into the most perilous areas of the celestial battlefield. He had visited this place a few times before, primarily to evade beast tides or engage in decisive battles. But this was his first time deliberately entering the valley of gods and demons. Though he outwardly dismissed Wang Xianfeng, he was acutely aware of the considerable gap between himself and Wang. The disparity between their innate abilities and spiritual realms was akin to an insurmountable chasm. Even if he could partially bridge this gap through the mastery of Zongtian divine art and formidable martial techniques, Wang remained a formidable adversary. Time was of the essence. He resolved to attain a level capable of contending with and ultimately defeating Wang Xianfeng within the span of a month. Jiang Yuan murmured to himself as he slowly ventured into the depths of the divine demon valley. According to the intelligence regarding the heavenly Dao battlefield, the valley was said to be the remnants of a fallen deity stretching for miles. The revelation of this information had initially startled Jiang Yuan, for there were no tales of deities in Longhan continent. Thus, he found it inconceivable that such an entity could transform into this vast mountain range after eons of demise. Such grandeur was beyond comprehension, eclipsing even the most powerful figures among the academies. With a soft sigh, Jiang Yuan reflected on his experiences since arriving at the heavenly Dao battlefield. Engaging with the prodigies from various grand worlds had only magnified his sense of insignificance. Yet, rather than instilling in him a desire to retreat, this realization ignited within him a fierce determination. In the struggle of great worlds, the weak faced a hellish existence while the strong basked in paradise. To ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts, Jiang Yuan's resolve grew ever more steadfast. The divine demon valley was divided into outer, inner, and core regions, yet no one had ever ventured into the core area, which was shrouded by a natural barrier, resembling a forbidden zone. Jiang Yuan had heard from the prodigies of the grand worlds that this area was believed to be the heart of the fallen deity. To obtain it would undoubtedly be akin to leaping through the Dragon Gate, allowing one to stand shoulder to shoulder with celestial beings. Jiang Yuan did not venture into the inner circle. Within it resided only the most formidable masters. Even though their powers were suppressed to the refining origin realm, Jiang Yuan could still sense the terrifying aura emanating from them. He relished in seeking vengeance, yet he was no fool. Should he recklessly charge in, he might gain nothing and instead find himself in dire peril. The path of cautious development was indeed the true way forward. Reflecting on a certain saying from a past life's esteemed player, Jiang Yuan's eyes suddenly brightened as he hastened closer, only to discover a bronze ancient sword. However, this seemed to be no ordinary bronze artifact. Jiang Yuan scrutinized the ancient sword in his grasp, noting the dense bloodthirst that caused him to furrow his brow. At that moment, an unexpected development occurred. An overwhelming killing intent surged from behind him, akin to a blade piercing his back, moving with unimaginable speed. Chapter 21. The legacy of the divine demon valley. Had it been the Jiang Yuan of yore, he might have succumbed to his knees. Yet, times had changed. With his mastery of the sovereign sky divine art, his strength extended beyond mere cultivation. With the aid of the sovereign sky divine art, his dragon elephant form was exceptionally potent, impervious to such a strike. Jiang Yuan swiftly retreated and then elegantly swung his sword. The 10,000 heavy mountains and waters technique. Jiang Yuan had achieved a complete comprehension of this exquisite martial art, and after prolonged refinement, his mastery had transcended perfection, hinting at a realm beyond mere form in the martial way. The 10,000 heavy mountains and waters, channeled through the sword, became increasingly formidable, each layer compounding upon the last, exuding an overwhelming murderous aura that coalesced into a singular, devastating strike. The ambush by the cunning rodent sent a shiver down his spine. He had never anticipated that this individual, whom he regarded as a mere soft target, could wield such formidable power with a single sword strike. In an instant, he realized that a direct confrontation would be disastrous, leading only to his own demise. This adversary possessed considerable skill, despite the astonishing speed of Jiang Yuan's sword chi. The foe managed to evade it, albeit sustaining severe injuries in the process. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. Jiang Yuan, though taken aback by the swiftness of his escape, chose not to pursue. Even with his cultivated martial arts, he found himself outpaced. Perhaps it is time for me to master a superior technique in agility. Jiang Yuan mused to himself, recognizing the necessity of such skills for survival. Just as he prepared to depart, an unsettling chill enveloped him, prompting him to scan his surroundings, which revealed nothing amiss. Impossible. I distinctly sensed an aura of murderous intent. Albeit faint, it was still palpable. His mind raced, and in the next moment, a sense of foreboding struck him. He dropped to the ground just as a green-colored Zhu Yin whizzed past, embedding itself in the earth and erupting in a violent explosion that sent Jiang Yuan hurtling away. It was indeed the Zhu Yin crossbow. The thought flashed through his mind. The Zhu Yin, a rare beast of the heavens and earth, though not on par with divine creatures like the vermilion bird, should not be underestimated. A single feather can transform into a lethal arrow, capable of striking a target 1,000 miles away. Yet, the most terrifying aspect lies not only in its precision. Even if the Zhu Yin's feathered arrow misses, the sheer force of the ensuing explosion is enough to instill fear in the hearts of many. After evading the arrow, Jiang Yuan did not hesitate and swiftly ran into the valley, with a second Zhu Yin arrow not far behind him. Was it not said that a cultivator of the Cui Yuan realm could unleash the Zhu Yin arrow only once? Why was the interval so brief? Jiang Yuan cursed under his breath, vowing that if he discovered the identity of his assailant, he would compel them to kneel and sing of submission. This time, he dashed in a different direction, and by the time the Zhu Yin arrow detonated, he had already covered considerable distance, escaping unscathed from the explosion. In the distance, atop a remote peak, a graceful figure emerged, wielding a longbow with another Zhu Yin arrow perched upon her back. Her expression was slightly sullen. She was none other than the princess of the Hongzhe Water Kingdom, Shui Shanru, who had been slain by Jiang Yuan a month prior. At this moment, she gazed hatefully toward the spot where Jiang Yuan's figure had vanished. Not only were there no elixirs, but all weapons and techniques were also absent, as if the entire area had been thoroughly plundered. Infuriating. What a senseless endeavor. Even though Jiang Yuan's resolve was as steadfast as a rock, he found himself momentarily speechless. What manner of beings were these? At the very least, They could have left behind a rudimentary healing elixir. Just then, Jiang Yuan abruptly halted as a furtive figure emerged not far away. "What were you sneaking around for just now?" Jiang Yuan inquired coldly. The plump figure appeared to be too frightened to speak. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yuan slightly shifted his sword's edge, but in an instant, the chubby figure sprang forward, only to falter the next moment. Jiang Yuan exuded an aura of immense terror. Though he may not have matched the most formidable masters, he was undoubtedly a figure of exceptional caliber. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from the blade's edge, the rotund figure swallowed hard and began to divulge the truth. He had been unceremoniously cast into this valley of gods and demons by others, and his cowardice had rendered him furtive. Jiang Yuan could not help but shake his head, dismissing the matter. After all, he himself would not dare to claim dominion over this battlefield of heavenly laws. Just as he was about to depart, the plump man, in a panic, clung to Jiang Yuan's thigh, weeping profusely and beseeching, "Brother, please don't abandon me. If you are to deliver supplies, let us do it together." Jiang Yuan, incensed, felt the veins on his forehead throb. To say deliver supplies was tantamount to offering a mere courier service, a self-imposed curse from this fool. As he contemplated whether to rid himself of this nuisance, hurried footsteps echoed in his ears. Jiang Yuan's gaze sharpened as he looked ahead. 5 or 6 individuals clad in blood-red garments entered, each adorned with a crescent moon emblem upon their right breast. Upon sighting these figures, the rotund man's expression shifted dramatically, and without a word, he fled in the opposite direction. The blood-clad individuals, however, were in no haste. Instead, they scrutinized Jiang Yuan. Upon noticing the ancient bronze sword, a glint of greed flickered in their eyes. The leader spoke coldly, "Kid, surrender your supplies and withdraw from this battlefield of heavenly laws." With the force of a lion's roar, a punch surged forth, seeking to consume all in its path. Yet, a glimmer of brilliance sparked in Jiang Yuan's eyes as he swung his sword, seemingly unremarkable, akin to that of an inexperienced swordsman. "You are too weak." The blood-clad man dismissed the strike, but in the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically as an overwhelming chill froze his very veins. The sword rose, and a life was extinguished. The figure in blood-stained garments could never comprehend, until his last breath, how an utterly mundane sword aura could claim his life. The expressions of the other blood-clad individuals were equally grim, while Jiang Yuan raised his head and smiled, saying, "I must apologize. I certainly did not anticipate his frailty." Upon hearing this, the stout fellow secretly gave a thumbs up, recognizing the essence of prestige in such a remark. Meanwhile, the blood-clad figures had no time to ponder such nuances. Their anger flared instantly. "You dare to slay a member of the Blood Moon sect? You have brought calamity upon yourself." The leader of the blood-clad men spoke in an icy tone, and the group swiftly formed a cohesive assault, resembling a formidable force akin to a colossal elephant, poised to trample everything in their path. In that moment, Jiang Yuan felt exceedingly diminutive. "Blood Moon sect? How ironic that you are permitted to commit murder and plunder, yet do not allow others to retaliate. Truly, a muddled affair," Jiang Yuan remarked slowly. In the next instant, his aura surged forth, reminiscent of a divine dragon surveying the heavens and the earth, shattering the sword formation of the blood-clad figures in an instant. Mountainous River's technique. The force descended like the weight of Mount Tai, causing even the mighty elephant to taste defeat. With a swift rise and fall of his sword, 5 heads tumbled to the ground with a resounding thud. As the echoes of the 5 eliminated adversaries resounded, Jiang Yuan had already claimed 5 victories. Despite the skirmish barely commencing, the stout fellow, racking his brain, finally uttered in resignation, "I possess a piece of intelligence regarding the secrets of the Valley of Gods and Demons." Oh, Jiang Yuan was ready to claim the stout man's head. Yet the latter's words piqued his interest, prompting him to gesture for the stout fellow to elaborate. "Master, do you know the origins of the Valley of Gods and Demons?" The stout man inquired, only to be startled into continuing by the sharp edge of Jiang Yuan's sword. "It is said that the Valley of Gods and Demons is the remnant of an innate deity that has fallen, yet in a certain realm, this valley truly exists. It is rumored that those who acquire the legacy of the Valley of Gods and Demons in the celestial battlefield will subsequently qualify to inherit the true legacy of that valley." Fat Dun spoke with fervor, his words accompanied by splashes of saliva, clearly excited. Jiang Yuan, too, felt a flicker of interest, not out of greed for the authentic legacy, but rather astonished to learn that the Valley of Gods and Demons in the celestial battlefield actually possessed a legacy. What is a legacy? It is not comparable to the mere tomes, weapons, or elixirs one might casually find. Even if it is not the true legacy of the gods and demons, it is certainly not to be underestimated. Jiang Yuan's thoughts began to stir, and he turned to Fat Dun with a hint of skepticism, stating, "You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? After all this time, I've yet to hear of anyone obtaining the legacy of the gods and demons. How could a coward like you possibly know?" Chapter 22. The Art of Binding Spirits. Jiang Yuan moved swiftly, yet to his astonishment, Huangfu Feilong managed to keep pace with him, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. "I told you not to follow me." Jiang Yuan's voice was as cold as ice. However, Huangfu Feilong remained unfazed, laughing heartily as he replied, "Brother Jiang, I am a source of information. If we speak of intelligence on the celestial battlefield, I, Huangfu Feilong, undoubtedly rank second." "And who ranks first?" Jiang Yuan inquired with curiosity. "That would naturally be myself," Huangfu Feilong shamelessly boasted. Jiang Yuan could not help but curl his lips in disdain, yet upon reflection, he resolved to accept this fellow. After all, the battlefield of the heavenly path was teeming with experts, particularly those extraordinary talents hailing from various realms. Jiang Yuan, originating from the Longhan continent, possessed a rather limited understanding of the vastness surrounding him. Thus, having someone like Huangfu Feilong, who was well versed in the intricacies of the world, could indeed aid him in devising a strategy. For instance, robbery. Ever since encountering the Blood Moon sect, Jiang Yuan had come to perceive thievery as an unexpectedly delightful endeavor. If approached strategically, it could not only result in the acquisition of abundant resources, but also serve to hone his own combat prowess. With this thought, a smile crept onto Jiang Yuan's face, prompting Huangfu Feilong to glance over in suspicion, as if he had unwittingly boarded a pirate ship, murmuring to himself incessantly. In a certain cave within the Valley of Gods and Demons, Jiang Yuan surveyed the eerie surroundings, reminiscent of a ghostly lair, and voiced his concern. "Are you truly certain anyone would venture into such a forsaken place?" To which Huangfu Feilong vigorously nodded in affirmation. "Boss, don't let the ominous appearance of this cave deceive you. It conceals treasures, albeit treasures that are beneficial only to certain individuals." Huangfu Feilong spoke cryptically, and in the next moment, the edge of a bronze sword was pressed against his throat, as if to convey a silent warning to hasten his words, lest his hesitation lead to dire consequences. Swallowing hard, Huangfu Feilong continued, "In this myriad of worlds, aside from our orthodox martial cultivators, there exist numerous other cultivation systems. And ghost cultivation is one such path, which does not harness vital energy, but instead utilizes ghostly energy." Jiang Yuan pondered aloud. Is it that the true legacy has been severed in the Longhan continent? Or are those individuals simply too dim-witted? "Boss, someone is approaching," Huangfu Feilong announced. As Jiang Yuan pondered, the voice of Huangfu Feilong resonated, and Jiang Yuan became acutely aware of their surroundings. Utilizing the tortoise concealment technique, the two appeared to be devoid of presence. In the next moment, two figures emerged at the cave's entrance, one emaciated and gaunt, the other diminutive, reminiscent of a gnome. The shorter figure, eyes glistening with greed, remarked, "In the realm of reality, only the most exceptional prodigies may enter the 9th grade Ghost Chi field. For ordinary disciples of the inner sect, such an opportunity is unattainable in a lifetime. Yet, unexpectedly, we have stumbled upon this rare ghostly cave." They erupted, immediately settling down to meditate and absorb the ghostly energy, replenishing their vitality. Jiang Yuan observed their practice with a sense of despair, pondering whether such ghostly cultivators were indeed aberrant. He muttered to himself, but it mattered not. In the next instant, the tortoise concealment technique dissipated, and a sword illuminated the entire ghostly cave. The two ghost cultivators reacted swiftly, awakening from their meditation, but it was too late. The gaunt man was cleaved in two. Witnessing the demise of his companion, the gnome erupted in fury, his entire being suffused with ghostly energy, transforming into a spectral hand that lunged toward Jiang Yuan's heart. Jiang Yuan's sword arc shifted abruptly, slicing through the air like a crescent moon, descending with intent. However, to his astonishment, at the very moment the blade descended, the gnome seemed to vanish, leaving only a swirling mass of black mist. "What on earth is this?" Jiang Yuan's expression shifted dramatically, while Huangfu Feilong shouted loudly. "This is a ghostly technique, a form of ghostly evasion, employed for the sake of survival." However, before Huangfu Feilong could finish his sentence, a formidable presence surged forth from the surrounding darkness, exuding a chilling aura and moving with astonishing speed. Jiang Yuan instinctively attempted to block it, but soon found himself frowning slightly. It appeared that the disparity between myself and these beings from the great world is still too vast. Leaving aside the differences in cultivation levels, my perspective pales in comparison, falling short by a significant margin. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Yuan stumbled back several steps, and the black mist coalesced into a figure, revealing the gnome. Jiang Yuan suddenly coughed up a spurt of blood, causing Huangfu Feilong to be taken aback. Yet Jiang Yuan waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was unharmed, before turning his gaze towards the gnome, who was now utterly astonished. "How could you remain unscathed after being afflicted by my ghostly poison?" the gnome exclaimed, unable to contain his shock. His ghostly poison was known throughout this rudimentary, celestial battlefield, with only a handful of individuals capable of disregarding its effects, and Jiang Yuan certainly was not among them. "Run," the gnome decisively ordered. Jiang Yuan, however, could only sneer with amusement as he drew his sword, illuminating the land for thousands of miles, under the blood-red moonlit night. The gnome's last chance for survival was swiftly extinguished. "Now it is time to assess my gains," Jiang Yuan remarked with a grin, bending down to inspect the two ghostly cultivators. "Di Xiayin Gui Gong, Xianinju." Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. He had no desire to practice these ghostly techniques. As he continued to examine the remains, he found only items that could be cultivated exclusively by ghostly practitioners, causing his frown to deepen further. Just as Jiang Yuan's patience was wearing thin and he contemplated eliminating Huangfu Feilong, his attention was suddenly captured by a book titled Conjuring Spirits and Controlling Souls. In the primordial chaos of the universe, spanning countless eons, martial arts reached an unprecedented pinnacle, flourishing with myriad lineages and countless derived techniques, alongside powerful beings who crafted various secret arts that transcended the realm of martial prowess. The art of binding spirits and controlling souls, though seemingly trivial in the grand tapestry of existence, was regarded as a treasure in lower realms. With but a thought, one could summon spirits, and with a mere flick of intention, command legions of phantoms capable of obliterating entire nations. This represented a minor mastery. Should one attain a greater mastery, they could unseal the gates of the underworld, unleashing millions of vengeful spirits, causing the heavens and earth to weep, thus becoming the sovereign of all specters. Jiang Yuan inhaled sharply, filled with boundless anticipation as he commenced his practice of this art. However, unlike previous experiences, his grasp of this technique barely scratched the surface, leading to a sense of disappointment. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized the sheer audacity of this secret art. Even if he were to achieve great mastery, his current cultivation, merely at the second stage of the innate realm, seemed inadequate. With this thought, Jiang Yuan's composure returned to its original state. He glanced into the depths of the darkness and was about to step forward when Huangfu Feilong, in a state of alarm, hurriedly intervened, exclaiming, Boss, you really shouldn't go in there." "Why not?" Jiang Yuan inquired. Huangfu Feilong took a deep breath and replied, "No one knows what truly lies hidden within, but it is undoubtedly a forbidden ground. Those who dare to enter are either reckless fools or genuine prodigies, each one a paragon of invincibility. Yet, those who venture into the depths of darkness are swiftly eliminated in mere moments." In the depths of his heart, Jiang Yuan was deeply shaken. He had never anticipated that this place concealed countless prodigies. Nevertheless, this revelation would not deter him. The presence of so many extraordinary beings interred here must signify extreme peril. Yet opportunity often coexists with danger. Dismissing Huangfu Feilong, Jiang Yuan ventured forth alone. The latter struggled for a moment, but ultimately failed to keep pace. This ominous cavern was inherently a forbidden realm, where entry guaranteed death. If he continued the contest alone, however, he might possess a sliver of hope for survival. Huangfu Feilong cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Yuan's departing figure before turning away. In the enveloping darkness, Jiang Yuan relied upon the ghostly eyes he had recently cultivated within his spirit-binding technique, their crimson glow allowing him to see just enough. He paid no heed to Huangfu Feilong, for their encounter had merely been a fleeting alliance of convenience. As he ventured deeper into the darkness, the whispering sounds transformed into wails of despair, chilling to the bone. Regardless of Jiang Yuan's resolute spirit, he felt a twinge of fear. Could there truly be malevolent spirits lurking within? Quietly contemplating, Jiang Yuan suddenly dropped to the ground, fixating intently on the shadows behind him. There, amidst the darkness, he discerned a glimmer of light, not an ordinary illumination, but the piercing gaze of a singular eye. Chapter 23. The ghostly fire skeleton casting aside all trepidation. He brandished his sword and unleashed the 10,000 peaks and rivers technique. Yet, under the overwhelming force, the malevolent spirit advanced rather than retreated, rendering his sword aura entirely ineffective. Jiang Yuan's eyelids twitched. The 10,000 peaks and rivers technique had been his foundation, responsible for the slaying of innumerable talents on this celestial battlefield. Yet now, it felt futile. I refuse to believe it. I shall strike again. Jiang Yuan spoke in a low voice, and in the next moment, he wielded his sword again. But this time it was not the myriad mountains and rivers technique. A blood moon emerged, breaking through the darkness. However, he soon realized something was amiss. The malevolent spirit struck by the blood moon bore no injuries whatsoever. Instead, its aura grew even more formidable. Indeed, malevolent spirits belong to the realm of the utmost Eon, and under the blood moon, 100 demons roam freely. Jiang Yuan could not help but curse himself for his foolishness, yet he understood how to confront this entity. With his eyes turning crimson, Jiang Yuan swiftly activated the dragon elephant body forging technique. In ancient times, there existed true dragons, and in the primordial chaos, divine elephants roamed, capable of harnessing the powers of heaven and earth, regardless of whether it was vital energy, ghostly aura, or demonic energy. All could be drawn into one's being and transformed into divine might. This time, Jiang Yuan did not cultivate the dragon elephant treasure body. Instead, he utilized the vast ghostly aura to refine his own momentum. Yet, he was not a true dragon or divine elephant, as a mere mortal warrior. Once the ghostly energy entered his body, his complexion turned exceedingly pale. Were it an ordinary person, they would have succumbed to exhaustion, but Jiang Yuan endured with sheer will. The ghostly energy transformed into the essence of dragon and elephant, one representing each flank, howling through the heavens and earth, embodying utmost strength and brightness. Jiang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Initially, his internal world had been disrupted by the ghostly invasion, but he ultimately regained his composure. The pure yang energy expelled all evil and darkness, causing the one-eyed malevolent spirit to involuntarily retreat several steps. With a sword in hand, the rising sun illuminated the world. He struck. The cries of ghosts echoed, their wails dispersing. Jiang Yuan focused intently ahead, where the malevolent spirit seemed to be non-existent. He let out a breath of relief, but a sudden glance revealed a token on the spirit's body, the heavenly Tao token, making his eyelids twitch involuntarily. Could it be that those who enter here are not merely eliminated, but truly meet their demise? Jiang Yuan murmured, a chill creeping over him. The heavens lay in ruin, all beings wept, the stars fell, and the path to the underworld loomed. From what seemed an endless abyss, 12 words wept forth, striking terror into his heart. With a grave expression, Jiang Yuan gazed into the void, hesitating for but a moment before resolutely stepping forward. Today, regardless of the ghosts, deities, or demons that may arise, he possessed his own sword. It was as if an infinite chasm had engulfed the shadow of the sword-wielding figure. Though Jiang Yuan was audacious and skilled, he remained ever vigilant. At the slightest hint of danger, the ancient bronze sword upon his back was far from mere ornamentation. 18 black chains hung ominously in the cavern, thick as the golden hoop from Tales of Yore, as a monstrous entity let out a chilling roar, straining against its bonds. Slowly, it raised its head, resembling a skull, yet ignited by ghostly flames, as if bent on annihilating all creation. However, this was not the most terrifying aspect. Jiang Yuan was horrified to realize that the skull possessed no hint of a boundary, embodying an innate terror. The fiery skull fixed its gaze upon Jiang Yuan, and in the next moment, it spoke slowly. "Who are you? Who are you?" Its voice rasped, unyieldingly locked onto Jiang Yuan. "Are you the one sent by that person? Are you?" The words struck his ears like thunder, causing Jiang Yuan's heart to tremble. He wished to retreat, yet an invisible force bound him in place. Jiang Yuan's expression changed drastically, as he had never anticipated that this ghostly fire skeleton, bound by chains, would exude such an overwhelming pressure. Yet, he could not discern the realm of the ghostly fire skeleton. It was well known that this was a low-level heavenly Tao battlefield, where the principles imposed strict limitations, and even those who surpassed the refining of essence would be eliminated, as would the savage beasts. How could there be such an anomaly as the ghostly fire skeleton? Moreover, who was the individual that the skeleton mentioned? I do not know who that person you speak of is, hence I am not sent by anyone, Jiang Yuan replied solemnly. Are you familiar with the heavenly Tao battlefield? The ghostly fire skeleton sneered. Boy, I have lived for countless ages. When I entered the heavenly Tao battlefield, your grandfather was still a mere thought in someone else's mind. Ignoring the skeleton's unfriendly tone, Jiang Yuan continued. Since you are aware, that makes things simpler. I am indeed a participant in the heavenly Tao battlefield. To his astonishment, the ghostly fire skeleton exclaimed, Dragon Han continent. You hail from the Dragon Han continent. Jiang Yuan was taken aback, yet the skeleton fell silent. Anxiously, Jiang Yuan inquired, Might I ask if you are knowledgeable about the Dragon Han continent? No, I am not. The ghostly fire skeleton muttered to itself, only to erupt into a furious roar an instant later. However, the next moment, its gaze dimmed. It must be a coincidence. Merely a coincidence. Jiang Yuan was at a loss for words, perplexed by the skeleton's erratic behavior, yet he pressed on with his inquiry. May I ask who has imprisoned you here? His mind was filled with confusion regarding who had established the heavenly Tao battlefield, the nature of his enigmatic, and why such a formidable being as the ghostly fire skeleton existed under these laws of heaven and earth. Huangfu Failong regarded himself as handsome and elegant, a true paragon of grace. Little did he anticipate the effect he would have on the young woman pursuing him, brandishing a longsword. Reluctantly, he found himself fleeing. However, in that moment, he sensed something amiss. The green python was no ordinary beast of the refining realm, but rather a formidable innate demon, exceptionally powerful. Though its cultivation was suppressed to the refining realm, its strength and speed were far beyond that of an ordinary creature of that level. Run! Huangfu Failong shouted at the girl, despite her relentless pursuit. Yet, she seemed frozen in fear, leaving him no choice but to carry her away. His motive was singular, to save the damsel and perhaps win her affection. Alas, it appeared he would not secure a bride, but instead, risk his own life as the python gaped wide, ready to swallow him whole. Just then, a figure emerged gracefully, wielding a 7-foot blue blade, slicing through the air with a crimson crescent. The python, sensing danger, hastily retreated, narrowly escaping but losing a portion of its tail in the process. Huangfu Failong slowly opened his eyes and, upon seeing the sword-wielding figure, exclaimed with delight, Boss! Jiang Yuan retorted angrily, Boss? You wish. Run. Huangfu Failong laughed heartily. Soon vanishing from sight, Jiang Yuan stood there, dumbfounded, incredulous at his companion's audacity, having saved him twice only to be met with betrayal. He wondered if this was what they called ingratitude. However, Jiang Yuan had no time to contemplate further. Speed was inherently his weakness. He could only muster all his energy to create a considerable distance from the beast horde. Damn it, if only I had cultivated a technique for speed. I wouldn't have to run like a dog, Jiang Yuan muttered to himself, resolutely deciding to seek out a martial art focused on agility to remedy this deficiency. Fortunately, Jiang Yuan was not far from the safety zone, and just as the beasts were about to close in, he reached the very edge of safety. As for Huangfu Failong, he had already arrived, his head bowed, his greasy lips poised towards the girl's delicate mouth. Get away from me. Jiang Yuan advanced and delivered a kick. Although Huangfu Failong was faster than Jiang Yuan, in terms of cultivation and combat strength, he was leagues behind. Under Jiang Yuan's kick, he was sent flying. With his face pressed to the ground and his backside raised high, the girl awoke, and upon seeing Huangfu Failong's position, she first burst into laughter. Then her expression shifted to one of disgust as she seized her sword and lunged. I am your savior. Huangfu Failong was taken aback. This scenario was not what he had envisioned. The girl paid no heed to his words. Fully aware of the humiliation she had endured at the hands of this lecherous man, resolute in her decision to punish him. Sensing her unwavering intent for vengeance, Huangfu Failong cried out for help. Boss, help. But Jiang Yuan simply found Chapter 24. Wu Xiaoming, the beast tide has receded, and an invisible barrier formed by the laws of heaven and earth now separates the monstrous beasts from Jiang Yuan and his companions, who can only watch helplessly, swallowing hard. Ha ha, if you have the guts, come and eat me, laughed Huangfu Failong, directing his bravado at the azure python with an air of arrogance. If you're capable, step out and challenge me one-on-one. Don't be so smug just because the laws of nature are shielding you. At that moment, a young girl gave a cold laugh. She claimed to be Ling Xuer, a celestial beauty from a realm of ethereal illusions, whose strength was comparable to that of a peak master. She was no weaker than Huang Fu Failong, yet her lack of combat experience rendered her formidable skills ineffective. The reason she pursued Huang Fu Failong was that he had stealthily stolen a personal item of hers while she was unawares. To be honest, had it not been for my benevolence, I would have already slain you with a single sword stroke, Huang Fu Failong declared disdainfully. Where is your sword? Are you certain that your actions are not motivated by a fondness for her? At this moment, Jiang Yuan and Ling Shuetre spoke in unison. Huang Fu Failong was momentarily taken aback, then realized his predicament, feeling an overwhelming sense of grievance. The two could not help but burst into laughter. Aha! Huang Fu Failong regained his confidence, no longer considering himself a coward, especially since even a master like Jiang Yuan appeared to harbor some trepidation. But, dear leader, could you disclose what kind of monsters lie in the depths? Huang Fu Failong inquired. Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment before responding. 100 demons travel by night, akin to the depths of the 9 hells. His tone was heavy, seemingly portraying the depths of this ghostly cavern as a perilous realm, akin to a forbidden land. However, in reality, were it not for the chains restraining the skeletal specters, the danger would surpass even this. It was merely that Jiang Yuan had exaggerated the threat considerably. Unbeknownst to him, Huang Fu Failong inhaled sharply, suddenly striking his chest, exclaiming, "Fortunately, this young master did not venture inside, otherwise the heavenly Dao battlefield would be dreadfully dull without my presence." Both Jiang Yuan and Huang Fu Failong were rendered speechless. It was likely their first encounter with such self-absorption. The trio ceased their banter and continued towards the battleground. Shortly thereafter, the laws of heaven and earth in this area dissipated, transforming into a torrent of beasts. The divine Demon Valley was not the battleground, it was the Forbidden City. Despite its grandiose name, it was merely a mortal kingdom, devoid of divine weapons, heavenly materials, or unparalleled tomes. Nevertheless, one should not underestimate the Forbidden City. Every royal domain, even if secular, is shielded by fortune and reveals the dragon vein. While it may not yield precious treasures, it can certainly augment one's destiny. Though the prodigies of these vast worlds each possess formidable luck, none would refuse to enhance their fortunes further. After all, when it comes to luck, the more, the better, the greater the fortune, the less their future achievements are constrained by their current talents. It is even said that when luck reaches its pinnacle, one could become the protagonist of heaven and earth. Since ancient times, extraordinary talents have been countless, and the strong have flourished like clouds. Every 129,600 years, a protagonist emerges in the mortal realm, endowed with unparalleled gifts that elevate them to the position of emperor. Among them are those of humble origins and modest talent, yet blessed with immense fortune, ultimately achieving the status of emperor. There might unparalleled in the world. Jiang Yuan, accompanied by 2 companions, arrived at the majestic Forbidden City, gazing upwards at the towering citadel, reminiscent of a dormant dragon poised to soar into the heavens. What a magnificent stronghold it is, truly deserving of being the abode of earthly emperors. Jiang Yuan could not help but exclaim, not merely for the architectural grandeur of the Forbidden City, but for the collective aspirations of countless souls, a fortune so potent it nearly transcends into the realm of dragons. Whoever could harness such fortune, in conjunction with their own, would undoubtedly ascend to greatness. It appears that the treasures within this battlefield of destiny are indeed abundant. If it could truly enhance my fortune, perhaps I could contend with the prodigies of these great worlds in the future. Jiang Yuan murmured, his eyes sparkling with determination. He had resolved to claim dominion over this realm. As for Huang Fu Failong and Ling Shuetre, though they hailed from illustrious families and had their share of fortune, in comparison to this near dragon-like destiny, their status seemed trivial, especially Huang Fu Failong, whose gaze flickered with unspoken thoughts. "Let us proceed," Jiang Yuan declared, drawing his sword and advancing, with Huang Fu Failong and Ling Shuetre following closely behind. Within the Golden Luan Hall, a formidable figure sat upon the dragon throne, not an emperor by title, yet he regarded himself as a man more distinguished than any ruler. If there were to be but one unparalleled talent in the world, it would undoubtedly be he. He was Wu Zhaoming, descendant of the demon-slaying heavenly sovereign, hailing from the true martial great world. Between heaven and earth, the great emperor established an eternal dynasty, and the celestial sovereign founded an unparalleled lineage. Every 12 myriad 9,800 years, only one emerges, and among them, the demon-slaying celestial sovereign stands as the most formidable. Not only did he establish the supreme lineage, but he also opened the path to an immortal ancient dynasty. earning him the reverent title of true martial emperor. A single individual can embody both emperor and sovereign. Such beings transcend the protagonists of heaven and earth. And he is also the person whom Wu Xiaoming holds in the highest regard. Yet, it is merely respect. Wu Xiaoming possesses unwavering confidence. He believes that in the future, he will undoubtedly achieve the status of emperor sovereign, standing shoulder to shoulder with that venerable ancestor, or even surpassing him to reach an unprecedented level. This is not arrogance, but absolute confidence. His innate talent is unparalleled throughout history. At merely 15 years of age, with only the cultivation of qi refinement, he has already opened a spiritual river spanning 200,000 miles, and upon stepping into the innate realm, he has established a spiritual sea of 600,000 miles. Having entered the Tao realm at an early stage, had it not been for the need to solidify his foundation, he would have long since surpassed the pinnacle of the Tao realm and attained a higher echelon. Presently, although his cultivation and combat prowess are constrained by the laws of the heavenly battlefield, placing him among others at the peak of qi refinement, he is confident that he remains invincible within this rudimentary heavenly battlefield. At that moment, a figure entered, accompanied by two others. Wu Xiaoming furrowed his brow and softly scolded. "Leave at once." The three individuals were none other than Jiang Yuan and his companions, who had come in search of a place to replenish their strength, only to be reprimanded upon entry. Jiang Yuan slightly frowned, but the next moment, his eyes widened in shock as he rushed straight towards Wu Xiaoming, leaving the room enveloped in a profound silence. Chapter 25. The finger that disperses demons. Jiang Yuan paid no heed to the gazes of others. His focus was solely fixed upon an unassuming token resting beside the dragon throne. Though it appeared ordinary, the moment Jiang Yuan laid eyes on it, the nameless token within his dantian quivered violently. In that instant, he grasped that this seemingly mundane object must harbor profound mysteries. Thus, disregarding even Wu Xiaoming, he surged forward to seize the token. However, Wu Xiaoming was swifter. Upon realizing Jiang Yuan's intent, he snatched it away and began to toy with it. Chuckling as he remarked, "This trinket appears quite trivial. How could you overlook me for such a mundane object? You truly deserve to face dire consequences." Jiang Yuan's brows furrowed, and the next moment, his sword let out a piercing cry as it lunged towards Wu Xiaoming. The latter's eyes sparkled with determination, showing no sign of trepidation. He transformed his hand into one of the most formidable weapons within the cosmos, boldly clashing against the 7-foot sword's edge. As their blades met, the two stalemated, each unable to overcome the other. Jiang Yuan's heart was filled with astonishment. Since acquiring the ancient bronze sword, he had never encountered anything or anyone capable of withstanding his blade, except for the chains that had ensnared the skeletal specter. Now, facing Wu Xiaoming, he could not help but feel a profound shock. Unbeknownst to him, Wu Xiaoming was equally astounded. Although his cultivation was suppressed by the laws of this celestial battlefield, the strength of his physical form rivaled that of the most formidable beasts, capable of tearing apart all things. Yet, he found himself unable to contend with the individual before him. Though the ancient bronze sword is rare, it is not entirely unfamiliar. There have been instances where individuals wielded such swords in combat, only to be decisively severed by their might. Thus, it is unequivocal that the issue does not lie with the sword itself, but rather with the overwhelming prowess of the individual before him. Who is this prodigy from such a grand world, capable of contending with my physical strength? Wu Xiaoming murmured to himself, instinctively pondering whether this Jiang Yuan was a paragon from a notable realm, for only a talent of such caliber could withstand his strike. However, merely enduring is not sufficient. In Wu Xiaoming's eyes, this already constitutes a lofty commendation, as he aspires to achieve the status of an emperor and even transcend it. To him, any prodigy is merely a supporting character. With a flick of his finger, he transformed it into a ferocious tiger, roaring forth to confront Jiang Yuan. The latter, unperturbed, wielded the ancient bronze sword to carve out a blood moon, slicing through the air. The mighty tiger leapt across the terrain while the blood moon descended from above. Their collision unleashed an immensely powerful shockwave, yet this was merely the prologue. The true battle was just commencing. Realizing that his tiger god finger was ineffective, Wu Xiaoming promptly altered his strategy, gathering the heaven's essence into a single finger, embodying the unparalleled celestial sovereign, gazing down upon the world. With another gentle point, he unleashed the true martial sect's technique, the devil-subduing sovereign's martial art. One finger illuminates the truth. One finger dispels the demons. One finger questions the pinnacle. This is an unparalleled divine art, akin to a miraculous power, far beyond the comparison of earthly martial skills, transcending the very domain of martial arts. This time, even Jiang Yuan could not help but furrow his brow, while Huangfu Feilong and Ling Shuer were gripped by a profound terror, as though they were the fiends destined to be reduced to ashes beneath this singular strike. Jiang Yuan no longer underestimated his opponent. He concentrated the essence of heaven and earth, embodying it within himself, his form resembling that of a fearsome beast, protected by the might of the dragon elephant. He stood resolutely against the demon-slaying figure before him. Was this the dragon elephant body-forging technique? Wu Xiaoming's expression shifted subtly. This was one of the world's most prestigious body refinement arts, notoriously difficult to master, let alone achieve perfection. Yet, this individual had reached the pinnacle of its potential, allowing the manifestation of the dragon elephant. He murmured to himself, yet showed no inclination to retreat. He was, after all, an unparalleled prodigy, accustomed to the heights of the true martial sect, where he had yet to encounter a worthy adversary in this nascent realm of heavenly combat. Now, faced with Jiang Yuan, he felt a surge of exhilaration, his aura intensifying further. One was a purger of demons, the other an extraordinary fiend. Without uttering a word, both unleashed their assaults simultaneously. This clash was unlike any prior, and even the residual shockwaves forced Huangfu Feilong and Ling Shuer to retreat step by step, ultimately propelling them outside. Goodness, how formidable, was Huangfu Feilong's immediate reaction upon rising. Yet, in the next moment, a realization struck him. Could it be that this individual possesses the ability to dispel demons with a mere finger to part the heavens? Is he truly a descendant of the true martial emperor? He gazed at Jiang Yuan, astonished that his seemingly unassuming leader could hold his own against a descendant of the emperor. The prowess displayed was indeed remarkable. After expressing this thought, he suddenly felt a twinge of apprehension, recalling how he had previously betrayed this formidable individual on 2 separate occasions. As for Ling Shuer, she fixated intently on the scene before her, her eyes filled with an overwhelming sense of despondency. She was also an exceptional talent in the realm of Xianhuan, a rarity among the skilled in this primary arena of the heavenly Tao. Yet, in comparison to the 2 individuals before her, whether in innate talent or combat prowess, they were akin to the heavens, while she felt like mere earth. Little did she anticipate that her lack of practical combat experience resulted in her abilities being only a third or fourth of their potential, rendering any comparison futile. If she could endure in this battlefield of the heavenly Tao, reaching the pinnacle of her strength at 100%, she would undoubtedly be able to contend with numerous formidable opponents. In the forbidden Purple Land, atop the Golden Luan Palace, 2 prodigies clashed with overwhelming might, their fierce aura attracting the attention of several experts. Except for a few who fancied themselves comparable to Wu Xiaoming, most stood in stunned silence, their hearts stirred by an endless tide of astonishment. Countless individuals marveled, yet some dismissed it with disdain, asserting that if they could perfect a heavenly tier martial art, they too could possess such power. His words were clearly intended to belittle Wu Xiaoming and Jiang Yuan, but to his astonishment, upon uttering them, everyone was left in a state of shock. The realm of complete mastery in heavenly tier martial arts was something only those who transcended the Tao realm could barely attain. It was a level achievable only by the most formidable of beings, was it not? To comprehend the essence of martial arts, one must recognize that it is not merely a matter of innate talent, but rather an understanding cultivated through profound insight. The exploration and study of martial arts reveal that, despite the prowess gained from experiential accumulation, achieving mastery is but a stepping stone. To attain perfection is an arduous journey. Only those with exceptional insight, almost can reach such a pinnacle. These 2 individuals, akin in age to myself, have transcended to a state of consummate mastery, while I have merely perfected a technique of the earth tier. The youth who belittled Jiang Yuan and Wu Xiaoming was seized by fury when, amidst the tumult of battle, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded. Chapter 26. The unfathomable nature of humanity within the Golden Luan Hall. Countless prodigies observed as the battle took an unexpected turn. Wu Xiaoming suddenly stepped forth, resembling a reincarnation of the demon subduing heavenly sovereign, poised to deliver judgment upon the fiends before him. Demon, exorcise, purify the world, he declared, and the heavens themselves shifted in hue. His finger transformed into a mountain, 5 fingers coalescing into the 5-finger mountain, descending from the heavens with the intent to suppress the demons for 5 centuries. This was a transcendent technique of the Western faith, a divine maneuver once employed by the Buddha to subdue the great sage equal to heaven for 500 years, truly a feat of imperial caliber. Yet Wu Xiaoming, constrained in his Taoist cultivation and further suppressed to the realm of refining essence, could scarcely wield such divine power. He was merely a descendant of the true martial emperor, a prodigy of unprecedented caliber who had created this technique, a finger to vanquish demons, integrating the might of the Western Buddha, not through martial arts or divine abilities, but through a secret art. Wu Xiaoming and Jiang Yuan were evenly matched, yet in the name of pride, Wu resorted to a secret technique, fully aware that its use would likely plunge him into profound exhaustion. However, he could not afford to hesitate. To him, having not triumphed even once was an immense disgrace, especially after such a prolonged confrontation. As he unleashed that singular move, a chill coursed through Jiang Yuan's heart. He suddenly perceived Wu Xiaoming as an imposing figure, akin to an unparalleled celestial deity or a universal Buddha, intent on subjugating all existence. Though the blood moon had perished, its essence remained in Wu's foundation. His blood moon divine sword was a transcendent power, which later generations had studied and transformed into the contemporary blood moon sword technique, second only to a handful of divine arts. Coupled with the enhancement of the 10,000 mountains and rivers technique, the formidable might of the blood moon was beyond the imagination of ordinary mortals. As the blood moon descended, intent on vanquishing Wu Xiaoming, the latter merely smiled. Standing firm as Mount Tai, unshakable, with a single finger, he aimed to pierce through the blood moon, seeking to wound Jiang Yuan's spirit. Yet, unexpectedly for both, this ultimate strike left neither able to harm the other, resulting in a fierce backlash that reduced their life forces to a mere thread, teetering on the brink of demise. While onlookers were still engrossed in the battle, witnessing the two gravely injure one another ignited malicious intent among them. As they sought to eliminate the combatants before they could regain their strength, a singular voice emerged amidst the crowd, that of an extraordinary talent who, despite being capable of contending with Wu Xiaoming, was now resorting to treachery. Yet, in contrast to the noble, the words of the unscrupulous garnered more listeners. Thus, several individuals surged forward, having long harbored trepidation towards Wu Xiaoming and Jiang Yuan. Hiki, what a collection of petty individuals! They would never dare to challenge me in ordinary times, yet now they seize the opportunity in my moment of peril to engage in such actions, all while justifying it as a matter of fairness. Wu Xiaoming could not help but sneer. Jiang Yuan also burst into laughter, saying, "What is there to discuss? Compared to the demons, shouldn't you be more inclined to eradicate these small-minded individuals?" Wu Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback, then roared with laughter. "Indeed, the demons adhere to certain principles, but some people have no sense of boundaries at all. If I still possess even a modicum of strength, would you be willing to join me in vanquishing these individuals?" Jiang Yuan replied with a slight smile, "Naturally, I am willing." The two engaged in light-hearted banter, seemingly unaware of the ambitions of those arrogant figures wishing to exploit their vulnerabilities. Huangfu Feilong felt a twitch in his skin but refrained from uttering a single word, standing resolutely before those proud individuals and coldly declaring, "If you wish to harm my boss, you must first pass through me, Huangfu Feilong." This unexpected declaration caught everyone off guard. Even Jiang Yuan could not fathom Huangfu Feilong's intentions. Initially, he perceived him as a simple, overweight man. But after such an extended period, he realized that Huangfu Feilong was certainly no benevolent soul, and this action must carry significant implications. While he pondered these thoughts, a voice reached his ears. "Jiang Yuan, I am safeguarding you because I am about to enter the intermediate heavenly Tao battlefield. Soon it will be your turn to protect me." Jiang Yuan was momentarily startled, then suddenly enlightened, nodding with a smile. Ling Xuer also positioned herself in front, and although timid, she could not condone such behavior, indignantly exclaiming, "You call yourselves proud figures? It is truly disheartening." She wielded her sword, prepared for a confrontation at the slightest provocation. Observing the two individuals before them, the assembled prodigies furrowed their brows slightly. One of them coldly remarked, "Do not heed their nonsensical prattle, simply annihilate them all." The others nodded in agreement, and in the next instant, they surged forward. Ling Xuer brandished her sword, and the ethereal sword technique manifested. One individual, struck by the celestial sword energy, retreated and frowned as he said, "This is unexpectedly the little vixen from the celestial illusion palace. These fellows are not to be trifled with. If we offend them, We shall be pursued to the ends of the earth. He hastily stepped back, aware that his sect and the celestial illusion palace belonged to the same vast, unlike others from disparate realms who remained unafraid of pursuit. However, before he could retreat a few steps, a figure darted past, and before he could even glimpse the assailant, he was inexplicably slain. Huang Fu Failong, gazing at the box in his hand, burst into laughter. The old and young poison masters of the Tang sect. I never expected them to possess such skill, allowing me to slay a top-tier expert. His heart swelled with pride, but the next moment, a chilling realization struck him. At the instant he had killed that man, another had set their sights on him. In comparison to Ling Shuer, Huang Fu Failong appeared decidedly more like a soft persimmon, an easy target for those who sought to exploit the weak. You relish bullying the vulnerable. With such a mindset, how can you ever ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts? One must engage in battles with the strong to achieve daily growth. Huang Fu Failong muttered curses under his breath, prompting the assailant to furrow his brow. Without further ado, he aimed to slay Huang Fu Failong. In the next moment, a flurry of silver needles shot towards him with astonishing speed, far surpassing his own, and in an instant, he was struck down. First you vanquished a formidable opponent, and now you have slain a top-tier master, Huang Fu Failong. You truly possess remarkable prowess. Chapter 27. The final confrontation. Two overwhelming auras surged forth. A display of power far beyond what one would expect from the refinement realm. Even the ordinary aura of the innate would pale in comparison. Jiang Yuan could hardly fathom that Wu Xiaoming possessed such a treasure, one capable of restoring a dying individual to their peak combat strength, or perhaps even beyond. It appeared this individual was favored by fate. Otherwise, how could such an exceedingly rare elixir be so easily obtained? Jiang Yuan mused silently, and in the next moment, he unleashed his full momentum, alongside Wu Xiaoming. The combined might of the two was simply formidable, causing the talented youths around them to change countenance. They had already harbored apprehensions toward the duo, intending to take advantage of their moment of weakness, yet they never anticipated that within such a brief span, the two would restore their peak fighting capabilities. The astute among them wasted no time in making a hasty retreat toward the X, aware that either of these individuals would be a daunting challenge, let alone facing them together. It was likely that few of the talented youths present would survive. Thus, it was wiser to flee early, perhaps even to seize an unexpected opportunity later. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Yet he knew there was no room for mercy. He immediately descended, his sword transforming into a stream of sword energy, establishing an absolute domain. The other talented youths dared not approach, allowing Jiang Yuan to press the attack toward Shui Shanru. She felt a surge of anxiety but quickly steadied herself. Although this fellow was capable of contending with Wu Xiaoming, she too was not to be underestimated, especially with the Zhu Yin arrow in her possession. She might very well succeed in defeating him. Shui Shanru pondered for a moment before swiftly retreating, employing the secret technique of the Hongzhou Water Kingdom, Hongzhou Water Escape. However, she had merely mastered the footwork, flowing like water, without truly achieving the realm of transforming into water to evade. Nonetheless, even this was insufficient for Jiang Yuan to eliminate her, prompting him to exclaim in frustration, "This damned speed." In the next instant, he unleashed his sword, slaying a nearby adversary. Yet, this act did not deter the others. Rather, it incited a fierce desire to vanquish him. Following the earlier battle between Huang Fu Failong and Ling Shuer, coupled with Jiang Yuan's intervention, the scene was now devoid of individuals below the pinnacle of mastery. Wu Xiaoming had also joined the fray, entangled with two supreme experts. As Jiang Yuan turned, intent on confronting the remaining foes, Huang Fu Failong shouted, "Boss, behind you." In a split second, Jiang Yuan evaded, thanks to Huang Fu Failong's timely warning. Otherwise, he would have been struck by the Zhu Yin arrow. Fortunately, the supreme expert opposing him was the one to be hit, thereby eliminated from the contest. Bastard, Jiang Yuan cursed, having ceased his pursuit of Shui Shanru. Yet, this woman was relentless, and what irked him most was the Hongzhou Water Escape, which rendered her nearly impossible to chase. He was perpetually haunted by the fear of a sudden arrow striking from behind. However, she likely had no more Zhu Yin arrows, relieving him of that concern. He resolved to exercise greater caution in future entries into the heavenly Dao battlefield. Jiang Yuan murmured to himself, dismissing Shui Shanru and earnestly engaging with these formidable adversaries. For her only reliance had been a Zhu Yin arrow, which now posed no threat to him. With the azure blade in hand, he faced formidable adversaries. These exceptional masters were truly deserving of their reputation. None among them could be deemed weak, and some possessed the prowess to engage in a stalemate with Wu Xiaoming. This realization ignited a fervor within Wu Xiaoming, for it was his inaugural venture into the celestial path battlefield, and he had not anticipated encountering such a multitude of skilled fighters. For a martial enthusiast like him, this was the fulfillment of a long-held dream, allowing him to unleash his combat potential to its utmost extent. However, while Wu Xiaoming reveled in the combat, his two opponents found themselves in a dire predicament. They were acutely aware of Wu Xiaoming's formidable strength, which far surpassed that of an ordinary practitioner at the refinement realm. Yet they never imagined it would be to such an extraordinary degree. In the context of their respective sects, he was undoubtedly on par with the foremost disciples. This cannot continue, one of them communicated telepathically. There is another monster among us. If we fail to eliminate one of them, our fate is sealed. The other understood the gravity of the situation, and they retreated simultaneously, not allowing Wu Xiaoming a moment to react, as they unleashed their respective ultimate techniques. One of them, a top-tier genius from the human sect, adeptly cultivated spiritual energy, conjuring an illusion that depicted a legendary beast reigning over the world. The other, a creature of extraordinary lineage, boasted an inherently robust physique that surpassed even the might of the dragon-elephant body. Yet he too was capable of overwhelming all the other prodigies present with his physical prowess. In an instant, he reverted to his true form, a diamond ape. There existed a divine ape, born from the celestial stones that mended the heavens. After countless years of cultivation, it attained the esteemed position of the great sage, wreaking havoc in the primordial celestial court. Subsequently, it was subdued by the Buddha of the West, yet it later accrued tremendous merit, earning the title of the Fighting Buddha. This King Kong ape is a descendant of that divine lineage. Though not a divine beast, it ranks among the most formidable of demonic creatures. Within the realm of illusions, the monstrous beast loomed menacingly over Wu Xiaoming, as if intent on devouring the diminutive figure entirely. Nonetheless, Wu Xiaoming maintained a serene smile throughout. In the next moment, his gaze turned fierce, and with a single punch, he shattered the illusion, rendering the King Kong ape unconscious with a direct blow. Merely a trivial skill, he scoffed. Had these two adversaries engaged him with their true energy and physical cultivation, they would not have fallen so swiftly. To think they attempted to ensnare Wu Xiaoming within an illusion. These individuals were oblivious to the steadfast resolve of the true martial sect, where even the most ancient of ferocious beasts would be met with unwavering defiance. Huangfu Feilong expressed his admiration, grateful for having gathered intelligence on the prodigies from various worlds. Otherwise, he too might have fallen victim. Turning his gaze to Jiang Yuan, who wielded a 7-foot sword, he observed the latter dispatching foes with ease, leaving no path for escape. In mere moments, Jiang Yuan had slain 2 adversaries and gravely injured another. By this juncture, only one challenger remained, trembling with fear. Witnessing the demise of his companions, he hastily attempted to flee, only to be intercepted by Jiang Yuan, whose sword swiftly claimed his head. As Wu Xiaoming descended from the platform, he remarked, "Friends, it is now our turn." He then turned to Huangfu Feilong and Ling Shui and inquired, "Would you care to join us?" Huangfu Feilong shook his head decisively and remarked, "I shall not engage in combat with my superior. You may indulge in your celestial skirmishes while I, a mere mortal, observe from the sidelines." With that, he took Ling Shui aside. Wu Xiaoming could not help but shake his head. As a fervent martial enthusiast, he found it incomprehensible how such a cowardly individual could claim the right to pursue martial arts. Chapter 28. The true face of Huangfu Feilong. The Tao of Heaven comprises 50 principles, while the Great Tao encompasses 3,000 paths, both indifferent in nature. Martial practitioners strive to defy the heavens and attain the ultimate existence. Yet, Huangfu Feilong appeared utterly disinterested in all this, leaving Wu Xiaoming perplexed as to how a person so devoid of ambition could practice martial arts, truly a disgrace to the name of the discipline. Unperturbed by Wu Xiaoming's gaze, Huangfu Feilong settled into a seat, seemingly eager to witness a grand spectacle. Only Jiang Yuan felt a heavy heart, unable to decipher this timid yet cunning individual. Since time immemorial, the strong have commanded respect. With no superfluous words exchanged, the two masters unleashed their profound techniques, engaging in over 100 exchanges, generating a tremendous aura that left Ling Shui somewhat breathless. She silently mused. Indeed, They are the strongest contenders in this contest. Their combat prowess is as formidable as expected. Unbeknownst to her, although Huangfu Feilong's expression was also grim, a faint smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. After an indeterminate number of moves, both combatants retreated. Gasping for breath, Jiang Yuan was secretly astonished. Is this truly the talent of the Grand World? The flow of their elemental energy seems inexhaustible. Within his dantian lies a sea of spirit, a palace of essence, or perhaps an entire realm. He was originally a prodigy, even once the 9th hidden dragon of the Dragon Han continent. However, upon acquiring the nameless token and encountering countless other exceptional talents from the Grand World, he began to understand that the so-called hidden dragons and supreme prodigies were merely limited by their narrow perspectives. What significance did a spiritual sea of 300,000 miles hold? The outer disciples of the sects in the Grand World generally possessed similar capabilities. Not to mention Wu Xiaoming and the previous top experts. They were the true dragons lurking in the depths, poised to soar to great heights at the slightest opportunity. If not for the nameless token, he would have never been able to master the heavenly martial arts to such an extent, let alone contend with prodigies of this caliber from the Grand World. Reflecting on this, Jiang Yuan felt no shame. Possessing the nameless token was a testament to his own capabilities. Furthermore, with this token in hand, his future achievements could very well rival those of unparalleled geniuses. He gazed at Wu Zhiming, his heart brimming with fighting spirit, and the latter felt the same. Their combat intentions clashed, and in the next moment, they collided. With the form of the dragon elephant and the might of myriad mountains and rivers under the blood moon, Jiang Yuan unified all his techniques, his momentum soaring like a rainbow. Wu Xiaoming was equally formidable, unleashing the demonic sword technique with a resounding force. In an instant, they exchanged several moves, neither yielding to the other. Good. Wu Xiaoming laughed heartily. It was the first time he encountered someone capable of withstanding a blow from him. In the next moment, the sword energy surged violently, almost resembling a sword's howl, pressing relentlessly towards Jiang Yuan, who remained unfazed. The myriad mountains and rivers technique reached its zenith, summoning the boundless blood moon to illuminate the golden throne in all directions, and in the next moment, he slashed downwards. With fierce combat intent, in a renewed clash between the two, this time devoid of any martial arts techniques, it devolved into a primal struggle, a visceral contest of strength. Both were acutely aware of each other's martial prowess, which proved utterly ineffectual against one another. This was a raw confrontation, a battle of physical might. The bodies of the dragon and the elephant, the true martial manifestation, represented a contest between two formidable physiques, their momentum soaring to unprecedented heights, a testament to their vigorous vitality. Yet, this was not their utmost limit. As Huangfu Feilong and Ling Xue'er stood agape, the manifestation of the divine tiger emerged. The 13th divine tiger, the 14th divine tiger, the 15th divine tiger, extending up to the 20th divine tiger. Only then did their energies gradually begin to wane, ultimately settling at the visage of the 22nd divine tiger. Blood transformed into tigers, tearing with ferocity, each sought to engulf the other, to replenish themselves. However, just as Jiang Yuan could not best Wu Xiaoming, nor could Wu Xiaoming subdue Jiang Yuan, the divine tigers remained unscathed. The sight of the 22nd divine tiger left Ling Xue'er in utter awe. Perhaps only those youthful deities could rival such power. Her admiration surged within her. Yet in the next moment, she violently coughed up blood, her gaze fixed intently on the figure before her. Who else but Huangfu Feilong? With a cheerful grin, he brandished Ling Xue'er's own sharp sword. Though I indeed harbor a desire to take you as my wife, the family has imposed a strict command, insisting that I venture to the intermediate celestial battlefield. With a feigned expression of helplessness, Huangfu Feilong lamented, "For the sake of my family's title, I must regretfully part from you." Xue'er. Aha. He abruptly drew his longsword, revealing the gaping wound upon Ling Xue'er's chest, a stark testament to her dwindling vitality. Yet, even in her dire state, she could not suppress the fury that surged within her, yearning to confront Huangfu Feilong with all her might. Little did she anticipate that her most formidable technique would be effortlessly dismantled by him. Terror gripped her as she gazed at Huangfu Feilong, who, indifferent, turned away, allowing Ling Xue'er to be eliminated from the fray. Jiang Yuan Wu Xiaoming found himself ensnared in a fierce battle, oblivious to any signs of disturbance. It was only when they became aware that the energy within Huangfu Feilong surged forth, revealing the manifestation of his vitality. If you revel in physical confrontations, I shall begrudgingly oblige, he mused, as the power of 22 divine tigers radiated from within him. How could this be? Wu Xiaoming was struck with shock, his realization dawning upon him. Huang Fu Failong was not the individual he had previously perceived. In terms of talent, he was his equal, and it became clear that he had come to seize the final prize. Chapter 29. The serene water of Shanshan. Amidst his astonishment, Wu Xiaoming was engulfed by a wave of fury. He had been vying with Jiang Yuan for supremacy, only to be blindsided by the emergence of an interloper. Although Jiang Yuan's expression darkened, he remained silent, recognizing his own woeful ability to discern character. First, it had been Huang Lan, and now Huang Fu Failong. Why did they choose to betray him? Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, and they swiftly withdrew their attacks, uniting to confront Huang Fu Failong. Upon encountering two formidable adversaries who did not pale in comparison to himself, Huang Fu Failong could not suppress a cold laugh. You are but remnants of your former self. While I stand at the pinnacle of my power, the outcome of this contest is already determined. Enough with the idle chatter, Jiang Yuan bellowed. For the past 5 years, his greatest disdain was not directed towards those malevolent beings, but rather towards these hypocritical individuals. As the dragon elephant body forging technique surged within him, Jiang Yuan desperately sought to mend his corporeal form. Wu Xiaoming was engaged in a similar endeavor, yet in the next moment, Huang Fu Failong advanced with a single step, his formidable vitality coalescing into 22 divine tigers that surged directly towards Wu Xiaoming. Having already endured a grueling battle, Wu Xiaoming's vitality had notably waned, rendering him no match for Huang Fu Failong. In an instant, Wu Xiaoming was eliminated, and he exclaimed in disbelief, Huang Fu Failong, it is you. Jiang Yuan, taken aback, turned his gaze towards Huang Fu Failong, his countenance heavy with concern. From Wu Xiaoming's exclamation, Jiang Yuan gleaned a multitude of revelations. Huang Fu Failong was far from the inept figure he had described. In fact, he was a formidable rival capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with Wu Xiaoming. One has been eliminated, Huang Fu Failong remarked, clapping his hands, his demeanor cheerful as he regarded Jiang Yuan. Will you choose to withdraw, or shall I eliminate you as well? At that moment, Jiang Yuan suddenly chuckled coldly, fixing his gaze upon Huang Fu Failong. Huang Fu Failong, I concede that you possess commendable skills, at the very least in the art of deception. Huang Fu Failong dismissed the comment, replying, should I then express my gratitude for your flattery? Ha ha ha. Jiang Yuan laughed heartily. Huang Fu Failong, do you genuinely believe I have no trump cards left? Huang Fu Failong was taken aback, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Yuan. Although he currently held the upper hand over Huang Fu Failong, the latter's origins instilled a sense of dread within him. A youth of unknown background possessed the strength to rival his own. The extent of Jiang Yuan's hidden cards remained a mystery. Nevertheless, since I find my duel with Brother Wu has been disrupted by you, I shall accompany you on your journey. In the next moment, Jiang Yuan transformed into a fleeting shadow, seizing the token from the very spot where Wu Xiaoming had vanished. In an instant, the token abruptly disappeared, leaving Huang Fu Failong bewildered, while Jiang Yuan understood that the token had been devoured by the nameless token within him. With a roar, dragon in the sky, Huang Fu Failong unleashed a martial skill he had discovered within a hidden cave, immensely powerful. Upon its execution, it resembled a true dragon soaring through the heavens, promising to cause a tremendous upheaval upon its descent. However, he had not yet perfected this technique. His current mastery allowed him to unleash only a fraction of its might, yet even this was fearsome beyond measure. As the dragon was poised to suppress Jiang Yuan, the latter suddenly raised his head, his eyes gleaming with intensity. The next moment, he swung his sword, aiming to cleave the dragon with his 7-foot azure blade. The divine dragon soared above, while the dragon slayer observed with keen intent, an aura of boundless killing intent emanating from both his body and sword. Devour! Flash! The two exclaimed in unison, launching their attacks simultaneously. The fearsome maw opened wide, meeting the sharp edge of the 7-foot blade. If their previous encounter with Wu Xiaoming had merely been a contest, this was now a genuine battle of ferocity. With a fierce shout, Jiang Yuan declared, with one swing, I shall eradicate all scoundrels. The fury accumulated over 5 years surged forth in his strike. The air shattered, the blade descended, the heavens were surveyed, and the devouring commenced. 2 figures dissipated above the golden Luan Hall, and Shui Shanru entered, having just witnessed the final scene. After all, Even her master and junior sister had betrayed her. What significance could a person she had known for less than a night hold? Pushing him from her thoughts, she resolved that the most pressing matter was to examine the mysterious token. Jiang Yuan pondered silently, his consciousness immersed in his dantian, only to discover that the enigmatic token was entirely black, gradually tinged with a hint of red. It bore traces of writing, yet Jiang Yuan found himself unable to decipher it. This left him utterly dumbfounded. He had once been the 9th hidden dragon, enjoying unparalleled status, and had delved into many ancient scripts. However, this particular script was entirely beyond his comprehension. Could it be that this was not from the recent ancient script system, but rather from the primordial era? Jiang Yuan felt a profound shock at this thought. Since time immemorial, eras have been categorized into the mythical age, the ancient age, the remote age, the primeval age, and the recent ancient age. As for the current era, it would be defined by future generations. The recent ancient age is said to have transpired approximately several 100,000 years ago, enduring for millions of years and giving rise to countless prodigies, emperors, and the fall of deities. In contrast, the primeval age dates back nearly 1 billion years, a time when the written word had long since become unintelligible. If this script were indeed from the primeval age, it would imply that the owner of this token was likely a formidable being from that era. Perhaps even a divine entity of significant stature. Jiang Yuan murmured to himself, an endless sense of crisis enveloping his heart. Although in this Dragon Han continent, the nameless token was merely a piece of worthless scrap, if it were to fall into the hands of some ancient beings, it would undoubtedly be sufficient to bring him considerable trouble. Resolving to set aside such thoughts, Jiang Yuan once again immersed himself in the enigmatic token. Indeed, the script possessed an esoteric quality, and even after such an extended gaze, it elevated his comprehension to new heights. Although he had not secured first place in obtaining the flesh and blood of the ancient divine phoenix, this acquisition was certainly a commendable reward. He whispered softly, and in the next moment, rose to his feet, prompted by a voice from outside the door. Is Brother Jiang here? Chapter 30. The arrogant woman Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow and replied coldly, Could you first disclose the name of your young lady? Why must you speak so much nonsense when summoned? The woman, somewhat incensed, had originally been with her partner, but was interrupted by her mistress's summons. She had anticipated meeting a prodigious talent, yet was met instead with this mere servant. Jiang Yuan, unperturbed, promptly closed the door, inciting the woman's ire. She forcefully broke through the door, and he then heard a faint voice declare, compensation. Jiang Yuan responded calmly, though a flicker of indignation stirred within him. What audacity possessed this individual to extend an invitation in such a manner? Compensation. The woman, unaware of Jiang Yuan's thoughts, merely scoffed derisively. In the next instant, an innate aura surged forth, intent on seizing Jiang Yuan without hesitation. The young lady merely requested your presence. She did not specify a complete and unscathed arrival. The woman's techniques were exceedingly ruthless, reminiscent of a phrase from a past life, an underhanded kick, akin to true martial arts. If struck, it would surely spell an end to one's lineage. Jiang Yuan fell silent and unleashed a powerful punch. He did not employ the myriad mountains and rivers technique. Instead, he executed the wave-stacking force, overwhelming the woman with an immense aura that rendered her speechless. I was wrong, she cried out in despair. Yet, Jiang Yuan displayed no compassion. In his eyes, anyone who dared to disrespect him deserved death. With a single blow, the woman was sent hurtling backwards. As Jiang Yuan stepped outside, he cast a cold glance at her and uttered 2 words, pay up. The woman, taken aback and disregarding her own dignity, hurriedly responded, Yes, it is all my fault. I implore you to spare me this once. She then produced several spirit stones and handed them over to Jiang Yuan before fleeing in haste. Jiang Yuan, however, had no interest in her plight. Instead, he focused on the spirit stones in his hand. To his surprise, the woman was rather affluent. He pondered who her esteemed master might be. Likely a prominent figure from the inner peak. Jiang Yuan silently mused, soon entertained the notion of exploiting her wealth. Nevertheless, he resolved to remain a good citizen and wait. If she did not provoke him again, her assets would remain safe. He muttered to himself before retreating into his abode, where he began to cultivate using the few mid-grade and low-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones are a type of mineral found between heaven and earth, containing varying quantities and qualities of spiritual energy, with mid-grade spirit stones possessing energy content vastly superior. by 100-fold, to that of low-grade stones. With these spirit stones and my mastery of the celestial ascension technique reaching its zenith, there exists a possibility for another breakthrough. Jiang Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, channeling the celestial ascension technique within, fervently absorbing the spiritual energy from the spirit stones and directing it into his dantian to form martial essence. However, despite the celestial ascension technique being a heavenly grade skill, its consumption of spirit stones is considerable. Although Jiang Yuan could distinctly perceive a substantial increase in the martial essence within his dantian, he remained at the pinnacle of the second level of innate strength, unable to ascend to the first level. It seemed that these inferior spirit stones were insufficient. He would have to resort to the medium-grade spirit stones. Just as Jiang Yuan prepared to extract the spiritual energy from the medium-grade stones, a slight furrow appeared on his brow as he sighed. Indeed, fame breeds envy. Moments ago, he had sensed an exceptionally powerful aura approaching him. Whether it bore good or ill intent, he could not ascertain. But he was irked by the incessant interruptions to his cultivation. She strode purposefully toward Jiang Yuan's quarters, and at that moment, he emerged as well, their gazes locking. Yuan Yin. Jiang Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Yuan Yin offered a gentle smile and replied, Jiang Yuan, it has indeed been a long time. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Yuan felt a wave of nostalgia. They had entered the academy concurrently, yet he had soon advanced to the inner peak under the moniker of the Ninth Hidden Dragon, only to be later relegated to the menial peak, resulting in a separation of 5 long years. It has been quite a while. However, it appears you have fared well. Jiang Yuan remarked with a smile, fully aware of Yuan Yan's esteemed status. At the tender age of 15, at the pinnacle of innate talent, the newly emerged Ninth Dragon of the Depths, one could assert that his gifts rival those of Wang Xianfeng. However, Jiang Yuan paid little heed to such comparisons, for he no longer regarded these dragons as his aspirations. Unbeknownst to Wang Yinyan, Jiang Yuan's thoughts were far removed from such trivialities. She merely smiled and remarked, what does it matter if one is thriving? The so-called Ninth Dragon is but a hollow title. The 9,000 miles of Spirit River cannot possibly compare to your 300,000 miles of Spirit Sea, Jiang Yuan. Upon hearing this, the woman who had initially believed that her young mistress sought revenge for her was left pale with fright. She gazed at Jiang Yuan in terror, having always perceived him as a mere servant, convinced that her mistress had taken an interest in this lowly figure. Little did she know that despite Jiang Yuan's humble status, his talent far surpassed that of Wang Yinyan. Bow down and apologize. Wang Yinyan's voice pierced through the air. Without a moment's hesitation, the woman knelt before Jiang Yuan, weeping. Please spare my life. Jiang Yuan, however, merely smiled at Wang Yinyan and inquired, Miss Wang, I presume you did not come here solely to issue apologies. Perhaps it would be more prudent to speak plainly. In Chapter 31, Wang Yinyan and Jiang Yuan met after 5 years apart. He was convinced that this encounter was not merely a social call. Rather than engage in pleasantries, it was more expedient to address the matter directly. Upon hearing Jiang Yuan's words, Wang Yinyan paused for a moment before responding with a smile. It is nothing of great consequence. Merely that my fellow disciples and I are organizing a martial arts discussion, and I wish to inquire if you, Brother Jiang, would be interested. At this moment, Jiang Yuan was taken aback and inquired, as the Ninth Hidden Dragon, the scale of your martial arts gathering must be considerable. Why have you invited me? I am merely at the initial stage of innate cultivation, hardly worthy of such grandeur. Wang Yinyan let out a hearty laugh and replied, who is unaware that you, Jiang Yuan, now possess the stature of a vast spiritual sea spanning 300,000 miles. Were it not for certain peculiar circumstances, you would surely ascend to the ranks of the hidden dragons. Your participation in my martial arts gathering would undoubtedly enhance its brilliance, and I, a mere girl, am immensely grateful for your presence. How could there be any talk of lacking qualifications? Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. He was on the verge of facing Wang Xianfeng in battle and needed to devote every moment to his training, striving to elevate his own strength. How could he afford the luxury of engaging in such a martial arts event? Just as he was about to decline, Wang Yinyan spoke once more. By the way, senior brother Wang Xianfeng from Xuanwu Peak will also be attending, she said with a smile. Jiang Yuan's eyelids flickered. He felt a stir of interest. If he could gain insight into Wang Xuanfeng's understanding of martial arts, it would indeed be beneficial to know both his own strengths and those of his opponent. He promptly agreed. Very well, let us not miss our meeting tonight. Ruan Yinyan laughed and departed, unaware that Jiang Yuan's frown had deepened. He had not anticipated that the once naive girl would resort to such devious tactics now. Jiang Yuan shook his head repeatedly. He understood Ruan Yinyan's intentions perfectly. Either she intended to use him to vex Wang Xianfeng or to embarrass him to win favor with Wang, who had already become a true master of the spiritual realm. Nevertheless, rather than dwell on such thoughts, it would be more prudent to focus on enhancing his own cultivation. Without further ado, Jiang Yuan exited the servant peak. Although he resided there, he was no longer required to perform any menial tasks. After wandering for quite some time, Jiang Yuan arrived at a secluded location, where he settled down and once again began to cultivate the dragon-elephant forging body technique. During the heavenly Tao battlefield, his cultivation was constrained to the refining origin realm, allowing his vitality to condense into 22 divine tigers. However, he now stood at the pinnacle of the innate second layer, possessing the strength of 40 divine tigers, a colossal force of 40,000 pounds, making it exceedingly difficult for those in the mid-stage of the innate realm to surpass him, unless they were in the late stage of the innate realm, which might allow them a slight edge. Jiang Yuan reflected silently. Having perfected the first level of the dragon-elephant forging body technique, should he break through to the second level, it was reasonable to assume that his vitality could reach 50 divine tigers, making it a formidable challenge for even those in the late stages of the innate realm. If his thoughts were to be divulged, they would surely astonish the world. Throughout history, on the entire Dragonhan continent, transcending one minor realm in battle is the mark of a prodigy. 2 realms signifies a top-tier genius, 3 realms denotes an unparalleled talent, and 4 realms elevates one to the status of an extraordinary prodigy. Yet, Jiang Yuan aspired to transcend 6 minor realms. Of course, under normal circumstances, such ambitions would be deemed unfathomable for Jiang Yuan. However, during the heavenly Tao battlefield, he acquired countless martial arts and even secret techniques, each more formidable than the last, providing him with the foundation to challenge 6 minor realms. With a focused mind, he continued to circulate the dragon-elephant forging body technique, each cycle proving to be an arduous trial, especially after having perfected the first level. Nevertheless, Jiang Yuan was not one to be compared with ordinary individuals. Not only did he possess a steadfast Tao heart akin to a rock, but the upcoming battle with Wang Xianfeng a month later also placed immense pressure upon him. Yet, it was merely pressure. As long as I persist in my cultivation, perhaps a month later, I may not be unable to defeat Wang Xianfeng. Jiang Yuan contemplated. As time gradually passed, his momentum grew increasingly formidable, transforming him into an entirely different individual. He had finally achieved the second level of the dragon-elephant body forging technique. As night began to fall, Jiang Yuan took a slight breath, stood up, and made his way outside. He still needed to participate in the martial discussion hosted by Ruan Yinyan. Qingyun Peak, one of the 99 legacy peaks, is said to have been founded by its first master, Qinjianzi, a solitary cultivator who inadvertently stumbled upon the Black and White Academy. With his unremarkable talent, he defeated 7 extraordinary peak masters, ultimately ascending this mountain, which was named Qingyun, and thus became one of the 99 legacy peaks, possessing the earth-level technique, the Qingyun sword cannon. Today, Ruan Yinyan promised to present fragments of the Qingyun sword cannon, which stirred a great commotion among the crowd. Although it was merely a fragment of the Qingyun sword cannon, it was still among the most elite techniques within the Xin tier. Who would have thought that senior sister Ruan would actually bring it forth for our martial discussion? If I could secure first place in this contest, it would be a tremendous fortune. However, do not entertain such thoughts, not to mention the others. Senior sister Ruan and brother Wang Xianfeng are formidable obstacles that you cannot surpass. The one being mocked voiced no objection, instead saying, "Alas, how can I, a mere waste, even compare to brother Wang and senior sister Ruan? That would simply diminish their stature." A few others chuckled knowingly at these words. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "Jiang Yuan, how did he arrive here?" It is incorrect to assert that this is merely a competition of martial prowess, for it is restricted solely to those of us whose cultivation has reached the ranks of the inner peak. No matter how extraordinary Jiang Yuan may be, he lacks the qualification to participate. 2 individuals engaged in fervent discussion, and at that moment, Jiang Yuan entered, completely indifferent to their mocking remarks. Upon catching sight of Ruan Yinyan, she merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction without uttering a word. Observing this, Jiang Yuan could not help but shake his head. Senior Brother Wang has arrived. This proclamation instantly captured the attention of countless onlookers, their eyes brimming with admiration. Ruan Yinyan also approached him, exclaiming, "It is truly an honor for this humble woman to welcome Senior Brother Wang. Please, take a seat." Countless gazes shifted towards Jiang Yuan, assuming he must be seething with indignation yet too timid to voice it, erupting into laughter. Nevertheless, Jiang Yuan appeared oblivious, as he was wholly absorbed in his cultivation. After all, this was Qingyan Peak, a place teeming with abundant spiritual energy, incomparable to the meager resources of the Servant Peak. Rather than dawdling, he deemed it far more prudent to seize the opportunity to enhance his own strength. Time passed, and Ruan Yinyan ascended the platform, smiling as she announced, "Now, let the competition commence." Her words were met with raucous cheers, as they were all young figures of moderate standing. For them, the cultivation experience of someone like Ruan Yinyan, a pinnacle innate talent, or even Wang Xianfeng, a formidable presence in the spirit realm, was hardly noteworthy. Yet, among them, there was an exception, Jiang Yuan. If he sought to absorb experience, it would be far more beneficial for him to participate in the heavenly Dao battlefield instead. Chapter 32. A twist in the tale. Initially, a number of ordinary disciples from the late innate stage took to the stage to impart their teachings. Their varied experiences captivated the mid-innate disciples. Yet Jiang Yuan found himself struggling to stay awake, eliciting a slight irritation from the speaker on stage. "May I inquire if this junior brother possesses any profound insights? Otherwise, how could one listen as if lulled by a soothing lullaby?" The disciple's tone was icy. What insights could he possibly have? A mere second layer of the innate stage, he is even inferior to me. In my opinion, this fellow simply cannot comprehend what is being said, hence his drowsiness. Indeed, being at the initial innate stage, he is still far from the late innate stage. I wonder what audacity he has to participate in such a discourse on martial arts. The disciples below offered their scornful remarks, yet Jiang Yuan remained blissfully unaware, genuinely fatigued. After all, these ordinary disciples practiced merely yellow or profound tier techniques, while his Zongtian divine art was a true pinnacle of heavenly tier mastery, incomprehensible to those present. Indeed, these individuals were akin to frogs at the bottom of a well. Wang Xianfeng furrowed his brow slightly. Earlier, he had been surrounded by several outstanding disciples of the Hidden Dragon and had not noticed Jiang Yuan. Now, upon seeing him, the bitterness in his heart became apparent. He stood up and smiled, addressing the gathered disciples. "Fellow junior brothers and sisters, your words are rather unjust. Jiang Yuan, after all, is a prodigy from the vast expanse of the Spirit Sea. Perhaps he truly possesses some profound insights." This statement may appear to support Jiang Yuan, yet it only incites further disdain among the onlookers. Who among them is unaware that martial arts cultivation demands considerable time? The depth of one's insights is intrinsically linked to the level of their cultivation. Without reaching such heights, profound comprehension remains elusive. Were I in his position, I would hasten to depart, utterly devoid of shame. What significance does a spirit sea of 300,000 miles hold? He too was once an unparalleled prodigy, a potential dragon from the moment of his entry, yet he later found himself relegated to the menial tasks of the miscellaneous peak, perhaps now merely a fleeting memory. Yet, Brother Wang exhibits remarkable magnanimity. This young man challenges him yet retreats at every step, truly deserving of the title of the seventh potential dragon, with an immeasurable future ahead. Among the crowd, some belittle Jiang Yuan, while others extol Wang Xianfeng. With a smile gracing his lips, Wang Xianfeng appears to revel in the attention, directing a seemingly provocative gaze at Jiang Yuan. Regrettably, Jiang Yuan displays no inclination to acknowledge him, wholly immersed in the comprehension of the second level of the dragon elephant body forging technique. To the observers, this scene may suggest arrogance or a reluctance to speak, driven instead by a fear of losing face. On the stage, Ruan Yinyan observes with a cold gaze. Her invitation to Jiang Yuan was a calculated move to leverage the humiliation he might endure at the hands of others, thereby drawing closer to Wang Xianfeng. Should Brother Wang take an interest in me, Jiang Yuan would undoubtedly become my greatest benefactor, she mused silently. At that moment, Jiang Yuan emerged from his contemplative state, his eyes meeting Wang Xianfeng, momentarily taken aback. "What is it?" Wang Xianfeng inquired coolly. I had thought you were simply unable to heed my words. But it appears you have truly fallen asleep." Wang Xianfeng displayed a hint of disdain. Jiang Yuan chuckled, "Indeed, your words are so tedious that I could only doze off to pass the time." In an instant, Wang Xianfeng's demeanor darkened, and the disciples, filled with rage, began to berate Jiang Yuan. "You reckless fool, do you not recognize the greatness of Wang Xianfeng? He is one of the most esteemed figures of our generation, while you are but a mere trifle." Among them was a girl, utterly infatuated. Jiang Yuan cast a fleeting glance her way before closing his eyes, seemingly intent on resuming his slumber. Immediately, someone could no longer contain themselves and stood up, eager to teach Jiang Yuan a lesson. Yet, in the next moment, that individual was struck down to the ground, leaving the other disciples in bewilderment. It was known that the assailant was considered a formidable expert among them, yet he had unexpectedly been bested by someone at the initial stage of the innate realm. As Jiang Yuan yawned and prepared to depart, he was intercepted by Wang Xianfeng. "Jiang Yuan, you have harmed a fellow disciple. Do you not realize your transgression?" Wang Xianfeng spoke in a grave tone, intending to condemn Jiang Yuan. The latter, however, merely frowned and gazed at Wang Xianfeng. "Harmed a fellow disciple? If I were to slay you, would not your master seek vengeance against me?" Jiang Yuan patted Wang Xianfeng on the shoulder and added, "Wang Xianfeng, perhaps you should consider becoming a monk. Your preaching skills leave much to be desired." Wang Xianfeng was initially taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure, fixing a fierce gaze upon Jiang Yuan. The latter's previous remark had clearly insulted him, igniting a fury within. Were it not for the presence of other disciples from the Hidden Dragon faction, he would have been compelled to act and subdue Jiang Yuan without hesitation. "Very well, since you acknowledge my limited experience, perhaps you could enlighten us." Wang Xianfeng couldn't help but scoff, yet in the next moment, he was taken aback, for Jiang Yuan had acquiesced to his request. Ruan Yinyan furrowed her brows slightly. She had initially intended to seize this opportunity to humiliate Jiang Yuan, but to her utter surprise, it was Wang Xianfeng who found himself belittled. "What a remarkably naive individual. I am quite curious to see what capabilities you possess," Ruan Yinyan muttered under her breath, yet none could fathom the depths of her fury. Not only she, but everyone present harbored disdain for Jiang Yuan. However, such sentiments were of little consequence to him as he stepped onto the stage to commence the martial discussion. The numerous disciples had initially resolved to ignore him, but as Jiang Yuan spoke, they increasingly felt that their understanding of martial arts was fundamentally flawed. Be it the physical body likened to the ocean, the vital energy as the vessel, or various nuances of cultivation, Jiang Yuan introduced novel insights that greatly benefited countless disciples. "Dear fellow brothers and sisters, I have gleaned some insights. I may need to take a step forward to break through my boundaries," one disciple declared, hastily departing. Following him, a multitude of disciples left, all having been touched by Jiang Yuan's discourse on martial arts, reaching a profound realm of understanding. Indeed, 2 disciples even achieved breakthroughs on the spot, evoking envy among the masses. As they gazed at Jiang Yuan on the platform, their hearts brimmed with astonishment. They never anticipated that this individual possessed such extraordinary prowess, able to facilitate breakthroughs with mere words, instantly transforming the previous disdain into eager inquiries. As for those neglected prodigies, they cast a resentful gaze towards Jiang Yuan. Just as Wang Xianfeng was about to speak, the prodigies voiced their thoughts in unison. "Brother Wang, we too have attained some insights and shall take our leave." With that, the 2 departed, leaving the onlookers at a loss for words. Chapter 33, The Azure Dragon Sword and the Cloud Stacking Palm. The discussion on martial arts concluded swiftly, proving immensely beneficial to countless disciples. In their eyes, Jiang Yuan had transformed into a master, rather than the previously disparaged figure. Conversely, the originally prominent Wang Xianfeng and his companions wore expressions of dismay. Wang Xianfeng, in particular, felt a deep sense of inadequacy upon hearing Jiang Yuan's theories, which only intensified his animosity towards him. Why? Wang Xuanfeng's heart roared with fury. This should have been his moment of glory, now unjustly stripped away by Jiang Yuan. The last Qianlong conference had been the same, and now this. Noticing Wang Xuanfeng's inner turmoil, Ruan Yinyan's expression mirrored his displeasure. Had it not been for the presence of others, she would have long since confronted Jiang Yuan. After diligently cultivating the spiritual energy within the medium-grade spirit stone for some time, Jiang Yuan, when the energy of the nameless token was sufficiently replenished, slowly opened his eyes. "It is time to feast on some chickens," he murmured to himself, his mind sinking into the nameless token as he activated it. As soon as the words left his lips, he re-entered the celestial battlefield, and upon his arrival, he was greeted by a familiar figure. Bearing the Zhu Yin arrows, none other than Shui Shanru. Shui Shanru had evidently noticed Jiang Yuan, her eyes filled with boundless resentment. Jiang Yuan felt a headache coming on. It was often said that women hold grudges the longest, but this young lady seemed to take it to an extreme. It appeared that during this competition, he would have to remain vigilant against any potential ambushes from those wielding Zhu Yin arrows. Reflecting silently, he chose to avert his gaze from her and instead scrutinized the others around him, only to feel a jolt of realization. It seemed he had underestimated the exceptional talents of this grand world. Jiang Yuan murmured to himself, mentally noting these prodigies, before descending near the vicinity of the Demon and God Valley. This time, his decision not to leap directly into the valley was solely due to the presence of those prodigious individuals within it, particularly a young woman who surpassed even the formidable Xiaoming. He sensed an overwhelming feeling of inadequacy in her presence. The area surrounding the Demon and God Valley was a desolate wilderness. The moment Jiang Yuan touched down, an individual charged directly towards him. In any other lower-tier celestial battlefield, such a person would be considered an elite expert, yet to Jiang Yuan, he was merely an opponent easily dispatched with a mere flick of a finger. After eliminating this foe, he resumed his search, only to be met with disappointment, for he could not locate the elusive martial arts technique he desired. Must I truly venture into the martial pavilion to seek the elusive movement technique? Jiang Yuan sighed. He had hoped to find a martial art for movement within this celestial battlefield, but the quest proved far more arduous than anticipated. Well, best not to dwell on that for now. Jiang Yuan began his search in this desolate wilderness, and it must be said that this place is indeed the closest to the Valley of Gods and Demons, replete with treasures. Although he did not find the martial arts techniques he most desired, he encountered an abundance of top-tier elixirs and precious artifacts. Among them was the esteemed Dao weapon, the Azure Dragon Sword. As he lifted the sword adorned with an Azure Dragon motif, a clear indication resonated within his mind, leaving him utter. Having spent considerable time in the heavenly Dao battlefield, he was well aware of the classifications of these weapons: mundane weapons, sharp weapons, spiritual weapons, and Dao weapons, corresponding to the stages of refinement, innate, spiritual realm, and Dao realm respectively. The ancient bronze sword he had previously acquired was merely a spiritual weapon. Spiritual weapons, or sentient treasures, possess their own consciousness. However, the ancient bronze sword had seemingly lost its sentience for reasons unknown. Yet its sharpness still aligned with that of a spiritual weapon. Across the vast expanse of the Longhan continent, it was sufficient to incite conflict among many practitioners in the spiritual realm. As for the Azure Dragon Sword, should it circulate through the Longhan continent, it would not only attract the attention of those in the spiritual realm, but even entice Dao realm powerhouses to vie for it, as it transcends ordinary Dao weapons, standing as one of the finest, infinitely close to the celestial weapons. With the Azure Dragon Sword in his possession, Jiang Yuan mused that his chances of survival might significantly improve. He continued his search, soon uncovering another remarkable find, a top-tier heavenly stage offensive martial art, the overlapping cloud palm. This palm technique was precisely what Jiang Yuan needed at present, for his only current martial arts skills were the Blood Moon Sword technique and the 10,000, both of which, in terms of depth, paled in comparison to those of the young prodigies around him. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Yuan immediately opted for learning. In the next moment, a torrent of ancient characters flooded his mind, and an endless stream of insights surged forth, swiftly elevating him to the pinnacle of mastery. The Shroud of Clouds technique, when practiced to the introductory level, could conjure a white cloud. At the minor accomplishment stage, it transformed into a black cloud, reminiscent of a torrential downpour. Upon reaching the major accomplishment stage, it manifested as a red cloud, akin to the flash of lightning and the roar of thunder, with the force of a deluge. As for achieving complete mastery, it could summon an infinite array of celestial clouds, overwhelming all in existence. Yet, Jiang Yuan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. After all, it was a legacy of gods and demons, though it was the most rudimentary form for him. It was a rare opportunity that could potentially enable him to break through his limits in the shortest time, reaching an unprecedented realm. Alas, he dismissed such thoughts. Shaking his head vigorously, he strode purposefully towards the Valley of Gods and Demons. Chapter 34. The Human Race, Jiang Yuan. Mist swirled, ascending into the heavens. As Jiang Yuan traversed the mountain path alone, he did not rush to seize the legacy of the gods and demons. After all, if someone as formidable as Huangfu Feilong was privy to such secrets, could he truly believe that others were unaware? Jiang Yuan held confidence in his own strength, yet he had not become so arrogant as to deem himself invincible. Moreover, given the longevity of the heavenly Tao battlefield, he doubted that anyone could claim the legacy in this particular contest. It would be wiser to first enhance his own power to an invincible state before contemplating the legacy. The beast tide had already surged 3 or 4 times, and the decisive battle was at hand, with 11 individuals remaining. The rewards of the heavenly Tao battlefield were divided into 2 tiers, one for the ultimate victor and another for those who broke into the top 10. At this juncture, Jiang Yuan felt compelled to remain vigilant, for in the end, survival hinged more on strength than mere fortune. He vaguely recalled the formidable presence of that gun-wielding youth from their last encounter. Even though he had transcended the innate realm, his chances of overcoming his opponent remained a mere 50-50, especially under the veil of darkness. And thus, he met his demise, marking the 11th kill. Jiang Yuan murmured to himself as he turned to leave, oblivious to the figure not far off, fixated on him. It was none other than Shui Shanru. He never anticipated that this cunning rogue would breach the top 10. How fortunate for him. Yet he believed it would end there. Shui Shanru drew the Zhuyin crossbow, aimed at Jiang Yuan's retreating silhouette, and released the bolt in an instant. Surprise, it's you. Jiang Yuan pondered on locating the director of the Zhuyin arrows, not realizing it was Shui Shanru, whom he had previously dispatched in a heartbeat. You little thief, meet your end, Shui Shanru exclaimed, her voice ringing out as she wielded her azure longsword, transforming it into a tempest, a vast expanse of watery depths, vowing to engulf Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan raised an eyebrow and promptly unleashed a sword technique he had seized from the Blood Moon sect disciples, the Blood Moon 13 swords. With complete comprehension, he executed it with unparalleled skill. A blood moon encircled him, resembling a crescent blade that clashed against the overwhelming force of the watery tide, advancing like a bamboo splitting through the air towards Shui Shanru's visage. Startled, she hastily raised her azure longsword to defend, only to realize the terrifying strength behind it, causing her to stagger backward. As for Jiang Yuan, his situation was hardly any better. Already battered and bruised, he too was hurled backward by the relentless torrent. In an instant, the confrontation was over. With a 3-foot sword in hand, Jiang Yuan steadied his stance before turning to leave, leaving Shui Shanru utterly astonished. She could hardly fathom that Jiang Yuan still possessed such formidable combat prowess even after being struck by the explosive arrows of Zhu Yan. Which great world does your brilliance hail from? Shui Shanru murmured, and in the next moment, her figure vanished into the vastness of the cosmos. Congratulations. You have slain Shui Shanru. A voice echoed in Jiang Yuan's mind, momentarily catching him off guard. He glanced at the ancient bronze sword in his grasp, gaining a newfound appreciation for his strength at the refinement realm. Perhaps I can now contend with those unparalleled masters, Jiang Yuan mused, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he once again invoked the turtle concealment technique. Meanwhile, not far away, 2 figures stood resolute. One wielded a grand blade forged from the shattered fragments of stars from the heavens, its essence swirling with immense grandeur. The other, a youth clad in white robes, were a feathered fan, resembling an ethereal being descended from the celestial realms. The juxtaposition of the might and the divine created a silent clash of energies, each side evenly matched despite the absence of physical confrontation. Unable to restrain himself any longer, the blade-wielding youth charged forward, intent on dispatching his opponent swiftly. The white-robed youth responded in kind, his fan sweeping through the air, conjuring a tempest that transformed into a raging dragon, overwhelming in its ferocity. Yet, the blade-wielding youth remained undaunted, countering with a strike that shattered the tempest. However, their extraordinary strength led to injuries on both sides during their fierce exchange. As they prepared to consume healing elixirs, both warriors suddenly beheld a streak of sword light slicing through the air like a comet. Human Jiang Yuan has successfully slain the Blade Master of the Divine Blade sect. Human Jiang Yuan has successfully slain Bai Yichu of the Bai royal family. Currently, the number of survivors stands at 7. Between heaven and earth, a voice like thunder reverberates, startling the remaining survivors. Within the battleground of gods and demons, a young gentleman clad in luxurious attire wears a grave expression, murmuring to himself, "The blade of domination is indeed the heir of the god of swords." But who is this Jiang Yuan? It seems I have secluded myself for too long. There are many matters in the vast universe of which I am unaware. Beneath the towering waterfall, a young maiden stretches languidly, revealing a hint of a smile. To think someone has eliminated my royal brother. This is intriguing. Allow this princess to meet you personally. She dances like a sprite, exuding an aura brimming with vitality, resembling the most exquisite being in the realm. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yuan, he has caught the attention of the most formidable masters. At this moment, he is filled with immense joy. Just moments ago, he had successfully slain 2 individuals who are among the pinnacle of this realm. Although Jiang Yuan's attack was a surprise, it was largely due to his own formidable strength. Otherwise, a weaker individual would falter under the overwhelming combat intent, let alone achieve a kill. Yet, the battle is not yet over. Jiang Yuan gazes into the distance, where several terrifying auras approach, each not inferior to the 2 he had just faced. In the arena of confrontation, apart from one individual, the other 6 have arrived, sizing each other up and exchanging greetings. Are you, by any chance, the infamous butcher? A youth inquires of the imposing figure, who nods slightly, his gaze fixed on his prey like a beast, causing discomfort among those present. The young man no longer regarded him but turned his attention to the others. Jiang Yuan listened intently, noting that they were formidable experts within this battlefield of celestial laws. This notion of being formidable did not merely pertain to a mere 100 individuals, but rather encompassed countless beings from various grand realms dwelling in the lower tiers of the celestial battlefield, each possessing extraordinary strength. After a brief round of introductions, the group cast their gaze upon Jiang Yuan. The young man furrowed his brow slightly, for Jiang Yuan appeared exceedingly ordinary. Nevertheless, he inquired, "And you are?" Without a trace of trepidation, Jiang Yuan replied nonchalantly, "I am Jiang Yuan of the human race." Upon hearing the 4 words, human race Jiang Yuan, those present narrowed their eyes. "Are you the one who has slain my royal brother?" asked a young girl named by Luo Luo, staring at Jiang Yuan with an ethereal gaze. Only to express disappointment. "You don't seem particularly formidable." The others remained silent. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura erupted, and chaos ensued as they engaged in a fierce battle. The individuals did not target Jiang Yuan, as he seemed far too inconspicuous. Perhaps he had only seized the opportunity to ambush Bai Yichu while the latter was gravely injured. Amidst the tumult, the once amicable young man transformed into a devil, brandishing an incongruously large axe as he advanced, confident in his ability to slay this seemingly opportunistic foe. In the swirling winds, Jiang Yuan's long hair billowed, and his eyes gleamed with determination as he recognized the young man's attempt to treat him as an easy target. With a booming voice, he declared, "Come at me." Wielding an ancient bronze sword, Jiang Yuan engaged in a fierce clash with the youth. The blade met the axe with a resounding impact, sparks flying in every direction as they locked eyes, each assessing the other. Jiang Yuan's fighting spirit surged, while the young man felt an overwhelming shock. Despite his astuteness, he perceived Jiang Yuan's actions as an opportunistic strike, yet he was caught in an inescapable bind. As the sword slipped, Jiang Yuan deftly maneuvered, channeling his internal energy to empower the ancient sword, delivering a swift thrust that seemed almost spectral. The youth was taken aback, opting not to confront directly, but to retreat hastily. In that instant, several bright projectiles whizzed past, sending a chill down Jiang Yuan's spine. With no room to evade, he swung his sword, executing the technique of myriad mountains and rivers, effortlessly deflecting the hidden weapons. The figure in blue stood momentarily stunned, aware that time was fleeting in the battlefield of the heavenly way, and soon only 5 remained. The tide of battle shifted dramatically, with all eyes fixed on Jiang Yuan in astonishment. Without a hint of hesitation, 4 assailants converged upon him. Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow slightly, then brandished his 3-foot blade to meet them head-on. In a mere heartbeat, he was already bearing numerous wounds, yet he showed no sign of yielding. Instead, the ferocity of the fight intensified. The 4 opponents, taken aback, had never anticipated Jiang Yuan's formidable prowess, his physique rivaling that of the most gifted beings among the demon kin. Such extraordinary strength could not belong to an unknown entity within the heavenly way battlefield. Only true names were invoked. Could it be that Jiang Yuan was a concealed prodigy of some esteemed lineage? Their minds raced, yet their onslaught remained relentless. The martial path is divided into 3 realms: the realm of form, the realm of intent, and the realm beyond that lies a domain unattainable for the likes of them. As for Jiang Yuan, he currently finds himself in a realm of profound intention. He is on the brink of comprehending the true essence of martial arts. We must stop him at once. The butcher roared, his urgency mirrored by the other 3. Jiang Yuan's combat prowess was already unparalleled. Should he truly grasp the essence of martial arts, he would become an unstoppable force, impervious even to the mightiest of experts. The four of them, each wielding formidable weapons, surged forward, but alas, it was too late. Jiang Yuan abruptly opened his eyes. Exuding an overwhelming aura, if he was but a stream before, he now resembled a mighty river capable of obliterating an entire town. The sword rose, the sword fell. The sword was sheathed. The butcher stared in disbelief at the figure before him. He was a top-tier prodigy among his peers. Yet he had not anticipated being outdone by an obscure junior. The other two were similarly vanquished by Jiang Yuan, leaving only by Luoluo standing, smiling at him. Will you withdraw voluntarily, or shall I take care of you? Jiang Yuan, having just ascended to a new level of martial arts, was filled with elation and refrained from attacking Bai Luoluo directly. However, Bai Luoluo approached without a hint of fear. Jiang Yuan wished to retreat, but found himself at the edge of a precipice, forced to raise his ancient bronze sword, only to have it caught by Bai Luo's finger. Oh, don't rush to strike, Bai Luoluo said with a smile, drawing closer. Jiang Yuan could faintly perceive the delicate fragrance emanating from her, rendering him momentarily distracted. Yet he swiftly quelled the disturbance within his heart. What do you truly desire? Jiang Yuan asked coldly, having already discerned that Bai Luoluo was unlike the previous four. Her strength clearly surpassing theirs, her primordial energy incomparable, as if she were the very essence of the heavens and earth. Bai Luoluo chuckled heartily and clapped her hands. And in the next moment, a shadow darted forth. Your Highness, the shadow glanced at Jiang Yuan. Shall I dispose of him? A palpable aura of malice emanated from the latter, causing Jiang Yuan's heart to race. It was evident that this individual had indeed taken lives, more than one or two, and could easily be labeled a slayer of thousands. A sense of alarm began to stir within him. Bai Luoluo perceived Jiang Yuan's unease and laughed heartily, waving her hand. In an instant, their figures vanished from the mountain peak, leaving behind only a whisper of communication. Young man of the mortal realm, I hope that one day you shall ascend to the grand world. At that time, we shall have a proper contest. Jiang Yuan paused in surprise, then sighed. The implication of Bai Luoluo's words was clear. Although he had caught her attention now, he lacked the strength to engage her in battle. The grand world. I shall reach it one day, Jiang Yuan murmured to himself, his gaze resolute. At that moment, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, landing in the palm of Jiang Yuan's hand. It was the flesh and blood of the primordial divine phoenix, pulsating with divine patterns and exuding an overwhelming vitality, an invaluable treasure that seemed effortlessly attainable in this heavenly battlefield. Without hesitation, Jiang Yuan consumed it. After all, such a precious item, if discovered by the knowledgeable individuals of the Longa, the realm of Qi cultivation merely signifies an additional layer. Attaining the second tier of innate strength is akin to reaching the third tier. However, the power of my physical form is unparalleled beneath the spirit realm. He lifted his gaze towards the distant peaks, specifically the Xuanwu Peak. Chapter 36, Martial Pavilion. Jiang Yuan engaged in stretching his muscles and bones, reveling in the surging energy within him, yearning to unleash a resounding cry to the heavens. Upon exiting his chamber, he encountered a formidable figure blocking his path, a robust young man whose stature rivaled that of a butcher, yet his aura fell short by a significant margin. Nevertheless, Jiang Yuan paid him no heed and prepared to head towards the martial pavilion. In the next moment, his brow furrowed slightly, for the brawny youth obstructed his way. What do you want? Jiang Yuan inquired. The youth scrutinized Jiang Yuan from head to toe, a cold smirk forming on his lips. It is rumored that you are a genius of the spirit sea, boasting a range of 300,000 miles. Yet, to me, you appear utterly ordinary. Not even a fraction of my master's prowess. It is precisely because of such a waste that my master has been shamed. No one enjoys being labeled as waste. And even though Jiang Yuan possessed a commendable state of mind, he raised an eyebrow at this moment. Are you a subordinate of Wang Xianfeng? Upon hearing the name Wang Xianfeng, the brawny youth's expression transformed into one of admiration and pride. You guessed correctly. I am indeed one of Wang's disciples. A student of Xuanwu Peak, Wang Badan. His tone was imbued with an air of superiority, as if his master were a sovereign of mankind, entirely oblivious to the subtle shift in Jiang Yuan's demeanor. What an absurd name. It seems someone has taken inspiration from that rogue style, Jiang Yuan remarked candidly. At this moment, Wang Badao was momentarily taken aback. It was only after a brief pause that he regained his senses. Without uttering another word, he charged forward. his fists slicing through the air with a fierce wind. "You dare to insult me and belittle my benefactor? Prepare to pay the price," Wang Badao bellowed. For he was a renowned disciple of the Inner Peak, his formidable strength ranking him among the elite of the Xuanwu Peak. As he roared, he felt a tremor within his very organs, a clear indication of severe internal injury. Jiang Yuan loomed like a colossal titan, gazing down at Wang Badao with a hint of disdain. Though his cultivation and qi refinement was inferior to that of Wang Badao, the formidable physique he possessed, nurtured by the blood and flesh of the ancient divine phoenix, was not something that a mere mid-stage innate practitioner could compare to. He approached Wang Badao with deliberate slowness, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent transforming into a sharp blade, causing the latter to stagger back in shock. This spectacle did not escape the notice of several attendant disciples. "Isn't that Wang Badao, ranked among the top 100 of the Inner Peak list? What brings him to our humble servant quarters?" One mused. "Ah, it seems you are unaware. Jiang Yuan has a feud with senior brother Wang Xianfeng, and Wang Badao must be here to assert his dominance." Wang Badao was indeed a practitioner of mid-stage innate cultivation. It was a pity for Jiang Yuan. His potential spanning 300,000 miles of spiritual sea was now at risk of being squandered. Relying on his innate talent to bully others, such individuals cannot expect longevity. We shall merely enjoy the spectacle. The attendant disciples displayed a mix of disdain and sympathy. Yet the predominant sentiment was one of schadenfreude, convinced that Jiang Yuan was destined to be labeled as a waste once more. But in the next, an astonishing scene unfolded. The seasoned innate master, Wang Badao, found his legs trembling, devoid of any semblance of an expert's demeanor. They murmured among themselves, their eyes drawn to the visible traces of blood at the corner of Wang Badao's mouth, and as they turned their gaze towards Jiang Yuan, they could not help but swallow hard. The majestic figure of the spirit sea spanning 300,000 miles has indeed triumphed over formidable opponents like Wang Badao. It appears that the hidden dragon has returned. A humble disciple could not help but exclaim in admiration, his face brimming with longing. Yet, with admiration comes jealousy. As another voice interjected, "What of unparalleled talent? Defeating merely a Wang Badao is trivial. Just wait a month and witness senior brother Wang Xianfeng crush Jiang Yuan." His words garnered agreement from many, casting glances at Jiang Yuan as if he were already a corpse. Failing to realize they were but lowly disciples unworthy of commenting on such high-level confrontations. Jiang Yuan, however, paid no heed to the insignificant remarks, instead turning towards the Martial Pavilion. The Martial Pavilion, one of the crucial establishments of the Black and White Academy, houses countless martial arts, techniques, and secret skills, serving as the foundation for the Academy's millennia of prosperity. Naturally, what might appear as divine skills to the average person held no allure for Jiang Yuan. His purpose for visiting the Martial Pavilion was merely to select 2 or 3 martial arts. For whether it be the 10,000 Mountains and Rivers technique or the Blood Moon sword art, both were enough to incite contention among true martial arts masters. He wished to avoid drawing undue attention. The Martial Pavilion is divided into 3 levels, corresponding to the Outer Sect, Inner Peak, and Hidden Dragon ranks of disciples. Upon entering, one's gaze is immediately drawn to an elderly man seated in a grand chair, eyes closed in meditation, his complexion flushed, evidently having indulged in copious amounts of wine. Remarkable strength. Jiang Yuan's eyes sharpened. The old man had been in the Martial Pavilion for an indeterminate time. Jiang Yuan had encountered him 5 years prior, feeling little then. But now, having broken through to the innate realm, he distinctly sensed the old man's aura of simplicity and authenticity, transcending even the Tao realm. On the 3rd floor, a domain accessible only to the disciples of the Hidden Dragon. Could it be that the senior brother encountered earlier was indeed one of them? Yet, I have never heard of him. Jiang Yuan. Could he possibly be the celebrated prodigy of the 30,000 miles of spiritual sea, a powerful practitioner at the innate realm? Alas, if only I could possess even a fraction of Jiang Yuan's prodigious talent. How could the 2nd floor remain but a distant dream? These disciples, still new to the sect, were filled with admiration and envy towards Jiang Yuan. At that moment, a voice broke through the murmurs, declaring, "Prodigies and hidden dragons, merely a dying man. Before my senior brother Wang Xianfeng, he is nothing more than a common fowl." This was a fervent admirer of Wang Xianfeng, who looked down upon those who idolized Jiang Yuan. The latter's supporters were left disheartened, for Wang Xianfeng was indeed a true hidden dragon, a powerful being of the spiritual realm. Unbeknownst to all, at that very instant, The elderly man with squinting eyes slightly opened them, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. Jiang Yuan, Wang Xianfeng, how intriguing this generation appears, he murmured before returning to his contemplative state. Chapter 37, Eastern Star Feathers Below, discussion swirled. Yet Jiang Yuan could no longer hear them. He gazed at this level with a hint of nostalgia, slowly approaching a bookshelf that prominently displayed the wave-lifting technique. A remarkable skill he had acquired 5 years prior. The world had changed, and a bitter smile crept across Jiang Yuan's face as he shifted his gaze to explore other martial arts and practices. The distribution of martial arts techniques in the Wu Pavilion is as follows. The first floor houses the inferior grades of the yellow tier, while the second floor features both the superior grades of the yellow tier and the inferior grades of the mysterious tier. The third floor contains the intermediate and superior grades of the mysterious tier. It is rumored that there exists a fragment of the earth tier, exceedingly difficult to master. With only a handful of the top 10 potential dragon disciples, including Jiang Yuan, having achieved its mastery. However, that was 5 years ago now. Jiang Yuan has far surpassed the limitations of the earth tier martial arts, and with his repeatedly refined aptitude, a mere fragment of the earth tier hardly poses any challenge. He strode directly to the bookshelf housing the earth tier techniques, poised to take one when a chilling gust of energy surged towards him. Jiang Yuan instantly pivoted, countering with his palm. The assailant staggered back 2 or 3 steps, astonished by the outcome. In that moment, Jiang Yuan discerned the identity of his opponent, a somewhat youthful lad. Younger by a year or 2. It was evident who he was, the strongest among the new generation of disciples from the east courtyard of the Black and White Academy. The 10th potential dragon, Dongfang Xingyu. Legends spoke of Dongfang Xingyu as a peerless prodigy, a talent surpassing even the renowned Wang Xianfeng of yore. And Jiang Yuan was taken aback by this unexpected encounter. Meanwhile, Dongfang Xingyu scrutinized Jiang Yuan, unable to recall his name, and coldly stated, "I am acquainted with all 10 potential dragons. Who are you to trespass into the sanctum of the 3rd floor?" His aura radiated fiercely, exuding overwhelming power. A single misstep from Jiang Yuan could lead to his demise, even though he too was of innate caliber, but Dongfang Xingyu was an unparalleled genius. Disregarding the threat, Jiang Yuan reached out and grasped the fragment of the earth tier martial arts, the shadow stride. This is neither an offensive martial art nor a defensive one. Rather, it is a technique focused on agility, which is precisely what Jiang Yuan currently requires. Although it may not be exceptionally profound, under the present circumstances, it suffices. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yuan, who was lost in thought, Dongfang Xingyu, standing nearby, was already seething with rage, his face flushed. As a paragon of excellence, he had never been so disregarded. His anger ignited, and with a thunderous shout, he unleashed a palm strike, demanding, "Release it." This earth-tier martial art was one that even ordinary hidden dragons could not aspire to master, yet he believed himself to be incomparable to mere hidden dragons. Thus considering this elusive shadow step as rightfully his, how could he allow another to seize it? The force of his palm strike was fierce, laced with a hint of malice. Should an average innate martial artist be struck, they would be either dead or severely incapacitated. Jiang Yuan sensed the murderous intent and felt a chill wash over him, prompting a grim expression as he executed the cascading waves technique. If Jiang Yuan had previously only been capable of manifesting the technique at the major accomplishment stage, he had now undoubtedly reached the perfection stage. While its might may not rival that of the heavenly tier mountain and river technique, it was certainly beyond the capacity of Dongfang Xingyu to withstand. Each wave was stronger than the last, and the cumulative force rendered Dongfang Xingyu's complexion pale, compelling him to withdraw his attack and adopt a defensive stance. Yet, he was still relentlessly suppressed, struggling to breathe, his face reddening, and a storm of dread swelling within him. He too had cultivated a mid-tier profound martial art, on par with the cascading waves technique, and had achieved its pinnacle, just a step away from perfection. Nevertheless, even with such mastery, he could not withstand Jiang Yuan's onslaught. Had Jiang Yuan truly perfected the cascading waves technique? In the heart of Dongfang Xingyu, an overwhelming shock reverberated. Although he was but a step away from achieving perfection with his Yin-Sha palm, he was acutely aware of the arduous journey that lay ahead, often believing that few could attain it. Yet today, his worldview shattered. No, I am the true prodigy. This individual before me pales in comparison, and even Wang Xianfeng, not to mention that so-called number 1 hidden dragon, cannot rival my prowess. Within the martial pavilion, conflicts were strictly prohibited. Any further transgression would result in the revocation of entry privileges. An aged voice resonated, emanating from the elders seated in the grand chair. I shall abide by the elder's decree. Both Jiang Yuan and Dongfang Xingyu echoed in unison. Dongfang Xingyu cast a dark glance at Jiang Yuan. Realizing that with the elder's intervention, the shadow step would no longer be his to master, leaving him to utter empty threats. Boy, if you possess the capability, let us venture outside for a duel. Are you daring enough? Jiang Yuan, however, paid him no mind, engrossed in the martial manual in his hands. Frustrated, Dongfang Xingyu departed. Yet a murderous intent simmered within him. Upon exiting the martial pavilion, Dongfang Xingyu seized a disciple, inquiring about Jiang Yuan's identity. Jiang Yuan, once a discarded dragon, now a prodigy of the 30,000 miles of spiritual sea, he murmured, casting a cold gaze toward the third floor of the martial pavilion. Dare to offend me, Dongfang Xingyu? Then you shall surely become a lifeless dragon. With that, he departed, and soon after, Jiang Yuan descended to stand before the elder, respectfully stating, Elder, I wish to borrow this martial text. The elder slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the shadow step in Jiang Yuan's hands, a look of curiosity crossing his face. You studied this manual 5 years ago without success. Now that your talent has returned, do you wish to pursue it further? Veins bulging with intensity. Jiang Yuan suddenly sprang into action, swiftly seizing a seemingly inconsequential servant disciple. The latter, possessing only the rudimentary cultivation of the initial stage of the refinement of essence, was instantly petrified with fear, on the verge of tears. Tell me, who is it? Jiang Yuan inquired. The servant disciple stammered, struggling to articulate a response, prompting Jiang Yuan to grasp a second disciple. This one, audacious in spirit, promptly divulged the information Jiang Yuan sought. After dismissing the two unfortunate souls, Jiang Yuan's gaze flickered, a glimmer of murderous intent surfacing. Dongfang Xingyu. He pivoted, fixating on the distant Yinsha Peak, and with swift strides and a few leaps, he vanished from sight. Chapter 38. Confronting Yinsha Peak, one of the 99 heritage peaks of the Black and White Academy. Jiang Yuan's figure materialized at the foot of Yinsha Peak, striding forward with determination, intending to confront Dongfang Xingyu and demand an explanation. However, before he could reach the mountain's entrance, he was intercepted by two disciples of the refinement of essence realm. No entry for outsiders at Yinsha Peak, one of them declared coldly. Jiang Yuan remained silent, but unleashed his formidable aura, sending the two disciples, mere novices in the refinement of essence, hurtling backwards, their fates uncertain. The remaining onlookers were struck with astonishment. Yinsha Peak was notoriously infamous among the 99 heritage peaks for its ruthless retribution. Many years had passed without anyone daring to provoke its inhabitants, yet today, they found themselves besieged. Isn't that Jiang Yuan? They gasped in disbelief. How could he possibly arrive at Yinsha Peak? Jiang Yuan, the prodigy renowned for his prowess spanning 300,000 miles of spiritual sea, regardless of whether he was deemed a failure or a genius. Anyone daring to act impudently at Yinsha Peak would undoubtedly pay a steep price. Countless individuals engaged in fervent discussions, yet Jiang Yuan remained indifferent. Along the way, he encountered several obstructions, but even the mightiest among them had merely just stepped into the realm of innate martial arts, proving insufficient to withstand Jiang Yuan's every strike. As he was about to surpass the mountain gate, a group of formidable individuals swept in, their powerful auras unmistakable. They were all innate martial artists, with the leader being a striking figure at the third level of innate mastery, resembling a raging bull, his voice booming like thunder, exuding a chilling, sinister aura that coalesced into an obscure spiritual ring. Was this the sinister spiritual ring born of the perfected Yinsha Ju? How intriguing. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. The Yinsha Ju is a high-grade yellow-level technique, and upon reaching perfection, it manifests a sinister spiritual ring, which, when combined with the third level of innate cultivation, can contend with an ordinary fourth-level innate warrior. Yet, this was still beneath Jiang Yuan's note. It is worth remembering that Wang Bidan, who was at the pinnacle of the fourth level, could not withstand his dragon elephant divine power. Striding forth, the disciples of Yinsha Peak did not hesitate, their imposing presence comparable to that of a fourth-level innate warrior. At last, a true expert has arrived. I am eager to witness how this so-called genius will be trampled into the ground, one scoffed derisively. Jiang Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and in the next moment, a tempestuous force surged forth, the dragon elephant divine power suppressing all around him. Despite the formidable strength of these Yinsha disciples, they could only kneel before him. Save for the disciple who had manifested the sinister spiritual ring, who maintained his composure and disdainfully remarked, "The stature of the spiritual sea spanning 300,000 miles does hold some merit. Unfortunately, you are a level beneath me, rendering you insignificant." Oh! Jiang Yuan refrained from further discourse, his aura erupting suddenly. The expression of the disciple shifted dramatically, yet it was fleeting. The Yinsha primal energy erupted forth, enveloping Jiang Yuan in an attempt to land a decisive blow. Jiang Yuan let out a cold snort and threw a punch, seemingly unremarkable. Yet the opponent's hair stood on end, unable to withdraw in time, and was forcefully knocked to the ground by Jiang Yuan. The venue fell into a profound silence. Those disciples who had mocked Jiang Yuan, anticipating his imminent defeat, now turned pale. They never expected that even a combined effort of innate disciples could not restrain Jiang Yuan. His strength was truly formidable. Only Brother Dongfang and the experts on the Yinsha list could possibly suppress him. Someone murmured, unaware that not long ago, Wang Bidan, ranked 97th on the Xuanwu list, had been defeated by Jiang Yuan. However, ignorance breeds fearlessness, and as a figure descended, the crowd erupted in cheers. Brother Dongfang! Brother Dongfang! Clad in a starry Dao robe, exuding a complete aura, Dongfang Xingyu stepped forward with a hearty laugh. "Jiang Yuan, you indeed came." Jiang Yuan shot a cold glance at Dongfang Xingyu and spoke, "Did you destroy my dwelling?" "Indeed," Dongfang Xingyu replied succinctly. "This is Yinsha Peak. Only I trample upon others, never the reverse." Even if Jiang Yuan possesses extraordinary talent, it remains so. However, to his astonishment, Jiang Yuan did not utter a single word of banter and directly launched an attack. Dongfang Xingyu was momentarily taken aback, but true to his reputation as a potential dragon, he quickly regained composure and unleashed the Yinsha swallowing sun palm, aiming to absorb Jiang Yuan's yang energy. Yet, he could never have anticipated that, having cultivated the dragon elephant body forging art, possessed an extraordinarily vigorous vitality, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. Before Dongfang Xingyu could react, Jiang Yuan had already closed in, relying solely on his physical prowess, akin to a true dragon deity descending with overwhelming force. The Eastern Star Feather was taken aback. Despite his extraordinary talents, he was ultimately just a delicate flower nurtured in a greenhouse, lacking in practical combat experience, even less than those who came before him. In an instant, he was thrown into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yuan moved in for the kill, intent on eliminating Eastern Star Feather. A blade of condensed energy descended from the sky, and just as this young potential dragon seemed poised to meet his demise, a terrifying aura erupted forth. Jiang Yuan was struck back before he could react, and as he rose to his feet, he beheld an elderly figure in black robes approaching steadily. Jiang Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. It was the Grand Elder of Yinsha Peak, Eastern Su. Eastern Su scrutinized Eastern Star Feather and noted that, while the latter bore no external injuries, his internal state was gravely compromised. Instantly, his expression soured as he fixed a piercing gaze on Jiang Yuan, coldly demanding, "You wretch. For injuring my Yinsha potential dragon, you deserve 1,000 deaths. Take your own life." He spoke as if he were an emperor, capable of determining the fates of others with mere words. In truth, he embodied such power. He was a master of the Tao, a being that appeared as a deity within the mundane realms, capable of severing the lifeblood of dynasties and extinguishing countless lives with a single action. However, this time he faced Jiang Yuan, who had entered the heavenly Tao battlefield and grasped the vastness of the cosmos and the infinite worlds beyond. The aspirations he once held to achieve the Tao seemed trivial in comparison. The myriad deities and Buddhas now represented his ultimate path. With a cold gaze, Jiang Yuan met Eastern Su's eyes, causing the latter to feel a chill of trepidation. "Grandfather, kill him swiftly," Eastern Star Feather cried out, his eyes filled with fear and loathing as he looked to Jiang Yuan. Dongfang Su slightly nodded, and an immense force of Tao realm erupted from his body, transforming into a colossal hand of energy that aimed to suppress Jiang Yuan. If struck, it would indeed reduce him to mere flesh and blood. However, Dongfang Su had no true intention of slaying Jiang Yuan. It was not out of a reluctance to lose talent, but rather because this young man possessed extraordinary potential, perhaps drawing the attention of certain influential figures. "Criminal, I ask you, do you submit?" Dongfang Su's voice resonated with an overwhelming authority. Under the immense pressure of the Tao realm, Jiang Yuan felt a constriction in his breath, yet he did not waver, fixating his gaze fiercely upon Dongfang Su. Huh. It seems like snakes and rats share the same den, Jiang Yuan scoffed. Dongfang Su's expression darkened further, devoid of any hesitation as he prepared to strike Jiang Yuan down. As for the consequences, the academy would certainly not offend a still-standing Dao realm powerhouse over a fallen genius, with a momentum akin to a cataclysm. Just as Jiang Yuan was on the brink of death, a force surged forth from the opposite direction, leaving Dongfang Su astonished. He looked skyward, where a strikingly handsome man clad in Dao robes spoke calmly, his voice echoing through Yinsha Peak. This individual, I, the unyielding peak, shall protect. Chapter 39, The Might of the Unyielding. The man stood aloof, surveying the crowd below. The unyielding peak. Jiang Yuan murmured to himself. This was akin to the Aojian Peak and Yinsha Peak, also one of the 99 heritage peaks of the Black and White Academy. Yet it ranked among the least populated. The inhabitants of Yinsha Peak were momentarily taken aback, and Dongfang Su's expression soured. He had considered all the heritage peaks, but had not anticipated that the unyielding peak would come to Jiang Yuan's aid. In the next moment, a series of formidable auras erupted, rivaling his own, surging towards Yinsha Peak. Infuriating. The voice of Dongfang Su resonated with a somber tone, as those who had offended him now revealed themselves. A multitude of formidable presences converged, each exuding an aura of strength befitting elders of the Dao realm, with 2 or 3 being prominent figures of the Huanglan level. Naturally, Dongfang Su felt a surge of indignation, yet he was compelled to maintain a fade of composure. Before he could respond, one of the peak masters interrupted him, casting his gaze upon Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan, would you care to join my Qinglong Peak? He inquired. As the master of Qinglong Peak, his combat prowess ranked among the top 30, surpassing even Dongfang Su. However, scarcely had he finished speaking when another peak master interjected. Little green snake, your eagerness is quite palpable. If we are to compare, my Beidou Peak is arguably superior. He turned to Jiang Yuan with a smile, stating, young man, the legacy of Beidou Peak is the most formidable among the 10 main peaks beneath the academy. Should you choose to join us, you would have the opportunity to cultivate the Beidou Dao Sovereign's teachings. The Beidou Dao Sovereign is a powerful entity beyond the Dao realm, and its legacy far exceeds that of Qinglong Peak. Jiang Yuan felt a stir of interest, yet remained silent. The moment the Qinglong Peak master heard this, he became anxious. Before he could voice his thoughts, another individual chimed in. Jiang Yuan, while a commendable legacy is indeed significant, it must also resonate with one's own path. Why not come to my Cuxing Peak? A few years of diligent practice, there will surely yield fruitful results. Jiang Yuan chose to disregard this suggestion. He sought a refuge to conceal himself, but that did not imply he wished to live the life of an ascetic. Haha, what enjoyment is to be found at Cuxing Peak? You would be far better off at my Hexin Peak, where one can indulge in the pleasures of life. A figure of obvious success burst into hearty laughter, while the others from the Inheritance Peak expressed their disdain. Jiang Yuan simply let the words enter his left ear and exit through the right. Subsequently, numerous individuals from the Inheritance Peaks extended their invitations. Yet 2 remained silent. One was a peculiar elder, seemingly detached and elevated above the fray, and the other was the man from the Fearless Peak, who had not uttered a word. Was it possible that the Fearless Peak, being in a weakened state, dared not engage in discourse with the other Inheritance Peaks? Jiang Yuan thought to himself, feeling a tinge of disappointment. It was indeed a tarnishing of the fearless name. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the enigmatic elder spoke slowly. Jiang Yuan, would you consider joining my Xuanwu Peak? Upon hearing these words, the assembly fell into a profound silence. The various peak masters and elders displayed expressions of unwillingness, yet found themselves powerless to alter the situation. Xuanwu Peak is one of the 10 principal peaks among the 99 inheritance peaks, historically home to more than one Taoist Lord-level powerhouse, and even those of greater prowess. Ranking among the top 3, the elder in question was none other than Qin Ming, the Grand Elder of Xuanwu Peak. Atop the mountain, both the peak masters and elders, as well as the ordinary disciples, revealed expressions of envy. To become a disciple of the Grand Elder of Xuanwu Peak is a privilege of immense distinction. However, there were exceptions, the man from the Fearless Peak and Jiang Yuan. The former wore a blank expression, leaving no one aware of his thoughts, while Jiang Yuan clenched his fists and replied in a subdued tone, I decline. Jiang Yuan's refusal stemmed from the fact that Qin Ming held another identity, that of Wang Xuanfeng's master. To enter his tutelage would mean being in the same sect as a mortal enemy, a proposition he could not accept. Yet the crowd, unaware of Jiang Yuan's true thoughts, gazed at him in disbelief, their faces soon contorting into expressions of scorn and ridicule. Haha. It is often said that Jiang Yuan is a hidden dragon, a peerless prodigy, yet, at present, he appears to be nothing more than a fool. Indeed, the Grand Elder of Xuanwu Peak has begun to accept disciples, a rare opportunity that should not be taken lightly. This fellow must surely have lost his senses. First, he has offended us at Yinsha Peak, and now he has antagonized Xuanwu Peak. Regardless of his talents, he can no longer expect to remain at the Academy of Black and White. The various peak masters and elders exchanged glances filled with uncertainty, while the Grand Elder of Xuanwu Peak uttered not a single word of frivolity, but departed directly, their expressions toward Jiang Yuan betraying amusement. Away with him, away with him. He is a so-called prodigy, yet even Xuanwu Peak looks down upon him. How could he ever regard us, a backwater? They turned to leave. For no matter how talented Jiang Yuan might be, it is merely potential. It would be one thing to offend Dongfang Su for a genius, but to provoke Xuanwu Peak is a grave miscalculation. Jiang Yuan remained silent. He had anticipated this very scene, yet he felt no regret, let alone Xuanwu Peak. Not even Tiandao Peak could shake his resolve. At most, he felt a tinge of despondency. Dongfang Su, on the other hand, burst into uproarious laughter. Initially, upon witnessing the Grand Elder of Xuanwu Peak intervene, he had abandoned any thoughts of vengeance against Jiang Yuan, but he did not foresee this outcome. Jiang Yuan. Oh Jiang Yuan, you have brought this upon yourself. Had I slain you, perhaps Xuanwu Peak would have regarded me with greater esteem. Dongfang Su continued to laugh heartily. Jiang Yuan regarded him with cold eyes, devoid of fear. Had he been intimidated, he would not have dared to step foot on Yinsha Peak today. Dongfang Su strode forward, his aura of Tao suddenly surging forth, intending to crush Jiang Yuan to oblivion. The latter let out a muffled sound, retreating several steps. Kneel before me. With a thunderous roar, Dongfang Su exuded an overwhelming presence. The atmosphere felt like a celestial prison, and beneath the immense pressure, Jiang Yuan stood resolute, his gaze fixed on that figure, a cold smile playing on his lips. This unnerved Dongfang Su, igniting a rage that intensified his oppressive aura several-fold. Jiang Yuan coughed up blood, his knees buckling, yet he ultimately refused to kneel. How foolish this man was, had he only begged for mercy. Perhaps the Grand Elder would have shown him leniency. Possessing unparalleled talent, he remained ignorant of the adage that excessive pride leads to downfall, an epitome of folly. This attempt to eliminate Jiang Yuan would surely cause those prodigies to reconsider their disdain for the Yinsha Peak. Various whispers echoed around him. A common person would have already surrendered, yet Jiang Yuan's mind remained unwavering. His path was that of a martial artist, one that defied the heavens and challenged the immortals. He would bow only to his parents, and even the heavens were not worthy of his submission, let alone an old man. Chapter 40. The Sin Peak. The voice of the sword madman reverberated across the summit of Yinsha. With a sardonic chuckle, Dongfang Su resolved to make Jiang Yuan and the Wuwu Peak pay dearly for their insolence, lest others perceive the Yinsha lineage as easy prey. Yet, the sword madman had yet to draw his sword. Jiang Yuan remained perplexed, unsure of where the sword madman's weapon lay. Dongfang Su resembled a dark tiger, his chilling aura erupting with ferocity, far surpassing the power he had used to suppress Jiang Yuan earlier. The mere remnants of his energy plunged the Qi refinement and innate disciples into an icy abyss, while the spirit realm disciples fared slightly better, yet still strained to withstand the onslaught. Jiang Yuan also harnessed the power of the dragon elephant, yet it merely alleviated the situation momentarily. Observing the sword enthusiast, who moved with the grace of a master swordsman, effortlessly severing the oppressive aura, Dongfang Su furrowed his brow. Within him, the Yinsha Wuji Gong circulated, channeling the essence of Yinsha to unleash his ultimate technique, the superior grade Xiantir martial art, Yinsha swallowing Yang Palm. This formidable force aimed to consume Yang energy, annihilating all in its path. Previously, Dongfang Xingyu had employed this technique, but the disparity in martial prowess and cultivation made it impossible for him to compare with the current Dongfang Su. In the state of perfection, Yinsha swallowing Yang unleashed a torrent of energy, causing countless individuals to feel their vitality swiftly deplete, Jiang Yuan being no exception. This time, even the dragon elephant form could not shield him. as he felt his vast life force diminish inexorably, threatening to reduce him to mere bones. The sword enthusiast frowned slightly. Unlike before, he decided to take action. Transform into a sword, he uttered, and the essence of the world coalesced into a colossal sword, cleaving through the oppressive Insha, swallowing Yang force. Only then did Jiang Yuan and the others regain their senses, albeit still feeling weak and drained. As for Dongfang Su, under the onslaught reminiscent of a sword deity, his complexion turned pale, and his breath became erratic. He stared at the sword enthusiast with an expression of disbelief. You are merely an individual of ordinary talent. How could I possibly be defeated by you? Dongfang Su roared, recalling his own youth as a prodigy, while the sword enthusiast had been nothing but mediocre. The stark contrast in their fates was unbearable for him. The sword enthusiast took a few steps forward, hearing Dongfang Su's unwillingness from behind. With an impassive expression, he calmly replied, "You are not worthy of my sword." Dongfang Su's eyes widened in despair. He had always believed he could ascend above the fearless peak. However, it now appeared he had overestimated his capabilities, for despite his full-force strike, the sword enthusiast had not even drawn his sword. Jiang Yuan gazed at this scene with yearning. Although he had entered the realm of celestial combat, he felt severely limited. Having never encountered battles within the spirit realm, let alone clashing with a master of such profound Tao, the sword enthusiast's swordsmanship was akin to the stroke of a divine artist. Yet, among the great talents of the world, terms like refinement, innate, spirit realm, and Tao realm were merely the foundation, with even loftier realms beyond, grasping the sun and moon, wielding a sword to slay dragons and elephants, truly a tantalizing prospect. Jiang Nan murmured to himself, and at that moment, the sword enthusiast approached Jiang Yuan. "Do you wish to enter the fearless peak?" The sword enthusiast inquired, his tone indifferent, as if addressing not a prodigy of 30,000 miles of spiritual sea, but an ordinary disciple. Jiang Yuan pondered briefly before responding, "May I ask, Elder, are there any restrictions to entering the fearless peak? If there are constraints, then I shall refrain from entering, for I still possess the nameless token." In the next moment, the sword enthusiast dispelled his doubts. The fearless peak has but one ironclad rule: fear neither authority nor deities, and fear neither heaven nor earth. Should you harbor any fear, it is a grave sin, a truly monumental sin. His voice resonated with audacity, unyielding to all. Jiang Yuan smiled faintly and declared, "I am willing to enter the fearless peak." The sword enthusiast nodded slightly, offering no further words. With a surge of elemental power, he transformed into wings, carrying Jiang Yuan skyward toward the direction of the fearless peak. Meanwhile, Dongfang Su and the others felt as if their hearts had turned to ash, fully aware that this time, the Insha peak would become the laughingstock among the 99 legacy peaks. In the next moment, Dongfang Su's expression twisted with resentment. "Sword enthusiast, Jiang Yuan, I will ensure that you pay the utmost price for this account." A surge of murderous intent coursed through him. Lost in Jiang Yuan was led to Wuwei Peak by sword enthusiast, his eyes widening in disbelief as he inquired, "Is this truly Wuwei Peak?" This mountain was not particularly imposing. When compared to Insha Peak, and even the Zai Peak loomed larger in its presence, it hardly resembled a peak of heritage. Sword enthusiast paid no heed to Jiang Yuan's astonishment, striding ahead, prompting Jiang Yuan to grimace and reluctantly. Wuwei Peak is renowned as the most desolate among the 99 heritage peaks, yet Jiang Yuan had not anticipated such utter emptiness. It was devoid of life. At least until now, apart from sword enthusiast, he had not encountered a single soul from Wuwei Peak. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, he ventured to ask, "Elder, may I inquire about the inhabitants of Wuwei Peak?" Sword enthusiast remained silent until they arrived before a dilapidated grand hall, where he finally spoke, "They are all inside." Upon entering, Jiang Yuan was greeted by the sight of three individuals: an elderly man with white hair, seemingly on the brink of death, a brawny man resembling a bear, a woman with one arm severed, and a child. Jiang Yuan could not help but swallow hard, murmuring, "Is this truly everyone from Wuwei Peak?" Before sword enthusiast could slowly nod, the brawny man scooped Jiang Yuan up, laughing heartily. "At last, Wuwei Peak has welcomed someone who appears somewhat normal." Jiang Yuan forced a smile, silently thinking, "You don't seem particularly normal yourself." Momentarily taken aback, Jiang Yuan replied without hesitation, "I am willing." He harbored an enormous secret, and naturally, preferred to keep the number of people around him to a minimum, Thus, he readily acquiesced without a moment's hesitation. The elder chuckled once more and inquired, "Do you know who we are, the other name for this fearless peak?" Jiang Yuan shook his head. The elder erupted into hearty laughter, his voice resonating powerfully. "We are all sinners of the academy. And this fearless peak was once known as the Peak of Sin a century ago." Chapter 41. The Sword Path Fearless Peak. The Peak of Sin. That night, Jiang Yuan lay in a chamber within the Grand Hall, if one could even call it a chamber. It was more akin to a disordered space. Fearless Peak, the Peak of Sin. How unexpected it was that I have truly stumbled into a den of thieves. Jiang Yuan mused with a wry smile. What is so amusing? A voice pierced the silence, and Jiang Yuan turned to see Man Yi. Jiang Yuan shook his head and blurted out, "Man Yi, what transgression did you commit to be exiled here?" Instantly regretting his indiscretion, he was taken aback when Man Yi, unfazed, responded with a nonchalant grin, "I was originally a member of the kitchen staff, and one day, driven by insatiable hunger, I couldn't resist devouring the Millennium Green Lotus belonging to the Grand Elder of Xuanwu Peak, and thus I was dispatched here." Jiang Yuan was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Man Yi, flustered, exclaimed, "What is so funny about that? People live by their sustenance. I was simply starving." Jiang Yuan waved his hand dismissively and replied, "It's nothing, really. I merely find joy in hearing of the misfortunes of the Grand Elder of Xuanwu Peak." "Oh, is that so?" Man Yi nodded in understanding. Jiang Yuan then cast his gaze toward a woman not far away. She slightly lifted her head, her eyes cold and piercing, radiating an aura of lethal intent. Jiang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Since entering the Grand Hall, this woman had harbored animosity towards him, which left him perplexed. Man Yi, perceptive of Jiang Yuan's thoughts, remarked, "Her name is Qing Ziyi. She is, in fact, a prodigy, but she has slain her own Dao companion, the ninth among the potential dragons you once knew, and that is how she has fallen to this state." Qing Ziyi seemed to have overheard Man Yi's words and coldly retorted, "Man Yi, if you continue to speak recklessly, I shall be forced to sever you." Man Yi, intimidated, fell silent, while Jiang Yuan shrugged, pondering whether this woman held animosity towards him simply because he too was a ninth potential dragon. He cast a glance towards the child, who looked up and declared, "I am Qin Zui, merely because my father betrayed the Black and White Academy." Jiang Yuan was slightly taken aback and then inquired, "What of the Sword Madman?" Man Yi replied, "The Sword Madman is typically of the previous generation. It appears he came to this peak of sin due to the disheartening loss of his brothers in battle." Jiang Yuan was even more astonished. He had assumed the Sword Madman had committed some egregious crime, only to discover he had come here of his own volition. As for the old man's affairs, "Do not inquire further. That is a matter long past, and we are not privy to the details," Qin Zui added. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. Though he did not comprehend the reasons behind the old man's exile, his instincts hinted that it must have been a transgression of monumental proportions. After sharing these revelations, Man Yi succumbed to sleep, while Jiang Yuan, restless, ultimately exited the Grand Hall, for he still had the shadow step to cultivate. Fleeting shadows of elusive footsteps danced through his mind as Jiang Yuan began to practice. His innate talent was unparalleled, and his comprehension of the arcane was exceedingly rare. Merely 5 years prior, he had been unable to cultivate the elusive footsteps, yet now he swiftly grasped its essence. It seemed that the enigmatic token remained an enigma to him. A wry smile crossed Jiang Yuan's face. He was filled with a complex mixture of affection and resentment towards this nameless token, for it had burdened him with the title of a wasted talent for 5 years, yet simultaneously elevated him to the status of an unparalleled prodigy. He dismissed further contemplation and commenced refining his agility. Amidst the whirling winds and phantasmal illusions, he moved like a specter. Were he to enter the illustrious shadowless pavilion, he would undoubtedly make a formidable assassin. As time slipped by, 2 hours later, he had nearly mastered this technique to a minor success, and dawn was on the horizon. Although this elusive footwork was merely a fragment of an earth-tier skill, he had not anticipated such rapid progress. Jiang Yuan murmured to himself, ceasing the practice of the shadowy footsteps and turning his focus to the Blood Moon swordsmanship. Unlike conventional sword techniques, the Blood Moon 13 swords unfolded in layers of increasing complexity. Currently, he had only mastered 6 of the swords, as they belonged to the upper echelons of the profound tier, with subsequent techniques classified as earth and heavenly grades. he was reluctant to unveil his. The 12 preceding sword forms corresponded to the 12 grades of the 3 realms, heaven, earth, and profound. Yet what tier did the 13th sword represent? Jiang Yuan pondered, acknowledging that despite the assistance of the nameless token, he had only attained the 12th sword, achieving perfection in the upper tier of heavenly swordsmanship. The 13th sword remained an enigma, perpetually eluding his understanding. Alas, he thought, there was no point in dwelling on it. Even if he were to cultivate it, he could not wield it. Thus, he prepared to practice the 7th form of the Blood Moon Sword. Jiang Yuan could no longer restrain himself, letting out a furious roar as his blood surged, transforming into the essence of the moon. With a mighty swing of his sword, he cleaved through the overwhelming sword intent, which was abruptly shattered by sheer force. Jiang Yuan gasped for breath. Despite having perfected the Blood Moon Sword technique, his internal vital energy could not sustain him for long, and the 7th sword form had nearly depleted all of his reserves. Panting heavily, Jiang Yuan remained vigilant, his gaze fixed ahead, only to be struck dumb the next moment. Elder Sword Enthusiast! Jiang Yuan exclaimed in astonishment, unable to fathom that the one who had just attacked him was indeed the sword enthusiast. The elder maintained a stoic expression, yet within, he was profoundly shaken. Just moments prior, he had observed Jiang Yuan practicing his swordplay and, filled with excitement, decided to test his abilities. Curious to see how long Jiang Yuan could endure. To his astonishment, Jiang Yuan had effortlessly shattered his own sword intent. Upon hearing those words, Jiang Yuan felt an overwhelming urge to strike the elder, yet the latter remained unfazed. Muttering to himself, the sword of Elder Sword Enthusiast can be deemed the most powerful within the realm of Tao. At the pinnacle of the spirit realm, it can slay Tao realm experts, and now it faces few rivals within the Tao realm itself, relying solely on that formidable sword intent, although he has suppressed his cultivation. Even together we can only endure for a brief moment, yet you have shattered it directly, truly a monster. Jiang Yuan was momentarily taken aback as he regarded the elder's retreating figure, as if a realization dawned upon him. The sword path is one of the 3,000 great paths existing beyond martial arts. There was once a sect devoted solely to the path of the singular sword, cultivating not the self, but the sword itself. When facing opponents of equal realm, one could sever them with a single strike, and even overcoming realms would not be considered excessive. Clearly, the sword enthusiast belonged to such a category. The sword path, sword cultivation, sword techniques. How exhilarating it is indeed. Jiang Yuan lowered his head and smiled, for he had already envisioned his own path in martial arts. Chapter 42. The astonishing Jiang Yuan Mount Wuwei was diminutive. Indeed, quite small. Jiang Yuan circumnavigated the entire peak in less than half an hour. Nevertheless, despite its modest size, Wuwei was home to formidable practitioners such as the Sword Madman, who treated the old man with utmost reverence. Could it be that this elderly figure was also a transcendent master of the Tao? Jiang Yuan pondered, not regretting his venture into Wuwei, which was, in fact, a place of sin. After all, he was resolute in pursuing the path of the sword, and the Sword Madman undoubtedly represented the finest opponent he could encounter. Yet, although it was labeled a place of sin, it had, for reasons unknown, been recognized 50 years prior as one of the 99 heritage peaks, thus mandating that disciples must undertake tasks as per the Academy's regulations. Jiang Yuan mumbled to himself before hastening down the mountain. At the Hall of Missions in the Black and White Academy, the place was a veritable sea of people, populated by both disciples of the refinement realm and innate martial artists, including numerous formidable figures from their respective heritage peaks. However, there were none from the spirit realm, as they had transcended the ordinary disciples' realm and could venture out to hone their skills independently. Have you heard? A beast tide has emerged in the barbaric mountains, reducing a mortal kingdom to nothingness overnight. Haha, your information is rather outdated. It's not just that one mortal kingdom. Many others in the vicinity have also fallen victim to the beast tide. That is precisely why this task has been issued. Only those on the leaderboard are deemed worthy to undertake it. Sigh, we have no chance at this. It is a 3-star task. We should content ourselves with accepting a 2-star task instead. Before a massive stone pillar, several individuals engaged in animated discussion before departing. However, Jiang Yuan's curiosity was piqued as he approached the stone edifice, gazing upward. An image imprinted itself in his mind, and after squinting for a moment, he gradually opened his eyes, revealing a faint smile. What is your meaning? Jiang Yuan inquired, observing the display indicating a count of 0 with rising ire. The group erupted in laughter, regarding Jiang Yuan with palpable disdain. "We are merely amusing ourselves at your expense. Did you not notice?" chortled a man with long hair. "Who would have thought that this paragon of the spiritual sea, spanning 300,000 miles, would turn out to be a simpleton?" remarked a youthful woman. "I advise you to recognize your limitations. With merely initial innate cultivation, what can you possibly achieve?" added a tall, lean man. Jiang Yuan fixed his gaze coldly and pointed at one among them, asserting, "If I am without merit," then he was referring to none other than Wang Badan, who had initially anticipated a spectacle but was now taken aback by Jiang Yuan's unexpected confrontation. Feeling a twinge of trepidation, "Old Wang, this fellow implies you are inferior to him. Teach him a lesson," suggested the lanky man. The others parted to witness the unfolding drama, oblivious to Wang Badan's growing distress, fearing that should he attempt to confront Jiang Yuan, he might end up incapacitated. Yet, at this juncture, he had no choice but to steel himself. "Jiang Yuan, I shall spare you this time. You may depart," Wang Badan proclaimed with feigned righteousness. The long-haired man laughed heartily, entirely unaware that Wang Badan was inwardly cursing his ancestors for the predicament. Jiang Yuan gazed at Wang Badan with a teasing expression, remarking, "Last time, Brother Wang's prowess truly commanded my utmost respect. He is indeed a renowned master on the Xuanwu list." He turned his attention to the other, surmising that these individuals were also formidable experts within their respective peak rankings. Wang Badan was momentarily taken aback, yet the others erupted into hearty laughter, believing that their formidable reputation had instilled a sense of trepidation in this proud scion of heaven. A long-haired man stepped forward confidently, sneering, "If you can pass beneath my legs, I shall spare your worthless life." The group burst into raucous laughter, but only Wang Badan sensed an ominous shift in the atmosphere. In the next instant, Jiang Yuan suddenly surged forth, catching the others by surprise as they hastily unleashed their martial techniques. All were mid-stage innate warriors, each a notable expert on their respective peak rankings. When united, even a typical late-stage innate warrior would be compelled to yield. Regrettably for them, they faced Jiang Yuan, an extraordinary prodigy with celestial mastery. Not only would they struggle, but even true late-stage innate warriors would find it challenging to gain his favor. The culmination of his waves of momentum, propelled by the might of his dragon elephant body, was overwhelmingly powerful, rendering these renowned fighters breathless. How could he be this formidable? Some gasped in astonishment, as if witnessing an unbelievable spectacle. In the realm of innate warriors, there were indeed those in the Black and White Academy who could contend against mid-stage warriors, not to mention the disciples of the potential. Even those ranked among the top could qualify. However, to simultaneously engage 4 or 5 higher-ranked opponents while maintaining the upper hand had not been witnessed in the Black and White Academy for decades. The last to achieve such a feat was the elder of the Fearless Peak, the Sword Maniac. To single-handedly battle numerous masters, he truly deserved the title of a prodigy from the vast spiritual seas spanning 300,000 miles. A voice of admiration echoed amidst the In the midst of battle, primal energy surged forth, with several forces attempting to suppress Jiang Yuan, only to find themselves vanquished by his overwhelming presence. They suffered in silence, finally understanding why Wang Badan had chosen to withdraw from the fray. He had long been acquainted with Jiang Yuan's formidable prowess. "Jiang Yuan, we are all masters on the innate rankings. Do not overstep your bounds," someone bellowed in anger. Jiang Yuan, however, remained dismissive, his assaults intensifying to the point that those elite warriors felt on the verge of bloodshed. "How can he be this powerful?" a long-haired man roared in frustration, only to be sent soaring through the air moments later, followed closely by those who had joined forces against Jiang Yuan. Wearing a faint smile, he approached the long-haired man, who exclaimed in alarm, "Do not come any closer." Unfazed, Jiang Yuan directly accessed the man's token, seizing his mission details, and subsequently gathered the remaining tokens from the others before turning his gaze toward Wang Badan. Wang Badan, relieved that he had refrained from engaging, felt a chill run down his spine upon meeting Jiang Yuan's eyes and, without hesitation, handed over his mission. Chapter 43, The Stirring of Forces. Little junior brother, are you truly intending to venture into the wilderness mountains? It has been anything but peaceful there lately. Why not stay here on Fearless Peak and enjoy a good meal with me instead? Upon hearing Jiang Yuan's plans, he became anxious, knowing that only Jiang Yuan was available to share a meal with him. Jiang Yuan, feeling helpless, suddenly had an idea and said, "I have a few tokens. Perhaps you could accompany me after all." Upon hearing this, he dashed away, declaring that as long as there was food and drink, there was no need to exert oneself excessively. Jiang Yuan, rendered speechless, gazed at Qing Zai and Qin Zue, smiling as he attempted to speak, only to be preempted by the two. "No, thank you." Jiang Yuan's face twitched, and at that moment, the old man and the sword enthusiast approached. "Jiang Yuan, I hear you are heading to the wilderness mountains," the old man exclaimed with a hearty laugh, while the sword enthusiast nodded slightly, presenting Jiang Yuan with a talisman inscribed with sword energy. "This contains a fragment of my primordial force, although it is merely at the spirit realm level. It should suffice for your needs," the sword enthusiast remarked. Jiang Yuan, not wishing to appear overly modest, recognized the imminent dangers of his journey to the wilderness mountains, and thus welcomed the additional protective charm with gratitude. The old man laughed heartily again, stating, "To receive praise is no easy feat. Yet it seems Jiang Yuan truly is a dragon in the depths, merely awaiting the day to soar into the sky." The sword enthusiast nodded in agreement. Though he himself was but at the level of the law realm, he had already attained mastery in the path realm. Jiang Yuan, on the other hand, was still in the early stages of his innate talent. If he were to enter the path realm, one could only imagine the heights his swordsmanship would reach. The law realm, and beyond that, the path realm. Their figures faded from the grand hall, and simultaneously, various prestigious peaks received news from the task hall, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. To defeat high-ranking martial cultivators with such a low realm in the spirit sea of 300,000 miles, truly a prodigy. The fearless peak, merely a peak of transgressors, could hardly contain such a talent. Had I known, I would have preferred to offend the Xuanwu rather than miss the opportunity to take him under my wing. With the sword enthusiast already at the Sin Peak, and now Jiang Yuan emerging, could it be that another legend of overwhelming strength is on the horizon? Countless peak masters and elders, the memory of that sword fanatic, wielding a single sword and overpowering all the prodigies in their vicinity, lingered vividly. Yet, to their astonishment, the infamous Jiang Yuan had resurfaced. In the grand hall of the proud sword peak, Huang Lan's expression darkened ominously. He had, of course, received the news from the task hall. If it were an ordinary person, it would be inconsequential, but this prodigy was none other than Jiang Yuan, whom he had once expelled from his sect and even stripped of his possessions. Could it be that I was truly in the wrong? Huang Lan murmured to himself, but soon his countenance twisted into a grimace. "No, I am not at fault. Jiang Yuan, having been rendered a cripple, why must you strive to become a prodigy? Forcing my hand towards murder?" On the Xuanwu Peak, a young man sat in tranquil meditation, absorbing the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. His reservoir of spiritual power swelling magnificently. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of a smile. "With this divine-grade technique, my cultivation has certainly advanced significantly. It won't be long before I breach another realm, the third stage of the spirit realm." Jiang Yuan, I am curious to see the expression on your face when confronted with someone of mere innate third stage. At that moment, someone rushed in hastily. Wang Xianfeng furrowed his brow slightly, and before he could speak, the newcomer recounted the events from the task hall. Wang Xuanfeng's expression soured as he muttered, "I never anticipated that Jiang Yuan could, with such a low cultivation level, defeat several high-tier opponents, something I myself could not achieve. Thus, in terms of innate talent, he has far surpassed me." In a fit of rage, he exclaimed, "No, it must be a fluke. That brat is merely enjoying a stroke of good fortune. I am the true prodigy." In an instant, a palpable aura of danger surged within the cave, rendering it as frigid as an icy abyss. As for Jiang Yuan, he remained oblivious to the turmoil that had enveloped the Black and White Academy, where the 99 peaks of inheritance had been stirred into unrest due to his actions. Some harbored indifference, others expressed regret, while a few were consumed by murderous intent. 2 days later, he arrived at the Wild Mountain Range. Although he had reached this desolate expanse, it was ill-advised to launch an immediate assault. It would be wiser to first find a place to settle and gather intelligence. Jiang Yuan murmured to himself, recalling that aside from slaying demonic beasts, acquiring useful information could also yield rewards. Without further hesitation, he set off towards a nameless town, situated somewhat distantly from the Wild Mountain Range. This town did not belong to any mortal dynasty. Rather, it was one of the many gathering places established by martial cultivators who had flocked here in the wake of the beast tide. Among all the gathering places, this one ranked above average, predominantly inhabited by innate martial artists, though some cultivators at the refinement realm sought to profit from the chaos. Even those in the early stages of innate cultivation were mostly scattered practitioners or disciples from minor sections. Have you heard? Just yesterday, a peak innate level great demon met a tragic end in its lair. One exclaimed. Why be surprised? Just yesterday, Jiang Yuan boldly ascended the wild mountain range, leaving a multitude of slain demonic beasts in his wake. Jiang Yuan? Could he be the prodigious dragon of the Qing Pavilion? To have reached peak innate at merely 15 or 16, he is a formidable figure capable of contending with spirit realm experts. At this, a few nodded slightly, gasping in astonishment, while Jiang Yuan, seated nearby, felt a flicker of intrigue. The Qing Pavilion, renowned alongside the Black and White Academy, had unexpectedly seen its hidden dragon emerge. His fighting spirit was intense, and at that moment, a voice rang out. Kid, get lost. Chapter 44. The hidden dragon of Qingge Xiong felt quite agitated. He and his two companions had arrived at this tavern after a long journey, only to find it completely devoid of any available seats. Reluctantly, they had to resort to picking on the vulnerable. Naturally, the tightly knit groups were not worth the trouble, and as for the solitary wanderers, Xiongde could not ascertain their capabilities. In the end, he settled on targeting Jiang Yuan. Kid, step aside. Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow slightly and replied with a smile. What if I refuse to leave? Xiongde let out a cold laugh. Although he could not discern Jiang Yuan's true strength, the fact that he was alone clearly indicated he was not one of those sect disciples. As for the notion of a powerful rogue cultivator, that was even more implausible. Who could ignore the hardships faced by rogue cultivators? A mere youth could hardly turn the tides. If you are unwilling to step aside, then I shall ensure you are thoroughly expelled from this world. The murderous intent surged within Xiongde. Jiang Yuan smiled faintly. It seemed that this rough-and-tumble martial world was not as carefree as depicted in novels, where one could kill at the slightest provocation, a notion that was indeed not an exaggeration. Nevertheless, what did it matter? Whether within the Black and White Academy or the Heavenly Dao battlefield, Jiang Yuan had come to understand a fundamental truth. If one is weak and is slain, it is their own fault. If one possesses sufficient strength, even murder would earn them respect. This was the reality of the martial realm. Since that is the case, allow me to escort you on your journey, lest you become mere fodder for the beasts. Xiongde was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp the meaning behind those words. Someone nearby chuckled softly. Isn't what is expelled simply fodder? Others burst into hearty laughter, for martial artists are not as simple and ascetic as common folk imagine. Rather, they revel in such exuberance. Upon hearing this, Xiongde comprehended the situation, casting a fierce glare at the speaker. He then turned to Jiang Yuan, coldly stating, You have sought your own demise. Do not blame me. A murderous intent surged within him, while his companion, Xiong Er, emanated a formidable aura, both being at the pinnacle of the innate third level, just a step away from the mid-level. Alas, despite their seemingly modest appearance, the combined strength of these two was indeed formidable. Even an ordinary innate fourth-level expert would think twice before engaging them. What a pity for the young, who appeared to be a wandering cultivator. Achieving the innate realm at such a tender age is nothing short of genius. Yet he was destined to meet an unfortunate end here. Those who refuse to yield, relying on a modicum of talent to act recklessly, deserve no mercy. Within the tavern, countless patrons began to murmur amongst themselves, while Xiongde wore a smug expression. The two brothers unleashed a joint strike, their combined force so potent that even an innate fourth-level cultivator would need to retreat. Unfortunately for them, they encountered the anomaly that is Jiang Yuan. Without resorting to his dragon elephant body, Jiang Yuan had not used his energy manipulation for some time, but now his inner force erupted, transforming into an overwhelming hand of energy that overshadowed even the strength of the Xiong brothers. The sheer magnitude of it left them trembling in fear, as doubts began to creep into their minds. However, it was too late. From the moment they provoked Jiang Yuan, their fates had been sealed. Death awaited them. As the hand of energy dissipated, Jiang Yuan remained expressionless, continuing to sip his drink, while the entire tavern erupted in chaos. A single strike that can vanquish two peak innate triple realm warriors must certainly be the work of someone at least at the pinnacle of the innate fourth realm, if not beyond. It is rumored that those at the pinnacle of the innate fourth realm, and even the fifth, are esteemed figures within the great sects. Yet this young man has astonishingly attained such heights. I suspect he may well be a disciple of a prominent sect or perhaps an exceptional talent from a lesser sect. That display of energy, so unified and powerful, could hardly be the result of a rogue cultivator. However, This is hardly surprising, as numerous prodigies have gathered here, each more formidable than the last, including the hidden dragons from various sections. What does a mere mid-innate level warrior amount to in their presence? They resumed their discussions, their hearts a whirlwind of shock, envy, and admiration, yet none dared to take action. For most of those present in this establishment were merely at the initial or mid-innate stages. Jiang Yuan downed a jug of potent liquor, brewed from a rare spirit plant found in the wild mountains, combined with the essence of a fire-flame tiger, rendering it extraordinarily fierce. Yet, Jiang Yuan remained calm and composed. This brother truly possesses an impressive capacity for alcohol. A voice rang out, belonging to a striking young lad, who, upon closer inspection, appeared far from a warrior. As for the lad's compliment, Jiang Yuan merely smiled faintly. After all, amidst the trials of the heavenly Tao battlefield, he had encountered not only this mundane liquor but also various spirit wines and celestial brews. The divine intoxication had indeed been capable of overwhelming even the gods with a single cup, and Jiang Yuan had merely needed to approach within 5 miles to succumb to slumber. "Who are you?" Jiang Yuan inquired, directing his gaze towards the elegant youth, whose resplendent attire suggested he was no ordinary person, yet his tone was undeniably assertive. "There is no need for doubt regarding the intentions of my younger brother's approach. It is merely that upon witnessing my esteemed brother dispatching a villain with a single strike, while effortlessly consuming such potent liquor without a change in countenance, I am truly reminded of the valor of our kind." The handsome youth nodded slightly, introducing himself as Qingyu of the Qingya Pavilion. The mere utterance of those 4 words caused the atmosphere within the tavern to become palpably tense, as all eyes turned in disbelief toward his figure. How could Qingyu, the 9th hidden dragon of the Qingya Pavilion, possibly be present here? Was it not said that he had ventured into the wild mountains to vanquish formidable demons? Could it be that he had already achieved success and retired? To everyone's astonishment, this seemingly delicate individual was, in fact, an extraordinary being of innate perfection, standing on the precipice of the spiritual realm. Countless individuals expressed their shock, for none had anticipated that the lofty Qingyu would engage in revelry alongside them. Jiang Yuan, too, could distinctly hear their murmurs, and he smiled softly, remarking, "I did not expect your renown to be so vast. Everyone knows you, Qingyu, the 9th hidden dragon of the Qingya Pavilion, who, though of my age, has reached the pinnacle of innate perfection and is on the verge of the spiritual realm, a truly unparalleled prodigy." Qingyu burst into hearty laughter, his eyes sparkling with brilliance as he replied, "While it is one thing for those individuals to exalt me, it is quite another for you, Jiang Yuan, the prodigy of the Black and White Academy, to hold me in such regard. Truly, such praise could be my undoing." Jiang Yuan's brow furrowed slightly before relaxing once more. After all, Qingyu was indeed the hidden dragon of the Qingya Pavilion, and it was natural for him to utilize his influence to uncover Jiang Yuan's true identity. Yet, while he maintained his composure, a tidal wave of astonishment surged through the minds of others present. The name Jiang Yuan resonated with familiarity. Could it be that such a prodigy existed within the Black and White Academy? He was indeed an extraordinary talent, but that was in the past. Once the 9th hidden dragon of the Academy of Black and White, he now found himself reduced to a mere shell of his former self. "My dear brother, your information is quite outdated. It is rumored that just a few days ago, Jiang Yuan showcased the magnificent presence of a spiritual sea spanning 30,000 miles, overpowering the 7th hidden dragon, Wang Xianfeng, with unparalleled grace. The crowd has been abuzz, and the focal point of their discussions is undoubtedly Jiang Yuan." Qingyu smiled and remarked, "It seems that Brother Jiang's reputation is not to be underestimated, and that legend of rising from the ashes commands my utmost admiration." Jiang Yuan regarded him coolly, locking his gaze onto Qingyu. "What is it that you truly desire?" Chapter 45. Qingyu's intentions. What is it that you truly desire? In the bustling tavern, Jiang Yuan's voice was not loud, yet it reached Qingyu's ears perfectly. With a smile, he replied, "Brother Jiang is jesting. I merely encountered another prodigy, and, in a moment of joy, inadvertently revealed your identity. I hope you will not take offense." Jiang Yuan's eyes sparkled, and he soon burst into laughter. "Brother Qingyu, you are the 9th hidden dragon of the Qing Pavilion. Moreover, being so young, you are destined to ascend to the pinnacle of hidden dragons. How could I, Jiang, possibly compare? The term prodigy is merely a jest. There is no need for you to be so modest, Brother Jiang," Qingyu said, maintaining his smile throughout. "Although I am unaware of what transpired 5 years ago, You entered as the ninth hidden dragon, and subsequently, through your resurgence, claimed victory in the Hidden Dragon Assembly with the grandeur of a 30,000-mile spiritual sea. I am but a fraction of your prowess. Jiang Yuan continued to smile, his expression unwavering. However, Jiang Yuan remained indifferent, sensing the inexplicable malice emanating from this individual. This intuition had been honed through countless battles on the battlefield of the heavenly path. Yet, at this moment, Jiang Yuan found himself unable to contend with the threat. And he was also curious about the intentions of this stranger. Qing Shu, oblivious to Jiang Yuan's thoughts, continued to speak with a smile. The Black and White Academy and the Qing Pavilion both represent the righteous path and have maintained a cordial relationship for many years. It is indeed fortuitous to encounter you, Brother Jiang. I wonder if you would consider joining us on our expedition to the Wild Mountains? Jiang Yuan laughed heartily and replied, I appreciate your kind offer, Brother Qishu, but I am acutely aware of my own limitations. As a mere novice in the early stages of innate cultivation, I lack the capability to accompany you, which is truly regrettable. A flicker of surprise crossed Qingshu's eyes, quickly replaced by a smile. If Brother Jiang is not inclined, I shall not insist. Farewell then. With that, Qingshu turned and departed. Jiang Yuan watched his figure recede, took a deep breath, and also headed in the opposite direction. Not long after Jiang Yuan's departure, in a private room on the third floor of the tavern, Qingshu's eyes glimmered as he conversed with a middle-aged man beside him. Young master, Jiang Yuan is quite ungrateful. Perhaps we should take direct action, the middle-aged man suggested, making a slashing motion across his throat, the aura of murder palpable. Qingshu waved his hand dismissively and stated, Jiang Yuan possesses the potential of the spirit sea spanning 300,000 miles. Such a prodigy is not easily disregarded. The Black and White Academy would surely fear for his protection. While it may not be overt, who can assert that there isn't support lurking in the shadows? Wang Xianfeng has commendable talent as well, but he is far easier to manipulate than Jiang Yuan. Should we succeed in eliminating Jiang Yuan, it would serve as a valuable leverage, potentially aiding me in ascending to the position of Pavilion Master. Qingyu spoke softly, exuding the aura of an absolute sage. Though merely at the innate stage, he had already begun to devise plans for ascending to the position of Sect Master in the future. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement, and Qingyu ceased to ponder further. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he produced a precious item, the demon core he had acquired from slaying a formidable demon. The aura of demonic energy surrounded him as he began to cultivate with it. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly astonish the martial arts world. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan arrived at a certain location beneath the Wild Mountain Range. It seemed that possessing exceptional talent could also be a curse, as even the Qing Pavilion's hidden dragons sought to eliminate him. He had no choice but to enter the Wild Mountain Range in search of great opportunities, waiting until his strength reached a sufficient level to unlock the heavenly Dao battlefield. Jiang Yuan murmured to himself. Within the Wild Mountain Range, countless strange creatures existed, along with an abundance of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, attracting throngs of people. This time, the beast tide prompted even more martial artists to enter, eager to seize the treasures amidst the chaos. As Jiang Yuan traversed the mountains, he encountered several assaults from demon beasts, but they were merely at the initial stage of the innate level, easily vanquished by a single move. Weaker beasts were even frightened away by Jiang Yuan's dragon elephant might. It was rumored that demon beasts at the late innate stage refined demon cores within their bodies, although these were merely in their embryonic form. Their quantity was sufficient to allow him to reach the mid-stage. Jiang Yuan thought to himself, with only about 20 days remaining until his life-and-death battle with Wang Xianfeng. No matter how confident he felt, he could not possibly face the initial stage of the spiritual realm while still at the initial innate stage. He had to elevate himself to the late innate stage within these 20 days. Only then could he confront Wang Xianfeng with perfected martial arts and the dragon elephant form. Should he reveal the full extent of his heavenly grade martial arts, even defeating Wang Xianfeng would not be beyond the realm of possibility. Though the aspirations are splendid, the execution proves to be an arduous endeavor. Even a latent dragon requires a year or two to ascend from its nascent stage to maturity. Thus, merely 20 days is indeed insufficient. Jiang Yuan is acutely aware of this reality, yet he harbors no regrets. Should he fail to vanquish Wang Xianfeng and eradicate his past demons, his martial path would face insurmountable obstacles. Success or death, he carries the ancient bronze sword, traversing the periphery of the mountains. Time eludes him, until suddenly, A chill runs down his spine. In an instant, the ancient sword is drawn and strikes down. However, this time, his blade falters, meeting only emptiness beneath its edge. Gazing ahead, he spots a white serpent perched upon the treetops, its gaze fixed upon him. Its forked tongue flickering ominously. It is none other than the White Shadow Serpent. Information regarding the White Shadow Serpent surfaces in Jiang Yuan's mind. Adorned in a mottled white hue, measuring about a foot in length, it moves with astonishing speed. Its venom is lethal enough to claim the lives of martial artists below the innate late stage. And even those at the innate late stage or peak would find themselves in dire straits. Speed, you say? Jiang Yuan licks his lips, seizing the opportunity to test his gale steps on this formidable creature. The serpent, swift as the wind, hesitates, yet the sword's aura encircles it like an impenetrable prison, leaving no avenue for escape. Strike! Jiang Yuan utters a low command, and in the next heartbeat, the sword's energy descends, severing the White Shadow Serpent in two at its midsection. Should onlookers witness Jiang Yuan's battle, they would be left in awe. While the serpent's greatest strength lies in its venom, its peculiar speed would typically catch even those at the peak of the innate mid-stage off guard. Yet, Jiang Yuan has managed to dominate the White Shadow Serpent through sheer velocity. Thus, it appears that the wind-sweeping footsteps at its minor peak can enable my speed to rival that of a late-stage innate. Should I advance to the mid-stage of my cultivation, and subsequently elevate the wind-sweeping footsteps to a greater mastery, would I not then attain unprecedented swiftness beneath the realm of the spirit? With a resolute mind, Jiang Yuan gripped his ancient bronze sword and ventured forth into the distance. Chapter 46. Mid-stage innate. As Jiang Yuan journeyed onward, countless demonic souls fell beneath his blade. The most formidable among them were merely slightly stronger than the White Shadow Serpent, often reduced to a stalemate before being vanquished. Perhaps I should delve deeper, he murmured to himself, wielding his 7-foot sword as he stepped forward. The Wilderness Mountain Range is divided into outer and inner zones, and deeper still lies the core, rumored to harbor formidable terrors beyond the Doubt Realm. Setting aside the dangers of the core, even the inner regions are far beyond my current capabilities. For now, I am limited to hunting demons in the outer zone, which still poses a certain degree of risk. Yet, Jiang Yuan was undaunted. Within a span of 100,000 miles, the cries of demonic beasts echoed. Here, the creatures were notably more abundant than in the borderlands, perhaps due to the constant incursions by human warriors in those areas. However, owing to the beast tides, the demonic beasts within the Wilderness Mountain Range had significantly dwindled, most having fled from other remote regions. Jiang Yuan moved with the ease of leisure, yet his vigilance remained undiminished. As he surveyed his surroundings, a sudden flutter of his eyelids caused him to turn swiftly, only to behold a resplendent tiger emerging gradually, a creature unlike any tiger of Earth in his past life, but a true demonic beast. The resplendent demonic tiger, a top-tier creature of the innate level, even surpassed the typical martial cultivators of the spirit realm. Jiang Yuan inhaled sharply, never anticipating that he would either encounter feeble demon beasts or face a formidable innate peak demon. In the next moment, he turned and fled. If one is aware of their inability to prevail, there exists no justification for confrontation. Why then should he willingly court death? Jiang Yuan was no fool. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the resplendent tiger merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction before its gaze shifted elsewhere. Having retreated to a safe distance, Jiang Yuan paused and quietly observed the magnificent tiger. Just as he pondered the creature's indifference towards him, a piercing howl resonated from the opposite direction, heralding the approach of a creature that resembled neither a dragon nor a lion, but rather a beast of a unique kind, a dragon lion. Jiang Yuan murmured to himself. In ancient times, dragons were known for their lascivious nature, and this dragon lion was born from the union of a dragon and a demon lion, possessing a true dragon bloodline by birth. Though countless ages had passed, causing this bloodline to dilute significantly, it still remained a descendant of the true dragon. Should it awaken even a fraction of that bloodline, it could achieve a realm beyond comprehension, truly deserving the title of king among demons. Jiang Yuan was astonished that the demon tiger and the dragon lion had crossed paths. He could not help but swallow hard, realizing that within this entire outer realm, the innate peak stood as the strongest presence. Thus, the Chinga Qianlong's ability to slay an innate peak demon had garnered considerable renown. While an ordinary individual would flee in terror at the sight of these two mighty demons clashing, Jiang Yuan intended to seize the opportunity amidst their battle to grasp some fortune. The demon tiger stood its ground, while the dragon lion loomed above. The sheer intensity of their formidable auras collided, and in the next instant, the dragon lion roared and charged fiercely towards the demon tiger, which, in turn, crouched low and sprang forth, its sharp claws poised to rend the dragon lion to shreds. The battles of human warriors may involve martial arts, yet the beasts rely solely on their instincts, either delivering a fatal blow or fighting with all their might. When two formidable creatures collided, they were sent hurtling backward, both left battered and bruised. In the clash between the demon tiger and the dragon lion, one was destined to perish. It remained uncertain which would fall first. Jiang Yuan murmured to himself, and in the next moment, the two mighty beasts collided once more in a fierce struggle. Time became an abstract notion as the demon tiger and dragon lion sustained grievous injuries, utterly exhausted, teetering on the brink of death, yet their ferocity remained undiminished, even intensifying as they prepared for their final confrontation. In that fleeting instant, the demon tiger succumbed, unable to rise again, while the dragon lion found itself devoid of strength. Attempting to flee, it encountered a human youth wielding a sword, prompting it to let out a desperate howl. Though its body was utterly drained of energy, Jiang Yuan looked upon the dying dragon lion with a slight smile, and in the next moment, he struck with his sword. The blade sliced through the air. The dragon lion emitted a sound of resignation as it faced its demise, its eyes failing to close. Initially, he had only hoped to claim a single demon's carcass, yet unexpectedly, both had met their end here. With a deft twist of his blade, Jiang Yuan began to dissect the two fallen beasts, soon obtaining his most coveted prize, the demon core. When human warriors reach the late stages of their innate development, they condense a golden core within, though in the initial phase, it remains a mere embryonic form. Only at the pinnacle can one refine a true golden core. And the same applies to the demon beasts. Logically, humans cultivate vital energy, while demon beasts refine demonic energy, two entirely distinct forms of energy, unable to merge. In a certain sense, the cultivation of demonic energy to forge one's physical form far surpasses the refinement of vital energy. This explains why the physicality of demon beasts is immensely more formidable than that of humans, even rivaling practitioners of higher realms. Consequently, in later generations, there emerged a faction of individuals who eschewed the cultivation of vital energy, focusing solely on demonic energy. They were regarded by human martial artists as unconventional, even traitorous. However, it is undeniable that these demon cultivators possess combat prowess that far exceeds that of ordinary practitioners within the same realm. Since ancient times, it has been established that martial cultivators cannot refine demonic energy, just as demon cultivators cannot refine vital energy. This is a universal truth of heaven and earth. Only Jiang Yuan stands as a true exception, mastering the cultivation of vital energy through the divine technique of heaven and the dragon elephant forging body technique for demonic energy. Achieving a remarkable compatibility between the two, his combat strength has reached an unimaginable level. Jiang Yuan first consumed the demon core of the demon tiger, and the dragon elephant forging body technique swiftly activated, fervently absorbing the essence from the demon core, transforming it into demonic energy to replenish his own. His aura grew increasingly formidable. Time passed, though he could not discern how long, and his cultivation experienced another breakthrough, not in body refinement, but in the realm of energy cultivation. He ascended from the pinnacle of the innate third stage to the initial phase of the innate fourth stage, then to the latter phase, and ultimately to the peak of the innate fourth stage, before reaching the fifth stage. Slowly, Jiang Yuan opened his eyes. He had finally stepped into the mid-stage of innate cultivation. As for his physical form, though he had not deliberately trained it, it had also grown stronger, attaining the level of innate eighth stage. Now, should he refrain from employing those earthly or celestial martial arts, he could indeed contend with that Qing Yu. Yet, he is also a hidden dragon of the Qing Pavilion, and it remains uncertain what hidden cards he possesses. Jiang Yuan murmured to himself. After his cultivation breakthrough, he once again gathered the bloodline of the dragon and lion. Although the true dragon bloodline had become exceedingly thin over time, it remained a genuine which would greatly benefit his dragon elephant body forging technique. With his physical cultivation reaching the 8th level of the innate realm and his vital energy cultivation advancing to the mid-stage of the innate realm, even the ordinary 9th level innate martial artists were no longer his match. It was time to commence. Jiang Yuan smiled faintly. In the following days, around the outskirts of the wild mountain range, martial artists frequently encountered the corpses of innate great demons, most of which were of the 7th or 8th level. All fell by a single sword strike. A few could not help but gasp in astonishment, quickly concluding that it must be the work of some formidable rogue cultivator or a hidden disciple of a sect. However, the powerful figure they spoke of was currently facing considerable trouble. Jiang Yuan looked at the girl before him with an expression of helplessness, then extended his hand and said, "Miss, I swear, I truly did not intend to spy." Chapter 47. Entering the intermediate Heavenly Dao battlefield, Yi Rong arrived at the wild mountain range, weary from her journey. After finally locating a bathing spot and loosening her garments, she discovered that there was already someone in the river. Having been treasured as a gem by her sect since childhood, she could hardly tolerate such an intrusion. Without hesitation, she drew her sword and pointed it at Jiang Yuan's neck, angrily exclaiming, "Lecher, you shall pay for this." Jiang Yuan could not help but touch his nose and replied, "Can I say that I arrived first?" Yi Rong scoffed coldly. Who would believe such a claim? Even if it were true, it would only mean her loss. Yet, the next moment, Jiang Yuan's words made her spit blood in fury. "How about I strip down for you to see?" Yi Rong found herself at a loss for words to express her emotions. She never anticipated encountering such a vile scoundrel in this desolate place. In an instant, she struck down with her sword. A fierce glint flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes as he deftly caught her blade between his fingers, coldly remarking, "I have already apologized. What more do you desire?" Yi Rong was taken aback by the ease with which her sword was restrained, yet upon hearing Jiang Yuan's words, she retorted with fury, "I want your life." With a swift turn of her blade, she unleashed a superior sword technique of the yellow tier, her innate cultivation of the 2nd level erupting forth. Jiang Yuan, shaking his head in resignation, resorted to using his fingers in place of a sword to counter her onslaught, swiftly pinning her delicate white neck, as if ready to unleash a torrent of blood at any moment. "Were it not for your unintentional offense, you would already be a corpse," he declared with an icy tone. He then turned and began to loosen his garments, completely indifferent to the presence of a nearby young woman. Upon noticing a certain sight, Yi Rong instinctively covered her eyes and fled in horror. Yet, she pondered, from which formidable sect could he possibly hail? His cultivation was indeed commendable, though it could scarcely compare to the prodigious talents of the Azure Pavilion's hidden dragons. Yi Rong murmured to herself, the genius of a minor sect. She naturally yearned for the extraordinary prowess of those from the great sections. As she contemplated, a group emerged from the distance, causing her expression to shift dramatically. They were a band of ruthless rogues, notorious for their banditry. Just as she contemplated escape, it was too late. The bandits had already spotted her. "Ha ha, big brother. Who would have thought we'd come across a fair maiden in this wild and desolate mountain? We can have some fun." One man laughed heartily. The leader, a burly man with a face full of beard, nodded slightly as several individuals closed in around him. The weakest among them was already at the 3rd level of innate strength, while the leader himself had attained the formidable 7th level of innate mastery, a speed that was beyond comparison with that of Yi Rong. Surrounded by these brigands, Yi Rong was met with lewd gazes that filled her with dread, prompting her to cry out for help. Go ahead and call for help, but know that in this vicinity, the scattered cultivators are not particularly formidable. The man who had initially set his sights on Yi Rong laughed heartily, his words ringing with a grim truth. The 7th level of innate strength is not commonplace. Within the realm of mortals, such power could command respect, even amidst the myriad of strong beings in the wild mountains, who would have the leisure to intervene in such trivial matters. He speculated that this girl was likely a disciple of a sect, yet what of it? In his experience, he had slain countless disciples of various sects at the same level of strength. In his eyes, those delicate flowers nurtured in greenhouses could never compare to the hardened warriors born from bloodshed. However, in the next moment, this foolish notion was obliterated. He looked down to find a massive gaping wound in his chest. "You," was all he could utter before his gaze became vacant, and he succumbed to death. The principle that villains perish from excessive talk seemed lost on him, rendering him unfit even to be called a brigand. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief, then turned his attention to the remaining foes. Without uttering a word, he moved like lightning, dispatching each brigand with a single strike. Only the leader managed to evade one attack, earning Jiang Yuan a momentary flicker of respect. Yet, it was merely a fleeting acknowledgement. In the next instant, he increased his force, shattering the brigand leader's cleaver, and drove his sword deep into the man's chest, ensuring he would not rise again. Yi Rong gazed at the retreating figure of Jiang Yuan, a pang of regret stirring within her heart. Why did she allow her princess-like temper to prevail? Had she not, she could have forged a connection with this exceptional individual, enabling her to navigate the treacherous wilderness more effectively in the future. Jiang Yuan, with no destination in sight, sought refuge in a secluded area, burying himself deep underground. His audacity stemmed from the fact that during his time in the celestial battlefield, the nameless token would safeguard his corporeal form in reality. Filled with combat fervor, he was abruptly confronted by a figure who admonished him, saying, "Kid, remember to promptly report any treasures you find, or you shall face dire consequences." After delivering this message, the individual moved on to repeat it to others, and Jiang Yuan observed that several people adhered to this leader's authority. It appears to be yet another small faction, Jiang Yuan remarked with a smile, noting that the speaker possessed peak innate cultivation, clearly establishing the strongest presence at the scene. However, I shall not comply with such demands. Jiang Yuan thought with a subtle smile, unfazed by the threats. In the celestial battlefield, particularly within the Yinyang Academy, both the primary and intermediate arenas are generally regarded as safer zones, albeit still fraught with significant risks. The majority of those who descend here are second-rate experts, with very few first-rate individuals among them. Upon landing, Jiang Yuan picked up a martial arts manual and commenced his studies. It was a low-grade celestial martial art, the light swift step. Upon mastering it, Jiang Yuan was left in a state of astonishment, for the introductory techniques of the light swift step bore a striking resemblance to the wind swift footsteps. Could this truly be mere coincidence? He mused in disbelief. Jiang Yuan's visage twitched. Should those ancient beings from the academy discover that this gale step is, in fact, a low-grade celestial martial art, their expressions would be nothing short of spectacular. Chapter 48. The Heist. The mere thought of their incredulous faces sent Jiang Yuan into a fit of laughter. No longer hesitating, he commenced the cultivation of the Gale Light Step. Owing to the mysterious token, his mastery of the Gale Light Step reached perfection, and he felt assured that his speed and agility rivaled that of any top-tier prodigy. Truly, it was an effortless acquisition. Jiang Yuan had devised a plan. He intended to extract the Shadow chapter from the Gale Light Step and merge it with the Gale chapter, thus creating a genuine Earth-grade martial art. Should he present it to the Academy, he might earn a substantial reward. As for why he refrained from submitting the entire Gale Light Step, Jiang Yuan understood all too well. If he were to present this celestial martial art, those ancient beings would not acknowledge his merits, but rather covet the secrets he possessed, which would be a grave miscalculation. Lu Ziyan chuckled, for he was practicing a form of boxing, the Overlord Fist, and felt the need for practical experience. Upon arriving outside the Yinyang Academy, Lu Ziyan began to search for adversaries. At that moment, he spotted an unremarkable youth, devoid of any protective garments. Laughing heartily, he charged forward without a second thought. However, as he approached within mere yards of the youth, the latter smiled, and Lu Ziyan's heart sank. He attempted to retreat, but it was too late. The youth, swift as a specter, appeared before him in an instant. Lu Ziyan was taken aback, and before he could react, the youth's fist struck him directly. In an instant, he met his demise. Lu Ziyan, unwilling to accept his elimination, felt a twinge of regret for provoking that individual. Jiang Yuan clapped his hands and commenced a search of Lu Ziyan, discovering only a collection of trivial items. These meager possessions were primarily low-tier martial arts techniques or spirit artifacts, which, in the vast expanse of Longhan continent, would undoubtedly attract countless would-be thieves. Yet, in Jiang Yuan's eyes, they were no more valuable than refuse. What a pitiful wretch! Jiang Yuan sighed. Had Lu Ziyan overheard him, he might very well rise from the dead and pin Jiang Yuan to the ground in a fit of rage, for these were indeed his treasures. Alas, it was better to seek out more fruitful targets. Jiang Yuan departed with determination. This fellow was far too weak, destined to meet an ignoble end in the grand arena of the Heavenly Path. In the broader context of the Heavenly Path battlefield, Jiang Yuan assessed his own strength to be somewhat above average, thus setting his sights on opponents of similar or even superior caliber. As for those who had reached the pinnacle of innate power, Jiang Yuan dismissed the thought entirely. Why should he willingly offer his head as a trophy for others to claim? Before long, he identified a target, a young member of the demon race. Although referred to as a youth, he was in his 50s or 60s, which was hardly significant among his kind. The demon youth was engaged in a fierce battle with a human girl, and Jiang Yuan found it difficult to watch. The two seemed to be equally matched. reveling in their duel even in a perilous environment where death lurked at every turn. While it is often said that one should not disturb another's happiness, Jiang Yuan was unconcerned. He had finally found someone worthy of a challenge. As he drew closer, the young demon's movements noticeably slowed. He cast a cold glare at Jiang Yuan and bellowed, "Get lost." In the throes of his excitement, he could not allow anyone to interrupt him. His restraint in not attacking was an act of profound mercy. Yet, Jiang Yuan showed no fear, responding with a smile. "Ah, quite impressive. Your tastes are rather bold." Upon hearing this, the demon youth felt unfazed, but the human girl gasped in shock and anger, promptly clutching the demon youth and sweetly imploring, "Brother demon, he is bullying me." The demon youth, perplexed yet incensed, fixed Jiang Yuan with a furious stare and declared, "You have provoked my woman. Now you shall pay the price." With that, he charged directly at Jiang Yuan, who merely smiled and said, "Come at me." In a flash, he moved like a wraith. Jiang Yuan's speed was now a world apart from before. He believed his swiftness could rival, if not surpass, that of the white shadow serpent. The demon youth hesitated for a moment. As a swift tiger in his true form, he was accustomed to unparalleled speed. Yet this young man before him was no less formidable. But what of it? Did he think mere speed could suppress me? The demon youth scoffed repeatedly, revealing his true form, a colossal and fearsome beast. Any human who beheld such a sight would be filled with revulsion, yet the human girl gazed up at him with admiration, further solidifying Jiang Yuan's belief that her tastes were extraordinarily peculiar. The demon youth relished this admiration, then turned his gaze back to Jiang Yuan, only to find no trace of the terror he desired. Instead, Jiang Yuan remained as composed as a gentle breeze, inciting the demon's fury. Enraged, he surged forward with ferocity, intent on teaching this insolent fellow a lesson. Jiang Yuan's expression remained utterly unperturbed as he executed the gliding light step, wielding the azure dragon sword, resembling a war deity as he stood opposite the swift tiger. With a single stroke, he struck down, yet only managed to sever a fraction of its fur. How could it possess such formidable strength? Jiang Yuan's countenance shifted slightly. After all, the azure dragon sword was a premier Dao artifact. Although his current cultivation prevented him from wielding it to its fullest potential, it should have been sufficient to cleave through any innate martial artist. The swift tiger, known for its speed, should not have boasted such formidable defensive capabilities. He couldn't help but furrow his brow. At that moment, the demonic youth erupted into laughter, declaring, "Fool, though my true form is that of a swift tiger, I possess a trace of white tiger bloodline within me. Do you truly believe you can breach my defenses?" Such thoughts are the musings of a madman. Jiang Yuan realized, to his astonishment, that this individual harbored a trace of white tiger bloodline within him. Though minimal, it was enough to withstand the earlier strike, renowned for its defensive prowess among the five elements, particularly in the realm of metal. Nevertheless, Jiang Yuan smirked. "You do not presume that this is my only technique, do you?" In the next instant, a blood moon descended, slicing through the air with lethal intent. The demonic youth, once brimming with confidence, felt an overwhelming sense of danger, and his expression faltered instantly. The sword fell, and the demon perished, witnessing the colossal form disintegrate into ashes. The human girl trembled in fear. Chapter 49. A desperate battle throughout history. It is evident that even in remote and impoverished lands like the Long continent, warriors of the foundational four realms and grand worlds can indeed cultivate celestial-level martial arts. However, they merely attain the rudimentary level of proficiency, with only a scant few achieving substantial mastery. As for the realm of perfection, such individuals are comparable to the likes of holy sons and disciples. They would hardly trouble someone of my insignificant standing. Regrettably, this young demon encountered Jiang Yuan, who possessed the capability to achieve perfection in martial arts at a single step. Otherwise, he would not have met his untimely demise so swiftly. Jiang Yuan immediately commenced a search of his person. After more than a month of practice, his skills in this endeavor had become increasingly refined, and in no time, he uncovered a trove of treasures. To his astonishment, he discovered celestial-level elixirs, celestial-level martial arts, and celestial-level techniques. Just how many individuals had this fellow robbed? Jiang Yuan pondered silently before quickly locating a soft target, a first-rate expert, whom he swiftly defeated. After claiming his spoils, Jiang Yuan resumed his plundering, and within a short span, he had robbed several individuals, the weakest among them being upper-tier second-rate experts, with a few first-rate masters as well. Accumulating such wealth, Jiang Yuan could be deemed a veritable magnate. However, with great fortune comes unwanted attention. Although he wished to avoid conflict, someone sought him out. Yu Wenfeng looked down at Jiang Yuan and spoke in a grave tone. Boy, surrender all that you possess, and I may spare your life. In the context of this mid-level celestial battlefield, he could be considered a top-tier expert, naturally brimming with arrogance. Yet Jiang Yuan merely sneered and replied, spare my life? Alas, I rather enjoy courting death. The blade of the azure dragon sword pointed at the young man as Jiang Yuan declared, if you wish to fight, then let us engage. There is no need for idle chatter. Yu Wenfeng furrowed his brow slightly, and at that moment, a figure approached from the distance, causing his frown to deepen. Dongfang Qingming. What brings you here? He demanded, his gaze fixed intently on the newcomer. Dongfang Qingming laughed heartily. I am not here to seek you out. However, this did not imply that he would willingly relinquish the treasures. He immediately asserted, young man, if you do not yield them to me, even with this fellow's protection, your demise is certain. The two men fixed their stares on Jiang Yuan, eager to discern his choice, but Jiang Yuan merely smiled faintly. What gives you the confidence that you can subdue me? Yu Wenfeng's gaze was riveted on the azure dragon sword. It was undeniably a divine weapon, one of the finest. And such weapons were rare even in the intermediate realm of the heavenly Dao battlefield. His heart was already stirred by greed. Boy, hand it over. Yu Wenfeng barked. Attempting to seize the azure dragon sword, Jiang Yuan paid him no mind, and instead surged forward with his sword. The overwhelming sword energy transformed into an expansive domain. Aiming to subdue Yu Wenfeng. Yu Wenfeng sensed an immense threat but remained undaunted. He unleashed his entire vital energy, converting it into a colossal blade to contend with Jiang Yuan. As he found his sword momentum obstructed, Jiang Yuan swiftly changed tactics, invoking the Myriad Mountains technique to activate the azure dragon sword, unleashing a blood moon that cleaved through the air with tremendous force. The spectacle left the onlookers in awe, and just as they attempted to counter, they were forcibly repelled. How can this be? Yu Wenfeng thought in astonishment. If he had underestimated Jiang Yuan before, now he was fully committed, yet still found himself unable to contend with his opponent. This is undoubtedly not comparable to any ordinary. This individual has already embarked on the path of swordsmanship. At the moment when Yu Wenfeng found himself embroiled in a fierce battle, Dongfang Qingming's expression became exceedingly grim. He could hardly believe that this seemingly soft and unassuming character possessed such formidable strength. The so-called entry into the sword path signifies the attainment of a profound understanding of form, intent, technique, and the essence of the way, essentially, the realm of sword intent. The levels of swordsmanship are categorized into entry, minor success, major success, and perfection. Beyond that lies sword intent, which is typically comprehended only by those who have attained a significant level of cultivation. He never anticipated that someone who appeared to be inferior to him could comprehend sword intent, and so powerfully at that. Could this young man be a descendant of an ancient lineage, masquerading as a simpleton? He pondered silently, unable to dismiss the thought, for it was evident that only extraordinary warriors could grasp such potent sword intent. Even Dongfang Qingming, standing to the side, sensed the impending peril, let alone Yu Wenfeng, who felt the chilling breath of death. No, it's impossible. How could I possibly lose? Yu Wenfeng bellowed, Dongfang Qingming, hurry and assist me. Dongfang Qingming's countenance darkened. Yet he understood that their only recourse was to join forces with Yu Wenfeng to vanquish Jiang Yuan. Without further hesitation, the two supreme masters unleashed their ultimate techniques, and the overwhelming sword intent shattered into fragments. Jiang Yuan staggered back several steps, astonished by the scene before him. Without uttering a word, he fled toward the distance. Pursue him, Dongfang Qingming instructed, unwilling to allow a swordsmanship prodigy he had offended to escape unscathed. Without hesitation, Yu Wenfeng pursued him. It must be said that although Jiang Yuan had mastered the perfect light-swift step, he ultimately fell short in terms of vital energy cultivation. How could his innate energy, comparable to the 6th level of innate strength, compete with the two martial artists behind him who had reached the pinnacle of the 8th level? The distance between them was quickly diminished. It seemed the time had come for a desperate gamble. Jiang Yuan spoke in a low voice, declaring that even in death, he would take others down with him. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew upon the ancient Qinglong sword, channeling the world's vital energy into his body, while the heavenly divine art continuously circulated within him. Unfortunately, his dantian was too rudimentary. This was a fight to the death. Chapter 50. Predicament since acquiring the nameless token. It was Jiang Yuan's first experience in such a fierce battle. Originally of second-rate upper-tier combat strength, Enduring for this long against two top-tier masters was already remarkable. Now, he had no choice but to fight to the death, seeking a slender chance of survival. Dongfang Qingming and Yu Wenfeng slowly closed in. To them, this fellow seemed like a fish in a barrel. However, they soon realized Jiang Yuan's intentions. Stop him! Dongfang Qingming bellowed, and both of them launched a concerted attack, aiming to prevent Jiang Yuan from igniting his vital blood. Yet, it was too late. At this moment, Jiang Yuan's face flushed crimson. He fixed his gaze on the two like a ferocious beast, abandoning his sword. He invoked the essence of the wind, leaving both men astounded. They had never anticipated that this individual not only mastered the essence of the sword, but also the essence of the wind. Dual essences, what a prodigy! At this moment, they regretted provoking him. Even if they survived this encounter, they would likely expend a considerable amount of elixirs to mend their injuries. Without a hint of hesitation, the two dashed towards the rear. However, Jiang Yuan had already lost his sanity. Fueled by his burning vitality, his combat prowess surged dramatically. Coupled with the essence of the wind and the technique of light gliding, his speed reached an unprecedented pinnacle. After vanquishing the formidable foe, Jiang Yuan found himself utterly drained, his life force plummeting to its nadir, leading to his untimely demise. Within the untamed mountains, Jiang Yuan regained consciousness, gasping for breath. The earlier battle had indeed sapped a considerable amount of his mental fortitude, leaving him somewhat dazed. At that moment, a group of individuals approached him. "Hey kid, have you seen our boss?" One of them inquired. He was a bandit, part of the same faction as the earlier assailants. Jiang Yuan merely cast a detached glance at him, uttering not a word, and turned to walk away. The bandit, momentarily stunned, was only roused from his stupor when another person nudged him, asking, "What is wrong with you?" Swallowing hard, the bandit muttered, "What a terrifying gaze. Is this fellow truly human?" The others, perplexed, chuckled. What else could he be if not human? Could he be a transvestite? Haha. They burst into laughter. Yet the bandit remained solemn. He had genuinely discerned the heartlessness reflected in Jiang Yuan's eyes. Such a coldness was beyond that of mere humanity. Even ferocious beasts could not rival it. Unaware of the commotion he had incited, Jiang Yuan was oblivious to his surroundings. Initially intending to rest for a moment, he was suddenly startled by a piercing howl. Frowning slightly, he beheld a pack of lightning wolves emerging not far from him. The lightning wolves and the swift tigers are both renowned for their remarkable speed, yet to a certain extent, the former surpasses the latter in velocity. They move in unison, becoming the nightmare of countless innate refining martial artists. However, Jiang Yuan paid little heed to this, as he had been relentlessly pursued by Yu Wenfeng and Dongfang Qingming, and his heart simmered with unquenchable fury, which found an opportune outlet in these lightning wolves. Given his current combat prowess, he deemed that unless he encountered an exceptionally formidable beast of the innate 8th level or a lord-level beast of the innate 9th level, he was largely safe from danger in the periphery. Jiang Yuan licked his lips, not out of fear of these powerful beasts, but rather in anticipation of enhancing his own strength. It was time to seek out the formidable innate beasts. "Are you also here in the wilderness mountains to hunt beasts?" Jiang Yuan inquired aloud, only to realize the individual before him was far from ordinary. The aura emanating from the young woman was one he recognized intimately. Demon energy. "You are a demon cultivator." "No, you are a demon beast." Jiang Yuan's expression shifted dramatically as apprehension crept in. The demon youth he encountered on the Heavenly Path battlefield had reached an unknown level of transformation, yet the girl before him was evidently of the innate realm. For the first time, he sensed a formidable challenge, for those with powerful bloodlines often faced great difficulty in transforming, making it exponentially more arduous than with the... However, there existed a possibility of transformation upon entering the innate realm. The Nine-Tailed Fox Clan. The Strange Tales from the Mountains and Seas recounts the nine-tailed fox, described as entirely snow-white, possessing 9 tails, and inherently spiritual, capable of shape-shifting into human form. There exists a tale from a time long past, when a dynasty suppressed countless sects and noble families, unifying the realm of Long-On for an indeterminate span of years. Yet, it was ultimately the fall of the nine-tailed fox that led to its demise. Enchantment. This is the innate power of the nine-tailed fox, a charm so potent that even deities might struggle to resist its allure. Without uttering a word, Jiang Yuan drew his sword, but in the next moment, he lowered it and approached the maiden with deep affection, as if he were gazing upon his beloved from a millennium ago. The girl glared at Jiang Yuan with fury, her murderous intent palpable, poised to strike him down the instant he drew near. However, the next moment, she felt a chilling sensation at her throat. With the azure dragon poised, Jiang Yuan was merciless. Chapter 51. Murong Feng. Jiang Yuan held his sword against the maiden's neck, his voice icy as he spoke. The enchanting prowess of the nine-tailed fox clan indeed possesses some merit, but it cannot ensnare me. His resolve was as steadfast as rock. Even if divine retribution were to descend or the fires of the netherworld were to blaze, his composure would remain unshaken, let alone a mere enchantment. The maiden was taken aback. Throughout her life, her charm had never failed, yet it faltered in the presence of Jiang Yuan. What astonished her further was the coldness in his gaze. Though he appeared merely a youth, his eyes betrayed an unwavering ruthlessness. "But can you enlighten me as to why you sought to harm me?" Jiang Yuan inquired, his curiosity piqued by her immediate use of enchantment against him. The girl let out a cold laugh, responding, "You killed the old matriarch. How could I not seek vengeance for her? Alas, in the words of your kind, the victor claims the throne while the vanquished are branded as villains. So, go ahead, kill me." Jiang Yuan spoke softly, revealing that despite his cultivation of indifference, he still adhered to his own principles, one of which was to refrain from indiscriminately taking innocent lives. It was evident that the young girl had misunderstood him, and thus he chose not to harm her. However, he felt no obligation to explain himself. This was his path, seeking not enlightenment, but the purity of his heart. As she watched Jiang Yuan's figure fade away, the girl found herself in a daze, uncertain of what to say. Could it be that she had truly misjudged him? Being a perceptive individual, she swiftly approached her elderly caretaker, a mere fox who had been by her side since childhood, their bond resembling that of a mother and daughter. Upon witnessing the lifeless body, sadness enveloped her, yet she began to examine the fatal wounds. It was clear that a large blade had inflicted them, and only then did she realize her grave misunderstanding of the young human. The weapon he wielded was a sword, not a broad knife. The wound resembled that of a green blade, albeit deeper than those typically inflicted by such a weapon, suggesting it was crafted with precision. Jiang Yuan murmured to himself, referring to the green blade as a creation of the renowned master Qing Shu, who had forged it a millennium ago. Now, it had evolved into a distinct style, and many disciples across various sects carried this type of green blade. However, unlike ordinary green blades, the school also produced customized weapons for exceptional young talents and martial artists. And the injuries on the beast undoubtedly bore the hallmark of a weapon forged by a disciple of the Green Blade sect. To have a master of the Qingdao sect forge weapons is no trivial matter. Such individuals are certainly not commonplace. First and foremost, ordinary solitary cultivators and disciples of various sects can be disregarded. Only formidable martial artists and prodigious young talents could be considered. Yet, the entire Wild Mountain range is unlikely to attract such powerful figures. Thus, it must be a particular kind of person. As Jiang Yuan's mind raced, he began to contemplate, but in the next moment, he resolutely made up his mind. Since he had ventured out, he would seek these prodigies, utilizing these sharpening stones to elevate his combat prowess. Jiang Yuan's tone brimmed with confidence. Finding that prodigy would prove easy, he merely needed to scour the area for innate 8th and 9th tier beasts, and he would soon locate his target. Murong Feng of the Star. Jiang Yuan gazed at him, his eyes filled with boundless fighting spirit. However, before he could approach, a figure dashed forth, charging at Murong Feng. It was the nine-tailed fox girl he had seen earlier. Damn it, why is she here? Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow. Was she not interrupting his battle for no good reason? Nevertheless, as the two engaged, Jiang Yuan observed from the sidelines, assessing Murong Feng's martial path. He estimated that the nine-tailed fox girl stood at an elite pinnacle level in the heavenly Dao battlefield, while Murong Feng appeared to be at the apex of mastery, verging on the realm of definitive experts. His cultivation likely reached the innate 9th tier, only slightly inferior to Qing Yu of the Qing Pavilion. Who are you? Murong Feng spoke in a deep voice, his grip tightening around the hilt of his blade. It was an 8-foot, 1-inch long weapon, with a diameter of roughly 2 to 3 inches, resembling a variant of the Qing Dao, yet ultimately retaining the essence of a sword. Indeed, it was a rather unconventional weapon. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but shake his head. Murong Feng's anger flared. He cherished this treasured blade above all else. If he could transcend to the spirit realm, he might elevate it to the status of a spirit weapon, yet here was someone belittling it as a mere trinket. You have insulted my blade, and in doing so, you have insulted me. Prepare to pay the price for your arrogance, he declared coldly, advancing with the sword raised high. intent on cleaving Jiang Yuan in two. At that very moment, Jiang Yuan moved as well. The Qinglong was unleashed. A faint dragon's roar resonating as it manifested a shimmering blue dragon shadow, charging towards Murong Feng. This is a spirit weapon. Murong Feng gasped in astonishment, a glimmer of greed flickering in his eyes. If he could seize the sword's spirit within, infusing it into his treasure, he could possess a spirit weapon without needing to break through to the spirit realm. Chapter 52. The great sage of the sea Murong Feng was secretly alarmed. He never anticipated that the youth before him could merge two distinct martial arts into one. The sword transformed into a blood moon, its momentum overwhelming, as if it were an all-encompassing force. Had it not been for his vastly superior cultivation level, he might have already met defeat. Gradually, the flicker of greed in his heart dissipated, replaced by a burgeoning admiration for this remarkable individual before him. Jiang Yuan was oblivious to Murong Feng's admiration for him. His sole focus was on the battle. During this process, he became acutely aware of his significant shortcomings, particularly his lack of combat experience. In the past, on the battlefield of the Heavenly Path, he had always resorted to ambush tactics, engaging in desperate skirmishes. The only true confrontation he had experienced was against Wu Zhaoming, where both adhered to conventional methods. Unlike Murong Feng, who was cunning and opportunistic, exploiting every flaw Jiang Yuan revealed, even enticing him into exposing vulnerabilities. It seemed he ultimately needed to face genuine powerhouses. Otherwise, no matter how formidable his strength, he could never reach the pinnacle of his capabilities. Jiang Yuan silently reflected as his sword surged, aiming directly at a particular flaw in Murong Feng's defense. Unlike before, this time Murong Feng's vulnerability was genuine, a consequence of the overwhelming ferocity of Jiang Yuan's attack, which even he found somewhat overwhelming. Enough is enough. I shall not continue, Murong Feng declared, retreating to create distance. Jiang Yuan sighed softly, his spirited battle abruptly interrupted. Murong Feng raised an eyebrow, wondering if this fellow perceived him as merely a sharpening stone. However, he felt no anger. As a fellow prodigy, he understood the significance of a sharpening stone, a privilege reserved for those who inhabit the same realm. I truly shan't fight any longer. If this continues, I shall miss my dinner. Murong Feng gestured dismissively, leaving Jiang Yuan astonished that the reason for ceasing hostilities was simply dinner. It is widely acknowledged that warriors who attain the innate realm possess the ability to abstain from food. Indeed, they can endure several days and nights without nourishment. Yet, this fellow surprisingly chose to forego a fierce battle for the sake of a single meal. However, after a brief moment, Jiang Yuan acquiesced. For Murong Feng's culinary skills were simply exquisite. He snatched a roasted leg of lamb from Murong Feng's hands and indulged heartily. As for Murong Feng, he was left dumbfounded, silently questioning, "Are you not afraid I might poison it?" "Not at all. Your trust in me. Is it perhaps due to an inexplicable bond between us?" Jiang Yuan replied, "It is because I have no fear of poison." Murong Feng was rendered speechless. He considered himself an oddity. Yet he had not anticipated the existence of someone even more peculiar than himself in this world. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Yuan spoke the truth. Having cultivated the spirit exorcism technique, he had already developed a ghostly aura, which is highly sensitive to toxins. A mere whiff was enough for him to discern that Murong Feng had not laced the food with poison. Murong Feng silently took another leg of lamb and resumed roasting it. During his meal, he glanced at the nine-tailed fox maiden and remarked, "Let me tell you, this girl fancies me," and upon my rejection, she became furious and pursued me. His expression was one of utmost pride, but the next moment, it resembled a deflated balloon. "You killed her kin. It's only natural she would seek retribution," Jiang Yuan said, his mouth smeared with grease. Murong Feng's face twitched as he forced a smile. "Could you not expose me? If I were to keep silent, wouldn't that make me a fool?" Jiang Yuan replied nonchalantly. Murong Feng finally discerned that this fellow possessed a caustic tongue, each utterance lethally precise, and promptly sealed his lips, uttering not another word. Jiang Yuan, having devoured the last morsel of roasted lamb, stroked his abdomen and declared, only partially satiated. Upon hearing this, Murong Feng was once more seized by the impulse to hack the man to pieces. This was no ordinary sheep raised by common folk, but a monstrous beast, far grander in size and substance than its mundane counterparts. Yet, this glutton claimed to be merely half full. Moreover, he had not even extended an invitation. "It's all gone. Be on your way," Murong Feng waved dismissively. But a moment later, He furtively seized a leg of lamb and commenced roasting it, piously proclaiming it was because a friend had come from afar, a joyous occasion indeed. Of course, were it not for the sword discernible beneath his neck, one might have genuinely believed him. After an indeterminate span, the nine-tailed fox maiden awoke. Upon beholding Murong Feng, she was instantly consumed by murderous intent. She attempted, but was rendered powerless by excessive blood loss. Doesn't that girl harbor affection for you? Go and heal her, Jiang Yuan remarked nonchalantly. Murong Feng hastily shook his head, protesting. Although this lass is quite fetching, my aspirations lie not in carnal pursuits, but in gastronomy. To become the foremost culinary expert of the Dragon Han continent is my ambition. Jiang Yuan was rendered speechless. Which martial artist did not aspire to become a renowned martial arts paragon? Yet, this fellow's dream was exceedingly peculiar. Jiang Yuan arose and approached the maiden, producing a medicinal pill for her to ingest. This was a superior healing elixir from the intermediate Heavenly Dao battlefield, a heaven rank. Low-grade pill, plundered from that demon kin youth. Almost instantaneously, the maiden's injuries were restored. Murong Feng stared in astonishment and hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "My friend, what grade of elixir is this? Even the earth rank cannot achieve such a feat." Jiang Yuan remained silent. If Murong Feng continued his incessant chatter, he would not hesitate to silence him permanently. After all, the dissemination of such heavenly rank elixirs would undoubtedly spell disaster for Jiang Yuan in his current circumstances. "My friend, how about we join forces? I shall take the lead in attack while you handle the healing. This young lady can serve as our reward. What do you say?" Murong Feng, undeterred, continued his incessant prattle. Chapter 53. Fourth-rank monster under their scrutiny. The girl, though extremely reluctant, found herself compelled to confess as they flanked her. The notion of an embarrassing human tale flickered in her mind, prompting her to disclose, "The revered sage of the seas is our title for him. In truth, he is a powerful dragon, an unparalleled force that has reached the pinnacle of the fourth-rank monsters, what you humans refer to as the peak of the Dao realm, with the potential to ascend beyond it at any moment. This is why our barbaric demon clan venerates him as a sage, residing deep within the mountains to safeguard our wilderness." The two exchanged solemn glances, their expressions grave. They had never anticipated that the earlier roar belonged to such an extraordinary being. "Fortunately, we did not venture deeper into the mountains. Otherwise, we would surely be doomed," Murong Feng remarked. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly, acknowledging the overwhelming aura that had emanated from that roar. It was a force capable of inciting reverence in even the most ordinary individuals. Only he, having cultivated the dragon elephant body forging technique, remained unbowed by its might. Yet, what manner of monster could produce such a resounding cry? Jiang Yuan silently contemplated the mournful cry he had heard earlier, sensing an endless sorrow within it, a feeling akin to the yearning for enlightenment that remains forever elusive. Could it be that this dragon, like so many before, was forever unable to transcend its limitations, having reached its utmost threshold? A spark of realization ignited within him, compelling him to stride boldly into the depths of the mountains. Yet, he was abruptly halted by Murong Feng's firm grip. "Are you out of your mind? That is a being of the Demon King level. Furthermore, even the periphery is teeming with demon lords, formidable entities. Entering there would be tantamount to seeking your own demise." Although Murong Feng could not fathom Jiang Yuan's intentions, he felt compelled to intervene. After all, there were few in the entire outer realm who could match his prowess, and those who could were not to his liking. Jiang Yuan chose silence, shaking off Murong Feng's grasp and resolutely continuing on his path. Murong Feng, unable to contain his anger, exclaimed, "If you wish to court death, then hurry along. When you meet the King of Hell, be sure to tell him I tried to dissuade you. Clearly a good deed on my part." At that moment, Jiang Yuan was overwhelmed by the urge to silence this man. Yet, he pressed on, recognizing that this was a gamble. Should he meet his end, it would be a personal tragedy. However, if he could procure some treasures from the great sage of the sea, this gamble would yield victory. The pursuit of martial arts is inherently a game of chance. No matter how brilliant one may be, if they do not reach the end, who will remember them? For once fallen, the world will continue to see new talents rise. Yet true strength is scarce. History is replete with those who, though initially unremarkable, ultimately surpass the greats, Sword Mad being a prime example. Although Jiang Yuan possesses exceptional talent, he is acutely aware that, when viewed from the perspective of the prodigies from the greater realms of the Longhan continent, the grandeur of the 30,000 miles of spiritual sea is but a trifling matter. His ability to stand shoulder to shoulder with such formidable beings is merely due to the fortune bestowed upon him by the mysterious token. However, Jiang Yuan is reluctant to rely solely on this enigmatic token. His martial path is one forged through struggle and perseverance, ascending to challenge the immortals, never to be governed by a mere insignia. Having departed from his original location, Jiang Yuan's figure traversed deep into the mountain range, accompanied by the nine-tailed fox maiden. "What brings you here?" Jiang Yuan inquired. The maiden scoffed, retorting, "The barbaric mountain range has been my home since childhood. Are you suggesting that while outsiders like you are permitted entry, I, its rightful owner, should be barred? You intend to inform the oceanic great sage of our presence and urge him to eliminate us, don't you?" Jiang Yuan directly unveiled her intentions. The maiden, caught off guard, was momentarily enraged, fearing that Jiang Yuan would turn against her. To her surprise, he stated, "Very well, let us proceed together." The maiden hesitated, her gaze wary of Jiang Yuan. Compared to the one who had slain her beloved grandmother, this young man exuded a far more. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, a multitude of powerful presences emanated from within. The maiden trembled. Despite her claims of familiarity, this was merely the periphery, and she had never before ventured into the inner sanctum. How could she not feel trepidation in the face of the overwhelming energies exuded by the primal beasts? Jiang Yuan also furrowed his brow, not due to the terrifying auras that surrounded them, but rather because these energies seemed devoid of any intent to attack, as if they were shrouded in an eerie stillness. Could it be, as I have speculated, that the great sage of the ocean is indeed facing his demise? Or is it that within the depths lurk human warriors who suppress the great demons, causing them to remain in hiding? A torrent of thoughts surged through Jiang's mind, and he could not discern how much time had passed as he ventured deeper into the abyss. He gazed into the shadows, where even from such a distance, he could sense an overwhelming terror. At the very least, there were formidable spirit realm demons and demon kings of the Tao realm. Jiang could not help but proceed with utmost caution. Despite possessing the turtle concealment technique, there was no guarantee that certain great demons would not detect his presence, which would spell disaster. "Is it always so eerily desolate in the barbaric mountains?" Jiang inquired, turning to the young girl beside him. The stillness in the depths of the mountains was unsettlingly peculiar. The girl slowly shook her head. She recalled hearing from the elders that countless spirit realm demons roamed the depths, akin to a bustling human marketplace, yet today's reality was starkly different. "Very well. Let us enter and see for ourselves," Jiang declared, taking a deep breath of the cool air. He stepped forward, determined to uncover the truth. However, in the next moment, he sensed an ominous presence, a pair of piercing eyes fixated upon him from above, exuding the unmistakable aura of a spirit realm demon. Panic surged through him. Jiang immediately retreated, activating his gliding light steps. Yet his speed was no match for that of the spirit realm demon, which swiftly seized him and propelled him further into the depths, leaving the girl in a state of bewilderment. The black bird flew an indeterminate distance before depositing Jiang atop a mountain peak. Without hesitation, he drew his Qi longsword, the figure of the dragon shimmering faintly within the blade. The black bird was momentarily taken aback and remarked, "Is this not the remnant of the azure dragon? How could it be entwined within this sword? And how could it have fallen into the hands of a mere youth such as yourself?" Jiang Yuan was slightly startled, but ultimately did not relinquish his grip on the azure dragon. "Rest assured, I harbor no hostility toward you," the black bird said, dispelling Jiang Yuan's concerns. However, its expression turned grave as it continued. "Human lad, why do I sense the aura of the dragon clan and celestial phenomena emanating from you?" Jiang Yuan, already on high alert, tightened his grip on the sword upon hearing these words. Should the blackbird make even the slightest move, he would fight with all his might, for the secrets of the dragon symbol forging technique must never be divulged. Observing Jiang Yuan's heightened vigilance, the blackbird sighed in resignation and said, "Very well, follow me." With that, the blackbird proceeded ahead, seemingly indifferent to Jiang Yuan's presence. Jiang Yuan was taken aback but decided to trail behind. Realizing he had no means of escape, it would be more prudent to ascertain what this creature was scheming. They arrived at a celestial cavern, where the blackbird adopted a posture of utmost reverence. "Great sage." Upon hearing these words, even Jiang Yuan, whose composure was as steadfast as rock, felt a jolt of astonishment. Chapter 54. The former prodigy legend has it that in ancient times, the demon clan ruled over the heavens and the earth, with myriad races as their vassals. 7 great sages once suppressed the grand era, But due to the brutality of the demon clan, the myriad races revolted, leading to a change in dominion, with humanity flourishing while demons and humans became sworn enemies. In the present day, the great sage within these wild mountains is not truly a sage, but merely a pinnacle-level demon king. Yet this serves to illustrate the terror embodied by this demon king, the dragon king of the flood, the great sage of the overturned sea. Jiang Yuan never anticipated that this dark bird would lead him to such a place. Entering the cave was beyond his wildest imagination. He had aspired to infiltrate this realm, yet he found himself here with such ease. However, it was not long before Jiang Yuan noticed a man standing majestically upon a high platform. His stature reminiscent of an unparalleled sovereign surveying this domain. Though he did not deliberately exude an aura of authority while speaking, an undeniable pressure emanated from him, prompting Jiang Yuan to declare, "I am Jiang Yuan, a humble servant disciple of the Black and White Academy." Upon hearing this, the dark bird was taken aback, and the man paused momentarily, but he soon smiled and remarked, "A servant disciple, indeed. How reminiscent of that individual from years past, born of humble origins. Yet, that person has long since transcended the shackles of heaven and earth, becoming a legend in the Dragon Han continent." Jiang Yuan felt a flicker of intrigue within and inquired, "Could it be that the Demon King speaks of the revered Sword Immortal from Sword Mountain?" The Dragon King nodded slightly, acknowledging that the true name of the Sword Immortal had faded into obscurity, while the title itself had become an echo of legend. For 30 years, the Sword Immortal traversed the realm of mortals, dedicating 50 years to the pursuit of martial arts. In the initial 5 years of his training, his aptitude was not merely mediocre. He was the most inconspicuous of laborers. However, a decade after becoming an inconspicuous worker, he experienced an epiphany regarding the profound truths of martial arts. His cultivation ascended rapidly, achieving innate mastery within a year, spiritual realm in 3 years, and the realm of Tao in 10 years. In the 17th year of his martial journey, during a fierce battle against the strongest of the Tao realm, he found himself on the brink of defeat. Yet, in that critical moment, he comprehended the grand forces of nature, severing the river with a single stroke of his sword, vanquishing 3,000 Tao practitioners, and departing with grace. He vanished for 20 years, only to re-emerge amidst the chaos of the demon realm, where he eradicated the Demon King with a single strike, having already attained the cultivation of a Tao sovereign. After another 20 years of obscurity, he ultimately ascended to the heavens one day in broad daylight. He possessed a sword capable of moving mountains, severing rivers, plucking stars, and altering destinies. This is the legend of the Sword Immortal, unmatched in combat prowess, unparalleled. He became the aspiration of all martial practitioners of that era and continues to be revered by contemporary warriors. However, Jiang Yuan is not among them. He is confident in surpassing the Sword Immortal and is merely curious as to why the Dragon Demon King has sought him out. At that moment, the Dragon Demon King slowly spoke. "You must be filled with questions as to why I had old He bring you here." Jiang Yuan nodded slowly and tentatively inquired, "Is it because of my dragon elephant physique?" "Haha, indeed. You have truly cultivated this unique body refinement technique." The Dragon Demon King laughed heartily. Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow, his grip on the azure dragon tight. Yet to his astonishment, the Dragon Demon King made no attempt to strike him, leaving him momentarily stunned. The Dragon King discerned the thoughts swirling within Jiang Yuan's mind, and, with a faint smile, remarked, "Rest assured, although the human and demon races are sworn enemies, I hold no intention of directing my hand against one so young as yourself. Moreover, you are a person devoid of sentiment. Thus the distinction between human and demon holds little significance to you." He paused momentarily before continuing, "The reason I have summoned you here is to make an unusual request." Jiang Yuan regarded him coolly and replied, "If I am not mistaken, it appears that while you seem to be at the pinnacle of your power, your time is drawing to a close, is it not?" The Dragon King nodded slightly, unfazed by Jiang Yuan's insight. He said, "In my youth, I was also a prodigy among the demon race, brimming with ambition. Yet, I never anticipated that I would find myself stagnating at this peak of demon kingship, with no prospect of ascending to the esteemed realm of demon emperor." He sighed deeply, and Jiang Yuan understood. The Dragon King was indeed a paragon of his era, not easily overshadowed by the contemporary prodigies. However, in his fervent quest to protect this realm of demon kin, he had inadvertently become the greatest impediment to his own path of cultivation. The laws of heaven are merciless, and those who pursue martial arts inherently tread against fate. If one were to harbor emotions, how could they ascend? How could they scale the heights of martial prowess? The Dragon King was acutely aware of this truth. Yet he could only lament, for the wild mountains were his homeland, and safeguarding this sacred ground was of paramount importance. Yet, why had the Dragon King summoned him? Was it merely to lament? Jiang Yuan pondered silently, just as the Dragon King began to speak once more. I believe we can strike a deal. I shall impart all that I have learned upon you, while you protect me amidst the wild mountains until the true sovereign of the wilderness is born. What say you? Jiang Yuan paused, then replied, But I am of the human race. How could I shelter the sacred territory of your kind? The Dragon Demon King laughed heartily, responding, Were I to have an heir, I would not seek your assistance. Alas, I find myself without options. Moreover, you are not devoid of emotion, nor entirely compassionate. You exhibit indifference towards the world and others. Yet harbor feelings for yourself, do you not? Jiang Yuan remained silent, curious about what he might gain from this transaction. I can share with you the entirety of my cultivation experience, and even bestow upon you treasures of the wilderness. What say you? The Dragon Demon King fixed his gaze upon Jiang Yuan, only to be met with a lack of change in expression from the latter. The black bird interjected with urgency. Great sage, you must not. After all, this boy is but human. How can you entrust such treasures and the wilderness to him? Silence. The Dragon Demon King bellowed, then turned his attention back to Jiang Yuan. What would truly entice your heart? Jiang Yuan responded with a faint smile. I seek the true treasure of your wilderness, the secret realm of the wild. At this proclamation, all present were taken aback. The secret realm of the wild, one of the ancient realms, exists in but a few places in the current world, containing boundless treasures of heaven and earth, fundamental to the existence of the wild demon race. You overstep your bounds. The blackbird shouted in fury. The secret realm of the wild is far more significant than the position of the wilderness sovereign and cannot be entrusted to a human. An aura of power emanated from him, as if to suppress Jiang Yuan, yet the latter stood undaunted, locking eyes with the man atop the platform. For he was the true arbiter of fate. The Lord of the Wilderness pondered for a moment before speaking. It is not impossible for you to seek the secrets of the wilderness, but you must vow to protect this realm until a new Lord of the Wilderness is born. What say you? Chapter 55, The Oath of... What if one is unwilling to swear? Jiang Yuan replied with a smile. The oath of heaven is a solemn commitment made to the cosmos, the highest vow a warrior can take. Once uttered, it is acknowledged by the heavens, forming an immense binding force, and very few are willing to undertake it. Within the cave, the Dragon Serpent King gazed intently at the human youth, who remained undaunted. After a prolonged silence, the Dragon Serpent King sighed and slowly said, I can agree to your terms, but you must indeed make this oath of heaven. He felt helpless, for his time was drawing near. And with no successor to carry on, only the one who had cultivated the dragon elephant body, Jiang Yuan, could ease his concerns. Seeing the Dragon Serpent King relent, Jiang Yuan smiled faintly and declared, If I, Jiang Yuan, were to gain dominion over the secrets of the wilderness, I shall bear witness to the heavens and protect these mountains until a new Lord of the Wilderness is born. As these words fell, the heavens resonated, as if to witness this moment. The agreement between Jiang Yuan and the Dragon Serpent King was thus sealed, impervious to disregard, for it was the judgment of heavenly law, one that even the celestial deities and demons could not defy. With the oath of heaven established, the Dragon Serpent King found himself grappling with a mixture of emotions, somewhat despondent, yet also exhilarated, for the wilderness mountains had finally found a glimmer of hope. Yet, he pondered whether entrusting this domain to a human was indeed a grave mistake. Engrossed in contemplation, the Dragon King waved his hand, unceremoniously casting Jiang Yuan aside. I have sheltered the wild for a decade, yet I remain oblivious to the potential growth of this human youth, he mused silently. Jiang Yuan, taken aback, never anticipated that the Dragon King would so casually discard him. Is this the so-called hospitality of the demon clan? A wave of regret washed over him as he lamented his failure to seize more treasures from the Dragon King. It felt like a grievous loss. Choosing to dismiss such vexations, Jiang Yuan suddenly realized that the nine-tailed fox maiden stood right beside him. In astonishment, he gazed skyward, only to erupt in fury. Dragon King, you scoundrel! He had not previously noticed how close he was to the spot where the blackbird had whisked him away. But now he comprehended that the Dragon King had flung him a considerable distance. "You had better perish quickly, or I shall surely cast you aside," Jiang Yuan raged. The nine-tailed fox maiden was taken aback, swiftly retorting, "You shall not insult the Dragon King." Her next question was, "Have you truly encountered the Dragon King?" Jiang Yuan was brimming with grievances, recalling how that scoundrel had signed a tyrannical pact with him before unceremoniously discarding him. However, he refrained from voicing these thoughts. For this was the first such accord between the demon and human clans. Should some guardians of virtue learn of it, he would likely find himself treated as one of the demons. "Very well, having consumed your food twice, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Should you find yourself in peril, seek me out," Jiang Yuan declared. In that moment, he felt like an unparalleled sovereign, his promise resonating with an air of transcendence. Morong Feng was momentarily taken aback, but soon burst into laughter, chiding, "You've truly elevated yourself in your own eyes. Very well, I shall accept this favor of yours. Just remember not to hide like a coward when I find myself pursued." Jiang Yuan offered a faint smile before turning to leave, leaving behind a perplexed Morong Feng and a bewildered nine-tailed fox maiden. Until now, she remained unaware of the names of these two young men of the human race, just as they were oblivious to hers, as if she had never truly been noticed. This realization left the proud daughter of the wilds feeling unexpectedly despondent. Jiang Yuan chose not to linger in the wild mountain range, having already obtained the most substantial rewards from the Flood Dragon King. There was no need to betray the Flood Dragon King and incur a loss. At that moment, a distant sound of rushing wind caught his attention. He turned to see several young men and women hastening toward him, all possessing innate cultivation at the 9th level, with the strongest among them exuding an aura comparable to an ordinary spirit realm cultivator at the 1st level. Jiang Yuan was all too familiar with their attire. It belonged to the Black and White Academy. These individuals were likely the foremost experts from the various peaks of the academy, and the leader, if he was not mistaken, should be a potential dragon. Silently, Jiang Yuan contemplated his next move. He wished to avoid confrontation, but they had already spotted him. "Hey, you there, come here," a fierce young man bellowed. But Jiang Yuan chose to ignore him, inciting the wrath of someone who was accustomed to dominating others. "Come here and die." The fierce young man lunged forward, attempting to seize Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan furrowed his brows slightly, and without a word, he struck with a decisive palm. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, yet it was the ferocious youth who found himself retreating step by step. He gazed at Jiang Yuan in astonishment. Despite having only utilized 3 or 4 parts of his strength, he was a pinnacle figure at the 9th level of the innate realm, unable to contend with someone at the 5th level. "Haha, Man Xiong, you are truly weak. To be pushed back by someone merely in the mid-stage of the innate realm." A youth, clearly at odds with Man Xiong, laughed heartily. Man Xiong, incensed and humiliated, decided to unveil his full strength, aiming to crush Jiang Yuan and reclaim his honor. In the past, he would have undoubtedly succeeded, but now, Jiang Yuan's physical prowess alone was enough to rival Morong Feng. Coupled with his vital energy cultivation, his power had surged to new heights, rendering him an opponent that a mere Man Xiong could not hope to defeat. Witnessing this scene, all present could not help but gasp in astonishment, murmuring to themselves, "What manner of monster is this, that he can make a 9th level innate expert spit blood while being merely in the mid-stage?" Some, refusing to concede defeat, immediately moved to subdue Jiang Yuan entirely. With a slight smile, Jiang Yuan then evaded effortlessly, vanishing from their sight. Chapter 56. The people of the Wild Mountain Village having experienced the prior battle, Jiang Yuan came to realize his shortcomings lay in his cultivation of vital energy. With a physique comparable to the pinnacle of the innate 8th level, coupled with the vastness of the myriad mountains and rivers, he possesses the capability to contend with the ordinary innate 9th level. Furthermore, armed with the perfected celestial martial arts, he is entirely capable of vanquishing his foes. However, when confronted by those at the peak of innate mastery or the half-step spiritual realm, his disadvantages become apparent, namely his insufficient cultivation level, which fails to sustain prolonged combat against masters of the dragon rank. If even a half-step into the spiritual realm can render me powerless, then Wang Xian, being at the 2nd level of the spiritual realm and the 7th rank of dragon, possesses an unparalleled strength beyond my imagination. Jiang Yuan's expression darkened. With only a few days remaining until the promised month, could he truly defeat Wang Xianfeng? For the first time, he felt an overwhelming sense of distress. a profound denial of his own resolve since obtaining the battlefield of the heavenly path. Yet, he soon lifted his gaze. If I cannot overcome even a mere Wang Xianfeng, how can I aspire to compete in the vast expanse of the 3,000 great worlds or traverse the boundless cosmos? In that moment, he realized that his path diverged from those of the hidden dragons. They merely focused on this realm, while Jiang Yuan set his sights on the only through battle can one dispel the demons of the heart. Jiang Yuan murmured to himself, his heart as clear as a mirror, as he emerged from the wilderness mountains. Just as he departed the rugged terrain, two figures materialized, unmistakably Qingyu of the Qingge hidden dragon and his subordinate. At this moment, Qingyu's countenance bore a weighty expression as he murmured, I once believed that no matter how formidable Jiang Yuan might be, he could never rival me. Yet, it appears that while his combat prowess may be inferior to mine, it is not by a significant margin. The young master is a paragon of excellence. How could an insignificant figure like Jiang Yuan possibly compare? Interjected the middle-aged man hastily. Qingyu waved his hand, interrupting the man's flattery. He remarked, then there is Su Ming, whose cultivation is on par with mine, a seasoned warrior at the threshold of the spirit realm, whose strength surpasses mine by a notch. The fact that he could not subdue this fellow speaks volumes. But what does it matter? Young master, you are younger than they are. Given time, neither Su Ming, Jiang Yuan, nor Wang Xianfeng will remain your adversaries, the middle-aged man replied. Your flattery has truly reached an extraordinary level, Qingyu chuckled. Yet, it is indeed a truth. Youth is the foundation of martial prowess. After all, exceptional talents like the sword immortal, who achieve greatness later in life, are exceedingly rare throughout the annals of martial history. At merely 12 or 13 years of age, as long as he does not meet an untimely demise, Qingyu's future achievements in the realm of Tao are assured, with a considerable likelihood of surpassing even that. He is confident in his ability to be invincible in the times to come. Although Jiang Yuan is indeed a prodigy, he does not regard him as a threat. Nevertheless, this lad has offended quite a number of individuals during his recent venture into the wilderness. Not to mention Su Ming's entourage, even that band of brigands alone is enough to pose a challenge for him, Qingyu said with a faint smile. He spoke no falsehood. At this very moment, a multitude of men stood at attention at the foot of the mountain, their demeanor fierce and intimidating. Some wandering cultivators instinctively distanced themselves, fearing the wrath that might ensue. Could these be the bandits of the wild wilderness village? What could have prompted their collective mobilization? Surely, something of great value must have emerged from within the mountains. One individual voiced his thoughts, while another shook his head in response, remarking, if a treasure truly had manifested, it would have been seized long ago by the Dragon Demon King. There would be no share for them. Among the ranks of the wild wilderness village, three figures stood out, the top 5 leaders of the entire establishment. With the first and second leaders absent, the remaining 3 were present. The third leader's countenance was darkened by rage, for the innate 7th realm cultivator slain by Jiang Yuan was none other than his own nephew. Having no offspring of his own, he had always regarded him as his own flesh and blood, and now he seethed with fury, wishing to rend the wretched perpetrator into 1,000 pieces. Rest assured, third brother, the 5th leader said, his expression equally grim. If we truly capture this scoundrel, I will ensure he is delivered to you, allowing you to quell the hatred in your heart. The 4th leader chimed in. This audacious fiend dared to slay a member of the wild wilderness village. He shall pay with his life. The 3 were consumed by murderous intent, awaiting Jiang Yuan's emergence. Just then, a voice cried out in alarm. It is him. That person has arrived. The trio turned to see an unremarkable young man, possessing merely the cultivation of the innate 5th realm, which momentarily startled them. How could someone of such limited prowess have slain their nephew? As Jiang Yuan approached, he was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. However, upon hearing the name Wild Mountain Village, a look of realization crossed his face, and he chuckled. Ah, so it is those brutes' companions. No wonder there is such a foul stench emanating from you. His words elicited shock from all present, yet upon reflection, it was indeed a logical conclusion. The individuals from Wild Mountain Village had come with the intent to kill him. Lowering one's stance would make little difference. Would they spare him his life? However, the people of Wild Mountain Village had a different perspective. They erupted in furious curses, hurling insults. But Jiang Yuan paid them no heed. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the 3 leaders and smiled. Do you 3 believe I speak the truth? Who do you think you are, brat? It seems you truly seek an early demise. Allow me to send you to the afterlife, retorted the most hot-tempered of the trio. the fifth leader as he unsheathed his blade, intent on slaying Jiang Yuan. The latter let out a cold laugh and stepped forward confidently, proclaiming, "I shall see how you intend to send me to the afterlife." Though merely at the mid-stage of innate cultivation, he stood unfazed before a powerful opponent at the late stage, exuding an air of invincibility. The fifth leader's fury intensified. How dare a mere innate fifth-stage expert act so brazenly before him? Was it possible that his blade had dulled, or that his reputation had waned? Originally a butcher by trade, his volatile nature would not tolerate such insolence. Without hesitation, he charged forward, aiming to end Jiang Yuan's life with his prized blade. Yet Jiang Yuan continued to sneer, unleashing a punch with great force. He was capable of defeating innate ninth-stage prodigies. How much easier it would be to vanquish this mere peak innate eighth-stage opponent. In an instant, the fifth leader met his demise beneath the onslaught of Jiang Yuan's fist. Silence ensued. No one spoke, for they were all rendered speechless by the scene before them. They suddenly felt their worldview shatter, pondering how such an event could transpire. In Chapter 57, Pursuit, the third chief of the savage stronghold, though perhaps insignificant when viewed against the vast expanse of the Longhan continent, or even among the human populace surrounding the wild mountain range, was nonetheless a practitioner of the innate eighth level. After decades of dedicating himself to mastering a superior yellow-grade sword technique, his combat prowess was unrivaled beneath the ninth level. With a treasured blade, he had slain countless formidable opponents, yet he now lay defeated at the hands of a mere youth, a truly humbling fate. This, without a doubt, underscored the extraordinary capabilities of the young man, who, despite being at the innate fifth level, was able to vanquish one at the eighth. Such talent is indeed rare among the elite. Among the great sects, true prodigies are few and far between. If a sect possesses even one such unparalleled genius, it is destined for swift advancement, for a prodigy is bound to evolve into a supreme master of the Tao, or even transcend it altogether. A sect with such a being at its helm is assuredly poised to stand atop the pinnacle of the continent. However, they had not anticipated, nor had the denizens of the savage stronghold considered, that this youth was indeed an unparalleled prodigy. He must have originated from a sect, regardless of its size, far beyond the reach of their meager band of bandits. The third chief, a remarkable figure in his own right, promptly stated, "Young master, it is we of the savage stronghold who have committed an offense. We humbly beseech you to spare us." He is a seasoned powerhouse at the ninth level of innate strength, his combat prowess rivaling that of the previous potential dragon of the Black and White Academy. However, he has chosen to humble himself, for this sect represents the elite of the entire continent, far beyond what his own savage stronghold can aspire to. Yet, Jiang Yuan remained resolute, sneering as he spoke. "Earlier you spoke of killing me, and now you plead for mercy? Am I truly so lacking in stature?" The third elder's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that, despite his lowered demeanor, the youth would remain so audacious. The fourth elder, infuriated, retorted, "What do you intend to do then? Surrender the treasures of your savage stronghold and roll down this mountain. Remember, roll." Jiang Yuan replied coolly. The others bristled with rage. Their fear lay not in Jiang Yuan himself, but in the formidable force that stood behind him. What of a supreme prodigy? Throughout history, how many prodigies have truly ascended to greatness? It was not a matter of desire to kill, but rather a matter of fear. Should they take that step, the entire savage stronghold would face annihilation. The third elder took a deep breath, about to speak, when a voice echoed in his ears, "Kill him." Upon hearing this, the third elder trembled with excitement and burst into laughter, beckoning the fourth elder to charge forward. The onlookers were perplexed. Did they not fear the retribution of the sect behind the youth? Yet the third elder understood. The voice that had just transmitted the command belonged to their own second elder, and the second elder's words were as good as the chief's decree. With the chief's order in hand, he was bound to seek vengeance. As the air thickened with the palpable tension of impending danger, Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow and advanced boldly. The vast expanse of the mountains unfurled before him, entangling him in a fierce struggle with the two adversaries. The sound of explosions echoed throughout the desolate mountain range. Fight, fight, fight. Only in death shall I find respite. Three distinct forces of primordial energy intertwined. And even Jiang Yuan found himself exerting considerable effort. Not to mention the formidable opponents he faced, even in ordinary circumstances. This confrontation posed an immense challenge. The second in command, whose combat prowess nearly approached the threshold of the spirit realm, was already a considerable adversary, and with the addition of the fourth in command, equally formidable at the 9th level of innate strength, it was nothing short of astonishing that he had yet to be overwhelmed. I must devise a means to break free. Otherwise, I shall inevitably meet my demise here, Jiang Yuan murmured to himself. Resolving to act, he drew his sword and unleashed the Blood Moon sword technique. An unparalleled display of swordsmanship that even Su Qianlong would struggle to withstand. Channeling all his energy into the 10,000 mountains and rivers formula, he executed the Blood Moon sword technique with utmost fervor, his internal energy dwindling to its limits. He retreated rapidly, sprinting toward the horizon. Pursue. Without uttering a single unnecessary word, the third in command immediately gave chase, driven by the desire to avenge his fallen nephew. The remaining members of the barbaric mountain village also surged forward, 100 men beginning their relentless hunt for Jiang Yuan. On a peak several miles away, a middle-aged man observed the unfolding scene. Communicating through a treasured artifact, "Young Master Qing, we have fulfilled your request." Yet, the response from the other end was languid. "You dare claim success while Jiang Yuan still lives? He will undoubtedly perish," came the retort. The middle-aged man declared with unwavering certainty that, with hundreds of fierce tribesmen alongside his two capable brothers, even a half-step into the spiritual realm would meet a bitter end on the spot. What hope did a mere lad in the mid-stage of the innate realm have? Even if he possessed the combat prowess of the 8th level of the innate realm, it would amount to naught. Furthermore, even if they failed to slay Jiang Yuan this time, he still had his elder brother and two formidable spiritual realm experts from the savage tribe at his side. Surely, a young man of merely the 8th level of the innate realm could not defy the heavens. At that moment, Jiang Yuan was fleeing with all his might. Just as the middle-aged man had articulated, with so many innate powerhouses closing in, even with his extraordinary talent and formidable strength, his fate was sealed. With relentless pursuit, his assailants showed no mercy. Jiang Yuan had no choice but to push his flashing light step to its utmost limit. Only by doing so could he evade the relentless tribesmen. Feeling the turmoil within his body, Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow. He had endured severe injuries during his earlier confrontation with the two leaders of the savage tribe, and now his flashing light step had evidently diminished. It appeared that there was but one option left. Speaking to himself, he dashed toward a specific direction, the inner sanctum of the savage lands, where a demonic lord reigned. He could only take a gamble, hoping that the promise of the Serpent Demon King would hold true. However, the others were oblivious to Jiang Yuan's intentions. The instant they witnessed him racing toward the inner sanctum, they were left dumbfounded. Who among them was unaware that the inner sanctum was a forbidden zone for those below the spiritual realm? Entering such a place would surely lead to death. Alas, a once great prodigy had met such a fate, lost in panic and unwittingly seeking his own demise. A bystander sighed in lamentation. Relying on a modicum of talent to act recklessly, such individuals deserve their demise. Otherwise, they will surely become the harbingers of chaos in the world. Some scoffed at this notion. Jiang Yuan fled in desperation, sprinting into the depths of the wilderness, where those from the savage mountains finally halted their pursuit. "What shall we do, third brother?" Fourth brother inquired aloud. Jiang Yuan had entered the wild interior to save his own life, yet they had no obligation to follow him into certain death. "There is no need to pursue. We shall remain here on the outskirts," second brother remarked coldly. "I wish to see whether he emerges." Fourth brother nodded slowly. If Jiang Yuan were to exit the inner region, it would undoubtedly result in his ambush. While if he did not, he would surely become a meal for the monstrous beasts. Chapter 58. The treasure-seeking mouse. The denizens of the wilderness camp set up their encampment, awaiting Jiang Yuan's return from the treacherous mountain range. However, after a considerable wait, not a single figure graced their sight, prompting them to furrow their brows. Could it be that this lad has been devoured by a great demon within? Fourth brother speculated. Third brother nodded slightly. Although Jiang Yuan possessed formidable strength, it was confined to the innate realm, rendering him exceedingly weak against the formidable entities within that even spirit realm cultivators would avoid. What a pity. I cannot personally slay this brat, third brother lamented bitterly. Fourth brother patted his shoulder, offering a reassuring smile. Do not fret. If he is dead, we have avenged ourselves. Fulfilling the orders of the chief. Resigned, third brother had no choice but to declare their departure. Is this truly how it concludes? It seems far too simplistic. Merely driving someone into the depths. Does this truly reflect the ways of the wilderness camp? What of the wild fort? It is merely an inconsequential force. Yet it is indeed a pity for the young man, so gifted and talented, to meet his demise at the hands of such an insignificant power. The crowd buzzed with murmurs, many expressing their regret. What does it matter how exceptional one's talent may be if it ultimately leads to death? Perhaps it would be better to lead a life of mediocrity. However, they were unaware that at this very moment, Jiang Yuan had been diligently cultivating within the inner sanctum for quite some time, surrounded by countless demonic beasts, including a formidable demon lord. Yet, without exception, none dared to disturb Jiang Yuan, for a command had been issued from the depths, providing him with protection. After a considerable period of cultivation, aided by the abundant spiritual energy of the surroundings, Jiang Yuan had nearly healed his injuries. It appeared that the Flood Dragon King indeed offered him sanctuary. Yet, he was acutely aware that he had embarked upon a treacherous path. Should he be discovered by those outside, he would undoubtedly face extermination. Jiang Yuan shook his head in contemplation, but he remained indifferent. As long as he could survive, circumstances could always shift. If he had not ventured into the wild inner sanctum and accepted the Flood Dragon King's protection, he would have certainly met his demise today, rendering any thoughts of the future mere illusions. Rising to his feet, Jiang Yuan gazed at the demon lord, a wolf by nature, whose bloodline was not particularly noble. The fact that it had attained such a level of cultivation was solely due to a spiritual fruit it had consumed before awakening its spiritual intelligence. "Thank you, Wolf Lord, for your assistance," Jiang Yuan said respectfully. The Wolf Lord waved his hand and said, "There is no need for your gratitude. In times past, I would have devoured you whole. Otherwise, your flesh and blood would indeed be a waste. It is unfortunate that the great sage has decreed that we must protect you. To be honest, I still fail to comprehend. Are you perhaps a secret offspring of the great sage? Your aura bears some resemblance." Jiang Yuan was nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed by indignation. When had he ever been related to that serpentine demon king? The Wolf Lord was indeed skilled at fabricating such baseless claims. "Very well," the Wolf Lord continued. "I permit you to cultivate until you can vanquish those who pursue you. However, should you dare to show disrespect towards my kind, I shall not hesitate to expel you." "Agreed," Jiang Yuan replied, for he was of a temperament that favored compliance, though even he found it hard to believe. Upon departing the area, Jiang Yuan was led by a demon beast to a vast, barren expanse and was told, "You may rest here." With that, the beast turned and left, clearly harboring a significant disdain for the human race. Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow. The most uncomfortable places he had previously endured were undoubtedly the thatched huts of the menial workers. Yet, such abodes were 100 or even 1,000 times better than this. At least they offered shelter from the wind and rain. Here, he was left with only the heavens as his canopy and the ground as his bed. However, this was not a slight directed at Jiang Yuan. Apart from the Wolf Lord, no demon beast possessed a dwelling of its own. That privilege belonged solely to the demon lords. Sitting cross-legged upon the earth, Jiang Yuan resumed his cultivation. He needed to expedite his breakthrough to the 3rd level of the Celestial Ascension technique, for in half a month, he would face Wang Shifeng in battle. Suddenly, a gentle rustling sound reached Jiang Yuan's ears. Initially, he paid it no heed, but as he sensed someone lunging towards him, he abruptly opened his eyes. Just as he was about to unleash a palm strike, he discovered a small creature curiously observing him, a little squirrel. This was the treasure-seeking squirrel. Jiang Yuan was taken aback. The Compendium of Marvels documented the existence of the treasure-seeking squirrel, a being inherently aligned with the metal element, possessing the supernatural ability to locate treasures. It could sense any valuable object within a radius of 100 miles, making it a coveted companion for treasure hunters. However, due to its immensely potent bloodline, it was exceedingly difficult for the treasure-seeking squirrel to reproduce. Historically, fewer than 100 had ever existed. Though this may seem a considerable number, in the grand tapestry of thousands of years, it was but a mere drop in the ocean. As Jiang Yuan pondered the reason for the squirrel's presence at this moment, a voice unexpectedly echoed in his mind. "Heavenly Dao Battlefield, ranking matches commence." At the utterance of these 9 words, Jiang Yuan abruptly fell into a deep slumber, oblivious to the fact that the treasure-seeking squirrel had also succumbed to sleep. Within the Heavenly Dao Battlefield, Jiang Yuan found himself in an unfamiliar environment, far removed from the conventional maps he had known. Where was this place? Moreover, the mention of ranking matches. How could the mastermind behind this Heavenly Dao Battlefield be familiar with such an advanced concept? Jiang Yuan was rendered speechless. He surveyed his surroundings, then glanced down his expression turning blank. The treasure-seeking squirrel, with its bright, shiny eyes, scanned the vicinity before turning its gaze back to Jiang Yuan, chattering away. The treasure mouse called out a few times, leaving Jiang Yuan feeling perplexed. How did this little creature manage to enter? Could it be that the heavenly Tao battlefield considers this trivial being as its own spiritual pet? However, that seems unlikely, for he had not forged any contract with the treasure mouse. Nonetheless, such thoughts became irrelevant. Jiang Yuan shook his head vigorously, beginning to survey his surroundings. The scenery was both alien and somewhat familiar, as it resembled the Savage Mountains. When did the Savage Mountains transform into the heavenly Tao battlefield? What on earth is going on? Countless questions flooded Jiang Yuan's mind, but in the next moment, someone provided him with answers. Given that the ranking match map was still under construction, all players began their journey from the location they occupied prior to entering the heavenly Tao battlefield. Listening to the voice of the spirit of the heavenly Tao battlefield, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but grimace. If an ISNT fully developed, why resort to such flamboyant displays? Must it be this way? Don't they realize it's quite easy to expose oneself? Yet, Jiang Yuan overlooked a crucial point. Those capable of entering the heavenly Tao battlefield were typically prodigies from advanced or major worlds, backed by formidable forces, rendering them unconcerned about their identities being revealed. As for Jiang Yuan, hailing from a rural background, he was indeed an outlier. However, he found himself at a loss. After all, he had obtained this nameless token. Perhaps everything was predestined. Chapter 59, Ranking Match. In the heavenly Tao battlefield, amidst the Savage Mountains, Jiang Yuan stood at his starting point, gazing down upon this realm. He took a deep breath of the cool air and resolutely began his descent. In a ranked match, consisting of 100 players, one might assume there are precisely 100 locations. However, it is likely that there exist numerous other arenas beyond this singular contest. What extraordinary prowess must one possess to achieve such a feat? Jiang Yuan contemplated quietly, realizing that aside from the 100 starting points, there must be other regions that serve as the true battleground. Yet, compared to the previous celestial battlefield, a critical issue has arisen. It is exceedingly difficult to encounter other players at present. This is surely a preliminary phase, for one can anticipate that a tide of beasts or even more terrifying occurrences lie ahead. Without hesitation, Jiang Yuan resolved to embark on a new battle. All players are currently constrained within the refining origin realm, yet unlike before, those eligible to participate in this ranked match are all formidable beings who have secured first place at least once. This indicates the immense difficulty of this contest, as previously acclaimed masters may prove inconsequential in this setting. However, Jiang Yuan is no longer an inexperienced novice. His real-world cultivation has reached the 5th level of innate mastery, and his combat prowess rivals that of the 9th level, even though his abilities are restricted to the refining origin realm. Nonetheless, his dragon-elephant physique is not to be underestimated. In the wilderness, Jiang Yuan began to search for various treasures. He was acutely aware that he possessed a considerable array of martial arts manuals, but to ensure his survival among the elite of 100 champions, he must fight valiantly. The rewards promised are undoubtedly bountiful. The treasure-seeking mouse trailed closely behind him, aptly embodying the phrase timid as a mouse. I hope you can assist me in uncovering some treasures, he mused. Jiang Yuan murmured, yet the timid demeanor of the treasure-seeking mouse profoundly disappointed him. How could such a creature possibly assist in uncovering those invaluable treasures to bolster his own combat prowess? He resolved that relying on the mouse was less preferable than depending on himself. No longer placing his hopes on the treasure mouse, he began to meticulously search his surroundings, his heart filled with vigilance. Who knew what formidable experts might emerge nearby? Aside from those who had luck on their side, it was improbable that any weaklings existed. In that moment, Jiang Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spotted a martial arts manual. He hurried over, and upon opening it, a look of delight graced his features. It was the incomplete volume of the Xuanwu Shield, a celestial-grade defensive martial art. When perfected, it would be akin to a juvenile Xuanwu, capable of disregarding all attacks beneath the celestial realm. Although Jiang Yuan was uncertain about the specifics of the celestial realm, the four-word celestial-grade superior captured his undivided attention. It was common knowledge that while celestial-grade martial arts were relatively easy to find in the Tao of Heaven battlefield, the superior variants were exceedingly rare. Most prodigies from the great worlds typically overlooked them. However, even these exceptional individuals would fiercely compete for celestial-grade superior arts. as they represented the pinnacle of martial prowess under divine abilities. Yet, this celestial-grade superior manual was merely an incomplete version. What might the complete Xuanwu shield entail? His eyes gleamed with fervor. Could this be a remnant of a divine ability? Having been in the Tao of Heaven battlefield for some time, he had frequently heard those prodigies speak of divine abilities, gradually understanding that celestial-grade martial arts were not the ultimate form. At best, they represented the zenith of martial arts. While transcending this pinnacle could be deemed a divine ability, what exactly constituted a divine ability? It was a power beyond comprehension, capable of allowing one to levitate and soar through the skies without the need to transcend the Tao realm. Jiang Yuan gazed intently at the Xuanwu shield, his eyes gleaming with fascination. Regardless of any mystical powers, the mere fact that it could defend against all attacks below the celestial realm undeniably captured his attention. If this were the case, why would he have fled in disarray from the hands of the barbarian tribe? Taking a deep breath, he refrained from uttering a single word of hesitation and promptly commenced his cultivation. As was his custom, he swiftly brought the Xuanwu shield to a state of perfection, only to be disheartened to discover that this was merely the first layer of the shield's potential. In ancient times, there existed a divine beast known as the Zhuke, the sovereign of phoenixes, capable of commanding the myriad fires of heaven and earth. It was a being that could stand alongside the Qinglong, Xuanwu, and Baihu, forming the revered quartet of divine beasts, akin to the Qilin, corresponding to the five elements. Undoubtedly, the Zhuke arrow represented the ultimate nemesis of the Xuanwu shield. He could not help but recall the scene of the spirited Shui Shanru wielding the Jia arrow, shooting at him indiscriminately, which caused him a throbbing headache. Although the Jia arrow could not be compared to the Zhuke arrow, his Xuanwu shield was also incomplete. Should he truly encounter Shui Shanru once more, it would be best to confront her with a sword in hand. The mere thought of it was enough to induce a headache, Jiang Yuan murmured to himself. Yet he recognized the inevitability of the situation. He needed to achieve his first kill in the shortest time possible. For securing the first kill in this ranking competition would yield commendable rewards, even if he were to perish shortly thereafter. While these rewards could not compare to those of the championship, one could hardly dismiss the value of even the smallest prize. Jiang Yuan hesitated no longer. He swiftly unsheathed his sword and began to scout the vicinity for adversaries. After all, they were all currently in the Xinyuan realm. If he encountered any weaklings, he would dispatch them without a second thought. As for those stronger than himself, well, he would hastily employ his swift light steps to make an escape. At that moment, a gust of wind stirred the grass, and Jiang Yuan abruptly looked up to see a figure approaching, a swordsman. "Allow me to kill you," the swordsman stated calmly. "What?" Jiang Yuan was taken aback. "Allow me to kill you," the swordsman reiterated. At this point, Jiang Yuan was utterly convinced that this individual must be slightly deranged, thinking that he could request others to stand still while he struck them down. "Why not let me kill you instead? Would that be acceptable?" Jiang Yuan scoffed, having nothing but disdain for such foolishness. "Sigh, it always comes down to violence. How wonderful it would be to have peace," the swordsman lamented with a deep sigh. In the next moment, he revealed his long sword. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but be dazzled. It was indeed a magnificent sword, rivaling his own azure dragon in quality. Truly a remarkable sword paired with a fool. Jiang Yuan couldn't resist a sarcastic remark. However, he had not anticipated that this statement would incite the swordsman's wrath. The swordsman, enraged, sought to subdue Jiang Yuan right there. Chapter 60. The Golden Crow and 10 Sons. The swordsman's blade was an extension of himself. How could he tolerate any insult? Moreover, he was one of the most exceptional prodigies in his realm, and such indignation was intolerable. With that, he unleashed his sword, determined to vanquish Jiang Yuan on the spot. Jiang Yuan's gaze turned icy. Within the realm of celestial combat, there existed no notions of kinship or camaraderie, as exemplified by Huangfu Feilong. In this arena, only slaughter prevailed. He unsheathed his sword, unleashing the Blood Moon sword technique. While his adversary transformed his sword into a blazing sun, their blades clashing with ferocity. The Blood Moon hung overhead, while the sun radiated its brilliance. "You are indeed a member of the Blood Moon sect," the swordsman intoned darkly. "Those of the Blood Moon sect deserve death, and thus I shall take yours." Without a hint of hesitation, he swiftly wielded his long sword, intent on claiming Jiang Yuan's life in an instant. Jiang Yuan's expression hardened. He was not one to await his fate passively. He immediately brandished his Qinglong, re-engaging in battle with the swordsman. The clash of blades sparked flame, as their eyes reflected a fierce resolve and murderous intent. The swordsman harbored malice, for he had encountered a member of the Blood Moon sect, while his own faction stood as a pinnacle of power in the same realm, both boasting their respective celestial sovereigns. The sovereign of the blazing sun ranked alongside the ancient Blood Moon in that era, capable of plucking the moon from the sky and traversing the annihilating sun with his corporeal form. His combat prowess was formidable, once hailed as a contender for imperial ascension alongside the Blood Moon's patriarch, only to be overshadowed by one of mortal flesh achieving the throne, an indignity most profound. Yet, the legacy of the sovereign of the blazing sun endured for millennia. The sacred land of the blazing sun stood as a formidable force, parallel to the ancient Blood Moon sect, replete with prodigious talents and even a few supreme beings. In an age devoid of emperors and celestial sovereigns, they were regarded as unparalleled. The Blood Moon and the blazing sun heralded the arrival of the unparalleled celestial sovereign. As the two great sovereigns of the Tao faced each other across eons, locked in a relentless struggle that transcended the passage of time. Even after the decay of countless ages, their rivalry remained unyielding, and now, confronted once more, the swordsman felt a surge of murderous intent. Yet, this also ignited within Jiang Yuan a fervent desire to battle. Having his cultivation suppressed at the refinement origin realm, he aspired to traverse the celestial battlefield and attain the pinnacle of refinement origin, thereby fortifying his foundation even further. Swords surged forth with an overwhelming force, their cries echoing through the wilderness, as the essence of the refinement origin flowed vigorously within him. Jiang Yuan's onslaught intensified, prompting a frown from the swordsman. The Golden Crow's 10 suns materialized as the swordsman's blade shifted abruptly, transforming his sword energy into 5 radiant suns, intent on incinerating his formidable adversary to ashes. The overwhelming heat was palpable, causing even Jiang Yuan to furrow his brow. He hastened to retreat, creating distance to alleviate the oppressive sensation. In ancient lore, it is said that the heavens once bore 10 suns, illuminating the world in a cataclysmic blaze, turning the earth into a hellscape where countless beings perished under the relentless glare. A legendary figure among humanity named Da-I wielded a divine arrow to shoot down 9 suns, but as he attempted to extinguish the 10th, he was subdued by the Golden Crow Emperor of that era for millennia. The 10 suns were the progeny of the Emperor. The celestial sovereign of the radiant sun achieved greatness because he inherited the supreme legacy of the Golden Crow Emperor, coupled with unparalleled innate talent, rendering his combat prowess unmatched and elevating him to the esteemed rank of a sovereign. However, his ascent also became his downfall, despite his extraordinary gifts. The constraints of the Golden Crow Emperor's path prevented him from taking that final step. The Golden Crow's 10 suns was a divine art cultivated by the radiant sun sovereign in his youth, emulating the celestial spectacle of the 10 Golden Crow princes emerging together. The swordsman did not wield the divine-level Golden Crow 10 suns, but rather a superior celestial martial art of the highest order. Yet, with his current cultivation level, he could barely summon 5 suns, sufficient to suppress Jiang Yuan. This was no ordinary martial art. It was perilously close to the realm of divine powers. How could I possibly defend against it? Jiang Yuan's mind raced. Although he possessed the Xuanwu shield, it was particularly vulnerable to flames, especially the Golden Crow heavenly fire. He only had the Blood Moon sword technique at his disposal. Though it too was a superior celestial art, how could it compare to the near-divine Golden Crow 10 suns? It seemed there was no choice left. Resolute, Jiang Yuan acknowledged that the Blood Moon 12 swords could not withstand the attack. He must invoke the 13th sword, a technique that even the nameless token could not enable him to comprehend, likely bordering on divine prowess. The sword was drawn, the blade fell, transforming into a sea of blood, as a full moon ascended in the sky. Jiang Yuan became one with the sword, and the sword became one with Jiang Yuan, manifesting a magnificent blood moon. This was the unity of man and sword. You have actually grasped the essence of the sword. Upon witnessing this scene, the swordsman's expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, he struck with his sword, aiming to slay Jiang Yuan before he could fully merge with his sword intent. Unfortunately, his expectations were overly optimistic. Jiang Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, the world bathed in crimson, and with all his might, he slashed downwards. The 5 suns of the Golden Crow were shattered, while the swordsman was sent flying like a lifeless kite, having focused all his energy on the 10 suns. Now, with them destroyed, he suffered severe injuries. At this moment, Jiang Yuan found himself in a dire predicament. He had just exerted himself to comprehend the true essence of the blood moon, merging it with his own sword intent. Although he ultimately succeeded in this fusion, he encountered unforeseen complications that caused his cultivation to plummet, eventually stabilizing at the initial stage of the 7th layer of refining Yuan. He had not anticipated that the final strike of the blood moon would prove to be so arduous. Regrettably, his training time was limited. If only he could have been granted more time to achieve perfection in the blood moon sword technique and attain a higher realm of understanding, he would not have fallen to such depths. Jiang Yuan pondered silently as he lifted his gaze towards the swordsman, who was gradually approaching. Sensing Jiang Yuan's diminished realm, the swordsman erupted into a boisterous laughter, only to be abruptly silenced by a violent cough that expelled a mouthful of blood. His injuries were grievous, far more severe than Jiang Yuan's decline. "Boy, though I have not slain you, this is merely the battlefield of heavenly Tao. Should we meet again in the vast universe of Hongyu, I shall assuredly slay you like a dog," the swordsman declared as his final words before dissipating into nothingness. Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow, realizing the source of the swordsman's animosity towards him. He had mistaken him for a disciple of the Blood Moon sect. However, this bore no significance to him. The grand world of Hongyu lay in the future, and the outcome of fate remained uncertain. Chapter 61. The black and white impermanence on the boundless earth. Atop a mountain peak, two figures stood resolute, one clad in black robes, the other draped in white. Remarkably, these two youths bore striking similarities in both appearance and stature, as if cast from the same mold. The wind whispered through the air, creating a resonant sound as they gazed upon the expanse of the battlefield of heavenly Tao. To their astonishment, the ranking competition had finally commenced. The youth clad in black murmured. The youth in white nodded slightly and replied, "Indeed. The esteemed authorities within the palace assert that this ranking competition is the most effective catalyst for the transformation of prodigies. Perhaps it could elevate a 1-star prodigy to the status of a 5-star prodigy, or even to the realm of the king body or divine body. This is an extraordinary era. Although we are merely 1-star prodigies, our talents have reached the pinnacle of 1 star. It is conceivable that we might attain a 2-star level on this battlefield of heavenly principles." Both youths' eyes sparkled with fervor. In their sacred domain, only 2-star prodigies were regarded as noteworthy, 3-star prodigies were considered average, 4-star prodigies were elite, and 5-star prodigies were the epitome of excellence. Beyond that lay the king body and divine body, representing the young sovereigns, akin to divine beings traversing the world. Should they continuously unearth their potential on this battlefield of heavenly principles and reach the stature of a youthful divine king, what an extraordinary spectacle that would be. All prodigies across the realm would bow in reverence. Congratulations to humanity for Jiang Yuan's slaying of the Radiant Sun's sacred lands Feng Qingming, achieving the first kill of this match and earning 1 tael of ancient divine phoenix flesh. At that moment, a faint voice resonated, causing the black and white brothers to pause briefly before bursting into laughter. "Come, brother, let us seize that young man's ancient divine phoenix flesh. 1 tael. Perhaps it could enable our talents to transcend the 1-star limit." The youth in white laughed heartily, while the youth in black was equally stirred. Together, they set forth, racing towards the location of Jiang Yuan. As Jiang Yuan struck down the proud swordsman of the sacred Sunland, he was momentarily taken aback by the resounding voice that echoed through the heavens and earth. He could scarcely believe the bountiful reward that awaited him. Yet, in the next instant, his expression soured. The voice of the spirit of the heavenly Tao battlefield had likely reached many ears. And given the immense value of the flesh of the ancient divine phoenix, it was certain that numerous prodigies would soon converge upon him, placing him in grave danger. "Cursed spirit of the heavenly Tao battlefield," he muttered under his breath before hastily departing. Although he was merely at the 7th level of Qi refinement, when he unleashed the light evasion technique, his speed was indeed remarkable. Barely a moment after his departure, several figures appeared at the scene, exchanging glances that reflected their displeasure. "How could we let that brat escape?" one of them exclaimed. "The flesh of the ancient divine phoenix, especially 1 or 2 pieces, is a treasure that cannot fall into the hands of others. We must seize it." However, the next moment, they were left dumbfounded, for despite their relentless pursuit, they found no trace of Jiang Yuan, as if he had never existed. Frustration quickly turned to anger, and those who had initially aimed to acquire the ancient divine phoenix flesh began to turn on one another. "Fight! Fight!" The more fiercely you kill, the safer I will be. At that very moment, beneath the ground, Jiang Yuan observed the unfolding chaos above. He had employed the tortoise concealment technique to sever his aura from the outside world, ensuring that the others remained oblivious to his presence. If only my cultivation had not declined, I would not find myself in such a predicament. Jiang Yuan harbored a deep-seated resentment, yearning to swiftly restore his cultivation. However, bereft of any elixirs, he found himself with but a solitary option: the flesh and blood of the ancient divine phoenix. Yet, consuming such primordial essence would inevitably plunge him into a state of extreme weakness. Should he attract formidable adversaries during this vulnerable moment, he would undoubtedly find himself in an untenable position. Jiang Yuan resolved to bide his time until these individuals engaged in a deadly struggle. Then he would seize the opportunity to launch a sudden assault, hoping to discover any superior elixirs they might possess. In the next instant, two overwhelmingly powerful presences manifested, a pair of youths, one clad in black and the other in white, appearing like phantoms and startling the seasoned experts around them. The black and white impermanents had emerged, revealing themselves as elite figures from the Yama Hall. Their arrival signified that the hope of claiming the ancient phoenix's flesh was now dashed. Some astute individuals attempted to flee, only to be ruthlessly slain by the black and white impermanents, leaving the onlookers in stunned disbelief. Although these disciples were formidable, they were merely first-rate competitors in this ranking tournament, utterly incapable of contending against such top-tier masters whose combined prowess rivaled that of an unparalleled expert. Meanwhile, beneath the surface, Jiang Yuan's expression was gravely solemn. The intensity of the two presences was unlike anything he had ever encountered, even eclipsing the might of Wu Xiaoming and Huangfu Failong. Not to mention his own cultivation, which had now plummeted to the 7th level of refinement. He found himself wishing he could temporarily withdraw from this celestial battlefield. Jiang Yuan mused quietly to himself. Unlike previous celestial arenas, the current ranking competition allowed for withdrawal, yet at the cost of forfeiting all equipment and incurring significant point deductions, an outcome he fervently wished to avoid. Thus, he could only wait patiently for the right moment to act. Jiang Yuan held his breath, fixated on the two figures of Yin and Yang, perplexed as to how these enigmatic beings had discovered his whereabouts. The black-cloaked figure surveyed the skilled fighters around him and coldly inquired, "Which of you is the human Jiang Yuan?" The group unanimously shook their heads. In a fit of rage, the black figure ruthlessly executed several individuals, yet found no trace of his quarry, causing his brow to furrow in frustration. The death ledger clearly indicated that Jiang Yuan was in this vicinity. How could he be missing? The black figure's voice dripped with icy disdain. The white figure remained silent, continuing to scan the surroundings until, in the next moment, he brandished a scythe that sliced through the earth with a force that sent dust swirling, shattering the ground beneath. Startled, Jiang Yuan swiftly pivoted, attempting to flee in another direction. However, his speed paled in comparison to that of Yin and Yang, and before long, he was pursued relentlessly. Upon sighting Jiang Yuan, both figures exhibited expressions of delight, sensing the overwhelming vitality of the ancient divine phoenix. Yet, their elation was short-lived as their brows furrowed slightly. At the 7th level of the refining origin, how could he possibly have slain Feng Qingming? He, too, is a prodigy of no lesser caliber than ourselves, they pondered. The realm they inhabited, the Nine Netherworld, bordered the vast universe world, where the Hall of Yama had once invaded, only to be repelled by the forces of the radiant sun and blood moon for a millennium. Having previously clashed with Feng Qingming, they were acutely aware of his prowess in battle, which was certainly not something the individual before them could vanquish. Nevertheless, they dismissed such thoughts. The fate of Feng Qingming was of no concern to them. Their sole focus lay on the flesh and blood of the ancient divine phoenix. Without a moment's hesitation, the two figures launched their assault, their overwhelming pressure causing Jiang Yuan's complexion to change dramatically. Resolute, he brandished his Qinglong sword, preparing to confront them head-on. With no escape in sight, he had no choice but to fight. Meanwhile, in a bustling stronghold near the barbaric mountains of the Longhan Khan, revelry filled the air as hearty laughter accompanied the consumption of copious amounts of wine and meat. Chapter 62, The Road to the Yellow Springs. Aha! Today, we have avenged our great grievances and shall receive the reward from the esteemed young Master Qingyu of the Azure Pavilion. Truly, a double delight. Come, let us drink and feast, boomed a middle-aged man from the high seat, the second in command of this rugged stronghold, who had taken charge in the absence of the leader. Currently in seclusion for another breakthrough. Drink and feast. The second-in-command smiled slightly, stating, "There is no need for concern. We act under the orders of the Azure Pavilion's hidden dragon. More precisely, we serve the young master of the Azure Pavilion in eliminating that brat. With them as our shield, what is there to fear?" The others nodded in agreement. The conflicts among the major sects were indeed numerous. You slay my prodigy, I will extinguish your hidden dragon. These were matters laid bare. Furthermore, if the sect behind Jiang Yuan dared to retaliate, the Azure Pavilion would undoubtedly intervene. They were not an ordinary righteous sect. Their ranks included various practitioners, be they ghost cultivators, demon cultivators, or talisman cultivators, a congregation of independent sects that disregarded worldly conventions. Yet, they cherished their reputation above all. Should the barbaric stronghold face annihilation, the Azure Pavilion's face would surely be tarnished as well. With this thought, the revelers resumed their hearty drinking and feasting, save for the third-in-command. "Old Third, your nephew has avenged his grievances. You ought to partake in some wine and meat as well," the second-in-command remarked. The third master shook his head, unable to exact vengeance with his own hands. His heart remained troubled by lingering demons, and an ominous premonition gnawed at him. "I have a feeling that Brad is not dead," he remarked. Upon hearing this, the second master paused, then chuckled as he patted his younger brother's shoulder, saying, "Dear brother, while it may be understandable that you lack faith in us, you must possess some confidence in the formidable beasts within the mountains. Historically, humans and demons have been at odds. Surely, if that lad has fallen into their grasp, he cannot possibly survive." The third master was momentarily taken aback, then managed a wry smile. Perhaps blinded by hatred, he had overlooked this point. He laughed heartily. "Enough of this. There is no need to fret over a dead man. Let us indulge in wine and meat." Yet, unbeknownst to them, the dead man they spoke of was not only alive, but also under the protection of the demon clan. However, Jiang Yuan's current predicament was hardly favorable. The air was thick with sword energy, an endless aura of killing intent, and a fervent spirit of battle enveloped the land. With no retreat available, Jiang Yuan gripped his sword tightly, summoning all his vitality to engage in a desperate fight, his blood igniting into an inexhaustible divine power. Intent on determining life and death against the yin and yang of the underworld. The yin and yang were equally taken aback. They had not anticipated that despite Jiang Yuan's inferior cultivation level, his combat prowess was formidable, capable of contending with both of them purely with his physical strength. Wearing grave expressions, the duo's murderous intent intensified as they discerned that Jiang Yuan's true strength was likely far beyond what he currently displayed. In his prime, he could have easily subdued them. They speculated that his current decline to the 7th layer of qi refinement was due to an encounter with Feng Qingming's unparalleled techniques. Yet, what did it matter? This lad was already at the end of his tether. If the stalemate continued, he would undoubtedly be the one to fall. The presence of the black and white impermanents weighed heavily upon him, their scythes swinging with increasing ferocity. In the wilderness, an aura of impending doom loomed endlessly. Jiang Yuan's countenance was gravely somber. He was acutely aware of his dire predicament. The prospect of vanquishing his adversaries seemed utterly unattainable. What course of action should he pursue? Jiang Yuan murmured to himself, finding himself at a distinct disadvantage. His already dwindling Yuan power had diminished further, and the vitality of his physical form had withered to its nadir, compelling him to devise a means of escape. As a flicker of inspiration struck him, Jiang Yuan's azure dragon trembled violently in his grasp, unleashing a formidable sword aura that caused the black and white impermanents to flinch. They instinctively recoiled, granting Jiang Yuan the opportunity to retreat. He understood that further combat would surely lead to his demise. Observing Jiang Yuan's maneuver, the black and white impermanents realized that his earlier display had merely been a ruse, igniting their fury as they brandished their scythes and pursued him relentlessly. The scythes resembled the talons of death, shadows of mortality trailing closely behind. Jiang Yuan felt a sense of dread. He recognized that he was relying solely on the last remnants of his vitality to stay ahead of them. Yet, should his strength wane completely, how could he withstand their relentless onslaught? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yuan wielded the Azure Dragon, cleaving through the absolute domain to momentarily obstruct the black and white impermanents. And then he hastened towards a specific location. The Path of Yellow Springs, a forbidden zone for living beings amidst the celestial battlefield, bore a striking resemblance to the fabled banks of the River of Forgetfulness. It teemed with countless malevolent entities that preyed upon the hearts of the unwary, and was overseen by the king of ghosts and presided over by the judge within the halls of Yama. However, apart from the path of Yellow Springs, there existed three other forbidden realms: the primordial mine, the divine demonic abyss, and the dark forbidden zone. The terror of the heavenly Tao battlefield's ranking competition resides not solely in the formidable prowess of its players and warriors, but also in the perilous forbidden zones. To trespass into these realms is to invite certain death. Naturally, the strength of these forbidden land dominators varies according to the cultivation levels of the players. For instance, the current one-star Forbidden Zone master possesses power at the level of refinement, yet even this level of might is beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. It can be stated unequivocally that each one-star Forbidden Zone master has the capacity to subdue countless talented individuals, their strength rivaling that of the most potent refinement experts. Upon breaking through the Azure Dragon Sword domain, the duo of Yin and Yang momentarily paused, then gritted their teeth and pressed on, irresistibly drawn to the flesh and blood of the ancient divine phoenix, unwilling to relinquish their pursuit even within the forbidden area. Once they plunged into the Yellow Springs, Jiang Yuan belatedly realized his predicament. However, there was no turning back. With malevolent spirits ahead and formidable foes behind, he had no choice but to take a gamble. Hastily entering the Yellow Springs path, a ghastly specter emerged, its visage terrifying as it sought to devour Jiang Yuan, only to be vanquished by his sword. This was merely a lowly ghost, the most rudimentary entity within the Yellow Springs path, possessing strength akin to the initial stage of refinement. Yet, in the next moment, countless ghosts erupted forth like a tidal wave, their strengths varying. Some were weak, while others boasted greater power, estimated to be at the mid to late stage. For the former Jiang Yuan, such adversaries would have posed little challenge. However, his current diminished cultivation left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the sheer number of spirits. He could only persist by continuously igniting his vitality, gradually succumbing to fatigue, yet he clung to this flicker of strength to endure. Chapter 63. Entering the path of ghosts, Jiang Yuan found himself embroiled in a fierce battle, while the duo known as the Black and White Impermanents moved with effortless grace. Originating from the court of Yama, they were inherently adept in the ways of ghosts, intimately familiar with the essence of spectral energy. It would not be an exaggeration to describe them as human-like phantoms. Otherwise, they would not bear the moniker of Black and White Impermanents. It is important to note that the term Black and White Impermanents does not merely pertain to this pair. Within the court of Yama, there exists a multitude of such entities, all born during the ominous days, months, and years. While they may seem elusive, the vast expanse of the underworld, dominated by the court of Yama, makes it quite effortless to locate a few among billions. As they slew countless specters, the Black and White Impermanents not only sustained their power, but also absorbed the ghostly essence, enhancing their strength further. Jiang Yuan sensed this alarming shift, his countenance darkening. With the Azure Dragon in hand, he cleaved a path through the horde, causing numerous spirits to disintegrate under the force of his blade. He fled in desperation, while the Black and White Impermanents pursued him relentlessly, intent on his demise. Deep within the Yellow Springs, an endless array of malevolent spirits lurked, predominantly at the mid-stage of the refining origin realm, with a small fraction reaching the late stage. However, none reached the 9th level of refining origin, as they were swiftly dispatched by the Black and White Impermanents, further augmenting their spectral prowess, almost reaching a new echelon of power. Cursed fate, Jiang Yuan muttered in frustration, lamenting his misfortune in encountering these entities that not only posed no threat, but also enhanced their cultivation within the Yellow Springs. Truly, he had drawn the short straw in this life. However, he possessed a hidden card, the art of ghost manipulation and soul control. This transcendent technique enabled him to absorb ghostly energy and integrate it into his being. Yet, this would render him a practitioner of the ghostly arts. Already regarded as a half-demon cultivator, should he delve into ghostly energy, he would embody the trifecta of cultivation, human, demon, and ghost. Such a feat was unprecedented even within the esteemed Qing Pavilion, for humans, demons, and ghosts are fundamentally distinct forms of life. To forcibly cultivate these energies would likely lead to catastrophic consequences, resulting in the annihilation of an ordinary individual. Nevertheless, Jiang Yuan could not afford to dwell on such considerations. He had no desire to perish at the outset of the rankings. Moreover, numerous adversaries lurked in the shadows, intent on his demise. Thus, he resolved to take this perilous gamble to enhance his prowess. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yuan commenced the practice of ghost manipulation and soul control, relentlessly absorbing the surrounding ghostly energy to replenish his own. Witnessing this spectacle, the emissaries of Yin and Yang were taken aback. They had previously engaged in battle with Jiang Yuan and sensed the unmistakable purity of his elemental force. Now, they were astonished to discover that this foe could draw upon ghostly power akin to their own. What an astonishing revelation! The intertwining of martial and ghostly paths. What manner of being was this? Did he not fear the imminent risk of self-destruction? The Black Wuchang spoke gravely. The White Wuchang, eyes fixed intently, added, "This cannot be. The purity of this ghostly energy is unparalleled, surpassing even the top 10 ghostly techniques we have mastered. The Hall of Yama is home to 10 venerable ancestors. Although they may not rival the blazing sun and blood moon, they are nonetheless celestial sovereigns. With a lineage of 10 revered beings, their renown in this era surpasses that of the sacred land of the blazing sun. Once, during a dark epoch, they were the nightmares of countless great worlds, conquering numerous realms, and even the domain of the blazing sun and blood moon suffered significant devastation. The Hall of Yama traces its origins to the 10 halls of celestial sovereigns, and it has inherited 10 tiers of celestial-level martial arts. The techniques practiced by the enigmatic duo of black and white impermanence are derived from the modified impermanence ghost technique within the true scriptures of Yama, a celestial tier art form, which starkly contrasts with the ghost control and soul mastery practiced by Jiang Yuan. Unbeknownst to them, and even to Jiang Yuan himself, the art of controlling ghosts and mastering souls is merely a fragment, specifically 1,000th of the original version. The complete martial art transcends celestial sovereignty, akin to the level of an emperor. A martial art of emperor caliber has the potential to elevate a mere prodigy to celestial sovereignty, as exemplified by the unparalleled celestial sovereign of the blazing sun. Likewise, such an art can transform an ordinary individual into a prodigy throughout history. There are countless legends of mortals achieving sovereignty and even emperor status. Although black and white impermanence do not recognize that this is a fragmented emperor-level martial art, it is sufficient to ignite their greed, for it far surpasses their current techniques in potency. Without the slightest hesitation, they launched a direct assault, intent on slaying Jiang Yuan before he could regain his peak strength. Should he enter the realm of ghostly arts, their chances of victory would dwindle to almost nothing. Jiang Yuan continuously absorbed the surrounding ghostly energy, transforming it into ghostly essence that melded within him, gradually enhancing his aura. While he had not yet reached his pinnacle state, he had at least acquired the strength to engage in battle. Suddenly opening his eyes, the ghostly gaze flickered as Jiang Yuan was enveloped in a miasma of malevolent energy, coalescing at the tip of the azure dragon sword. With a fierce swing, he seemed to sever the very fabric of existence. In ancient times, there was the road to the underworld, where 100 ghosts roamed at night, shaking the heavens and the earth. The world believed it to be an unavoidable calamity, unaware that this was merely an extraordinary phenomenon within the cosmos, one that Jiang Yuan now manifested. With a single, decisive stroke, he unleashed the spectral image of 100 ghosts in procession. The duo of Yin and Yang, caught off guard, never anticipated that although Jiang Yuan had yet to reach his pinnacle, this strike summoned forth the might of 100 spirits, roaring with an overwhelming force that surpassed their own, approaching the prowess of a 2-star prodigy. Had this individual truly attained his peak, he might indeed ascend to the level of a 2-star champion. The countenance of Yin and Yang darkened considerably, realizing their individual strengths could not match Jiang Yuan. They resorted to their combined expertise. Soul reaping, they intoned, as they unleashed their fabled technique. Flash! Jiang Yuan bellowed in fury, bringing his sword down with ferocity. Shatter! The brothers, united in purpose, fought with all their might. As twins, their training was synchronized, and their combined strength rivaled that of a first-rate pinnacle, nearing the power of 2 stars, proving no less formidable than Jiang Yuan himself. As the titanic forces of ghostly energy clashed, both sides were sent reeling from the tremendous impact. Fixated on Jiang Yuan, Yin and Yang spat blood, while Jiang Yuan staggered back a few paces before regaining his footing. In that critical moment of spectral onslaught, his dragon elephant body ultimately shielded him from harm. Chapter 64. The Ghost Emperor. The road to the Yellow Springs is a place where malevolent spirits emerge, among which are not few peerless warriors who have reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Jiang Yuan. The master of the Yellow Springs possesses unfathomable combat prowess. However, Jiang Yuan felt no fear. While others might dread being drained of their vital energy by these sinister beings, Jiang Yuan harbored no such concerns. Within him, two dantians were in operation, one representing martial arts, and the other shrouded in black mist, grotesque and terrifying, representing the path of ghosts. As he gradually ventured deeper into the road to the Yellow Springs, the feeling of being watched intensified. Yet, before Jiang Yuan could scrutinize the surroundings closely, a malevolent spirit suddenly emerged from behind, a peak-level Ghost King, possessing strength equivalent to a 1-star pinnacle. The Ghost King was exceedingly fierce, lunging directly at Jiang Yuan. With a cold expression, Jiang Yuan unleashed the Azure Dragon, but did not slay it outright. Though both were 1-star pinnacles, the Ghost King's strength was noticeably superior to that of the Yin and Yang Guardians, embodying the true essence of a malevolent spirit. The strike of the Azure Dragon had no effect. Under the blazing sun, the Ghost King also found itself in a precarious situation, desperate to flee. Just as it seemed on the verge of dissipating, it gathered its entire ghostly essence. Intending to strike down Jiang Yuan while he was still channeling the sun's radiant energy, Jiang Yuan's gaze turned icy. He unleashed a wave of solar sword energy that cleaved through the air, instantly vanquishing the ghost, which transformed into formidable ghostly energy to replenish his own. In the radiant realm of the blazing sun, the unparalleled martial art known as the Radiant Sun Sword Chi was conceived by the Sun's sovereign before he transcended the 4 foundational realms. This formidable technique is the bane of all malevolent entities. However, its efficacy hinges upon the might of the Radiant Sun Sword Chi itself. Otherwise, in the diminished state of Jiang Yuan at that time, employing it against the Demon King would have yielded no lethal results. Fortunately, with the enhanced potency of the Radiant Sun devouring the Blood Moon, I find myself in a more advantageous position, or else I would be at a loss for what to do. Jiang Yuan murmured to himself as he strode purposefully deeper into the abyss of the Yellow Springs path. There, seated in a lofty hall, was a sinister entity that governed this particular stretch of the Yellow Springs. Though it refrained from overtly exuding its aura, the occasional surge of its imposing presence caused Jiang Yuan to furrow his brow. Even this slight release of power rivaled that of the previous peak Demon King, leaving Jiang Yuan to ponder the true strength of this malevolent being. His furrowed brow indicated his realization. This was indeed a genuine Ghost Emperor. The Ghost Emperor gazed down upon Jiang Yuan, a subtle smile gracing its lips. Though it was not its true form, its consciousness remained. From the moment Jiang Yuan traversed the Yellow Springs path, it had taken an interest in him, sensing that he harbored a significant secret, potentially a grand opportunity. Should it be seized, it could possibly lead to a breakthrough beyond the current limitations, ascending to levels beyond the 2-star realm. It is crucial to acknowledge that within this celestial battlefield, growth is not confined to the illustrious prodigies of various worlds. Both malevolent beings and these monstrous entities possess the potential for evolution. The Ghost Emperor, seated in its elevated hall, waved its hand, unleashing several waves of overwhelming momentum, even more formidable than that of the prior Demon King. If the previous Ghost King was merely a solitary practitioner wandering the path of the underworld, then these several Ghost Kings represent the most formidable entities under the command of the Ghost Emperor. Together, only the Ghost Emperor possesses the power to suppress them, revealing the terrifying extent of their strength. With no superfluous words, Jiang Yuan charged directly towards the Ghost Kings. This was a battle where only his utmost effort would suffice. The Ghost Kings, sensing the gravity of the situation, unleashed their formidable aura, intent on subduing Jiang Yuan here. Yet, they gravely miscalculated Jiang Yuan's true combat prowess. Beneath the protection of the Radiant Sun, Blood Moon, True Dragon, and Divine Elephant, Jiang Yuan's strength reached an unprecedented pinnacle. The very reason he had withheld it until now was to confront these adversaries. With the Radiant Sun illuminating the sky, the Blood Moon casting its ominous glow, the True Dragon roaring fiercely, and the Divine Elephant stomping the ground, Jiang Yuan's lethal prowess was unleashed, driven by the combined forces of martial, demonic, and ghostly paths to their ultimate extremes. Under such peak power, Jiang Yuan was an unstoppable force. Even though the 5 Ghost Kings were not weak, they were utterly powerless against the overwhelming might of the Radiant Sun, True Dragon, Divine Elephant, and the Blood Moon. which surged with their utmost ghostly energy. Just as their demise seemed imminent, Jiang Yuan suddenly unleashed a devastating strike, aiming to obliterate these wretched beings completely. In that instant, the Ghost Emperor intervened, attempting to subdue Jiang Yuan. The latter's gaze sharpened. It was evident that the Ghost Emperor was not exerting his full strength. Yet the threat posed by this single blow surpassed that of the previous 5 Ghost Kings combined. Whether it was the joint effort of the Black and White Impermanents or the 5 Ghost Kings, their combined assault was merely on par with the pinnacle of a 1-star level. However, the Ghost Emperor's strike, though not at the 2-star tier, clearly transcended the limits of a 1-star peak. Chapter 65. Immortal Combat. Having spent considerable time within the celestial battlefield, Jiang Yuan gleaned a wealth of knowledge regarding the various realms, the foundational stages of primordial refinement, innate being, spiritual realm, and Tao realm. In the vast expanse of the Longhan continent, the Tao realm is regarded as the pinnacle of power. However, within those grand worlds, it merely equates to the level of true disciples. As for practitioners who transcend the Tao realm, they are rarefied beings on the Longhan continent, akin to phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Yet, in those expansive worlds, such individuals are as common as leaves on a tree. Moreover, it is crucial to note that in the grand worlds, the 4 foundational realms are not limited to mere 9 levels. Beyond this, there exist the minor perfection, major perfection, and the true extreme realms. The minor perfection and perfection together denote a singular realm of completeness. For instance, the earlier figures of Black and White Impermanents were merely a step away from minor perfection, their combat prowess ranking among the elite of the celestial battlefield. Ascending to minor perfection signifies reaching an unparalleled tier. Currently, the Ghost Emperor has attained the peak of laughing perfection, standing only slightly apart from major perfection. Should he successfully break through, he would be formidable among the 2-star ranks. Achieving the mid-stage of major perfection would elevate him to 3-star prowess, while reaching the late stage would confer 4-star might, and attaining the pinnacle of major perfection would yield 5-star strength. As for the higher realms of extremes, they correspond to the standards of the King Body and Divine Body, where each realm represents the utmost embodiment of existence, rendering one utterly invincible within that tier. At present, Jiang Yuan is merely slightly stronger than the enigmatic figures of Black and White, still a considerable distance away from achieving a minor perfection. The gap to the pinnacle of major perfection is but a hair's breadth, an overwhelming challenge posed by the terrifying Ghost Emperor. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yuan withdrew, having finally grasped the true extent of his combat prowess within the refinement realm. This realization filled him with profound despair. Could it be that he would forever fall short compared to the prodigies of the great worlds? Yet, in the next moment, his gaze grew resolute. No, I was merely born in the Dragon Han continent, where my foundation pales in comparison to those from the grand worlds. However, my talents are not inferior to theirs. And with the unnamed token in hand, I shall undoubtedly contend with these great world prodigies in the future and tread the path of emperors. Jiang Yuan silently contemplated as his figure vanished between heaven and earth, propelled by the full force of the light step technique. Although the Ghost Emperor's strength was formidable, his speed had not reached the pinnacle of the 9th refinement, leaving him powerless to prevent Jiang Yuan's escape, unleashing an endless roar of fury. If only my cultivation could ascend to major perfection or even the ultimate realm, I would not have to fear these monstrous beasts. I could simply obliterate them. Jiang Yuan resolved to harness the power of the heavenly Tao battlefield, determined to refine each realm to perfection and beyond. With the beast tied behind him and the road to the Yellow Springs ahead, he had no choice but to take a detour. For neither of these forces were something he could contend with at present. Yet, this detour led him to encounter a familiar face. It could only be the figures of Black and White. Due to the previous battles and the desperate need to escape, Jiang Yuan had expended a significant amount of his demonic essence, leaving him utterly fatigued. Yet, the current circumstances afforded him no opportunity to replenish his strength. His only recourse was to flee for his life. The Yin and Yang guardians silently cursed their misfortune. Why was it that every encounter with Jiang Yuan led to such calamity? It had been the same on the road to the underworld, and now it was no different. Were they destined to be at odds with him? However, Jiang Yuan was oblivious to their musings, as he had already reached the periphery of the decisive battle. At that moment, a bird of prey swooped down, prompting Jiang Yuan to draw upon his Qinglong power to strike it down. Yet, he soon realized his exhaustion had rendered him nearly incapacitated, forcing him to roll into the fray. What a close call! With a fierce roar, Jiang Yuan consumed a piece of ancient divine phoenix flesh, then charged forth. Strangely, the guardians did not pursue him, not out of benevolence, but because the direction Jiang Yuan had taken led straight into a horde of beasts. What was he thinking? Was he courting death? White Wuchang exclaimed in shock. Black Wuchang seethed with anger. This fool would rather perish among the beasts than relinquish the ancient phoenix's blood. He deserves nothing less than death. They had nearly lost their lives twice in their quest for the phoenix's flesh, and just when they believed victory was within their grasp, Jiang Yuan had plunged into the beast horde. How could they articulate their fury? They failed to consider that their own greed and relentless pursuit of Jiang Yuan had driven him into such perilous circumstances. Otherwise, such a disastrous outcome might have been averted. Amidst the tumultuous onslaught of beasts, Jiang Yuan harnessed the formidable essence of the ancient divine phoenix's blood, wielding the azure dragon with relentless fervor as he engaged in fierce combat. In a matter of moments, the ground beneath him was strewn with the corpses of numerous demonic creatures, replenishing his dragon elephant form and restoring a semblance of vitality. Yet, the overwhelming power within the ancient phoenix's blood almost led to his obliteration. He was left with no choice but to continuously digest it through battle. Fight, fight, fight. Kill, kill, kill. Rage, rage, rage. Jiang Yuan's murderous intent was boundless, and his martial spirit surged forth, fueled by an intense fury. As his dragon elephant form regenerated, the number of slain beasts multiplied, yet he too bore numerous wounds. Were it not for the constant replenishment of his life force from the ancient phoenix's essence, Jiang Yuan would likely have perished. Chapter 66. Desperation. Jiang Yuan found himself in a dire predicament, flanked by the spectral figures of black and white impermanence. With a tide of beasts before him, he had to devise the most optimal strategy in the shortest time possible, and that strategy unequivocally involved absorbing the blood of the ancient phoenix. Although the amount of phoenix blood appeared meager, it was the essence of a being that had ascended to the divine realm, its potency unimaginable. Even those at the Tao realm would struggle to endure it, let alone a mere cultivator of the refinement of essence stage. Jiang Yuan's survival was attributed, on one hand, to the enigmatic nature of his dragon elephant form, and on the other, to sheer fortune. Flee. While white impermanence was deeply shaken, he maintained an extraordinary composure, regardless of whether Jiang Yuan could withstand this ordeal. Should he succeed, his combat prowess would undoubtedly surpass his previous pinnacle, posing a grave threat even to his own allies. Without a moment's hesitation, the two made their escape, while Jiang Yuan remained entrenched in a bitter struggle, lacking the energy to heed their departure. It appears that this young man's strength has reached an unprecedented pinnacle. On a distant mountaintop, several figures stand resolute, their aura far surpassing that of the black and white impermanence, with one or two even exceeding the current prowess of Jiang Yuan. Such recklessness is unfathomable. If they were to be slain, it would be one matter, but to perish in such a manner would be a tragic waste of the divine phoenix's flesh. A gallant youth spoke calmly, acknowledging the rarity of this young man's unwavering resolve, which rivals that of the two-star prodigies from various factions. Regrettably, there are those who lament Jiang Yuan's plight, yet their sentiments remain superficial, for they share no connection with him and are unlikely to extend a helping hand, especially as they are sworn enemies in this battlefield of heavenly principles. Alas, this fellow is destined for elimination. The black and white impermanents are inconsequential. Let us commence our battle to the death. Another individual has already determined Jiang Yuan's fate. They are the most elite martial prodigies of this heavenly battlefield, gathered here early to engage in a decisive confrontation. Fight, fight, fight. Death, death, death. Life, life, life. Jiang Yuan's heart echoed with fervor. He must survive, for only then can he continue to fight. The dragon and elephant divine patterns within him ignited, continuously drawing upon the essence of the divine phoenix's flesh. Regrettably, he has only mastered the first layer of the dragon elephant body forging technique. Were he to attain the second layer, he would not find himself in such dire straits. Jiang Yuan is acutely aware of this, yet he is powerless, compelled to wield the azure dragon, its roar resonating clearly as he fights on. Only through combat can he hope to endure. This is a battle to the death. Only one side may perish for the other to seize the chance to survive. Within the confines of his body, the dragon elephant body forging technique and the celestial ascension art fervently intertwined, striving to seize a fleeting opportunity in the shortest span of time. A torrent of vital energy surged into Jiang Yuan's being. With a thunderous roar, he wielded his sword, descending with unyielding force, intent on obliterating his foes. The monstrous beasts, driven to the brink of madness, fought with relentless fervor, both sides seeking the annihilation of the other. A saber-toothed tiger leapt forward with ferocity, aiming to slay Jiang Yuan on the spot. His gaze, icy as the depths of winter, bore down upon the beast as he executed a decisive strike. Although he ultimately triumphed in dispatching the creature, he bore the scars of battle, leaving him with significant vulnerabilities. The other beast surged forward, overwhelming him in a sudden onslaught. "Curse it!" Jiang Yuan bellowed, his internal energy swirling with urgency as he endeavored to subdue the monstrous horde. The second tier of the celestial ascension art surged to its pinnacle, diligently absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth. The spiritual tide flooded into his body, transforming into the celestial vital energy, which coalesced upon his sword. With a sweeping strike, he unleashed a devastating attack that swept across the battlefield. This spectacle left the distant onlookers, the elite prodigies, in a state of awe. Initially prepared for a life-and-death struggle among themselves, they found themselves captivated by Jiang Yuan's combat prowess. Yet, what transpired next would astonish them even further. The sword energy converged into a singular point, manifesting an infinite realm of meaning in the world. The expressions of the prodigies darkened, and they gasped in unison, "This is the true essence of the sword." They are all exceptional talents from their respective sects, each possessing a minimum cultivation level of the spirit realm. Among them are several prodigies capable of contending with the sword fanatic. However, they have merely reached the level of martial intent, still some distance away from comprehending true essence. Were they to discover that Jiang Yuan's true cultivation is merely at the innate realm, their expressions would undoubtedly be even more extraordinary. In the realm of the four foundational levels, those who can grasp the true essence of martial arts are rare, found only among the two-star prodigies of our various factions. It is astonishing that this young man has attained such a level. Some gasped in awe. Yet if they were aware that Jiang Yuan's comprehension of the sword's true essence stems from the innate realm, they would not remain so composed. This is not merely the caliber of a two-star prodigy, he would not be considered weak even among three-star prodigies. In the panorama of major factions, achieving the status of a two-star prodigy allows one to become a core disciple within the inner sect, while three-star prodigies may ascend to become direct disciples of elders, holding a prestigious position. As for four-star and five-star prodigies, their existence transcends the imagination of ordinary individuals. Each one is capable of overcoming several minor realms in combat. And even those with royal or divine physiques can challenge opponents across a major realm, achieving true defiance against the celestial. Chapter 67. The Small Perfection of Body Refinement. The world is replete with myriad cultivation systems: martial cultivators, demon cultivators, magic cultivators, and spiritual cultivators. Among martial cultivators, there are further distinctions, divided into two categories: chi refinement and body refinement. Throughout the expansive realm of Longhan, the prevailing practice is the refinement of chi, while those who pursue the path of physical cultivation are exceedingly rare. The reason for this scarcity lies in the arduous nature of the physical cultivation journey. In the vast cosmos, attaining even the foundational level of a physical cultivation technique is a formidable challenge. Mastering the art is a pursuit of 1,000-fold difficulty, and achieving perfection is akin to scaling the heavens. In the grand tapestry of the multiverse, only the most exceptional individuals among the two-star and three-star prodigies can hope to attain such heights. Yet, they remain oblivious to the fact that a youth, whom they had previously deemed insignificant, has reached the very pinnacle they yearn for. Some gaze upon him with envy, others with indifference, while a few seethe with jealousy, wishing for the monstrous beasts to swiftly eliminate Jiang Yuan. This reflects a common sentiment. No one wishes for another to surpass them, especially someone who was once inferior. Jiang Yuan felt a transformation within his being, transcending the peak to attain an unprecedented realm. His vital energy surged with formidable strength, effortlessly embodying the might of 40 divine tigers without the need to ignite his own vitality. With a single, decisive strike, he cleaved downwards, causing a massacre among the beasts, leaving the onlooking prodigies in awe. The essence of the divine phoenix within him absorbed the majority of the remnants, yet much was suppressed. Jiang Yuan knew that if he lingered any longer in battle, he would surely perish when the next wave of beasts descended. With the technique of swift light steps activated, He surged towards the direction in which the enigmatic duo of Yin and Yang had fled. He was not one to relish in combat, but some must inevitably meet their end. Yin and Yang raced away with great speed, lamenting that their parents had not bestowed upon them an extra pair of legs. However, in the next moment, they realized that even with additional limbs, it would be futile, for a figure behind them was closing the distance with astonishing swiftness, far surpassing their own speed. How is this possible? The two exclaimed in unison. Their flight was driven not only by the fear of Jiang Yuan seeking vengeance, but also by the understanding that, in such dire circumstances, Jiang Yuan was unlikely to survive. However, when Jiang Yuan truly caught up to them, their faces turned ashen. Split up, Bai Wuchang decisively commanded, and the two fled in opposite directions. This scene unfolded before Jiang Yuan's eyes, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his lips. He dashed towards He Wuchang with astonishing speed, one that clearly surpassed the capabilities of the refinement realm. He swiftly closed the distance and struck down with his sword. He Wuchang was taken aback, attempting to defend himself, but was swiftly slain by a single stroke. No, He Wuchang roared in defiance, unwilling to accept his fate. As a prodigy of the Yamahal, he had once partnered with Bai Wuchang, together considered the pinnacle of experts on this battlefield of the heavens. He could never have anticipated meeting his demise at the hands of someone he had once hunted. Upon hearing He Wuchang's furious cry, Bai Wuchang's heart raced, and his speed intensified. He was acutely aware of He Wuchang's fate, and he did not wish to share the same grim ending. Thus he fled with reckless abandon. His pace reached its zenith, while Jiang Yuan advanced at a measured pace, seemingly devoid of the desire to kill Bai Wuchang. This perplexed Bai Wuchang momentarily, but in the next instant, Jiang Yuan raised his sword, unleashing a formidable wave of sword chi that surged toward Bai Wuchang. The overwhelming force of the Azure Dragon's sword chi rendered He Wuchang speechless. In the blink of an eye, he fell to the ground, cleaved in two, leaving no possibility of survival. The black and white Wuchang had perished. As Jiang Yuan continued his journey, he remained unaware that his two strikes had left many of the most exceptional prodigies in stunned silence. Although they possessed the capability to vanquish the black and white impermanents individually, such a feat would only be achievable if the two were not collaborating. This implied that should the black and white impermanents decide to join forces, the outcome between these prodigies and themselves would be uncertain. The fact that the black and white impermanents had refrained from launching a joint assault on Jiang Yuan led these prodigies to conclude that it was not due to the folly of the black and white impermanents, but rather the profound realization that even in unity, they would still fall short against Jiang Yuan. Which realm does this individual hail from? What faction's prodigy is he? Someone muttered, as those around shared a similar sentiment. Previously, they had ridiculed Jiang Yuan, yet now they felt no inclination to conquer him, for he was overwhelmingly formidable, instilling fear in all prodigies present. Perhaps we should unite to eliminate this youth, one prodigy proposed, and the others readily concurred. The pressure Jiang Yuan exerted upon them was immense. If they did not combine their strengths to eradicate him, there would be little merit in continuing the competition. Jiang Yuan strode confidently towards the peak of the summit of ascendancy, where he was met by the formidable prodigies, each of whom stood ready to confront him. This unexpected reception momentarily took him aback, prompting a chuckle to escape his lips. The gathered prodigies, perplexed by his reaction, coldly inquired, "Young man, from which sacred lineage do you claim descent?" Jiang Yuan replied nonchalantly, "From the Dragon Han continent, the Academy of Black and White." Upon hearing the words Heibai Shuego, the proud elites wore expressions of grave concern, only to be subsequently rendered speechless. What on earth was this Long Han continent? An examination of the vast 3,000 realms revealed no such entity. They immediately concluded that Jiang Yuan was attempting to deceive them, filled with both astonishment and ire. One individual declared, "Young man, do not presume we are unaware. Heibai Shuagong is an esteemed sanctuary within the Wuji Great World, established by the illustrious Wuji Tianzuan, a figure of imperial caliber. It bears no relation whatsoever to your Long Han continent." Brandishing his formidable blade, he directed its edge menacingly towards Jiang Yuan. "As a disciple of the Wuji Tianzuan's lineage, I, Qin Huai of the Dei Blade sect, formally extend a challenge to you." Jiang Yuan responded with a derisive smirk. "What challenge are you speaking of? You merely wish to stall me while your allies sneak in for an ambush. Am I correct in my assumptions?" The countenance of the assembled elites darkened at having their intentions exposed, yet they exhibited no hesitation, charging forward. Jiang Yuan's strength was undeniably formidable, reaching the level of 2 stars. Only through collaboration could they hope to vanquish him. So much for the pride of the so-called Great World's elites. Jiang Yuan remarked, his gaze as frigid as ice. With a powerful swing of his Qinglong blade, he struck down decisively. One elite's expression shifted dramatically as he desperately raised his treasured artifact in defense, only to be forced back several paces, the artifact shattering into two halves upon impact. How is this possible? The elite exclaimed in horror. This was a top-tier treasured artifact, even a semi-finished spiritual weapon, undoubtedly among the finest equipment on this initial one-star ranking battlefield. Yet, before Jiang Yuan's seemingly rusted azure long sword, it was as fragile as tofu, effortlessly cleaved in two. That must be an exceptionally high-grade spiritual artifact. Even in its rusted state, its power remains formidable. Everyone, exercise caution, one of the prodigies remarked, completely unaware that this azure dragon was not merely a superior spiritual tool, but a true Tao implement. Spiritual artifacts can communicate with the spirit, while Tao implements possess intricate Tao patterns that allow the wielder to unleash various sword techniques and divine arts. Though not comparable to actual divine powers, their might is extraordinarily rare in the world. Chapter 68. Ascending the wilderness stronghold without a moment's hesitation, a top-tier prodigy charged forward, his strength surpassing that of the infamous duo, the Black and White Impermanents. However, he was no match for Jiang Yuan, who was soon beset by several other elite experts intent on subduing him. A faint smirk of disdain graced Jiang Yuan's lips as he prepared to suppress the group. Yet the combined might of these 4 or 5 individuals was significantly more formidable than that of the Black and White Impermanents. The two factions clashed, neither side yielding an inch. Why is this youth's combat prowess so astonishing? Some spectators' expressions darkened. They were all prodigies from their respective sects. Yet faced with such an overwhelming foe, they found no glimmer of hope, only the necessity to retreat. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan's fighting spirit ignited, engaging in a relentless battle, prompting quiet lamentations among the other prodigies. If you do not act, who can say who will emerge victorious today? One top-tier prodigy bellowed in fury. The elite fighters exchanged glances, and in the next moment, they advanced with the intent to eliminate him entirely. There was no hesitation. The battle raged on, unceasing. Delightful. Jiang Yuan laughed heartily, declaring, though there may be thousands, I stand alone against them all. However, with the arrival of those unparalleled masters onto the battlefield, the advantage that Jiang Yuan once held was swiftly overturned, and in the blink of an eye, he was slain. Yet even so, the sheer terror of his formidable prowess was indelibly etched into the minds of all present. Was this truly the power befitting a mere one-star prodigy? Some murmured in disbelief, while others shook their heads in agreement, stating, this is undoubtedly beyond what a one-star prodigy can achieve. It seems this individual, even if not a true 2-star prodigy, is infinitely close, perhaps just a step away from attaining that esteemed status. No one could utter a word. The scene was profoundly shocking. As it took the combined efforts of all prodigies to fell him, this youth could indeed be considered an exceptional genius. In the distance, the demon lord was resting. But in the next moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, gazing intently in the direction of Jiang Yuan, his brow furrowing slightly. He could distinctly sense a formidable aura. Yet it appeared that only that young man could possess such might, despite being merely at the 5th level of the innate realm. The demon lord shook his head, dismissing the thought as mere overimagination, and soon fell back into slumber. After an indeterminate period, Jiang Yuan's aura finally stabilized at the 6th level of the innate realm, while his physical cultivation soared directly to the 9th level of skin replacement. However, this time he refrained from hastily pursuing further cultivation at this moment. He required a battle to validate his cultivation and prowess. Wild Wilderness Camp, you surely did not expect that I, Jiang Yuan, am still alive, he sneered. Striding forth with the wind swirling around him, the demon lord opened his eyes once more. Jiang Yuan had merely taken a day to recuperate, yet he was impatiently seeking his own demise. It is essential to understand that the leader of the savage camp possessed formidable combat prowess, enough to make even him yield slightly. This was not solely due to the latter's comparable level of cultivation, but also because the leader of the savage camp had perfected a mid-tier profound martial skill, capable of contending against a 3rd-tier spirit realm warrior. However, Jiang Yuan was oblivious that, after an indeterminate period, he found himself before the gates of the savage camp. Let me in, Jiang Yuan bellowed, his overwhelming presence causing several mere essence refinement bandits to hastily retreat into the camp. This is bad. Something dreadful has occurred. A young ruffian shouted in panic. The fourth deputy frowned slightly, coldly demanding, "What is the matter? Speak." Reporting to the fourth deputy that Jiang Yuan is challenging us at the gates. He threatens to destroy our camp if we do not emerge, the young ruffian hurriedly explained. The fourth deputy furrowed his brow, replying, "How can this be? Jiang Yuan perished within the depths of the wilderness. It is impossible." It was he and the third deputy who had led countless members of the savage camp to force Jiang Yuan into the inner depths. And given the nature of those wild beasts, how could they possibly spare him? "I cannot believe it," the young ruffian stammered. Though he had indeed accompanied the three deputies in the pursuit of Jiang Yuan and vividly remembered the prodigious talent who could contend against several deputies, there was no reason for him to be mistaken. The fourth deputy's expression darkened as he glanced towards the high seat, where the second deputy and the third deputy sat. The latter's face was grim yet tinged with excitement. If Jiang Yuan truly had not perished, it would present him with an opportunity for vengeance. As for the second in command, he furrowed his brow slightly. He had meticulously devised the plan, and logically, that young man should have met his demise without a doubt. How could he possibly have escaped? What strange circumstances were at play? "Let us investigate," the second in command proposed, with the third and fourth underlings closely trailing behind him. Outside the stronghold, Jiang Yuan, wielding the azure dragon, was just about to cleave open the gate when it slowly swung ajar. A crowd emerged, and although Jiang Yuan had never encountered the leader before, he could surmise with some certainty that it was indeed the second in command. The latter's imposing aura caused Jiang Yuan to furrow his brow slightly. However, it was merely a fleeting expression. Having achieved the small perfection of body refinement and reaching the 9th layer of skin transformation, he believed he could contend even with a spirit realm expert. Upon seeing Jiang Yuan, the members of the savage wilderness stronghold exhibited expressions of astonishment. They had never anticipated that the individual they had deemed dead just days prior would now be standing before them, sword in hand, assaulting their very gates. This was not merely an attack on the door, but a blow to the pride of the entire savage wilderness stronghold. Even the second in command, with his exceptional composure, could not help but appear displeased. He coldly regarded Jiang Yuan and spoke in a grave tone, "Young man, do you dare to provoke the savage wilderness stronghold? Do you know the consequences of your actions?" Jiang Yuan replied with a faint smile, "I am uncertain of my own guilt, but the savage wilderness stronghold is about to become a thing of the past." With a sweeping motion, the azure dragon's sword energy soared forth, shattering the gates of the savage wilderness stronghold into splinters, leaving the inhabitants visibly distressed. "You insolent wretch, cease your arrogance," the second in command bellowed in fury, advancing with the intent to subdue Jiang Yuan completely. He had been discontented that Jiang Yuan had not perished at his hands, and now that an opportunity presented itself, he could not afford to let it slip away. Chapter 69. The third chief, descended like a fierce tiger from the mountain, wielding his mountain-splitting blade high above. Envisioning the scene of Jiang Yuan being cleaved in two, however, his expectations were met with disappointment. The melodious sound of the azure dragon echoed, effortlessly blocking his attack. With an abrupt surge of power, the third chief was forced to stagger back several steps, shock etched on his face as he gazed at Jiang Yuan. That overwhelming aura was indelibly imprinted in his mind. "How is this possible?" the third chief exclaimed in disbelief. He recalled how Jiang Yuan had barely managed to withstand half of his power before. Yet now he could effortlessly parry his sword strike. Such strength was akin to that of a peak, innate 9th level. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Yuan's elemental energy cultivation barely reached the 7th level of elemental condensation, but his physical prowess had ascended to the brink of the spiritual realm. In fact, after igniting his blood essence, he could fully attain the 1st level of the spiritual realm. Brandishing the azure dragon, Jiang Yuan took a step forward, disdainfully regarding the third chief. "Is this truly the extent of the third chief of the barbarian stronghold? How disappointing! I must have overestimated you." As the third chief barely regained his footing, he nearly spat out blood upon hearing those words. He was a peak innate 9th level cultivator, a figure capable of contending with masters at the brink of the spiritual realm, yet here he was being mocked by a mere lad of 15 or 16. The humiliation was unbearable. "Boy, you are courting death." With a fierce roar, the third elder once again brandished his mountain-splitting blade, intent on utterly annihilating the audacious youth. Yet, Jiang Yuan's gaze turned icy as he wielded the azure dragon, preparing to envelop the third elder. Just as he was about to deliver a decisive strike, a figure emerged to shatter his offensive, none other than the second elder. Jiang Yuan's expression shifted, recognizing that this was no ordinary warrior, but a true master of the spiritual realm, capable of harnessing the essence of heaven and earth to conjure various techniques of assault. Licking his lips, Jiang Yuan smiled and remarked, "What is this? Does the second elder wish to test the sharpness of my azure dragon sword as well?" The second elder cast a penetrating glance at him, his heart filled with astonishment. He had just employed a significant portion of his strength, about 60 to 70%, both to rescue the third elder and to eliminate this youth. Typically, even a peak innate ninth-layer cultivator would perish under such an onslaught. Yet, this young man remained unperturbed, not even taking a single step back. Truly, he was a prodigy of the 30,000 miles of spiritual sea. Should he flourish, he would undoubtedly become a top-tier powerhouse capable of commanding the elements across the continent, even poised to transcend the barriers that bind. Regrettably, the second elder could not help but feel a sense of loss. Although this youth possessed unparalleled talent, enmity had already been forged between them. He would not easily let the matter rest. Without hesitation, he raised his blade high, preparing to strike down once more, embodying the ferocity of a mighty tiger. Yet, unlike the third elder, this tiger resembled a primal beast of the wilderness, invincible and overwhelming, rendering the previous elder's aura akin to that of a feeble cat in comparison. Flash! With a thunderous roar, the second in command unleashed his ferocious might, causing even Jiang Yuan to tremble slightly. He hastily retreated, attempting to counter the force with his own cultivation. However, this was a full frontal assault from a peak-level practitioner in the spirit realm, and in an instant, Jiang Yuan felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. Were it not for his dragon elephant body and his modestly advanced physical training, he would surely have been obliterated, reduced to nothing more than dust, as would be the fate of an ordinary practitioner at the 7th level of the innate realm. Such is the awe-inspiring power of a spirit realm expert. It is indeed formidable beyond measure. If a typical first-level spirit realm cultivator possesses such overwhelming strength, then the combat prowess of extraordinary talents like Wang Xianfeng must surely reach the 3rd level of the spirit realm or even higher. He murmured to himself, but swiftly cast aside such thoughts. For him, the path of cultivation was a path of slaughter and conflict. Only through relentless battle could he witness his true self and discover his own path. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the azure dragon once more, determined to eradicate anyone who dared to obstruct him. The second-in-command's eyelids flickered. He was utterly astonished that, despite unleashing his full power, the lad had only sustained minor injuries. A sense of dread washed over him as he exerted all his strength to retaliate, intent on exterminating his opponent. Yet, Jiang Yuan suddenly executed the light drifting step, reaching an unparalleled realm of speed, so swift that the second-in-command was caught completely off guard. Just as he sensed a dragon's roar and tiger's howl approaching, a more terrifying aura erupted forth, directly intercepting the edge of the azure dragon's sword. With a resounding explosion, Jiang Yuan was sent flying, and the azure dragon's sword was forcibly ripped from his grasp. Young man, do you truly believe that the wild mountain village is devoid of formidable individuals? A thunderous roar echoed, and all present displayed expressions of astonishment. It is the village leader. The esteemed leader has emerged from seclusion. This young man is undoubtedly doomed. Does he not comprehend the nature of our wild mountain village, boldly daring to provoke us? Such audacity is nothing short of suicidal. Those who initially harbored trepidation and were on the verge of fleeing now erupted in exclamations of joy. The figure before them is the strongest of the wild mountain village, his prowess far surpassing that of the second-in-command. It is said that he was once a prodigious talent from a prominent sect, only to later forsake it due to unforeseen circumstances, establishing himself as a sovereign within these rugged mountains. The village chief, Jiang Yuan, fixed his gaze intently towards the source of the voice, his expression frozen in disbelief. The figure that approached was a woman, graceful and alluring, her beauty rivaling that of blooming flowers and shy moons, entirely unrelated to the imposing village chief. Yet, in the next moment, Jiang Yuan's thoughts shattered as the woman stepped forward, a sword poised at his neck. With a smile, she spoke, "Young man, how dare you cause a ruckus in my village? Do you truly not know the meaning of death?" Jiang Yuan could not help but swallow hard, not from fear, but from the sheer incongruity of this woman's demeanor, which was utterly at odds with that of a refined lady. However, what shocked him most was her aura. Perfectly rounded and seemingly innate, as though she were born for greatness. She appeared to be of similar age to him, yet had already attained the third level of the spirit realm. Such talent is unparalleled, eclipsing even that of Wang Xianfeng. However, regardless of the woman's prowess, Jiang Yuan could never forget the scenes of being hunted by these individuals. Had it not been for his fortuitous encounters, he would have either become a victim of their blades or a mere sustenance for a beast. Are you truly convinced that you have me completely at your mercy? Jiang Yuan smiled faintly, yet the woman retorted with a cold laugh. I concede that your talent is commendable, but merely commendable. You have merely traversed the boundaries of 2 minor realms and a major realm. I, too, was capable of such feats in my past, thus in my eyes. Your so-called genius is nothing but a jest. Chapter 70. Homecoming. The woman's derisive laughter persisted, and she spoke no falsehood. She was indeed a paragon of excellence. In her presence, Wang Xianfeng's supposed unmatched brilliance was but a farce. After all, she had forsaken her sect for 3 years, and 3 years prior. She was merely a mid-stage innate warrior. Through her own diligence, she had ascended to her current level. Had she, like Wang Xianfeng, been afforded boundless resources, her cultivation would have undoubtedly reached the latter stages of the spiritual realm by now, breaking into the Tao realm around the age of 20. Such an achievement would shatter records that have stood for 5 centuries, the most recent being the renowned Wu Hou, who attained the Tao realm at the tender age of 21 over 300 years ago. Yet, the smile on the face of the man before her incensed her, prompting an immediate outburst. Boy, what exactly did I say to provoke such mockery? In her eyes, a captive ought to embody the essence of a prisoner, and his audacity shattered her preconceived notions of captivity. Jiang Yuan maintained his smile, jesting. Little girl, do you truly believe you have me cornered? Alas, you are mistaken. Master, shall we pursue them? The 4th chief inquired cautiously. Among the 3 chiefs, only he bore no injuries, aware of his own limitations against Jiang Yuan, thus seeking to ally with the other 2 chiefs. However, it was the master who interjected. Pursue? You speak of pursuit without considering the feasibility. The woman retorted angrily before striding away. She was deeply frustrated, having allowed a rogue who dared to insult her to escape in front of her subordinates. Could she still retain her authority? The group exchanged glances, and one timidly asked, 4th chief, should we pursue them? Pursue? You only know to pursue. What do you think will happen if you catch up? It's tantamount to courting death. The 4th chief, feeling unjustly reprimanded, seethed with anger and vented his frustration on the unfortunate rogue, who stood bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden tirade directed at him. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan remained oblivious to the events unfolding post his departure. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, the river turning crimson in its wake. Damn it, he cursed, not out of any other reason, but due to the indignation of being threatened by a mere girl with a sword, a stark deviation from his grand expectations of dominance. Yet, with such extraordinary talent, he pondered why she had fallen to leading a band of brigands. Had he unearthed the secret of the nameless token 5 years earlier, he might have already reached a level of prowess that surpassed even hers. Enough of these trivial concerns. It is best to cast aside such burdens. The news of my incursion into the wildlands will likely spread rapidly throughout the nearby mountain ranges, drawing the attention of those with ulterior motives. It would be wiser to devote myself to cultivation and strive for a higher realm as soon as possible. However, embarking on such an adventure naturally entails its own perils. Within these mountains, amidst the remains of ferocious beasts, one can also find the lifeless bodies of numerous human warriors, including several adept practitioners of the innate realm. Yet, Jiang Yuan is acutely aware that these battles are currently confined to the innate level. It is only a matter of time before conflicts escalate to the spiritual realm and even the Tao realm. Will the Wild Beast clan manage to endure this impending crisis? Jiang Yuan muses, fully understanding that the current ruler of the wildlands is nearing his limits, with his strength considerably waning. While he may still contend with countless masters of the Tao realm, facing those whose cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the Tao realm could very well lead to his demise. Chapter 71. The Peril of the Great Yin. In the imperial palace of the Great Yin Kingdom, a man adorned with a crown and draped in a dragon robe wore an expression of grave concern. Below him, the officials stood in solemnity, their faces betraying their unease. They had received alarming news from the wildlands. A monstrous tide, having obliterated 2 neighboring kingdoms and countless cities, was now perilously close to the borders of the Great Yin Kingdom. It would not be long before a full-scale assault commenced. A report. A soldier, clad in battle armor, hurriedly strode into the grand hall, drawing the attention of countless gazes upon him. In times past, he might have been taken aback by such scrutiny. However, in that moment, he felt no such sentiment. With a grave tone, he proclaimed, "Your Majesty, dire news has come to light. The beast tide has inexplicably accelerated and now threatens our borders. The warriors at Yin Pass are valiantly holding their ground, yet they have suffered countless casualties. The entire border is in peril." Among the gathered officials, an elder rose to speak. He was a venerable minister from the reign of the late emperor, and his words compelled even the sovereign of the great Yin to regard the situation with trepidation. "Elder Yin, please share your thoughts," the great Yin sovereign urged. Elder Yin nodded slightly, his expression somber as he continued, "I have recently acquired intelligence suggesting that the beast tide may have been instigated from the depths of the wilderness. The reasons remain unknown, but there is no doubt that this presents a monumental calamity. This is not merely another beast tide. It signifies a war between the wilderness and the sect world. The elite of the Black and White Academy have mobilized towards the wilderness mountains. Yet our sect possesses few young masters, and the elder experts must remain to guard the academy. Thus, we, the great Yin, must rely solely on ourselves this time." He let out a heavy sigh, and the face of the great Yin sovereign turned ashen. He was acutely aware of the veracity of Elder Yan's words. Ordinarily, if a vassal state were to call for aid, it would be expected that the experts of the sect would descend to provide support. However, just recently, 2 neighboring realms had fallen, and there had been no signs of action from the major sections. This indicated that they were unable to spare any forces for assistance. To put it bluntly, they were struggling for their own survival. However, without the support of the sects, how can our great Yin endure this crisis? Is it possible that the century-old legacy passed down by our ancestors is destined to be destroyed by my hands? The sovereign of great Yin murmured, his eyes filled with despair. After all, this is a mundane realm, devoid of even a spirit realm powerhouse. If we were to confront those formidable beasts, it would surely lead to our annihilation. At that moment, Elder Yin slowly spoke. "In truth, I possess a solution." Upon hearing this, the sovereign's heart leaped with joy, and he urged, "Elder Yin, please speak." Elder Yin pondered for a moment before continuing. "This wave of beastly surges poses a threat not only to us in Great Yin, but indeed to all the nations in this region. Should our Great Yin truly perish, the beast tide would inevitably march southward, encroaching upon the territories of the 7 nations." A flicker of delight crossed the sovereign's face, only to be quickly overshadowed by gloom. The 7 nations, as Elder Yin mentioned, are immensely powerful realms, each guarded by spirit realm experts and countless innate masters. In terms of national strength, they far surpass Great Yin. If we could secure assistance from even one of them, our chances of weathering this crisis would greatly improve. Yet, the sovereign understood that those 7 nations might not fear the beast tide at all. If we were to seek their aid, it could very well exhaust Great Yan's vitality. Once the beast tide subsides, we might face invasion from one of those nations, leading to our ultimate demise regardless. With no path forward and no retreat possible, is Great Yin truly destined for ruin? In the court, the air was thick with endless sighs, as the esteemed ministers of the Great Yin deliberated on how to confront the impending beast tide. The borderland of Yanguan emerged as a crucial frontier for the Great Yin Kingdom. This region housed a significant portion of the martial experts from the imperial court, originally gathered to prepare for warfare against the Yu Kingdom. Yet, mere days ago, they beheld the devastating aftermath of the beast tide, witnessing the obliteration of the Yu Kingdom, which evoked a profound sense of sorrow akin to that felt when a hare perishes alongside a fox, for they knew their own fate was undoubtedly next. Esteemed heads of the families, a general with a formidable aura, standing at the pinnacle of innate strength and poised on the precipice of the spiritual realm, spoke solemnly. "The beast tide has descended upon us. Our soldiers at Yanguan are steadfast, yet we can only hold for a limited time. Should more powerful beasts emerge, the fall of Yanguan would be inevitable. However, as long as I, Ning Feng, still draw breath, Yanguan shall endure. I implore each of you to lend your support in this dire hour." He gazed earnestly at the assembly before him, comprising not only the heads of local martial families but also leaders from nearby regions, each possessing formidable prowess, all having reached the latter stages of innate mastery. Together, they represented a caliber of martial prowess unparalleled within the Great Yin. Despite their strengths, a heavy pall of concern hung over their faces. for the ferocity of the beasts far surpassed their own, not to mention the formidable beings at the threshold of the spiritual realm and those truly within it. Master Ning, you are undoubtedly aware of the terror that this beast tide brings. The kingdoms of Yu and Tianshui, both formidable in strength, have swiftly fallen within a fortnight, and you must ponder how long our great yin can endure. These words, spoken by the head of an external martial arts family, resonated with countless others. The prolonged inaction of our sect raises grave concerns for the very survival of great yin. Ning Feng's countenance darkened. He had never intended to rely on these martial families. Yet the weight of such sentiments pierced his heart deeply. This is great yin, the home of these individuals. And yet they contemplate abandoning it to ruin. What a profound sorrow this is. At that moment, several heads of martial families prepared to depart, intent on making arrangements for the aftermath, but they were halted by a looming figure. Upon closer inspection, one could see the anger twisting into a bitter smile. Jiang Lang, your son is a worthless disgrace, causing you to lose your position as head of the family. And now he is sent by his own brother to serve as a shield. Truly, what a pitiful state. This middle-aged man was none other than Jiang Yuan, the former head of the Jiang family, a master of martial arts who had attained the 8th level of innate prowess. He fixed his gaze fiercely upon the two. I distinctly recall during our audience with the emperor, you both vowed to live and die for the great yin. Are you now prepared to renege on that oath? At these words, the faces of the two martial family heads shifted dramatically. Chapter 72. A desperate struggle. The establishment of a secular realm fundamentally relies on the protection of sects, the faith of the populace, and the unwavering unity of all martial clans within the nation. Each martial clan is, in essence, a beneficiary of the imperial family's grace, pledging their undying loyalty. To betray this loyalty is not merely an act of treason against the state. It is a profound betrayal of the oath that binds the martial clans to the imperial family, inviting collective retribution from all clans. Initially, it was understandable that fear of the beast tide would induce trepidation. Yet the utterance of Jiang Lang transformed this fear into an act of betrayal against the tenets of the martial community. The heads of the two foremost martial clans could perceive the fury igniting in the eyes of numerous clan leaders. Jiang Lang, we shall see, growled the head of the Wang clan, fully aware that escape from this predicament was impossible. Should he survive the beast tide, he would surely perish at the hands of his fellow human warriors. Another martial leader also solemnly declared his resolve, while those who had contemplated departure were compelled to remain. Casting disdainful glances at Jiang Lang, as Ning Feng observed that the assembly had chosen to stay, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Had these martial leaders insisted on abstaining from battle, the situation at Yin Pass would have been dire. He turned his gaze toward Jiang Lang, filled with gratitude, fully cognizant that Jiang Lang's actions would inevitably incur the wrath of many martial leaders. Yet, Jiang Lang remained undeterred. He understood that his family's current standing was solely due to the protection afforded by the Great Yin Kingdom and its myriad channels of influence. Like many nations that meticulously control the channels between themselves and their sects, numerous gifted individuals from noble families may spend their entire lives unable to enter the sections. However, the royal family of the Great Yin nation is markedly different. They have consistently dispatched envoys to seek out the world's talents, adhering to the principle that one's prosperity is shared and one's misfortune affects all. The current sovereign is particularly astute and valiant, dedicated to the welfare of the people. Should such a nation meet its demise, it would indeed be a tremendous loss. Thus, his vow to staunchly defend the Great Yin is far from mere rhetoric. Yet, one cannot help but wonder about Yuan. Jiang Lang sighed softly. He feared not death, but rather the fate of the Jiang family and his son. 5 years prior, Jiang Yuan had successfully broken into the tempering body realm, a true prodigy and the greatest pride of his heart. However, after half a year, Jiang Yuan's talent waned, and he could no longer cultivate elemental energy. Jiang Lang felt disappointment, but never relinquished hope. Yuan, my son, in this life and death struggle, I fear I may not be able to protect you in the future. Remain safely within the Black and White Academy, even if your cultivation stagnates. You can avoid such calamities, Jiang Lang murmured. At that moment, someone exclaimed, the beast tide is upon us. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to gaze through the city walls, where they beheld a swirling dust cloud in the distance, as if an endless horde of demonic beasts were advancing. Weren't the demonic beast forces supposed to arrive in a few days? How could they come today? A martial arts master cried out. Many shook their heads, equally perplexed by the unfolding events. Ning Feng's expression grew grave. He had received the latest intelligence, and there could be no error. The current situation undoubtedly indicated some anomaly had occurred. Let us set aside the reason for the premature arrival of the beast tide. We must prepare for a counterattack. Ning Feng spoke in a low voice, immediately issuing commands to arrange the troops and martial families within the Yin Pass, establishing formidable lines of defense. The foremost line was positioned outside the Yin Pass, where over 1,000 soldiers, resolute in the face of death, stood undaunted. Seasoned veterans of the battlefield, they harbored no fear, even in the presence of the overwhelming aura of tens of thousands of primal beasts. Attack! As the tide of beasts approached, the soldiers roared, brandishing their bloodied weapons and charging forth. Even amidst the chaos and casualties, their spirits remained unshaken, for they understood that behind them lay the Yin Pass and the Great Yin. To flee would mean abandoning their homeland, leaving their loved ones vulnerable to annihilation. The combat prowess of these soldiers was formidable, each at least at the late stage of the Qi refinement realm, with many possessing innate abilities at the mid-stage. In the realm of mortals, they represented a powerful force, yet against the onslaught of the beast tide, they proved tragically inadequate. In mere moments, countless soldiers fell, and those who remained fought with desperation, their blades drinking the blood of the beasts, ultimately becoming sustenance for the very creatures they sought to vanquish. Upon the city walls, Ning Feng, along with Jiang Lang and a host of martial arts masters and commanders of the Yin Pass, watched in somber silence. Infuriating, Ning Feng bellowed, his heart heavy with despair at witnessing the soldiers' valiant struggle. Yet, he could not abandon his post, for this was a battle of utmost severity. He had to steadfastly defend the city. The martial masters, their gazes flickering with varying thoughts, shared a deep admiration for these warriors of Great Yin, whose unwavering resolve to protect their homeland and loved ones, even in the jaws of death, was a profound testament to their honor. It was indeed a great sorrow that they should perish at the hands of these beasts. How foolish it is to willingly forfeit one's life when escape is possible. This is the thought that lingers in the mind of the head of the Wang family. A sentiment echoed by many martial arts masters who disdained the demise of countless soldiers. More prevalent, however, is a chilling indifference, as if those soldiers were not comrades, and death is merely a trivial matter. Fight to the death, roared Ning Feng. Across the Yin Pass, countless soldiers brandished their weapons and shouted fervently, "Fight to the death! Fight to the death! Fight to the death!" Like those fallen soldiers, tens of thousands at Yin Pass embraced death with unwavering resolve. From the moment they enlisted, they understood their mission, to defend Yin Pass and protect the Great Yin. The beast tide surged forth, and under Ning Feng's command, the soldiers fought valiantly to the last breath. Some, like Jiang Lang, possessed a resolute determination to die fighting, leading their warriors in a counterattack, slaying countless monsters. Yet many martial artists perished, their bodies lost to the chaos. How tragic! Amidst the fierce battle, a figure stood aloof, continuously sneering. It was the head of the Wang family. With a son who excelled within the sect, he had grown arrogant, even dismissing the sovereign of the Great Yin. As he sought to retreat, his gaze fixated on Jiang Lang. Jiang Lang now found himself in a dire predicament. If he confronted the innate 8th-level beast, he was destined to fall beneath the Wang family's patriarch's onslaught. Yet, should he turn his attention to the patriarch, he risked becoming a meal for the beasts. Jiang Lang, Ning Feng, and a martial arts master close to Jiang Lang gasped in alarm, yet they were powerless to intervene. As Jiang Lang approached the brink of death, the head of the Wang family revealed a cruel smile. Jiang Lang perish? The master of the Wang family laughed heartily, believing that the feud between the Wang and Jiang families could finally be resolved. Chapter 73, The Arrival of Jiang Yuan. The master of the Wang family sneered, and a gust of wind swept through as he struck out, seemingly sealing Jiang Lang's fate. Just as death loomed near, a voice boomed, filled with fury. "Old thief, meet your end." The master of the Wang family was taken aback, only to witness a flash of sword light. In the next instant, a head rolled to the ground, lifeless beyond salvation. A figure stood resolutely in the arena, a youth clad in blue, seemingly unremarkable, yet wielding a verdant long sword that sang like a dragon, exuding the aura of an unparalleled swordsman. Yuan. After surviving a dire predicament, Jiang Lang could hardly contain his joy as he exclaimed. Meanwhile, the monstrous beasts behind him surged forward, intent on tearing Jiang Lang to shreds. Jiang Yuan's eyes sparkled with fierce determination. He swiftly redirected his sword and cleaved the beast in two with a single strike. At that moment, whether it was Jiang Lang, the heads of martial arts families, or the generals and soldiers of Yin Pass, all were rendered speechless, utterly astonished. They had never anticipated that this seemingly ordinary youth could effortlessly slay the formidable beast that had posed such a challenge to them. Who could this be? Could he possibly be a prodigy from the Black and White Academy? In their eyes, only a genius from a sect could possess such extraordinary talent and combat prowess. Some familiar with Jiang Lang immediately recognized Jiang Yuan. Isn't this the son of the Jiang family head, rumored to be an incapable wastrel? How could he exhibit such astonishing strength? They were even more bewildered than those unfamiliar with Jiang Yuan, for the tales they had heard contradicted the reality before them. Father. Jiang Yuan approached with a gentle smile, helping Jiang Lang to his feet. The latter gazed blankly at his son, as if he were a stranger. Yuan you. Jiang Lang's heart brimmed with an endless confusion he yearned to articulate. Jiang Yuan, with a faint smile, replied, Father, my innate talent has returned. It is merely that you are too distant from the academy to have received word in a timely manner. He surveyed the surroundings, where people stood like swords, exuding a proud defiance against the heavens. The heads of various martial arts families dared not meet his gaze, fearing the piercing brilliance of his sword-like aura would blind them. Haha, congratulations to the head of the Jiang family for such a remarkable son, Ning Feng exclaimed, laughter echoing in the air, his heart profoundly shaken. He could discern that Jiang Yuan's own cultivation was merely at the 7th level of innate strength. Yet he had the capability to slay a beast whose power rivaled that of a 9th level warrior. Such prowess was truly astonishing. This child, if placed within the Black and White Academy, would undoubtedly be among the elite, Ning Feng mused silently. Jiang Lang remained speechless, overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down his face. For 5 years, he had fretted over Jiang Yuan's inability to cultivate. Now, witnessing his son's talent restored, he felt immense elation. It was evident that Jiang Yuan's combat prowess had far surpassed his own, no longer the child who required protection. By the way, Commander Ning, may I join the battle? Jiang Yuan inquired with a smile. Ning Feng laughed heartily. What a jest! If you were to join the fight, it would be our fortune in Yin Pass and a blessing for the great Yin. How could we possibly refuse? Jiang Yuan nodded slightly, then brandished his sword, the Azure Dragon, and charged forth. The current beast tide merely serves as the vanguard of the true beast tide. Even the most formidable among them barely reaches the level of the spirit realm. Just half a month ago, this would have been an overwhelming force for Jiang Yuan. Yet now he has ascended to a level capable of slaying spirit realm demon lords. The rapidity of his combat prowess's growth can only be described as terrifying. In mere moments, with a single stroke of his sword, dozens of beasts have already succumbed to Jiang Yuan's blade. Their cultivation levels varying from the refinement stage to the innate 7th and 8th tiers. Meanwhile, the other martial masters are also engaged in fierce combat, swiftly decimating half of the initial wave of beasts. Just as the situation began to improve slightly, a deafening roar pierced the air, exuding a formidable aura. It was a pinnacle innate great demon. Gasps of astonishment echoed among the crowd. This was no ordinary beast. A being of the pinnacle innate level could contend with typical spirit realm warriors and was thus deemed a great demon, an undeniably terrifying presence in this battlefield. Ning Feng's expression darkened. He could scarcely fathom the emergence of a pinnacle innate great demon, one capable of matching spirit realm experts, a foe far beyond their capacity to confront. Die! Jiang Yuan bellowed, unleashing a surge of sword energy that rose skyward, cleaving through the air. In the blink of an eye, the feared pinnacle innate great demon was reduced to 10 portions of flesh and blood. Witnessing this, the onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. They had believed that Jiang Yuan's ability to vanquish innate 8th-tier demon beasts was his limit. Yet it appeared that dispatching a pinnacle innate great demon posed no challenge for him at all. What level of terror did his combat prowess truly embody? If they were to learn that Jiang Yuan had defeated a master of the 2nd realm of spiritual insight, they might very well faint from shock. Concealed within the ranks of the monstrous army, it was indeed no easy feat to find him. Who would have thought he would be foolish enough to emerge? Jiang Yuan chuckled softly, displaying no hint of surprise, as if he were merely dispatching a few insignificant creatures. Father, let us retreat to discuss certain matters, Jiang Yuan suggested. At present, in the vicinity of Yin Pass, there were scarcely any beasts of the mid-innate stage left. The most formidable of the great monsters had already been slain by him. Jiang Yuan refrained from further action. If these individuals could not even manage this aftermath, they deserved the fall of Yin Pass. Zhang Lang nodded slightly, and the father and son made their way towards the back. It was rumored that the young master of the Jiang family was a waste of talent, but upon witnessing him today, it became clear that such claims were merely the whispers of slanderous tongues. If such a prodigy were deemed worthless, what could be said of the rest of us? Indeed, there were tales that a certain prodigy from the Wang family had reached the realm of spiritual insight, boasting exceptional combat prowess that surpassed Jiang Yuan's. Should that individual learn of his father's demise, he would undoubtedly head to Yin Pass, placing the Jiang family in peril. What concern is that of ours? The rivalries among the prodigies of the sects do not involve us. Besides, the death of anyone bears no consequence for us. Among those present, some marveled, others lamented, and a few scoffed. Chapter 74. Hatred in a secluded area beyond Yin Pass. Jiang Yuan regarded Zhang Lang with a serious expression and inquired, "Father, I have received word that you have been stripped of your position as family head. Why then do you still engage in battle, and alone at that, while the rest of the Jiang family remains absent?" He could recall that after Zhang Lang was deposed from his position as the head of the family, the role was assumed by the Grand Elder. However, it now seemed that something was amiss. Jiang Yuan pondered to himself, reflecting on his previous insignificance and lack of influence. Yet the present circumstances were vastly different. His martial prowess had elevated him to the ranks of the strongest within the Jiang family, granting him the authority to instigate a reshuffle. "By the way, how is my sister?" Jiang Yuan inquired, his voice tinged with concern. Having lost his mother at a tender age, he was left with only two relatives, his father, Jiang Lang, and his sister, Jiang Lin. His father had always been preoccupied with family affairs, leaving Jiang Lin to care for him. She had been a maternal figure, embodying both strictness and kindness, earning Jiang Yuan's utmost respect. Upon hearing Jiang Yuan's question, Jiang Lang's expression shifted, revealing unease. Jiang Yuan's heart sank, and he pressed, "Father, has something happened to my sister?" His urgent tone compelled Jiang Lang to let out a heavy sigh as he replied, "Yes, your sister, in an effort to restore your honor, has been compelled to enter into a union with the Dai family, hoping to leverage their treasures to regain your lost talents. However, the young master of the Dai family is a notorious libertine. Although your sister has yet to marry him, she is already in grave danger, a consequence of the machinations of the Grand Elder and his faction." These words struck Jiang Yuan like a thunderbolt, leaving him in disbelief. He had never imagined that his own kin could be so heartless. He had heard of the Dai family's young master, whose martial talents were mediocre at best, and who was known for his promiscuity. How could his sister be forced into a marriage with such a man? "Zhang Lang, I will kill you," Jiang Yuan declared with a fierce intensity, resolute in his vow to make this scoundrel pay dearly for daring to insult his family. Perceiving the resentment harbored within Jiang Yuan, Zhang Lang let out a soft sigh. He too felt a sense of unwillingness, yet the Dai family was formidable. They were not merely a noble house of the great Yin kingdom, but also possessed a prodigious figure, a fourth hidden dragon of the Black and White Academy, endowed with extraordinary talent and elevated status. Even if Jiang Yuan were to return, he would find himself powerless against the Dai family. However, had he known that a murderous intent had already arisen in Jiang Yuan's heart, whether directed towards the parasites of the Jiang family or the members of the Dai family, he would surely have fainted in shock. The fourth hidden dragon held a rank that surpassed even the most renowned talents of the Wang family, with rumored cultivation having reached the pinnacle of the third layer of the spirit realm, a combat prowess comparable to that of an ordinary fifth-layer spirit realm warrior. Such a force could hardly be challenged by the insignificant Jiang family. Yet, for Jiang Yuan, it was merely a matter of time. As long as he was granted the opportunity, he would undoubtedly grow rapidly within the heavenly Dao battlefield, reaching a level where he could contend with and even slay those of higher ranks. After all, the so-called prodigies of the Dragonhan continent, when placed within the heavenly Dao battlefield and among countless other worlds, would not even be deemed the lowest tier 1-star prodigies, much less stand a chance against Jiang Yuan, who was nearly of 2-star caliber. Nonetheless, the great Yin imperial family had bestowed great favors upon both my Jiang family and you. Thus my father hopes you can assist the great Yin in overcoming this crisis. Zhang Lang spoke earnestly, reflecting on how his once reprimanded son now deserved a tone of negotiation. This realization brought him not shame, but rather pride. Jiang Yuan nodded silently. He understood that even without Jiang Lang's urging, he would assist the De Yin royal family. After all, had it not been for the royal family's search for talented individuals, he would not have gained entry into the Black and White Academy, nor would he have obtained the esteemed nameless token, which had facilitated his swift ascent to his current stature. Such immense gratitude must be repaid, as it would also further solidify his resolve. Esteemed colleagues, Ning Feng spoke in a grave tone. The fact that we at Yin Pass can weather this storm is due, on one hand, to our unwavering unity, and on the other, to the generous support of. On behalf of the tens of thousands of soldiers at Yin Pass, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to. Simultaneously, members of the martial arts families expressed their thanks as well. The martial families of the De Yin Kingdom united in their appreciation for the benevolence of. Their voices grew increasingly fervent, a genuine outpouring of gratitude. Without Jiang Yuan, Yin Pass would surely have fallen today, leaving the De Yin in a precarious position, and they would have faced dire consequences. Jiang Yuan inclined his head slightly. He accepted the gratitude, for saving tens of thousands of soldiers was indeed a significant merit. With matters concluded, Ning Feng approached with a smile and asked, "Will you stay?" Upon returning to his residence, Jiang Yuan immersed himself in thought. He needed to enter the celestial battlefield once more to enhance his strength, for in a few days, the Spirit Realm Demon Lord would arrive, and Jiang Yuan did not possess absolute confidence in defeating him. The intermediate celestial battlefield, Ling Valley, was a rather secluded locale. Its resources were not particularly abundant, yet the spiritual energy within was rich enough to rival certain areas of the Divine Demon Valley. Jiang Yuan traversed the ethereal valleys, having just vanquished a formidable opponent, a so-called first-tier expert, albeit the weakest among them. This individual, lacking in talent, barely qualified as a one-star prodigy, and their combat prowess was merely a result of age rather than innate ability. Intent on ambushing Jiang Yuan, he was swiftly dispatched with a single strike. Chapter 75. The dominant Jiang Yuan. Jiang Ming, an outer disciple of the Tianyuan sect in the Tianyuan Great World, possessed extraordinary talent. However, it was his first time in the heavenly Dao battlefield, and everything fascinated him. Upon acquiring a low-grade heavenly martial technique, he immediately commenced his training. His comprehension far surpassed his innate gifts, enabling him to master the technique to its pinnacle within a mere span of time. It seems I, Jiang Ming, am also among the elite in this heavenly Dao battlefield. What does it matter that it is my first visit? Victory is undoubtedly mine. Jiang Ming laughed heartily, brimming with pride and eager to find a worthy opponent to hone his swordsmanship. He set his sights on a seemingly formidable young man, deeming him a suitable stepping stone. Jiang Ming nodded in satisfaction, yet before he could utter a word, the young man disregarded him entirely and continued deeper into the valley. Enraged, Jiang Ming shouted, "Hey you! Stop right there!" The youth turned, casting a dispassionate glance, his expression reminiscent of one observing a weakling, which only fueled Jiang Ming's fury. With a thunderous roar, he charged forward, unleashing the low-grade heavenly martial technique. Mountains and rivers, first strike. He practiced the 10,000 mountains and rivers technique, having reached the pinnacle of its first level. With a tenfold enhancement of power, his offensive might was exceedingly fierce, comparable to the combat strength of a peak semi-spiritual realm warrior, evoking astonishment. Yet, the youth opposite him merely sighed, lamenting, "Why is it that I encounter nothing but a flock of weaklings?" Jiang Ming, possessing exceptional hearing, discerned the words clearly despite their faintness, which ignited a surge of anger within him. The wind from his fists howled, resembling the might of mountains and rivers as he launched an assault. The youth, however, merely raised his gaze and smiled dismissively, directly unleashing a martial technique of his own. Remarkably, it was also the 10,000 mountains and rivers technique. 10,000 mountains and rivers. Perfected realm, 10,000-fold power. This revelation caused Jiang Ming's expression to change dramatically. He had never anticipated that his opponent had also mastered this celestial-grade martial technique, achieving its perfected level. Impossible. To cultivate a celestial-grade martial technique to perfection, especially within the 4 foundational realms, one must be of the caliber of a saintly disciple from the great holy lands. How could such an individual possibly end up in this first-star intermediate celestial battlefield? Moreover, who was this person capable of cultivating a celestial-grade martial technique to perfection? They were certainly no ordinary figure, likely equivalent to a saintly disciple. Yet why were they here in a first-star battlefield? His mind was overwhelmed with confusion. Logically, individuals of such caliber ought to be in the 4-star or even 5-star celestial battlefields, contending with the likes of royal and divine bodies. How could fate have thrown him into this first-star battlefield, where he would encounter such a formidable opponent? It seemed that in this world, geniuses were as numerous as the stars in the sky, and he feared he could scarcely be considered even a top-tier first-star practitioner. It was clear that diligent cultivation was the only righteous path forward. Jiang Ming's breakthrough in mindset has led him to set his sights not merely on the trifling outer sect of the Jiang Yuan sect, but on the vast expanse of the cosmos itself. He aspires to rival the esteemed disciples and prodigies of the realm. And this newfound clarity of purpose will undoubtedly prove advantageous, as his innate gifts ascend once more to the pinnacle of a first-star level. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Yuan remains in search of a formidable adversary capable of liberating him from the shackles of the first-star realm. If only Wu Xiaoming were present, I would not have to flit about aimlessly like a headless chicken. That individual stands at the zenith of the first-star tier, nearly my equal. Indeed, had I not meticulously perfected each of my techniques and possessed the formidable physique of the dragon elephant, I might have long since faced defeat. Jiang Yuan sighed deeply, reflecting on how, in the past, he was often the target of others' provocations. Yet now, the weak simply disregard him or dispatch him in a heartbeat, while the strong, upon encountering him, prefer not to squander their energy in vain. In this moment, he finds himself unable to locate even a single worthy opponent. Suddenly, as he traverses his path, a familiar voice draws his attention, prompting an exclamation of surprise. Dongfang Feilong appears to be fleeing, pursued by several young experts of remarkable prowess, each a paragon of this celestial battlefield. It seems he has stumbled into yet another predicament, but this serendipitous encounter presents an opportunity for retribution. With the Qinglong sword in hand, Jiang Yuan strides forth purposefully. Meanwhile, Huangfu Feilong, initially engrossed in his flight, senses another's approach and his expression shifts. Upon recognizing Jiang Yuan, it transforms into one of delight. Big brother, big brother. This statement left Jiang Yuan astounded. In the next moment, he noticed that the several top masters were also fixated on him, and within his heart, he could not help but curse Dongfang Feilong vehemently. Yet, he felt no trepidation. He stepped forward boldly, surpassing Huangfu Feilong, confronting the elite adversaries directly. The latter raised their weapons, preparing to strike. It must be said that the combat prowess of a single top master was already formidable. When combined, they became a terrifying force. Merely the oppressive aura they exuded could obliterate a first-rate master, and even against another top master, one could easily face annihilation. However, Jiang Yuan remained undaunted, brandishing his sword with intent to vanquish his foes. With a roar reminiscent of an azure dragon, the sword's radiance surged forth, embodying the might of countless mountains and rivers. The once menacing top masters now transformed, their expressions shifting to one of fear. They were seasoned warriors, having entered this intermediate realm of the celestial path long before Jiang Yuan and Huangfu Feilong, having endured countless battles and witnessed numerous extraordinary figures. Yet, none had ever encountered a swordsmanship as terrifying as that of the man before them. This transcended the pinnacle of skill in previous celestial battlefields. Such a being would undoubtedly be among the most powerful, a presence that should not have been within their reach. Yet here they were, confronting an ironclad reality. Flash! Jiang Yuan uttered this single word softly, and in the next moment, the sword's brilliance erupted, the sword aura slicing through the air, transforming into several azure dragons that roared forth, swiftly decimating the elite masters before him. Huangfu Feilong felt a chill run down his spine. Although he was accustomed to concealing his true combat prowess, he understood that at best, he ranked among the upper echelons of the elite. Perhaps he could eliminate a few top-tier experts, but he could never achieve the feat of slaying multiple adversaries with a single stroke. Moreover, Huangfu Feilong sensed that Jiang Yuan had not yet exerted his full strength. Chapter 76. Encountering Huangfu Feilong again. Huangfu Feilong vaguely recalled their first meeting. At that time, although he managed to survive well in the low-level battlefield of the first star, he was merely at the pinnacle of his capabilities. Jiang Yuan, in contrast, had initially been weaker than him, but after inexplicably gaining immense strength upon entering the ghost cavern, he barely managed to contend with Wu Xiaoming in a life-or-death battle, ultimately sacrificing himself to defeat Huangfu Feilong. Huangfu Feilong's gaze flickered as he approached with a cheerful smile. "Big brother, it has been so long. Feilong has missed you dearly." Yet, the next moment, he felt a chilling sensation at his throat. Jiang Yuan looked at him with indifference, the edge of the Qinglong's sword poised perilously close. With the slightest shift, Huangfu Feilong could meet his demise. This time, true terror gripped him. Unlike the previous occasion when he feigned confidence in evading Jiang Yuan, he now realized that Jiang Yuan's sword was no ordinary weapon. The subtle aura emanating from it was profoundly unsettling. Sword intent. This young man had actually comprehended the essence of swordsmanship. Huangfu Feilong could hardly believe it. His own talents were indeed remarkable. Yet even at the peak of the spirit realm, on the verge of the Tao realm, he had barely brushed against the threshold of his martial will. Still distant from true mastery. Yet this fellow had crossed into the realm of sword intent. Such innate talent was nothing short of monstrous. Huangfu Feilong let out a sigh. Although he possessed a pinnacle talent of 1 star, he could not fathom why the disparity between him and Jiang Yuan was so vast. His curiosity deepened regarding the formidable power that could cultivate such an extraordinary being. Jiang Yuan's gaze was indifferent, as if he regarded Huangfu Feilong as a mere specter. Then, a smirk graced his lips as he remarked, "Indeed, it has been a long time, Huangfu Feilong. At last, I have found you." With a cold laugh, Jiang Yuan observed Huangfu Feilong's feigned innocence. "Boss, please don't frighten me. What have I done wrong? You point your sword at me, which is truly disheartening." Jiang Yuan was taken aback. This fellow's audacity knew no bounds. After countless betrayals, he now claimed innocence, accusing Jiang Yuan of wielding the sword against him unjustly. "Huangfu Feilong, cease your dissembling. The last time, you exploited me to eliminate all formidable and even supreme experts, reducing my confrontation with Wu Xiaoming to a state of utter helplessness. Your scheme was indeed cleverly devised, but I shall not be deceived again this time." Jiang Yuan raised his sword high, reminiscent of a thunderclap from the heavens, and suddenly swung it downward, startling Huangfu Feilong, whose expression changed dramatically. "Let us settle our previous grievances today," Jiang Yuan said coolly. Yet, in the next moment, he was left stupefied, for his blade had cleaved through empty air. Huangfu Feilong had mysteriously vanished. "Haha, boss, see you in the arena." Huangfu Feilong's laughter echoed from a distance, his speed rivaling that of his own gliding light steps. Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. Then a smile crept onto his face as a brilliant idea sparked in his mind. Although Huangfu Feilong is quite the trickster, he is not necessarily a villain, after all. In pursuit of one's own path, one might resort to scheming against others. Jiang Yuan murmured to himself, reflecting on the countless individuals he had deceived over the past month since he began his cultivation, with the Dragon Demon King being the most significant victim. Sheathing his sword, Jiang Yuan rose to depart from the Spirit Valley. The approaching beast tide was clearly visible in the distance. Unlike the beast tide beyond the Flame Pass, these creatures exhibited formidable prowess, with some possessing bloodlines of ancient ferocious beasts and even divine creatures, their combat strength far surpassing that of ordinary monsters. Shortly after Jiang Yuan's departure, the beast tide descended, utterly devastating the area, leaving no trace of life. At the forefront of this chaos stood a magnificent great demon, a unicorn rhinoceros, gleaming with golden light, its ancient divine rhinoceros bloodline inscriptions pulsating ominously. Yet, it bore a proud young man upon its back, gazing down imperiously as if he were a monarch reigning over the realm, exuding an air of invincibility, brandishing a vibrant spear that illuminated the summit of the Spirit Valley. He surveyed his surroundings as if intent on obliterating everything in sight. "I can distinctly sense the presence of 2 formidable beings nearby, yet now they have seemingly vanished," the youth murmured. He had come seeking to hone his combat prowess, eager to find a worthy adversary. After finally detecting the presence of an individual comparable to an extraordinary master, he was left with nothing but disappointment. He gently stroked the golden-horned rhinoceros beneath him and smiled, saying, "Come, let us catch a whiff of that sword practitioner's scent and ascertain where he has fled." With a deep, thunderous roar, the golden-horned rhinoceros touched the ground, sniffed, and then bellowed fiercely before charging violently towards the distance, unmistakably in the direction of Jiang Yuan. The formidable Huangfu Feilong was disregarded entirely, though he possessed considerable strength. He paled in comparison to the swordsman, who was in search of the most elite individuals to refine himself and elevate his own minor perfection to loftier heights. As the beast rampaged, it trampled countless lives along its path, including several top-tier experts, who perished before they could even react. In this frenzied chase, the man and the beast swiftly located Jiang Yuan. The latter furrowed his brow in dismay. He had intended to evade the beast's tide, but had not anticipated encountering such a formidable duo. Shock coursed through him as he realized the presence of such a powerful figure, one capable of commanding a beast. He could distinctly sense that the golden-horned rhinoceros before him was extraordinary, a descendant of an ancient ferocious beast. Its aura comparable to that of an early-stage spirit realm beast within the wild mountains, surpassing many beast lords in strength. Just as the golden-horned rhinoceros prepared to pounce, Jiang Yuan let out a cold laugh, drawing his Qinglong sword, which transformed into a stream of sword energy that stood resolutely in the beast's path, blocking it fiercely. The young man was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "Indeed, I have sought you out for a reason. Your prowess is truly remarkable," he said with a smile, though his arrogance was unmistakable. "Who might you be?" Jiang Yuan inquired in a low voice, pondering the inexplicable appearance of this individual, who had galloped towards him on a monstrous beast, seemingly in search of him. He could not recall having offended anyone, nor had he ever encountered this person before. The youth replied coolly, "There is no need for you to know my name, for you shall soon become acquainted with it, and I have no desire to learn yours, as you will soon be my defeated foe." Drawing forth a formidable spear, he pointed it towards Jiang Yuan with an air of arrogance. In Jiang Yuan's eyes, a flicker of brilliance ignited. In the next moment, the roar of a dragon resonated, and he drew his sword to engage in battle. Chapter 77. The dragon and elephant subduing the bright king. As the clash commenced, the air was thick with the essence of their swords and spears. The spear danced like a fierce horn, its edge relentless, as the two forces collided amidst the forest. Jiang Yuan thrust his sword forward, akin to the overwhelming might of 1,000 mountains rushing forth, intending to subdue the youth. However, the latter erupted into hearty laughter, brandishing his spear and creating an absolute domain around him, intent on utterly vanquishing his opponent. This individual possessed extraordinary strength, rivaling his own. In the heat of battle, Jiang Yuan mused privately that this sensation was reminiscent of his earlier encounter with Wu Zhaoming in the lower realms of the heavenly Dao battlefield, perhaps even surpassing it, revealing the remarkable nature of this young man before him. It is worth noting that Jiang Yuan's current combat prowess could effortlessly defeat those at the pinnacle of the spirit realm's first level, and with utmost exertion. He could also slay those at the second level, unless they were akin to the chieftain of the wilds, appear among sect prodigies at the third level of the spirit realm. Otherwise, it was implausible for an ordinary third-level cultivator to impede his progress. The youth appeared relatively young, even seemingly younger than Jiang Yuan, yet he possessed a terrifying combat prowess that left Jiang Yuan in quiet astonishment. Upon entering this celestial battlefield, he found that, apart from the initial moments, few could withstand his strength. The only enigma he faced was that mysterious, eccentric girl from earlier, and the only one capable of contending with him was Wu Zhaoming and the young man before him. This individual exuded a profound aura, his internal vitality akin to that of a bronze cauldron, having reached its zenith, merely a step away from attaining the standard of a silver cauldron. His combat power was indeed formidable, and the technique he had just employed, the Myriad mountains and rivers art, had achieved a consummate pinnacle. Just half a step away from transcending into a realm of intent, capable of manifesting the true suppression of a myriad of mountains and rivers, an utterly terrifying prospect. The youth appeared nonchalant, yet his heart was profoundly shaken. He was the pinnacle among his contemporaries of an ancient lineage, with innate potential nearing 2-star caliber. However, he had not anticipated that this seemingly unimposing youth was not in the slightest inferior to him. Nevertheless, regardless of his strength, what did it matter? He was the protagonist of this era, destined to surpass the masters of ancient traditions, to transcend the celestial lords of countless realms, and ascend to the position of the supreme emperor. Filled with unwavering confidence, the youth's conviction was not mere bravado. He possessed a peak innate realm with a 1-star potential. Should he break through once more to reach the spiritual realm, his talent would elevate to a 2-star standard, allowing him to hone his skills in this celestial battlefield, eventually rivaling the might of divine bodies. The relentless clash persisted, the battle undying. In the hands of Jiang Yuan, the azure dragon roared. While the youth wielded a formidable firearm, both sides engaged in a fierce back and forth, stalemated in their struggle. Little did they know that this scene was being closely observed by none other than Huangfu Failong. He was acutely aware of Jiang Yuan's animosity towards him, prompting him to make a hasty retreat, though not far, as he sought to shadow Jiang Yuan, hoping to seize an opportunity. To his surprise, Jiang Yuan encountered the very youth he had been tracking. The unmoving king, a descendant of the great peacock sage, was an unexpected presence here. Huangfu Failong murmured to himself, fully cognizant of the youth's true identity. The great peacock sage, a paragon of the demon race, wielded terrifying power. Having once dominated an era of demons until the emergence of the great sage equal to heaven, a formidable opponent from the Zen lineage. The great peacock sage, renowned for his unparalleled might, had only faced defeat twice, once at the hands of the great sage equal to heaven and once against the ancient emperor, the great Shakyamuni. Yet, he managed to break free from his confines, earning the title of unmoving king, and established the revered scripture, the Peacock Supreme King Sutra, a pinnacle of teachings beneath the emperor. This youth was none other than a scion of the great peacock sage, harboring within him the bloodline of the demon Buddha and the unmoving king. His innate talents were extraordinary, should he fully awaken. He would undoubtedly be a prodigy of at least 5-star caliber, capable of contending with the likes of divine bodies. Provided he does not meet an untimely demise, he is destined to become a formidable sage, comparable to the revered figures of the human race, with a glimmer of possibility to ascend to the unparalleled throne of an emperor. The young man, possessing the bloodline of the great sage, exerts an absolute dominance over all demonic beasts, which is why they do not resist. Even the golden-horned rhinoceros, comparable to the pinnacle of the initial stage of the spirit realm, obediently submits, solely due to this young man's lineage. However, what astonished Huangfu Failong was that Jiang Yuan could actually rival the descendants of the demonic tribe's great sage, showing no signs of decline. Such extraordinary talent is beyond his imagination. He fears that his estimation of Jiang Yuan may have been misguided. Jiang Yuan, from which lineage do you hail? Could it be the legacy of the great emperor? Huangfu Failong mused silently. The legacies of the current great emperors are indeed scarce. There is Jinwu, and then there is Emperor Shijia, and apart from them, there are almost none. Yet, had he known that Jiang Yuan was not only not a descendant of the great emperor's lineage, but that even his ancestors had never reached the heavenly realm, belonging instead to a force that could barely surpass the Tao realm, he would likely be so shocked that he might faint. That would be an utterly insignificant realm. Not only would he lack the qualifications to survive in this heavenly Tao battlefield, but he might not even possess the eligibility to enter. Huangfu Failong fell into deep contemplation, while a sudden change occurred in the battlefield. The young man, sensing that the individual before him possessed combat strength not inferior to his own, realized that a stalemate would lead to endless conflict, and thus he immediately unleashed his bloodline divine ability, the Peacock 10,000 Feathers Array. The young man bellowed in a deep voice, directly unleashing his bloodline divine ability in an attempt to suppress Jiang Yuan. However, Jiang Yuan's eyes flared with fury, and the power of the dragon and elephant surged forth from within him. Ethereal images of the true dragon and divine elephant materialized on either side, roaring fiercely. The young man was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the individual before him, despite lacking the bloodline of a fierce beast, could conjure such vivid manifestations of divine beasts, and their solidity surpassed that of his own peacock king bloodline, albeit slightly. Suppress him, Jiang Yuan roared, and the ethereal true dragon and divine elephant surged forth, swiftly overwhelming the young man's peacock spirit within him. This was no ordinary body refinement technique. It was a method created by a great emperor during his youth, inspired by the blood circulation of the true dragon and divine elephant. With this technique, the emperor had nurtured 2 peak celestial sovereigns, standing merely a step away from the imperial threshold. The young man's gaze trembled as the vital energy within him, attempting to coalesce into the true image of the great peacock sage. Yet, the 2 true dragon and divine elephant celestial sovereigns were no weaker than the immovable king, representing the mightiest existence beneath an emperor in any era. With a thunderous roar, the true dragon and divine elephant descended upon him, utterly suppressing this once mighty genius. The latter coughed up blood, staggering back several steps, while the golden-horned rhinoceros broke through the ethereal image of the true dragon and divine elephant, charging forward to vanquish Jiang Yuan. Chapter 78. Swordsmanship. The golden horned rhinoceros was struck by the azure dragon's sword energy, revealing some injuries that penetrated deep into its marrow. Nevertheless, one must concede that the vitality of the golden horned rhinoceros is exceedingly tenacious. Even the azure dragon's sword energy, capable of slaying innate pinnacle demons and even first-tier spirit realm demon lords, only inflicted superficial wounds. Jiang Yuan's expression grew somber. In the next moment, he unleashed another wave of sword energy, embodying the might of myriad mountains and rivers, far surpassing his previous strike. The golden-horned rhinoceros was forcefully struck, letting out a pained whimper as it staggered back several steps. Jiang Yuan's countenance darkened to its utmost. His sword remained unhesitant, pressing onward with the intent to annihilate the golden-horned rhinoceros. Yet, in the next instant, a sharp blade shot forth. Jiang Yuan's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily retreated, but still sustained injuries, a crimson line appearing upon his face. Who dares? Jiang Yuan scanned his surroundings, yet found no trace of an assailant. Meanwhile, at a distance, Huangfu Feilong's expression changed drastically. Flying Sword Pavilion. This was a premier sect in the Grand World. Although it did not rival the ancient sanctuaries, its current master was an unparalleled powerhouse, possessing a cultivation level of formidable might, just a step away from ascending to the realm of martial sovereignty. Though its disciples were few, each was a paragon of excellence, with extraordinary prowess. It was unexpected that the Flying Sword Pavilion had set its sights on Jiang Yuan. But how had he provoked such a formidable sect? Huangfu Feilong pondered intensely, for the Flying Sword Pavilion was renowned for its integrity and righteousness. It was inconceivable that they would resort to underhanded tactics unless, suddenly, a thought struck him. What if the assailant was not a member of the Flying Sword Pavilion, but rather someone who had acquired their martial techniques within this battlefield of celestial paths? Upon this realization, Huangfu Feilong collected his breath, fully aware that achieving even the preliminary stages, let alone minor mastery, of this sword technique required not only innate talent, but also a remarkable aptitude for the sword path, indicative of a potential that could be rated as 1 star at its peak. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly burst into laughter, murmuring, "How increasingly intriguing this becomes. Jiang Yuan, I am quite eager to see how you will manage." Jiang Yuan's expression darkened further. He had never anticipated that someone would dare to strike at him. The sword was extraordinarily bizarre, defying conventional methods and seemingly bending space, emanating from an unknown origin. The beastly youth was momentarily taken aback, having believed that only he and Jiang Yuan were present in this vicinity. To his shock, he realized others existed in the shadows. In the next instant, alarm coursed through him, and he leapt to evade the impending strike, yet found himself inexplicably immobilized, as if ensnared. Cursed be this fate! The beastly youth roared in frustration, attempting to break free but discovering that escape was utterly futile. This sensation was all too familiar, and he had no desire to endure it again. From the depths of darkness, a silvery gleam shot forth, and the youth widened his eyes in horror, fully comprehending his impending doom. Slowly he closed his eyes, awaiting his demise, only to hear a clear voice resound. He snapped his eyes open, only to behold Jiang Yuan brandishing his sword in defense before him. "You!" exclaimed the beastly youth, astonished. Jiang Yuan tossed a medicinal pill and calmly remarked, "While I am quite inclined to extinguish you, compared to that cowardly assailant lurking in the shadows, you are still a worthy adversary. Thus, I save you, which in turn serves to save myself." Upon hearing this, the young beastman was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication. If the two of them united their efforts, their chances of survival would undoubtedly increase significantly. Without hesitation, he consumed the pill and began to meditate, replenishing his strength. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan focused his mind, keenly observing his surroundings, ready to act at the slightest sign of disturbance. Flying swords, a remnant of ancient practitioners from the Longhan continent, were said to be part of a sect inherited from a legendary sword immortal, the Sword Immortal sect. Its disciples were adept in the art of sword control, capable of slaying foes from 1,000 miles away. Jiang Yuan muttered to himself, recalling a historical text detailing the grandeur of the Longhan's ancient era. However, with the fall of those sword immortals, the Sword Immortal sect had waned, and for many years, tales of sword control had faded into obscurity. Jiang Yuan's expression darkened as he raised his Qing Long to block the attack. Yet, the flying sword possessed formidable power, forcing him to retreat several steps. Fortunately, no second sword followed, indicating that controlling even one flying sword was an immense drain on his opponent's energy. As Jiang Yuan struggled to defend himself, he roared in anger and unleashed the 10,000 mountains and rivers technique, aiming to cleave the flying sword. The hidden adversary appeared startled, exerting even greater force, leading to a stalemate between the sword's edge. The young beastman, having regained his peak combat strength, suddenly sprang to his feet and struck with a spear, sending the flying sword crashing to the ground. In the shadows, a sound akin to a whisper echoed, and in the next moment, Jiang Yuan distinctly sensed someone dashing away, seemingly fleeing in the opposite direction. Jiang Yuan and the beastly youth exchanged a glance, and in the next moment, they took off in a frenzied dash to pursue. Amidst the mountains and forests, the figure of Huangfu Failong emerged, a hint of eager excitement gracing his lips. The enigmatic sword-bearer, the inscrutable Jiang Yuan, and the terrifying bloodline descendant of the Ming King. Indeed, this promised to be a fierce contest between dragons and tigers. Huangfu Failong remarked with a smile, recognizing this as a splendid opportunity. If he utilized it wisely, he might be able to eliminate these three formidable masters entirely. In an instant, Huangfu Failong vanished from sight, while in the depths of the forest, a figure fled ahead, relentlessly pursued by two formidable presences. Time slipped by, and suddenly, the fleeing individual came to an abrupt halt. Jiang Yuan and the beastly youth halted sharply, their gazes fixed intently, only for Jiang Yuan to be rendered speechless. "It's you." But in the next breath, he shook his head, asserting, "No, you are not her. No, you are indeed her." Chapter 79. Su Yueshi. She had believed that she alone possessed this secret on the entire Longhan continent. Yet upon witnessing Jiang Yuan battling the beastly youth, she was astonished to discover that the boy she had once felled with a single strike also possessed the qualifications to enter the heavenly Dao battlefield. What astonished her even more was Jiang Yuan's formidable combat prowess. Had it not been for her significantly higher cultivation when they were in the barbarian village, she would have undoubtedly found herself at a disadvantage in terms of innate battle strength against Jiang Yuan. Had this individual possessed innate peak cultivation at that time, he might have been capable of vanquishing me outright. However, the manner in which he cultivated remains a mystery. His combat prowess likely rivals that of the pinnacle or even the absolute zenith of the ordinary realms within the heavenly Dao battlefield. Su Yueshi felt a surge of astonishment within, yet she harbored no fear. Although her battle strength was inferior to Jiang Yuan's, she had inherited the legacy of a sword immortal's descendant from a secret realm in the Longhan continent. While it may not be as complete as a full sword mastery, it was nonetheless an extraordinary martial art. Coupled with the combat techniques she acquired from the young master of the Flying Sword Pavilion, her swordsmanship approached perfection, even allowing her to innovate and advance further upon its original foundation. Jiang Yuan, unaware of Su Yueshi's thoughts, was taken aback upon seeing her, his heart filled with boundless joy. To encounter a familiar face in this unfamiliar land was undeniably a cause for celebration. Despite the fact that this individual had previously felled him with a single strike and ambushed him on another occasion. Yet, according to the declarations of those prodigies from the greater worlds, the Longhan continent was merely a minor realm, unworthy of entry into the heavenly Dao battlefield. So, how had this young lady managed to enter? Could it be that numerous individuals from the Longhan continent possessed the heavenly Dao token? Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. If that were indeed the case, then his reliance would be rendered futile. In truth, Jiang Yuan was overthinking. Within those vast realms, the majority of the heavenly Dao tokens were monopolized by certain ancient sects and powerful factions. Even for an ancient nation like the Hongzhou Water Kingdom to acquire one, a considerable price would need to be paid to the ancient sections. As for the mere Dragon Han continent, the token he possessed was merely stumbled upon by chance. While Su Yueshi had obtained hers by venturing into the secret realm of the Sword Immortal sect. However, Jiang Yuan was oblivious to all of this. He was engulfed by a profound discomfort, a painful feeling stemming from the loss of his only support. No, how could I harbor such emotions? Jiang Yuan roared. For he was an invincible prodigy, how could he lament over trivial matters? What significance did reliance hold? Ultimately, it was but an external possession. The true path lay in ceaseless self-improvement. In this battlefield of the heavenly Dao, who among them lacked a heavenly Dao token? Yet did that not lead to his own growth from weakness to becoming a formidable force capable of dominating the battlefield? In that moment, Jiang Yuan's state of mind ascended once more, embodying the spirit of a true warrior, unyielding and self-reliant. He stepped forward boldly. Even if Su Yueshi had emerged from the Dragon Han continent alongside him, in reality, they were adversaries, and the animosity between them was irreconcilable. Only a sword could resolve their enmity. He cast a cold gaze upon the individual before him, his sword raised high. Su Yueshi remained silent. Her purpose was to grow stronger, to demonstrate that she could become a formidable force without relying on her sect or family. To fulfill this aspiration, she ventured alone into the wilderness mountains, returning only after fierce battles to establish the wild mountain village. It was within the battlefield of the heavenly path that she realized both herself and the inhabitants of Longhorn continent were merely frogs at the bottom of a well. The boundless starry sky and the legendary path of the emperors were the true roads she needed to traverse. To achieve the status of an unparalleled empress and to suppress all realms, her name must resonate throughout the vast universe. That was her ambition. Without a hint of hesitation, Su Yueshi drew the long sword at her waist. Even though her opponent possessed peak combat prowess, she was determined to engage in battle. She was confident that through countless trials, her own strength would ascend to a higher echelon. The path of the strong, the way of the emperor, was not one where flowers could bloom in a greenhouse. Only through relentless combat, witnessed in iron and blood, could one continuously grow stronger. The young beast stepped forward, for he belonged to the demon race, a species that adhered to the principle of the survival of the fittest, devoid of any moral compass akin to that of humanity. There was no notion of leveraging numbers or the belief that good men do not harm women. Such concepts were foreign to the demon clan. Only the strong could endure. His mother had perished at the hands of a powerful enemy faction, overwhelmed by numbers, which instilled in him a profound understanding. Individual strength mattered little when faced with a collective, for as long as they could crush their opponent beneath their weight, they were formidable. Chapter 80. Slaying Huangfu Feilong. Fight, fight, fight. There was not a single superfluous word. The three strands of sword energy surged and intertwined, creating a vortex of killing intent that permeated the forest. Su Yueshi tirelessly maneuvered her flying swords to parry the assaults of her two adversaries, while simultaneously launching a counterattack with a third sword. However, as time wore on, she found herself increasingly strained. After all, the two opponents before her were no weaklings, but rather unparalleled masters of this realm of celestial combat, possessing formidable strength. The fact that Su Yueshi could hold her ground was remarkable in itself. To Jiang Yuan, this scene was surprising. He had not anticipated the woman to be so formidable. It was no wonder she could traverse 3 minor realms at such a young age, far surpassing Wang Xianfeng. In the grand tapestry of this celestial battlefield, she was a standout among the elite from all major worlds. Yet, it was precisely this realization that intensified his combat fervor. Previously, he had been uncertain of his own talents within the vast expanse of Longhorn continent. However, the fact that Su Yueshi could rise to the position of chieftain in the wilderness, with innate gifts that eclipsed those of Wang Xianfeng, and that he could suppress her with his innate 7th-level qi refining cultivation, suggested that his own potential, while perhaps not the absolute pinnacle, was certainly of the highest caliber in the realm. The azure dragon roared incessantly, transforming into streams of sword energy that enveloped Su Yueshi, seeking to breach her flying sword defenses, yet to no avail. He couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. This sword control technique was indeed remarkable, further igniting his desire to seize it for himself. The young beast man wielded his massive spear, summoning a tempest that howled around him. With a single thrust, he aimed to pierce through the defenses of the flying blades, yet he found himself thwarted at every turn, unable to land a successful strike. This left him feeling somewhat disgraced. Both he and Jiang Yuan were unparalleled masters, their prowess being of the highest caliber on an ordinary intermediate heavenly battlefield. Yet, despite their combined might, they could not overcome the individual before them. Frustration mingled with astonishment at the mastery of the flying sword technique. Were it not for his identity as a beast man and his dedication to the spear arts, he might have been tempted to seize the flying sword technique for himself. As time passed, Su Yueshi's complexion grew increasingly pale. Her combat strength was ultimately lacking, and her body bore numerous injuries. Just as she appeared on the verge of defeat, the young beast man let out a mighty roar and unleashed a powerful strike with his spear, sending Su Yueshi hurtling backward, scattering the flying swords across. "You have lost," Jiang Yuan declared as he strode forward, his tone indifferent. The beast man regarded him with a cold gaze. Despite his arrogance, he was a man of integrity. a trait inherent to the descendants of the Ming king, who would never resort to underhanded tactics. Su Yueshi slowly lifted her head, offering a faint smile. She was acutely aware of her defeat in this battle, yet she bore no resentment. Such was the nature of war. Once it ignites, a loss signifies weakness, with no alternative outcomes. However, I am truly curious, Su Yueshi said as she rose, fixing her gaze intently upon Jiang Yuan. How did you cultivate to attain such formidable strength? She was acutely aware of Jiang Yuan's formidable prowess. Within the realm of Longhan, he was virtually invincible by nature. Should he ascend to the spirit realm in the future, he could easily vanquish 10 versions of herself. However, this very reality only intensified her curiosity about him. This young man seemed far more complex than her initial assumptions. How I cultivate is of no concern to you, Jiang Yuan stated. Su Yueshi felt a tinge of disappointment. She genuinely yearned for the thrill of combat with powerful adversaries. But that did not imply she would seek out those who could undoubtedly annihilate her. Among her contemporaries, few could engage her in a spirited battle, let alone draw out her latent potential. It was only in the heavenly battlefield that she had the opportunity to showcase her abilities. And Jiang Yuan was evidently of the same caliber. While his 30,000 miles of spiritual sea might be remarkable on Longhan, among the myriad of prodigies across the myriad realms, he was but a mere drop. Yet, despite this, he had achieved such heights. If he could share his insights, perhaps she might glean some enlightenment and break through her own potential. Let it end, Jiang Yuan declared, raising his azure dragon to unleash a sword chi that cleaved straight down, reducing Su Yueshi to mere fragments. Observing this, the beastly youth suddenly spoke. Human, though I know not your name, I thank you for this encounter. As a token of my gratitude, I shall allow you to continue. At these words, Jiang Yuan was momentarily taken aback as he watched the beastly youth gradually become transparent, opting to withdraw from the competition. Jiang Yuan remained silent. For this was the first occasion he had encountered an individual willing to voluntarily withdraw from the competition. Such an act commanded respect. It was apparent from this behavior that the beastly youth held the principle of gratitude in high regard. Once the figure of the beastly youth had completely vanished, Jiang Yuan approached the box that Su Yueshi had transformed into, preparing to open it. At that moment, he felt a slight flutter in his eyelids. And in the next instant, he rolled forward to evade a sudden strike, only to discover that it was Huangfu Failong. Huangfu Failong. Jiang Yuan licked his lips, his eyes gleaming crimson. Huangfu Failong shook his head slightly and remarked with a smile, I initially thought this fellow could eliminate you, but it seems he is rather lacking. Nevertheless, Jiang Yuan, you may continue in this competition, but I shall take the flying sword technique. His figure gradually began to dissipate, for he was acutely aware that he was no match for Jiang Yuan. His appearance was merely a ploy to seize the flying sword technique. Considering that the master of the flying sword pavilion possessed extraordinary strength, having reached the realm of a great power, merely a step away from the martial emperor, with the potential to ascend to the level of the celestial sovereign, the flying sword technique could very well evolve into a divine ability of celestial caliber. Huangfu Failong was momentarily taken aback, instinctively opening the box and searching for a considerable time, but finding nothing of note. However, in the next moment, he beheld Jiang Yuan holding a tome that prominently displayed the 4 characters of the flying sword technique. How is this possible? Huangfu Failong was utterly astonished. Jiang Yuan laughed heartily. He had already pried open the box and retrieved its treasures the moment Huangfu Failong made his move. Furthermore, he had been well aware of Huangfu Failong's pursuit, and this time, he would not allow Huangfu Failong's schemes to succeed once more. Huangfu Failong, let us put an end to the grievances between us here, Jiang Yuan said in a solemn tone, drawing his sword with a decisive strike. The already retreating figure of Huangfu Failong vanished even more swiftly. How infuriating! As Huangfu Failong disappeared, his unwilling voice echoed across the vast land. Chapter 81. The Battlefield of Destiny. After perusing the first volume of the sword control technique, Jiang Yuan profoundly realized that it is not merely about a practitioner mastering a singular sword technique. Of course, achieving unparalleled mastery in one form can indeed be extraordinarily powerful. However, if one can cultivate all 7 sword techniques, it would result in a transformative leap in combat prowess. The ancient sword immortal sect had 7 esteemed leaders, who in essence were but a singular entity, as each of these 7 was a manifestation of an unparalleled figure. Yet, even in their transmuted forms, their might was terrifying. Each could dominate the Dragon Han continent for an epoch and was nearly on par with the pinnacle of ancient power. Combined, they could scarcely match even a fraction of the true Sword Immortal's strength. This illustrates that the true Sword Immortal's power likely transcended the very realm of Dragon Han. Jiang Yuan sighed in contemplation. Despite such astonishing beings, they could not escape the calamity of yore, as all 7 Sword Immortals met their demise, turning to endless ashes. Lost to the annals of history, their legacy obliterated, leaving behind no inheritance. Even Su Yueshi's acquisition was merely that of a Sword Immortal disciple's legacy, which, while inclusive of sword techniques, fell far short of the authentic sword control heritage. Nonetheless, it suffices to say that having obtained such a treasure is a tremendous fortune, and there is no need for further discontent. Jiang Yuan murmured to himself, embarking on the practice of this swordsmanship. Only by mastering this technique could he progress to the next level of the great freedom flying sword technique. He chose to pursue the dual paths of wind and water swordsmanship, having already comprehended the essence of these 2 elements. This made his training significantly more efficient, and with the enhancement of the Nameless token, he swiftly achieved perfection in both forms of swordsmanship. Subsequently, he dedicated some effort to perfecting the remaining 3 elements in the yin-yang swordsmanship. However, this only indicated the completion of singular sword techniques. The next endeavor was to merge these 2 techniques, followed by the integration of 3, 4, and ultimately all 7 sword techniques, transforming them into the true legacy of the Sword Immortal and the authentic swordsmanship. Jiang Yuan reflected, not rushing into the amalgamation of sword techniques, as this was no trivial task. The Nameless token would offer little assistance, and time was of the essence. He needed to hurry to the battlefield. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yuan rose and set off towards the site of the decisive confrontation, where most would be unparalleled masters, with only a few top-tier experts present. Wang Dachui, however, was an anomaly. His strength was not exceptional, barely qualifying as first-rate, more akin to a near first-rate. Yet, his ability to conceal himself was commendable, allowing him to survive amidst such a multitude of formidable opponents. Alas, he had now encountered Jiang Yuan. In truth, swordsmanship also possessed another function, the art of flying on a sword. In theory, only those who have reached the Tao realm can hover in midair. However, such a state is not everlasting. Only by transcending the Tao realm and attaining a higher plane can one truly soar through the skies. Remarkably, the swordsmanship technique allows even practitioners of the Tao realm, spiritual realm, or even innate warriors to fly. If this were to become widely known, it would undoubtedly be a sensational revelation. Yet, Jiang Yuan did not ponder this for long. He made his way directly to the battlefield of the Heavenly Tao, which was the site of the final confrontation, the Yin-Yang Academy. Having visited the battlefield numerous times, it was Jiang Yuan's first encounter with the Yin-Yang Academy as the site of a decisive battle. He was momentarily taken aback, then smiled, for it was evident that the designation of this venue for the final showdown bore its own significance. Jiang Yuan was unaware of the unique qualities of the Yin-Yang Academy, yet this did not deter him from entering. Should he achieve victory, his points would increase, and if he could secure 9 consecutive wins in the intermediate Heavenly Tao battlefield, he would qualify for the advanced battlefield. The arena was teeming with formidable opponents, and without a hint of hesitation, they engaged in fierce combat. This time, no alliances were formed. Their eyes gleamed crimson as they fought relentlessly, battling amidst chaos, each striving to eliminate their rivals and claim victory. However, in the next moment, a streak of silver light surged forth, followed by 6 more glimmering blades, varying in power. For the weary players in the battlefield, this onslaught was a calamitous disaster, and in an instant, they were all vanquished by the flying swords. Originally, Jiang Yuan had not discovered anything of significance, but upon spotting a plaque, he paused slightly, then hurried over. The surface was densely covered with characters, arranged from large to small, showcasing a series of names one after another. Ordinarily, this plaque would not seem remarkable. However, Jiang Yuan found himself swallowing hard, for these names were familiar to him. They were from the Longhan continent, specifically from the ancestral temple of the Black and White Academy. Chapter 82. The mysterious ancient times. The multitude of names profoundly shocked Jiang Yuan, as he had previously encountered them in the ancestral temple of the Black and White Academy. Inscribed within the ancestral tome, names such as Heidi, Bai Wang, Feng Wuji, Heng Tianxing, Giguzi, and Tian Xian Daoren rolled off his tongue in a soft murmur. gradually merging with the memories of the ancestral tome. Although these individuals were not the founding ancestors of the Black and White Academy, the first generation of ancestors had indeed established the Academy through the legacies of these figures. Legend has it that towards the end of ancient times, the Black and White Academy was already in existence, albeit as a modest establishment on the Longhan continent. The founder of the Black and White Academy at that time was merely at the pinnacle of the Dao realm, managing to evade the curse that claimed the lives of all above the Dao realm during the waning of ancient magic. Once the calamity had passed, the pinnacle of the Dao realm was considered a top-tier powerhouse. Yet, during that era, practitioners at the pinnacle of the Dao realm were as numerous as the stars in the sky. The reason the Academy's founder distinguished himself was due to the unparalleled inheritance bestowed by these formidable beings. However, Jiang Yuan had always believed that these were merely entities existing above the Longhan continent, which he regarded as a trivial place. Yet, why did they manifest here? The Yin-Yang Academy and the Black-White School, the interplay of yin and yang with black and white. What connection could there possibly be? Jiang Yuan murmured to himself as he strode forward, meticulously examining the plaque. In the next moment, he struck down with his sword, only to be repelled by the formidable aura emanating from the plaque. It is important to note that within this realm of celestial battles, the divine demon valley was a manifestation of divine beings. What are divine beings, if not the supreme entities between heaven and earth? Each one possesses the power to dominate an entire world, compelling even emperors to tread carefully. Furthermore, places like the Spirit Valley, categorized as a third-tier region, are abundant in spiritual energy, imbued with the forces of the five elements and yin-yang. In the grand tapestry of the myriad realms, it is indeed a remarkable sanctuary. However, these were the domains cultivated by the most formidable powers. Why then would names of formidable entities from lesser worlds appear? Jiang Yuan pondered deeply, but in the next instant, he was struck by a revelation. Although the ancient times had indeed perished, records from that epoch are exceedingly scarce, as if they are a forbidden topic altogether. Could it be that during the ancient era, the Longhan continent was on par with the grand worlds of the myriad realms, a pinnacle? Jiang Yuan mused, seemingly finding solace in this interpretation. Yet he soon dismissed the thought, reflecting that such ancient taboos were far beyond the contemplation of someone at his nascent stage. After all, those obliterated existences had transcended the Dao realm. Jiang Yuan could not help but smile wryly. If his conjecture were accurate, the ancient Dragonhan continent was indeed a vast world, possibly inhabited by beings of immense power, such as celestial sovereigns and great saints. Yet, even such formidable entities perished in that great catastrophe, a mystery far beyond his comprehension. Drawing forth the Azure Dragon Sword, Jiang Yuan focused his spirit and energy, commanding the Azure Dragon to soar swiftly through the air. His countenance radiated sheer exhilaration. In times past, when his cultivation had stagnated, he had gazed enviously at the ancient tomes depicting unparalleled masters soaring through the skies with effortless grace. Now, although he possessed only innate cultivation, he too could glide through the heavens, reveling in the freedom of existence. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yuan laughed heartily, awakening several martial artists below. Initially, they intended to chastise him, but upon glancing skyward, they were struck with terror at the sight before them. For them, the art of sword riding was a legendary phenomenon, perhaps something they had never even heard of. Instinctively, they assumed he was an extraordinary master transcending the Tao, and they knelt in reverence, perceiving Jiang Yuan as a deity high above. However, Jiang Yuan paid no heed to the martial artists. He directed his sword towards the direction of the beastly tide. From a distance, he spotted a creature exuding an overwhelming aura, unmistakably a spirit realm beast lord. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded dozens of swords collected from the battlefield, transforming them into a barrage of arrows, piercing through the air with lethal intent. The spirit realm beast lord, who had been in slumber, suddenly sensed an impending crisis. Before it could fully comprehend the situation, it was pierced through the head and heart by the myriad of swords, its life essence draining away until it was reduced to mere bones. What had transpired? Jiang Yuan approached, fully aware of the unfolding events, yet he still inquired. For the art of swordsmanship was of paramount importance. It was imperative that no one beyond himself and Su Yueshi be privy to this knowledge, lest it invite fatal repercussions. Upon his arrival, a sense of respect emanated from all present. They were seasoned martial artists of the secular world, yet in comparison to Jiang Yuan, They felt as though they dwelled in different realms. He was a true prodigy of martial arts, having surpassed their prowess at a tender age. Just the night prior, an unparalleled powerhouse had emerged, vanquishing the spirit realm demon lord 100 miles beyond Jiang Yuan, leading to the spontaneous dissolution of the beast tide. Jiang Yuan spoke with fervor, his admiration palpable. Such a being could single-handedly subdue an entire sect. Jiang Yuan recognized that this individual was none other than himself. Yet he remained perplexed and questioned, why would such an extraordinary being engage in such matters? The others shook their heads in response, with Ningfeng declaring, though the reasons remain unclear, the veracity of this news is undeniably strong, as many martial artists witnessed a formidable figure traversing the sky, wielding a sword to slay foes from 10 miles away. At this revelation, a collective yearning ignited within the hearts of the assembly. Chapter 83. The Arrogant Dai Tianxing in the Dragon Han Continent. It is customary among the secular communities to refer to those who have attained the Tao realm as sages, while those who transcend the Tao realm are deemed peerless powerhouses within the realm of sects. Those who surpass the Tao realm are known as Tao lords, representing the pinnacle of existence in this domain, a rarity of the highest order. After nearly a month of tempering within the battlefield of the heavenly path, Jiang Yuan came to a profound realization: the concepts of refining the essence, innate qualities, spiritual realms, and Tao realms merely pertain to the refinement of the physical body, elemental force, soul, and martial intent. These are the foundational realms of martial cultivation. Perhaps on the Longhan continent, the Tao realm represents the pinnacle of power. However, in the vast expanse of greater worlds, it is merely a stage for the extraordinary. Beyond the Tao realm exist even more elevated states: the celestial realm, the imperial realm, the divine realm, the mighty, the saint emperor, the celestial venerable, and the great emperor. These represent realms surpassing the 4 fundamental stages. The so-called unparalleled powerhouses and Tao lords of Longhan are, in truth, simply elevated states above those 4 foundational realms. Indeed, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Jiang Yuan could not help but chuckle at the abundance of treasures across countless realms. It seemed that on the Longhan continent, many were oblivious to the existence of divine abilities, let alone the art of sword mastery. Even if they were aware, they would likely fail to recognize it in practice. Ningfeng, being a perceptive individual, was already informed about the matters concerning the Jiang family and did not hesitate to express, since there are matters to attend to. I shall not detain you. Nevertheless, I sincerely thank you for your invaluable assistance. He offered a slight bow in gratitude. Jiang Yuan remained silent, taking Jiang Lang by the hand as they made their way outside, leaving the onlookers in quiet contemplation. After a long pause, Ningfeng finally spoke. It seems the landscape of Dian is about to undergo a transformation. He let out a deep sigh, his heart burdened with inexorable sorrow. The calamity of the beast tide had passed, yet now it appeared that matters were far from simple. Within the Black and White Academy, the once unparalleled genius, now deemed a failure after the loss of his innate gifts, had re-emerged as the formidable heir of the Jiang family. One individual had the power to disrupt the very fabric of the Yin. In the imperial palace of the Yin, the sovereign wore a countenance heavy with worry, and the ministers appeared equally grave. They had yet to receive the news of the beast tide's dissolution when a soldier hastily entered. "Your Majesty," he declared, "word has arrived from Yin Pass that the spirit realm's demon lord has been slain by an extraordinary passerby. The peril of the beast tide has been averted." His voice resonated with an unmistakable fervor. The ministers of the Yin, already engulfed in anxiety, felt their hearts race at the mention of the beast tide. Just as they were about to voice their frustrations, the sovereign of the Yin found himself momentarily speechless. An extraordinary being had vanquished the beast tide. The Yin ruler could scarcely believe such astonishing news. It was a revelation so remarkable that few would accept it as truth if it were to spread. Indeed, outside of Yin Pass, many martial artists had witnessed the celestial figure soaring through the night, annihilating the spirit realm's demon lord from a distance of 10 miles. The soldier proclaimed with clarity. At that moment, the ruler of the Yin could no longer contain his emotions. Were it not for the presence of his esteemed officials, he might have wept aloud. The legacy of the Yin, built over centuries, had ultimately not crumbled at his hands, and the lives of millions of citizens had been spared from devastation. But could anyone reveal the name of that extraordinary being? All present were momentarily taken aback. But in the next instant, the expression of the ruler of the great Yin kingdom grew grave. While he had previously been unaware of the Jiang family, The emergence of a prodigy of unparalleled talent from their ranks had brought shame to the great Yin. What astonished him even more was the realization that the very individual who had supported the defense of Yin Pass was none other than this prodigy. Despite the claims of his incapacitation, what is the level of Jiang Yuan's cultivation? The ruler inquired. 7th level of the innate realm, came the response, prompting a collective gasp from the assembly. This level was nearly equivalent to that of the heads of the prominent families. However, the soldier's subsequent revelation left them utterly astounded. Moreover, he has slain a peak innate great demon, with but a single sword strike. Upon hearing this, everyone was rendered speechless. While rapid cultivation might be expected, the sheer might demonstrated was beyond comprehension. It was well known that, within the same realm, beasts were significantly stronger than human warriors. A peak innate great demon possessed combat prowess comparable to an ordinary first-level spirit realm expert. Thus, Jiang Yuan's ability to vanquish such a demon was tantamount to defeating a typical first-level spirit realm warrior, of whom there were scarcely a few in the entirety of Great Yin. Such terror, indeed, is truly fearsome, the ruler of Great Yin remarked. This level of combat prowess is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. It must be noted that within the confines of the academy, he would surely rank among the very top, considering the 4 minor realms that separate the 7th level of the innate realm from the 1st level of the spirit realm. Since he is a prodigy of our great Yin and a hero who has come to our aid, it is only fitting that we hold a grand celebration to welcome him back. The ruler of Great Yin, having weathered many storms, quickly regained his composure. At that moment, a figure entered, a middle-aged man exuding an overwhelming aura, laughing heartily. He is merely a worthless fool. What merits does he possess? However, since his sister is about to marry into my Dai family, I suppose I can allow him to visit my residence for a brief encounter. The sovereign of the Great Yin Kingdom furrowed his brow slightly and spoke. Dai Tianxing, I am aware of the matters between your Dai family and the Jiang family. Yet, Jiang Yuan is not significantly inferior to your son. Moreover, your son is already in his 20s, while Jiang Yuan is merely 15. In fact, your son was not even as accomplished as Jiang Yuan in the past, so how can he be deemed a fool? Dai Tianxing, the head of the Dai family, was none other than the same individual. Upon hearing this, he was filled with rage that turned to mockery. In the court, Dai Tianxing laughed boisterously, seemingly disregarding those around him. The expression of the great Yin sovereign darkened slightly, while the Prime Minister Zhang, head of the officials, wore a grim countenance. The Zhang family, being a prestigious lineage in the imperial city, was not inferior to the Dai family. Yet, since a member of the Dai family had become the 4th hidden dragon, their standing in the great Yin had far surpassed that of the Zhang family. His words pierced the hearts of the officials, who displayed disdain. They all owed their gratitude to the sovereign, who was wise and formidable, having established numerous precedents that elevated the great Yin from an inconsequential nation to a significant power, second only to the 7 kingdoms. Such a monarch was precisely the leader they aspired to serve faithfully. Yet, here was a person audacious enough to betray the imperial grace and the great Yin itself, provoking a chorus of condemnation. Humph! Dai Tianxing let out a cold snort, exuding an overwhelming aura that forced back the officials who dared to criticize him. He spoke with a detached demeanor. How could a group of individuals with such meager martial prowess possibly comprehend my lofty aspirations? His presence was formidable, hinting at a near attainment of the spirit realm, perhaps even surpassing the renowned Ning Feng, the strongest of the great Yin, by a slight margin. This strength was derived from the countless heavenly treasures bestowed upon him by his beloved son. Otherwise, given his innate talent, he would likely still be struggling at the 7th level of the innate realm. Truly, it was a case of nurturing a tiger and inviting peril. The ruler of the great Yin was engulfed in profound sorrow. He had refrained from summoning the palace guards, as it seemed that Dai Tianxing had already taken control of the palace both inside and out. Yet, if I am to perish, I shall do so with dignity. The sovereign of the great Yin roared, drawing the sword of his attendant, and suddenly unleashed a surge of energy that matched the prowess of the Grand Marshal Ningfeng, reaching the pinnacle of the innate realm. However, despite this formidable aura, Dai Tianxing merely scoffed. He had already ascended to the peak of the half-step spirit realm, far beyond the capabilities of someone at the initial stage of that realm. Moreover, the martial techniques possessed by practitioners in the secular world were largely similar. Even a genius like the ruler of the great Yin could not hope to slay opponents of higher standing. Alas, I initially believed the fall of the great Yin to be certain, but now, with the beast tide receding, the throne of the ruler may yet be contested. He strode forward, poised to deliver a fatal blow, his overwhelming presence rendering the sovereign of the great Yin breathless. As the ruler appeared on the brink of demise, the officials were filled with shock and fury, yearning to shield their king from the impending strike, only to find themselves obstructed by Dai Tianxing's soldiers, rendered immobile. Haha. Yin Wu, your splendid kingdom is about to be forfeited at your own hands today. Dai Tianxing laughed heartily, while the ruler of the great Yin kingdom fell into despair. The kingdom had not perished amidst the beast tide, yet it seemed destined to be extinguished by the hands of a traitor. Were it another individual, it might have been bearable. However, should the Dai family seize control of the great Yin, it was feared that all would be plunged into untold suffering. The ruler's heart ached with sorrow, and in the next moment, he was taken aback, for he witnessed a silver streak dart across the horizon, piercing directly into the grand hall and severely wounding Dai Tianxing. Who is it? The injured Dai Tianxing bellowed in fury. The officials and the rebel soldiers were momentarily stunned, turning their heads to behold a youth, sword on his back, entering the hall with a faint smirk of disdain gracing his lips. Black and White Academy, menial disciple, Jiang Yuan. As these 10 words left his lips, everyone was momentarily dumbfounded. They had heard of Jiang Yuan before, the one who had vanquished the beast tide. Yet why did such prowess belong to a mere menial disciple? Dai Tianxing, too, was taken aback, but soon erupted into laughter, coldly retorting, "A mere menial disciple dares to harm me? Boy, are you truly unafraid of death?" Jiang Yuan stepped forward, a scornful smile on his face, and replied, "Afraid? Afraid of what? Your foolish son? Over 20 years old, and still merely at the mid-stage of the spirit realm. If it were me, I would have long since thrown myself against a wall to end it." What Jiang Yuan said was not without merit. At merely 15 years of age, he was confident in breaking through to the spirit realm within half a year. Had he been of the same age as that Dai family prodigy, reaching the late stage of the spirit realm or even the peak, or perhaps even the Dao realm, would not have been beyond his grasp. Unbeknownst to the masses, Dai Tianxing appeared to have heard the most absurd of jokes. With a chilling voice, he remarked, "You, young man, are merely at the 7th level of innate cultivation. You believe that by inadvertently wounding me, you can slay me?" A murderous intent surged within him. He could not fathom that a mere wastrel, after 5 years of stagnation, could possibly bridge the chasm of 3 minor realms to confront him. Even his own son would find such a feat arduous, let alone someone who had mastered the profound martial arts of both the Black and White Academies. He was confident in his ability to vanquish Jiang Yuan. "You were meant to partake in the joyous celebration of my son and your sister, to witness the spectacle of my son casting her aside. Alas, you have failed to cherish your life and have sought your own demise. Allow me to escort you on your journey." He raised his sword high, transforming it into several phantoms, and with a sinister grin declared, "Young man, this is a superior spiritual grade martial technique from your Black and White Academy. Enjoy your demise." The officials gasped in astonishment. This was no ordinary martial technique, but a superior spiritual grade one, of which there was not a single instance throughout the entirety of the Great Yin. Given Dai Tianxing's extensive mastery, it was feared that he had already reached a minor completion stage. How could Jiang Yuan, merely at the 7th level of innate cultivation, withstand such a force? Yet, in the next moment, they were left dumbfounded, for it was not Jiang Yuan who fell, but the terrifyingly powerful Dai Tianxing himself. With a cry, the Azure Dragon, a single sword strike, claimed Dai Tianxing's life. Witnessing this scene, all present inhaled sharply, their gazes shifting to Jiang Yuan, who appeared as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He sheathed the Azure Dragon's sword and uttered but a single phrase. "Next will be the Dai family, and then your proud son." Chapter 85. Zhendan, a sword came from the west, resembling a transcendent sword immortal. Yet, with merely a whisper from the Azure Dragon, the mightiest among the great Yin met his demise. The hall was enveloped in a stunned silence as the sovereign and ministers of great Yin found themselves at a loss for words. They had anticipated that Jiang Yuan would only vanquish a few ordinary innate-level beasts at the Flame Pass, but they never imagined such formidable prowess would be displayed. As Commander Ning had articulated, a single individual could indeed hold back countless beasts beyond the Flame Pass. His assertion was not made lightly. Jiang Yuan, a prodigy hailing from the Great Yin, possessed unparalleled combat aptitude. Should he continue to develop, he might very well surpass the renowned member of the Dai family, or even exceed him. Although he was the ruler of Great Yin, he faced both internal strife and external threats. Apart from the terrifying beast tide, the dangers posed by neighboring nations and the scheming aristocratic families within his own domain were sufficient to plunge Great Yan into grave peril. However, Jiang Yuan was different. Though he referred to himself as a mere servant disciple, his innate combat abilities were undoubtedly recognized by certain influential figures within the Black and White Academy. It is possible that his current status as a servant disciple was merely a means to hone his resolve, concealing a position of unimaginable prestige. Should the sovereign of Great Yan discover that Jiang Yuan had already caught the eye of prominent figures within the Black and White Academy and had chosen the fearless peak of his own accord, it would surely leave him in utter shock. While he was unaware of the inner workings of the Black and White Academy, he was acutely aware that the fearless peak was regarded as the lowest of the 72 principal peaks, a place of banishment for the condemned. However, he remained oblivious to all of this, and naturally, Jiang Yuan would not reveal the truth. To him, how significant were Tiandao Peak and Xuanwu Peak? Could they possibly compare to the ancient sacred sects from which those exceptional talents emerged on the battlefield of Tiandao? Even if those prodigies were to make, they could easily suppress the Black and White Academy. Moreover, his innate talent surpassed that of those prodigies by a considerable margin. With a flick of his sleeve, Jiang Yuan showed no interest in the so-called position of the national leader. Furthermore, the sovereign of the Great Yin had shown him some favor. Had he not dispatched someone to investigate, how could Jiang Yuan have entered the Black and White Academy with the Jiang family's background? It would have merely made him a frog at the bottom of a well, rather than the unparalleled genius he was today. The officials exchanged astonished glances, their hearts filled with shock. When the Great Yin sovereign had initially planned to abdicate, they were already profoundly shaken. Before they could even voice their counsel, they were taken aback by the sight of Jiang Yuan's departing figure. This young man had never cared for the position of national leader. The Great Yin sovereign could only manage a wry smile, never having anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. Perhaps this was precisely why others could achieve greatness. Possessing unparalleled strength at such a young age, it was their vision. The boy who had once been so naive 5 years ago had now transformed into a true sovereign. With only the sect being his realm, Jiang Yuan departed from the royal palace and made his way directly to the Jiang family estate. As for the Dai family, he chose to refrain from taking action against them for the time being. The reason he executed Dai Tianxing was due to the latter's insult directed at his sister. The rest of the Dai family members were not implicated in this matter, and thus Jiang Yuan decided to spare them, for now. However, should they dare to provoke him in the future, they would have no one but themselves to blame for the consequences. The Jiang family is one of the 3 prominent martial arts clans in Sichuan City. In the eyes of the world, an ordinary innate practitioner could be regarded as a formidable expert, while those who reach the mid-stage of innate mastery are considered proficient practitioners. Those at the 7th level of innate mastery are deemed top-tier experts, and those at the 8th level are recognized as unparalleled masters. The 9th level embodies the realm of worldly grandmasters, each individual being exceedingly rare in their prowess. Today, the Jiang family was graced by the presence of a peak grandmaster of the secular world. "Young Master Zhen, please come in, Jiang Ming." With his own pinnacle of innate mastery at the 7th level, addressed the young man with utmost respect, despite being the family's elder. This young man was adorned in luxurious attire, exuding an air of superiority, which he could indeed afford, for his martial prowess had evidently reached the peak of innate mastery. Hovering on the brink of perfection, had he been a few years younger, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a figure of exceptional talent. Yet, due to this slight age difference, he remained merely an ordinary genius. Nevertheless, his status was still immensely elevated, placing him among the pinnacle masters of the secular realm, with only a slim margin separating him from the so-called martial sage of the world. Furthermore, he possessed a wealth of martial techniques. Confident in his ability to defeat or even slay the martial sage within the secular domain. I have heard that the infamous waste, Jiang Yuan, hails from the illustrious Jiang family. 5 years ago, during his prime, I could only revere him, but now the very ground of his origin lies firmly beneath my feet. What a delightful sensation this is, truly exquisite. Jin Dan laughed heartily, reveling in his triumph. Jiang Ming, in an attempt to appease, remarked, "My lord, you jest. How could such a lowly individual as Jiang Yuan ever be compared to you?" In his heart, he had already cursed the father and son duo countless times. Were it not for these 2 worthless beings, Zhen Dan would not have intervened during the martial contest among the younger members of the Jiang family, decisively suppressing them all. forcing him to tread cautiously. Around them, voices of adulation resonated, emanating from the younger generation of the Jiang family. Among them, numerous young maidens cast flirtatious glances, for he was a prodigy from the formidable Black and White Academy, a power upon which even kingdoms relied. To be chosen by him would be akin to a mere chick transforming into a phoenix. Yet, Jiang Dan merely cast a cursory glance, dismissing them with indifference. Even the princess of the great Yin nation would not catch his eye, let alone these girls of mere chi refinement stage, truly insignificant creatures, unworthy of a true dragon like him. Jiang Ming cautiously observed Jiang Dan's expression, feeling a sense of foreboding at his calm demeanor. Just then, a voice boomed imperiously. "Jiang Ming, you old scoundrel, come forth." Chapter 86. A forceful return. The royal city of Dian lies approximately several thousand miles from Sichuan City. Under normal circumstances, a pinnacle innate expert would require several dozen days to traverse this distance at full speed. However, Jiang Yuan, employing the art of sword flight, managed to cover the journey in merely 3 to 4 days. Upon arriving at Sichuan City, he made a beeline for the Jiang family residence, retracting his sword technique. What has become of the Jiang family? Jiang Yuan gazed at the estate where he had grown up, a stark contrast to its former imposing presence. Now imbued with an air of desolation, anger welled within him. Had it not been for Jiang Ming's disdainful glare, how could the once prominent Jiang family, poised on the brink of entering the grand circles of the royal city, have descended to such a state? It seemed they had allied themselves with the Dai family. Yet in truth, they were but a fragile construct, easily shattered. The expulsion of his father, Jiang Lang, had stripped them of their formidable strength, rendering them significantly weaker compared to the Wang family and the other prominent Song family. Jiang Ming excused himself with a curt bow, storming out in a fit of rage. Meanwhile, many elders and young masters of the Jiang family emerged, having heard the commotion. They recognized that their esteemed elder was undoubtedly infuriated and anticipated a spectacle. Yet, as they reached the entrance of the Jiang residence, they were taken aback. They failed to recognize Jiang Yuan. After 5 years, the transformation from boyhood to youth was profound. Their astonishment deepened as they witnessed such a young man audaciously challenging the Jiang family, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Who is this insolent youth daring to stir trouble at the Jiang family residence? Does he genuinely believe the Jiang family has fallen so low? To openly address the elder by name and hurl insults. This boy is courting death. However, I must express my admiration. One cannot help but ponder whether this individual has lost his senses, as it is truly baffling how he could commit such a foolish act. It is indeed a reasonable assertion. The younger members of the Jiang family laughed unabashedly, while the elder figures struggled to maintain their dignified demeanor. At that moment, a figure approached, prompting the crowd to respectfully exclaim, "Elder." Jiang Ming nodded slightly and turned his gaze to Jiang Yuan, momentarily failing to recognize him, though his heart was filled with indignation. First, there was Jiang Dan, and now this fellow. Did they truly believe the Jiang family was devoid of capable individuals? Nevertheless, he cautiously inquired, "May I ask for your esteemed name?" His hesitation stemmed from the fact that such a young individual daring to cause trouble possessed an extraordinary aura that was not typical of ordinary young martial artists. He feared this might be yet another Jindan. Jiang Yuan lifted his gaze, a slight smile gracing his lips, and replied, "Elder, it has only been 5 years. Do you not recognize your own nephew?" Jiang Ming was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing him from head to toe before exclaiming in astonishment, "Jiang Yuan." The utterance left the younger generation and the elders equally stunned. The name Jiang Yuan was familiar to them, as he had once been the unparalleled prodigy of the Jiang family, only to later be deemed a waste incapable of martial cultivation, turning the entire Jiang family into a laughingstock in Sichuan City. To their surprise, he now stood before them, and their expressions shifted dramatically. It seemed the Jiang family had indeed decayed under your stewardship. Very well, let me, as the young master of the Jiang family, take it upon myself to rectify this situation. Jiang Yuan spoke softly, yet his words ignited a wave of indignation among the members of the Jiang family. How dare he, a disgrace to the Jiang clan, boldly declare that the elder and I are mere parasites? Such audacity is utterly intolerable. A mere wastrel. He seems to believe he is still the spirited young master of the Jiang family, unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the depth of the earth. If this humiliation is not eradicated, The Jiang family will forever be the laughingstock of Sichuan City. As murmurs of discontent spread, Jiang Yuan remained unfazed. Smiling as he addressed Jiang Ming, "Let us start with you." Furious, Jiang Ming bellowed, "Jiang Yuan, you are nothing but a worthless fool, daring to defy me. Today, I shall not only expel you and your useless father from the Jiang family, but I will also ensure you live like a dog in Sichuan City." He had resolved in his heart that if he could curry favor with that prodigy from the Black and White Academy, his own status would undoubtedly rise. The elder understood the animosity between the youth and Jiang Yuan, and thus readily acquiesced, believing Jiang Yuan remained the same fifth-tier waste, incapable of competing against the Jiang family's foremost talent. Upon receiving Jiang Ming's approval, the young man felt a surge of triumph. Grinning maliciously at Jiang Yuan as he declared, "Jiang Yuan, if you kneel and crawl through my legs, I might consider sparing your wretched life." He was confident that his imposing presence would instill shame and fear in Jiang Yuan, compelling him to surrender without a fight. Yet, to his dismay, Jiang Yuan merely smiled and looked up. "Is it truly you, a mere wastrel, who believes you can intimidate me?" Upon the utterance of those words, the youth was taken aback, and the younger generation was equally astonished, collectively concluding that Jiang Yuan had succumbed to madness. Yet, in the next moment, the youth, consumed by rage, burst into laughter and launched an attack with the ferocity of a tiger descending from the mountain. A display of unparalleled might that could command respect among the younger generation of the Jiang family. The elders nodded in agreement. But their expressions shifted to one of shock as, with a mere flick of his wrist, Jiang Yuan effortlessly sent the youth flying. In Chapter 87, The Emergence of Zhen Dan, the youth's formidable assault was met with Jiang Yuan's singular, forceful punch, and within an instant, the outcome was decided. Witnessing this spectacle, both the elders and the younger members of the Jiang family inhaled sharply, for they had presumed that the foremost heir of the Jiang family could easily deal with a mere waste. However, they were utterly astounded to find that the so-called champion could not withstand even a single blow, implying that their younger generation was inferior to a mere nobody. Such a being was hardly a waste. With such formidable strength, though not considered a genius within the Black and White Academy, he was certainly impressive. They understood well that, among the Jiang family's younger generation, a 15-year-old at the first level of innate talent was deemed a prodigy, yet in the context of the Black and White Academy, such a status was trivial. Only those who reached the second or third levels of innate talent, or even the mid-stage of innate talent, could be regarded as masters, a realm nearly akin to that of the clan elders. Drawing a deep breath, Jiang Ming remained resolute in his decision not to intervene. He estimated that Jiang Yuan had at most attained the third level of innate talent and turned to a fifth-level innate elder behind him, instructing, "You take over." The elder's expression darkened. He was a fifth-level innate master and part of the older generation. If he were to take action, it would appear as if he were relying on his seniority to bully the young, a notion that would tarnish his reputation despite any victory. Yet, due to Jiang Ming's influence within the Jiang family, he had no choice but to steel himself and confront Jiang Yuan with a cold stare. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Yuan interrupted him. "I refuse." At this declaration, everyone was momentarily stunned before erupting into laughter, believing Jiang Yuan had succumbed to fear. However, their amusement quickly turned to disbelief. "How could a mere fifth-level innate master be my adversary? You elders might as well join forces," Jiang Yuan scoffed, "including you, Jiang Ming." The words ignited fury among the crowd. The elders were incensed, and Jiang Ming, gritting his teeth in rage, his veins bulging, coldly retorted, "Brat, since you seek your own demise, do not blame me." With a surge of power, the elders united. Exuding an aura reminiscent of a formidable innate beast, their collective gaze fixed on Jiang Yuan, intent on devouring him whole. Yet, even a true innate beast held no fear for Jiang Yuan. Faced with their combined might, he unleashed a punch that descended like a 1,000-pound weight. The elders' expressions shifted drastically. While a typical 1,000-pound force might be inconsequential, this weight felt as though it were a direct assault on their very souls. Before the punch even reached them, their spirits shattered, and blood spewed from their mouths as their vitality waned. How was this possible? The younger generation could hardly believe their eyes. Witnessing such a display of power that could vanquish so many elders with a single blow. The level of strength displayed suggested that Jiang Yuan had reached the pinnacle of the innate realm, teetering on the brink of the spiritual domain. No, it is merely a martial technique aimed at the mind, Jiang Ming thought to himself, and it was no wonder he held such a belief. After all, Jiang Yuan had been a failure for so long that any victory could only stem from dubious means. However, Jiang Yuan remained utterly unconcerned, beckoning Jiang Ming with an air of disdain. Consumed with rage, Jiang Ming could no longer care for his dignity. Just as he was about to step forward, he was called to a halt. Upon turning, he was met by Zhen Dan, who emerged from the Jiang family residence with a smile, casting a scornful glance at Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan, your transformation is quite unexpected. I never imagined that during my absence, you would undergo such significant changes. Not only do you possess the strength to defeat a first-level innate warrior, but you have also mastered techniques that target the mind. How fortunate for me to encounter you now. He strode forward, his imposing aura eliciting a glimmer of delight from Jiang Ming. Both men hailed from the Academy of Black and White. Should a confrontation arise, it would surely avoid drawing unwarranted attention from the outside world. Allowing Jiang Ming to preserve his reputation, an advantageous situation indeed. Then I shall trouble you, Lord Zhen, Jiang Ming said with utmost respect. Zhen Dan nodded slightly, then turned to Jiang Yuan with a smirk, saying, Jiang Yuan, do you know who I am? Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. From this young man emanated a formidable presence, one befitting a warrior on the cusp of the spiritual realm. Achieving such prowess at this age is a rarity, nearly impossible to find in the entire secular world, let alone in a first-rate nation like Dian. There could only be one conclusion. Kneel, if you dare. Jiang Yuan revealed a smile, only to coldly declare, if you do not kneel, I shall break your dog legs today, though they were of the same sect. This fellow's audacity in demanding Jiang Yuan's submission was utterly intolerable. However, the assembled crowd merely responded with disdainful smiles. After all, this Lord Zhen was a master of the Black and White Academy, a genius of the sect world, and what was Jiang Yuan in comparison? Zhen Dan was infuriated and strode forward, his presence erupting like molten lava. The intense fire-based elemental force he exuded caused many youthful disciples and even elders to retreat in fear, stumbling back several steps. Jiang Ming also took a few steps back. Yet a look of delight appeared on his face as he anticipated the scene that would unfold when Jiang Yuan was defeated. At the peak of innate talent, a half-step into the spiritual realm, barely capable of vanquishing a mere first-level spiritual realm practitioner from the secular world. And nearing 30 years of age, how could one with such pitiful talent dare to flaunt it? It was a disgrace to the Black and White Academy. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but shake his head. Zhen Dan was seething with rage as he advanced, delivering a powerful punch. Boy, let us see if you can still act so arrogantly after this move. Zhen Dan sneered, his formidable aura far surpassing that of an ordinary secular peak master. Chapter 88. Yield your place. Before the Jiang family estate, Zhen Dan unleashed his full might, drawing countless onlookers who stood captivated, even from a considerable distance. They could feel the terrifying presence emanating from him. In the secular realm of the Great Yin Kingdom, a masterful figure undoubtedly captivates the attention of countless individuals, standing as a paragon at the pinnacle of society. When a martial sage does not emerge, who can rival such a presence? Especially when this individual surpasses even the peak masters, possessing strength that rivals that of a martial sage. This young man must surely hail from the legendary sect world. Otherwise, how could he attain the zenith of mastery at such a tender age? A master of such caliber is nowhere to be found in all of Great Yin. Only the foremost nations among the 7 kingdoms might produce one. His prowess is formidable enough to subdue all martial artists of Great Yin single-handedly. It is indeed amusing to ponder the thoughts of that Jiang family scion, who dares to provoke a peak master. Does he not realize the peril he has invited upon himself? Onlookers chattered amongst themselves, their laughter echoing, convinced that Jiang Yuan was doomed. The immense aura he faced was beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person. A peak master could effortlessly crush Jiang Yuan with a mere gesture. Hearing such discourse, Zhen Dan felt an overwhelming sense of. With an air of arrogance, he proclaimed, "Young man, do you now comprehend the chasm that lies between us? The pinnacle of innate talent, half a step from merging with the heavens, is far beyond the imagination of a mere waste like you." Despite Jiang Yuan's earlier display of terrifying combat prowess, Zhen Dan still regarded him as a mere waste, bolstered by his unwavering confidence. As a disciple of the Black and White Academy, he believed that within the same realm, he could vanquish 10 peak masters. Jiang Yuan smirked disdainfully, perceiving this individual as utterly self-righteous. To claim supremacy at the pinnacle of innate perfection, A level that even the most distinguished prodigies from the Grand Realms might struggle to attain, was laughable. This arrogance stemmed from their profound ignorance. They believed that reaching the 9th level of innate mastery signified the zenith of existence, failing to recognize the existence of lesser and greater completions beyond this stage, along with the supreme realm. With a sigh, Jiang Yuan stepped forward decisively, unleashing a seemingly unremarkable punch. This action drew forth a chorus of derisive laughter. They regarded his effort as absurdly insufficient to withstand the onslaught of a peak master. Even Jin Dan wore a scornful smile, convinced that Jiang Yuan, aware of his impending defeat, had forsaken his last chance for survival. He laughed heartily, intent on overpowering Jiang Yuan. However, in the next moment, a chilling sensation enveloped Jin Dan's mind. He sensed a tremendous threat emanating from Jiang Yuan's seemingly mundane punch, a force far beyond that of an ordinary martial artist, as if it could subdue all existence. Alarmed, Jin Dan attempted to withdraw his attack, but Jiang Yuan's onslaught surged forward with remarkable ferocity, striking him down without the slightest resistance. How can this be? Jin Dan's expression morphed into one of disbelief. He fought desperately, yet the unassuming wind of Jiang Yuan's punch left him battered and bruised. Impossible. I am unparalleled in this mundane world. How could you defeat me? Jin Dan roared in fury, unleashing his full power as he transformed it into a colossal hand of energy, intent on vanquishing Jiang Yuan. However, the latter's eyes narrowed with cold resolve as he retaliated with a single punch, shattering the mighty hand of energy. Jin Dan was sent hurtling backward, his fate uncertain. The onlookers gasped in disbelief, their eyes darting between the seemingly lifeless Jin Dan and Jiang Yuan, their astonishment beyond articulation. This was no ordinary martial artist. What they witnessed transcended the pinnacle of worldly masters, radiating an unparalleled might. Even Jin Dan, who surpassed the typical peak masters, could not withstand a single strike. It appeared that the tides were changing for the Jiang family, not merely for the Jiang clan. But it seemed the very heavens of Sichuan City and the entire Dian nation were poised for upheaval. The power of the extraordinary was not something mere mortals could fathom. What significance did the title of master hold when faced with Jiang Yuan, the martial saint? The spectators wavered like reeds in the wind. Having previously lauded Jin Dan's overwhelming prowess, they now turned their praises towards Jiang Yuan, with some even dubbing him the martial saint of Jiang. Yet, Jiang Yuan remained unfazed by their accolades. How could these worldly beings comprehend the true essence of transcending into sanctity? In that vast world, only those who ascended to the holy realm could truly be called martial saints. The so-called martial saints of the mundane world were nothing but a jest. Just then, someone interjected, reminding the crowd of the Wang family's prodigy. Initially taken aback, the onlookers soon recollected that Wang Xianfeng was a well-established martial saint, rumored to have attained the second rank of martial saint, with unparalleled combat prowess, while Jiang Yuan was merely an ordinary martial saint. Upon hearing the name Wang Xianfeng, Jiang Yuan's expression subtly shifted, confirming the suspicions of those around him. It was evident that Jiang Yuan harbored a fear of Wang Xianfeng. Little did he know that mere days later, he would face Wang Xianfeng in a life-or-death battle. As for Wang Xianfeng, it remained uncertain whether he had ascended to the 3rd tier of the spirit realm. If he were still at the 2nd tier, Jiang Yuan would find it as easy to slay him as one would a mere dog. Jiang Yuan spoke with an air of supreme confidence. Despite Wang Xuanfeng's status as a prodigy and the 7th in the hidden dragon ranking, he regarded him with indifference. However, that was a matter for the days to come. At this moment, Jiang Yuan's priority was to resolve the affairs of the Jiang family. Striding forward, he surveyed his surroundings before inquiring with suspicion, "Where are the 3rd elder, 4th elder, and 9th aunt?" No sooner had he spoken than 2 men and a woman emerged from another direction, exuding remarkable auras, all in the late innate stage. They were staunch supporters of Jiang Lang within the Jiang family. Unfortunately, their strength was insufficient, and following Jiang Lang's decline, they faced relentless exclusion, leading them to retreat into seclusion for cultivation. It was only upon learning of the intruders that they emerged, only to discover it was their own younger brother. 3rd uncle, 4th uncle, 9th aunt. Jiang Yuan addressed them with utmost reverence, for these 3 individuals, like his father, had dedicated themselves wholeheartedly to the Jiang family, deserving of such respect. Yet, the 3 elders gasped in surprise. As mere innate warriors, they felt unworthy of such a bow from a martial saint. "Your Honor, I cannot accept your bow. It may shorten my life, one of them exclaimed. Chapter 89. Jiang Yuan spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if discussing some trivial matter. Yet his words stirred a tempest. It is essential to recognize that Jiang Ming is the esteemed elder of the Jiang family, a figure of immense stature within the entire Sichuan city, wielding considerable influence. However, Jiang Yuan, with a mere flick of his tongue, suggested the removal of Jiang Ming from his esteemed position, which darkened Jiang Ming's countenance, rendering him more aggrieved than if he had faced an immediate execution. Jiang Yuan, I am your uncle. Must you be so merciless? Jiang Ming suppressed the fury boiling within him as he spoke. Jiang Yuan let out a cold chuckle and replied, merciless? Huh, who in the Jiang family can rival your lack of compassion, Jiang Ming? Remember, when you and your father found yourselves in dire straits, it was my father who, at great personal cost, saved your lives. Otherwise, you would have perished without a trace long ago. Jiang Ming fell silent. Indeed, many years prior, Jiang Lang had rescued both him and his father. Yet, Jiang Ming repaid this kindness with ingratitude, seizing the opportunity when Jiang Lang was no longer at his peak to undermine him, even diminishing his resources, which caused Jiang Lang's potential to plummet from the 9th to the 8th realm. After Jiang Yuan lost his title as a genius, he began to relentlessly suppress Jiang Lang, even orchestrating a marriage alliance between his sister and a debauched heir of the Dai family, all for his own benefit. This behavior epitomized the very essence of ingratitude. Surrounding onlookers displayed disdain, as if their scornful gazes were sharp blades slicing through his heart, leaving him in profound anguish. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Ming slowly raised his head and, with a voice as cold as ice, declared, Jiang Yuan, the current Jiang family stands solely upon my shoulders. Who could possibly replace me? Jiang Yuan could not help but chuckle coldly. This fellow truly regarded himself as overly significant, failing to recognize that the world could still revolve without him. From this day forth, my third uncle shall assume the esteemed position of the Grand Elder. Jiang Yuan remarked indifferently. Everyone was taken aback. Although the third elder possessed commendable strength, he had merely entered the 7th level of the innate realm, significantly weaker than the Grand Elder. Jiang Ming burst into laughter, pointing at the third elder, and declared, this fellow dares to replace me? Jiang Yuan, you are still too young. Within the Jiang family, nearly all connections were wielded by Jiang Ming, with the remainder controlled by other elders. These 3 elders, though bearing the title, held no real power. How could they possibly contend with him? Once Jiang Yuan departed, he could easily reclaim his former glory. What I meant was that my uncle is to be the Grand Elder of the Jiang family, not to replace you, Jiang Yuan stated coolly, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. While Jiang Ming, seasoned and astute, quickly grasped the implication. You intend to establish a new Jiang family? Jiang Ming exclaimed in shock. Step forward. At his command, many stepped out, recognizing that Jiang Yuan was no longer the former weakling they once knew, and having long disapproved of Jiang Ming's actions over the years. They were eager to align themselves with a capable leader. Jiang Ming's expression darkened. He never anticipated that these individuals would betray him to side with Jiang Yuan, as among them were not only ordinary members of the Jiang family, but also young prodigies and even elders. The strength of Jiang Yuan was evident, and it was clear to all who stood stronger within the Jiang family. Jiang Yuan surveyed his surroundings, since no one was willing to step forward. He chose to remain silent, despite possessing countless martial arts techniques that could easily sway others, for he held them in disdain. Jiang Ming, you may continue to guard your Jiang family, a lineage that has decayed to the utmost, Jiang Yuan remarked coolly, then proceeded towards the inner sanctum of the Jiang residence, where a certain individual awaited his retrieval. Jiang Liuli, unaware of the unfolding events outside, stood in her chamber gazing at the expansive azure sky, so vast yet incapable of accommodating her, a bird with a broken wing. Could she still aspire to soar freely through the heavens? The answer was a resounding no. She was destined to be a pawn in the family's matrimonial alliances. Jiang Yuan did not depart. Instead, he grasped Jiang Liuli's hand and, with a reassuring smile, stated, Sister, you need not worry. From this moment forth, no one shall harm us, neither the Jiang family nor the Dai family, not at all. His tone was resolute, leaving Jiang Liuli momentarily stunned. Soon after, she beheld 3 figures entering, murmuring, third uncle, fourth uncle, 9th aunt. Sister, come with me to the Jiang family I have established. Jiang Ming said with a smile. Jiang Liuli, without the slightest hesitation, readily agreed. However, as they exited the Jiang estate, Jiang Ming's expression shifted, and he positioned himself in front of Jiang Yuan. "Get lost." Jiang Yuan uttered a single word, yet Jiang Ming refused to yield, his countenance darkening as he retorted. "Jiang Yuan, I can overlook whom you take from the Jiang family, but Jiang Liuli is off limits. She belongs to the Dai family." "The Dai family," Jiang Yuan scoffed. "A clan whose patriarch perished at my hands, and you dare use them to threaten me? Truly, you are oblivious to the meaning of the word death." Upon uttering these words, everyone was left in a state of shock. The head of the Dai family, Dai Tianxing, had actually met his demise at the hands of Jiang Yuan. This was a profound enmity, one that would spell disaster for the Jiang family should any member of the Dai clan become aware of it. Jiang Yuan, disregarding Jiang Ming, led his followers away, while the latter, his face ashen, heard a voice echoing from afar. "Jiang Ming, the reason I do not slay you today is to leave you a wretched existence for my father to reclaim. Cherish these final moments well." Chapter 90. The Incomplete Technique, the Jiang Family. This was not the former Sichuan Jiang family, but rather the new Jiang family established by Jiang Yuan and his trusted allies. Although Jiang Yuan was devoid of wealth, he possessed an abundance of martial arts techniques and alchemical secrets. A mere handful of these tomes could instantaneously surpass the century-old foundation of the Jiang family, provided he could cultivate a sufficient number of elite warriors. The new Jiang family could be deemed a formidable force, capable of overwhelming Jiang Ming and his faction. Spirit veins can only manifest when spiritual energy reaches a pinnacle, and they are categorized into 9 grades, with grade 9 being the lowest and grade 1 the highest. The spirit vein here is of the 9th grade. Despite being the most inferior, it is one of the rare treasures in the vast expanse of Dian. Moreover, this vein is of the peak 9th grade, undeniably the finest in Dian. The surrounding area of the Black and White Academy contains, at most, ordinary 9th grade spirit veins, while its main peak barely reaches grade 8. Only those ranked within the top 20 can attain the quality of grade 7 or even grade 6 spirit veins. In summary, for a secular family, possessing a land rich in spiritual veins signifies a status among the most elite of the Great Yin. Such a land, nearing the 8th tier of spiritual energy, has the potential to elevate the Jiang family to the pinnacle of power within both the Great Yin and the secular world in the near future. Within a secluded manner, Jiang Yuan diligently practiced the Zhong Tian divine art, striving to elevate his qi cultivation to its utmost limits in the shortest possible time. Otherwise, his chances of survival in the imminent life and death battle would be exceedingly slim. As he relentlessly trained, inhaling and exhaling the essence of heaven and earth, he adeptly transformed it into Zhong Tian Yuan power, allowing the currents of energy within him to flourish from mere wisps into this burgeoning energy surged through his meridians, ceaselessly crashing against the shackles that confined him. After an indeterminate period, those restraints were shattered, and the tide of Yuan power within him surged unceasingly. Jiang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, inhaled deeply, and with a smile declared, "Innate 8th layer. Even against a martial artist of the 3rd layer of the spiritual realm, I harbor no fear, and I might even slay them." His cultivation of the Zhong Tian divine art endowed him with an abundance of Yuan power, which, when compared to others of the same realm, was extraordinarily rich, akin to a tidal wave that stirred tumultuous seas. Should his words reach the outside world, they would undoubtedly evoke astonishment. The audacity of claiming to contend with, or even vanquish, a 3rd-layer spiritual realm warrior at the innate 8th layer is nothing short of terrifying. To discerning ears, it might seem a mere jest, for even those of the potential dragon caliber typically only transcend 2 or 3 minor realms, and such feats are reserved for the most formidable among them. To claim otherwise borders on the realm of fantasy. However, Jiang Yuan remained unfazed by the mockery of others, fully aware of his own advantages. Not to mention the myriad of top-tier techniques and secret arts he acquired on the battlefield of the Dao, he had already attained the legendary realm of minor perfection. Dealing with a mere handful of narrow-minded individuals was a trivial matter for him. After solidifying his innate 8th level, Jiang Yuan continued his cultivation. It is worth noting that this nearly 8th grade spiritual vein was indeed several times, if not tenfold, richer in spiritual energy than the outer regions of the academy, far superior to the spiritually barren area of the invincible peak. With a calm mind, Jiang Yuan diligently practiced, gradually enhancing his cultivation. After a day, he had reached the mid-phase of the innate 8th level. One should not underestimate the transition from the initial 8th level to the mid-phase, for an ordinary person. Even in such an environment, this would typically take months or even years. Thus, Jiang Yuan's cultivation speed was nothing short of extraordinary, aided by the Zongtian divine art, but even more so due to his exceptional talent. The 300,000 miles of spiritual sea was no trifling matter. It surpassed the innate gifts of the supreme prodigies of the Longhan continent, justly earning him the title of a once-in-a-century genius. Moreover, as Jiang Yuan continued his practice, the spiritual sea within him expanded, breaking through its previous limits. 350,000 miles, 400,000 miles, 450,000 miles, 500,000 miles, 550,000 miles. Ultimately, he shattered a layer of restraint, and his spiritual sea transformed into 600,000 miles, achieving the standard of a mid-grade spiritual sea. 300,000 miles is classified as inferior, 600,000 miles as intermediate, and 900,000 miles as superior. Perhaps when I transcend the realm of Tao, I will elevate my spiritual sea to a celestial expanse, reaching the level of those extraordinary talents from the great worlds. Ceasing my cultivation, Jiang Yuan stepped out of the secluded residence. The path of cultivation requires both diligence and respite. Upon entering the expansive courtyard, Jiang Yuan noticed 20 or so young disciples of the Jiang family meditating in practice. Among them, a couple, although not comparable to the prodigies of the academy, were indeed remarkable talents within the mundane realm of Sichuan City. However, Jiang Yuan soon discerned that the potential of these two Jiang family juniors was, in fact, superior to what initially appeared. They merely encountered issues during their cultivation. He approached them directly, awakening the young disciples from their trance. Several of them exclaimed in unison. Jiang Yuan nodded and turned his gaze towards the two talented youths, inquiring, "What techniques are you practicing?" "Bright Jade Technique and Eternal Spring Technique," replied a male and a female, both of whom were training in the most suitable methods for their respective genders. However, this superiority was relative to the Jiang family's secular martial lineage. Yi Tian quickly sensed an underlying issue. Based on his earlier observations, although these two techniques were both of high quality at the mortal tier, they were incomplete. More accurately, these two techniques were originally one, inexplicably divided into two. "You are practicing incorrectly," Jiang Yuan remarked coolly. Both juniors had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of qi refinement, yet had been stuck at this juncture for several years. Their inability to break through was due to the incompleteness of the techniques. The two younger individuals bore solemn expressions, yet refrained from uttering a word, evidently aware of the flaws inherent in this particular martial art. They inquired in unison, "May we ask, young master, how can we rectify this?" For them, Jiang Yuan was a figure comparable to a martial sage, and thus their perspective was far beyond their own capacities. Upon witnessing their humble demeanor, Jiang Yuan slightly nodded. Had they exhibited arrogance or sycophancy, he would have disregarded them entirely. After all, no matter how gifted one might be, a poor disposition would render them mere curs in the eyes of the Jiang family. In truth, the martial technique you practice is known as the Eternal Spring Radiant Jade Art, Jiang Yuan declared, his words striking with an undeniable impact. The two young men were taken aback. Despite their close friendship, this revelation was entirely new to them. They had always believed this eternal spring art was exclusively for women. How could it be a martial technique? Yin and yang, though opposing forces, complement one another. Currently, one of you cultivates the essence of extreme yin while the other delves into extreme yang. Even should you reach the pinnacle of your respective paths, you would only attain the innate realm. Moreover, your talents fall short of mastering a top-tier mortal technique to that level. The only path to a breakthrough lies in the fusion of these yin-yang principles, which may even lead to the coveted spiritual realm in the future. Jiang Yuan spoke with a calm assurance. He was correct. When practiced separately, these techniques would yield only a top-tier mortal art. However, once merged, they could elevate to a mid-tier spiritual technique, and the potential for reaching the innate pinnacle or even the spiritual realm was substantial. Upon hearing this, the two young men exchanged glances before asking once more, "May we inquire, young master, how can we achieve this fusion?" This is not merely a martial arts master of the mundane world, but rather a venerable figure within the realm of cultivation. A master of martial arts whose prowess can only be rivaled by the grandmasters. The world is replete with individuals possessing mediocre martial talents who, aware of their inability to reach the pinnacle, dedicate themselves to the intricate study of various techniques and skills. They then guide those less perceptive martial geniuses. Among the most renowned of these figures is undoubtedly the illustrious Jiang from 3 centuries past, a man of exceedingly modest talent who nonetheless became a legendary figure on the Longhan continent. The reason for his fame lies not in his abilities, but in the fact that under his guidance, many practitioners who would have otherwise reached only the peak of the spirit realm or the ordinary Tao realm ultimately evolved into formidable experts within the Tao realm. Some even transcended the constraints of the Tao realm to achieve the celestial realm, earning the esteemed title of True Lord. These martial powerhouses have not forgotten the benevolence of Jiang, who repeatedly aided the Tianji Valley in times of calamity, allowing what was once a scarcely notable faction to ascend to the pinnacle of power across the continent, all thanks to Jiang's contributions. Jiang embodies the realm of the Grandmaster, a status he attained after a lifetime of effort. In contrast, Jiang Yuan has achieved the initial stage of mastery in just over a month, and he is destined to become a Grandmaster, perhaps another Jiang in the making. With the insight of a master, Jiang Yuan swiftly fused 2 techniques, and, leveraging his profound understanding, elevated the Changchun Mingyu skill to a superior grade of spiritual technique. In the entirety of the mundane world, this is a legendary and unparalleled skill. Henceforth, you shall cultivate according to this method. Jiang Yuan spoke softly before turning to leave, while the 2 younger disciples immediately immersed themselves in their cultivation. The others merely observed, and soon an astonishing scene unfolded. The barriers that had long hindered these 2 youths were shattered in that moment, allowing them to reach the innate realm. Their presence was far beyond that of an ordinary first-level innate practitioner. They possessed the confidence to defeat those of the mundane first-level and even contend with second-level innate practitioners. However, it would be an exaggeration to deem them as prodigies, for their practice involved the Changchun Mingyu Gong, a technique of superior spiritual grade. In the mundane realm, where even inferior spiritual techniques are rare, this was nothing short of a legendary skill. Under the advantage of this high-level technique, they achieved combat prowess nearing that of a second-level innate practitioner. It must be noted that, within their sect, their talent was merely of average standing and far from that of true geniuses. Yet, in the secular world, they were among the very best. A spiritual technique of superior grade is indeed a genuine legendary method. Numerous powerful secular factions sought to seize this technique, with some even dispatching formidable warriors to contend for it, all of whom Jiang Yuan dispatched without mercy. At this moment, he had reached the peak of the mid-stage of the 8th level of innate, merely a step away from the late stage, and his combat strength soared to the pinnacle of the early 3rd level of the spiritual realm. Unless faced with a 4th-level spiritual practitioner, he was invincible. The power of the 4th layer of the spiritual realm is indeed unparalleled, akin to that of the Grand Elder on the outskirts of the Black and White Academy. However, within the entire secular world, encountering even a single 1st-rank martial saint is a rare occurrence, let alone a 4th-rank martial saint who could rival the 4th layer of the spiritual realm. Consequently, Jiang Yuan stands unchallenged in this secular realm. Anyone daring to covet the Changchun Mingyu skill has met their demise at his hands. He has even obliterated numerous factions, causing a swift transformation in the dynamics of the great Yin kingdom, with the new Jiang family ascending to the pinnacle of power. In recent days, Jiang Yuan has commenced the cultivation of several elder-level figures. The 3rd elder was the first to break through, followed closely by an ordinary young elder. Eventually, the remaining elders also achieved breakthroughs, all reaching the late innate stage, with the 3rd elder emerging as the strongest, attaining the 8th level of innate stage, possessing the strength to contend with secular masters. To think that in my lifetime, I would still glimpse a flicker of hope on the path to martial saint. The 3rd elder exclaimed in the main hall, laughter mingling with tears of joy. He had believed that he would only reach the pinnacle of the 7th level of innate stage in his life, yet he never anticipated surpassing to the 8th level. Now merely a hair's breadth away from the secular masters, with over 30 years of life remaining. He is filled with confidence that he can break through to the spiritual realm using that particular spiritual grade technique. The other elders are equally exhilarated, feeling the vast torrent of spiritual power coursing within them, which has increased tenfold compared to before. Ultimately, we must encounter a wise ruler. If we continue to linger in Jiang Ming's shadow, with that scoundrel's disposition, it is only a matter of time before the Jiang family is utterly ruined, leaving us with no prospects for the future. These are the words of a young elder who, despite being just in his early 30s, has already reached the pinnacle of the 7th stage of innate ability, with the 8th stage within close reach. Chapter 92. The Medium Celestial Battlefield of 2 Stars. Jiang Yuan is also in his early 30s, a child of advanced age born to an elder of the previous generation of the Jiang family. He possesses extraordinary talent. Having attained the level of a top-tier expert at such a young age, merely a step away from the realm of absolute mastery, with a significant potential to break through to the legendary martial saint realm. Such talent is deemed unparalleled in the mundane world, and it is equally exceptional within the sect world. However, breaking through to the martial saint realm is no easy feat throughout the vast Yin kingdom. There are only a few masters, and since the fall of an ancestral figure from the royal family 30 years ago, the tales of martial saints have long been absent from within the Dayin territory. In recent years, while there has been no shortage of geniuses aspiring to reach the realm of martial saints, what remains scarce is the opportunity and the cultivation methods. Historically, sects have produced countless masters of the spirit realm and even those of the Tao realm, primarily due to the existence of cultivation methods. Common-level methods can only support a practitioner up to the pinnacle of innate ability, while spirit-level methods can aid a martial artist in reaching the spirit realm and even the Tao realm. As for earth-level methods, they can elevate a martial artist beyond the Tao realm. The legendary heaven-level methods, on the other hand, can guide one to the apex of martial arts, allowing them to attain divine status. However, it is precisely because the Jiang family's martial arts are of such a rudimentary level that the superior techniques of the mortal realm are insufficient to elevate Jiang Yuan to the rank of martial sage. At best, he could attain the pinnacle of the grandmaster level. Yet, the situation has changed. The spiritual level technique bestowed by Jiang Yuan is ample to facilitate Jiang Yuan's ascension to the spiritual realm, enabling him to achieve the illustrious title of martial saint, with even greater potential to transcend limitations and reach the mythic heights of martial arts. Whether in the realm of the martial sage or with the faintest possibility of attaining the legendary status of martial arts, this boon is a gift from the young master. Jiang Yuan swears an oath. He shall never betray the young master or the Jiang family throughout his life. In his heart, Jiang Yuan, acknowledging that all his prospects stem from the young master. Without him, he might have remained confined, gazing at the heavens from the depths of a well, unaware of the profound mysteries beyond the innate realm. The other elders and juniors secretly pledged their oaths as well, believing their lives would be limited to the innate realm. However, since encountering the young master, their lives are on the brink of monumental transformation. As for Jiang Yuan, he remained blissfully unaware. For him, the foremost objective was to cultivate the higher echelons of the Jiang family into spiritual realm warriors, reaching even the most basic level of the sect world. Regarding the future, he possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to expand the Jiang family into the most formidable power in the Longhan continent. At this very moment, Jiang Yuan was immersed in diligent training within a secluded courtyard. Time was of the essence, with only a few days remaining until the decisive battle against Wang Xianfeng. He must expedite his cultivation to the pinnacle of the innate realm and strive to break through to a minor perfection, ensuring he possesses absolute assurance in defeating Wang Xianfeng. With a calm mind, Yi Tian once again entered the Heavenly Tao battlefield, this time stepping into a medium-level 2-star Heavenly Tao arena. However, with the foundation laid in the past 2 days, I have acquired a certain level of experience. The 2-star Tao battlefield awaits my arrival. Jiang Yuan's lips curled slightly as he found himself in the Xianwang Valley. Unlike the 1-star Tao battlefield, the 2-star Tao battlefield is evidently more advanced. This Xianwang Valley, although not classified as a primary strategic location in the past, was considered a quasi-first-line strategic area. Yet, in this 2-star Tao battlefield, it is hardly significant, comparable to previous spiritual valleys, with sparse human presence. This observation is a valuable lesson Jiang Yuan gleaned after twice finding himself in first-line strategic areas. As he traversed the mountain paths of Xianwang Valley, he encountered various celestial rank techniques, the lowest being of the superior earth rank. This clearly indicates that the difficulty level of this 2-star intermediate Tao battlefield surpasses that of the 1-star intermediate Tao battlefield by tenfold. Based on Jiang Yuan's prior experiences, even the third-rate prodigies here, at the pinnacle of innate cultivation, would be capable of vanquishing Wang Xianfeng. Even if he breaks through to the 3rd level of the spiritual realm, he would still meet a swift demise. Without a trace of hesitation, Jiang Yuan leaped down immediately. He and Wu Xiaoming, having developed a mutual respect after their previous encounter, could not stand idly by. Thus, he took action. Although Jiang Yuan was merely at the level of a third-rate master in terms of qi refining, this only pertained to his cultivation level. His physical prowess was extraordinarily formidable, having attained a remarkably high standard within the realm of minor perfection. Chapter 93. The Legend of the Disc. It must be said that within the realm of the intermediate 2-star celestial battlefield, the prowess of its experts may not significantly differ from that of the 1-star domain. However, each of these formidable individuals possesses the capability to effortlessly dominate all experts within any 1-star battlefield. Furthermore, among the ranks of the quasi-second-tier experts in this intermediate 2-star celestial battlefield, their combat prowess is undeniably terrifying. With the speed of the wind and the rumble of thunder, the quasi-second-tier expert unleashed the full extent of his battle strength. Acutely aware of the formidable presence of the two adversaries before him, particularly that younger individual whose age belied his extraordinary power. Although his equipment was inferior to his own, the sheer ferocity of his strength rendered him a formidable opponent, one not to be underestimated. In addition to that individual, the disciple named Wu Xiaoming was also quite remarkable, hailing from the lineage of the true martial emperor. Were it not for the countless contingencies he had prepared to suppress adversaries at critical moments, he might have already succumbed to Wu Xiaoming's prowess not long ago. Yet, no matter how strong you are, it matters not. I have already reached the threshold of the innate minor perfection realm, and the magnitude of my battle strength is beyond your comprehension. Those who stand in my way shall meet their demise. He relentlessly brandished the great sword in his hand, the blade's aura sweeping across the battlefield like an impenetrable cage enveloping Wu Xiaoming and Jiang Yuan above. Should they be ensnared within, their fate would be sealed. However, the speed of the two was astonishing as they executed their agile maneuvers. They deftly evaded the strike and united their forces to launch an assault against the quasi-second-tier expert. True martial 8 swords, 7th sword, Wu Xiaoming bellowed. For this was the unparalleled sword technique of the Zhenwu sect. Once the constraints of the 8th sword were transcended, it could evolve into the 9th sword, a feat that could only be described as divine. The 7th sword alone was sufficient to rival the finest celestial martial arts, its might unparalleled. The aspiring second-tier prodigy was taken aback, instinctively seeking to evade, but it was too late. He could only muster the entirety of his spiritual power to defend himself, sustaining injuries in the process. Blood flowed incessantly as he attempted to flee for healing. Yet Jiang Yuan stepped forth with deliberate calm, a faint smile gracing his lips as the momentum of countless mountains and rivers surged forth. The man gasped in shock. Although Jiang Yuan had not unleashed any extraordinary martial techniques, the force he wielded was scarcely weaker than that of the previous Zhenwu heir, swiftly consuming him entirely, leaving not a trace behind. After vanquishing his foe, Jiang Yuan began to scour for spoils, a slight smile playing on his lips. It must be said, the treasures upon this 2-star prodigy were indeed plentiful, with numerous techniques that pointed towards divine arts, alongside several precious artifacts, including a particular spiritual item. Typically, one in possession of the Qi longsword would regard spiritual artifacts with disdain. However, this one was distinct, a defensive spiritual artifact known as the Spirit Shield. It was a medium-grade defensive artifact capable of nullifying all attacks below the spiritual realm, and even withstanding a single assault from a mid-tier spiritual expert. This implied that unless confronted by a 2-star pinnacle master on this intermediate celestial battlefield, it was an invincible entity. Yet, the deceased was woefully foolish, arrogantly believing he could subdue 2 individuals solely by virtue of his cultivation, unaware that he faced 2 who appeared weak but were, in truth, remarkably formidable. Jiang Yuan retracted his spiritual shield and addressed Wu Xiaoming, inquiring if he would not take a glance at the treasures within. Wu Xiaoming gently shook his head, replying, "It is of no consequence. Our true martial sect possesses an abundance of resources. While the items from the heavenly Dao battlefield may be exquisite, none are worthy of my selection." His words rang true, for the true martial sect stands as one of the most esteemed orthodoxies across the realms. Throughout the endless epochs, how many emperors have emerged? It is worth noting that the true martial emperor is regarded as an exceptionally distinguished figure among them, merely a step shy of transcending that barrier to ascend to immortality. He then inquired, "Shall you accompany me?" Jiang Yuan nodded silently, and the two set forth together. Along their journey, Jiang Yuan informed Wu Zhaoming about the matters pertaining to the Valley of Gods and Demons. To his surprise, Wu Zhaoming was already well informed, his expression remaining unchanged. The Valley of Gods and Demons was indeed a creation from the ancient era, a testament to the twilight of the gods. Wu Zhaoming began to recount. Legend has it that in ancient times, before the emergence of myriad races, the dominion of the universe was held by the 3,000 gods and demons. They roamed the world in tranquility, each wielding formidable powers that sustained the balance of their realms. However, one fateful day, a deity who called himself Pan embarked on a path of slaughter. He annihilated the 3,000 gods and demons in his quest to attain the supreme position of enlightenment, and he succeeded. The 3,000 gods and demons fell before him, their myriad laws absorbed into his being. He then committed an act that would astound the heavens and earth. What act? Jiang Yuan inquired with curiosity. Creating the heavens, Wu Zhaoming remarked. As soon as these words were uttered, Jiang Yuan was immediately struck with astonishment. The term creation in another context signifies the genesis of existence. In this vast world, what once appeared boundless and expansive in Jiang Yuan's memories of the Longhan continent is but a mere speck amidst the myriad realms. Not to mention the grander worlds beyond. When considered collectively, the enormity of the entire universe is beyond Jiang Yuan's comprehension, and indeed, it is beyond his capacity to fathom. He is merely a primitive martial artist, not even the strongest among the denizens of Longhan, and thus ill-equipped to grasp the transcendent realms that lie beyond the celestial. Yet, to witness the transformation of a place where a deity had fallen into this realm raises profound questions about the formidable beings responsible for establishing the heavenly Tao battlefield. Wu Zhaoming shook his head and said, I cannot say for certain. The heavenly Tao is the supreme existence between heaven and earth. Yet that individual dared to name this battlefield after it, which speaks volumes of their terrifying might. They must surely transcend the myriad realms, at the very least. Being a great emperor. At this point, Wu Zhaoming inhaled sharply. Hailing from an imperial lineage, he was all too familiar with the term Great Emperor. This title represents the mightiest existence among the celestial realms, for with but one more breakthrough, they could surpass the shackles of this universe, rendering the notion of shattering the void no longer a mere hypothesis. However, according to the words of the elders within the sect, the battlefield of the heavenly Tao has existed for an immeasurable span of time, seemingly since the inception of the universe. Even the illustrious Emperor Zhenwu once honed his skills in this realm during his youth. Not only he, but also the great emperors of ancient times have undergone trials here. Yet, these sovereigns remain ignorant of the true nature of the heavenly Tao battlefield. Could it be a creation of the celestial beings? That does not seem plausible. If it were crafted by the immortals, it would imply the ability to control the heavenly Tao. Yet, those celestial beings are still bound by constraints and prohibited from entering this realm of existence. Chapter 94. Gathering of the Strong throughout the annals of history. Amidst the endless ages, the myriad realms have scarcely witnessed the emergence of a multitude of emperors. Whenever they do appear, they are formidable entities capable of subduing an entire epoch. Titles such as Heavenly Sovereign or Great Sage are but mere insignificances in comparison. Although emperors represent the pinnacle of martial arts, they do not embody the ultimate realm. Above martial prowess lies the path of immortality, a domain reserved for the celestial beings, who are eternal and imperishable. Achieving the status of an immortal is an arduous pursuit. Throughout history, the emergence of emperors has been exceedingly rare, and among them, those who ascend to immortality are even scarcer. Aside from the ancient emperor of old, none have managed to transcend that barrier and embark upon the eternal path of the immortals. If there were a glimmer of hope, I would indeed yearn to traverse that immortal road. Wu Zhaoming sighed deeply, for even a prodigy like him feels despondent. This has been the dream of countless exceptional individuals throughout time, yet the number of those who can truly reach that pinnacle is exceedingly few. At the very least, Wu Zhaoming does not believe he possesses the capability to attain such heights. However, unbeknownst to him, Jiang Yuan beside him brimmed with determination. Once a paragon of excellence, he had fallen to the depths of despair, fully aware of the arduous transformation he had undergone. He would not squander his fortune in vain. Having garnered sufficient luck, he was resolute in his pursuit. Even though he found himself in a lower realm, he remained undeterred by the formidable celestial elites or the exalted deities. His path lay in martial arts and the immortal way, and no hardship could impede his progress. This sentiment was further influenced by his existence in the Dragon Han continent, a world of lesser standing. Had he been born into an imperial lineage like Wu Zhaoming, fully cognizant of the might of emperors, perhaps he would have abandoned such aspirations. Nonetheless, others were not his concern. Jiang Yuan would never concede defeat. This was his chosen path. The Celestial Divide, a pivotal location within the two-star mid-tier celestial battlefield, held a significance akin to the Valley of Gods and Demons in the one-star celestial battlefield. It is said that during ancient times, two unparalleled powerhouses clashed here, resulting in a sword strike that cleaved the land, rendering it a desolate abyss with no retreat. The dangers within were immense, and those of lesser cultivation might meet their demise before even reaching the Celestial Divide. At this moment, they stood within the final battleground, where only Jiang Yuan and Wu Zhaoming treaded cautiously. Otherwise, their deaths would be inevitable. As for the others, any who fell below the superlative tier had likely perished without a trace. Now, those who remained atop the Celestial Divide were undeniably the most formidable warriors in this arena, including several extraordinary masters. Jiang Yuan and Wu Zhaoming concealed themselves with utmost caution. Although they were proud as the favored sons of heaven, they were acutely aware of the vast chasm that separated them from the pinnacle masters, a gap that was far from trivial. They needed to remain hidden and observe the fierce duels among these supreme experts, as such spectacles might ignite their latent abilities, propelling them to a higher realm. Though they currently stood as two-star prodigies, they were, at best, the least among them. After all, they were not naturally endowed two-star prodigies. Their current status was earned through relentless perseverance and gradual breakthroughs. When it came to the duration of their cultivation, they could hardly compare to those unparalleled masters, having spent an immeasurably shorter time in their pursuits. As they scrutinized the scene, Jiang Yuan spoke up, "Brother Wu, do you have any insight into the origins of these individuals?" Wu Zhaoming surveyed the surroundings, his gaze keen and discerning, before responding, "Firstly, I suspect that the group at the center hails from the Ziwei Great World, possibly noble lords, or even members of imperial lineages. The intensity of their dragon aura is certainly beyond that of mere mortals, almost transforming into a true dragon. The leader among them exudes an unmistakable aura of a genuine dragon, likely a prodigy from some imperial clan of Ziwei." He cast his gaze to the other side, where stood a group of towering figures, each at least 3 meters tall, with their leader exceeding 4 meters. According to Wu Zhaoming, they belonged to the Titan tribe from a far-off star domain in the west, renowned for their naturally imposing stature. Legends spoke of supreme beings among their kin, reaching heights of 10,000 zhang, comparable to the celestial sovereigns and great saints. Yet, despite the passage of time, no emperor had ever emerged from their ranks. This was largely due to their heavy reliance on bloodline, which hindered them from forging their own paths, leading to an absence of emperors among them. Nevertheless, the Titan tribe was renowned throughout the western heavens, feared even more than some celestial-level powers. Their innate bloodline strength rendered each Titan who reached the pinnacle of celestial sovereign almost invincible in physical prowess, rivaling even the mighty dragon clan. Due to their bloodline, the Titans with greater stature possessed stronger talents and abilities. As Wu Zhaoming noted, the Titan who towered over 4 meters had likely attained a peak level of strength, far beyond that of an ordinary warrior, making him a contender among the mightiest on the battlefield. However, he was not the strongest in this realm. There were a few who could stand alongside him, such as the young man in black, bearing a 7-foot azure sword. He was a prodigy from a sacred land of sword cultivators, practicing the unique path of the sword, which was considered the most formidable swordsmanship among cultivators. He prioritized the sword over self-cultivation, treating the sword as an extension of himself, continuously refining it to achieve an extreme mastery. A sword drawn inevitably draws blood. This encapsulates the essence of the sacred land of sword cultivation, which is far from merely a sanctuary for sword practitioners. It resembles a realm of assassins. According to Wu Zhaoming, this sacred place for sword cultivators is indeed a kingdom of killers, with assassins categorized into 9 tiers. The young man clad in black evidently belongs to the 3rd tier, standing as one of the most formidable assassins among the 4 foundational realms. There is also another girl, seemingly unremarkable and harmless. Yet Wu Zhaoming informs Jiang Yuan that she is a 9-tailed fox demon from the Qingxiu group, distinctly different from the one Jiang Yuan encountered in the Wilderness Mountains. She is an entity whose cultivation has reached the Dao realm. And although her power has been suppressed to the pinnacle of the innate realm, Her alluring techniques remain exceedingly terrifying, capable of ensnaring even those in the Tao realm. It can be said that she is the only one present who can rival the dreadful presence of the young man in black, while the Titan youth pales in comparison. However, Jiang Yuan regards her with disdain. He is the rock of Tao, surpassing even ordinary beings of the Tao realm. Her mere enchantments hold no sway over him. Yet, the young man in black warrants caution. He evokes a sensation akin to that which Jiang Yuan felt when first entering the battlefield of the Heavenly Way. Confronting the enigmatic youth wielding a gun, Jiang Yuan murmurs to himself, and at that moment, a fierce battle is on the verge of igniting, as various factions clash in a desperate struggle for one another's lives. Chapter 95, Elimination. A narrow path, the abyss of life and death. The eminent masters stood in opposition, none daring to act hastily. Present were only the most exceptional of experts, their combat prowess far surpassing that of any ordinary realm. A single injury could plunge one into dire straits. The Titan youth was acutely aware of this, yet his heart was restless, a trait inherent to his Titan lineage, which was naturally combative. Only through the annihilation of foes could he find release, and he lacked the patience to endure. Without hesitation, he struck down a nearby superlative expert. This expert, solitary and vigilant, had been wary of his surroundings. However, upon the Titan youth's assault, he quickly reacted, attempting to retreat. Yet, despite his swift response, his strength paled in comparison to that of the Titan youth, and he was swiftly subdued, unable to muster even 50 to 60% of his power, ultimately reduced to mere pulp by a single blow. Witnessing their leader's aggression, the other Titan experts swiftly joined the fray, launching attacks against those surrounding them. All were superlative masters, their formidable bloodline gifts creating an overwhelming advantage. The other youthful superlative experts met a tragic fate. Throughout the battlefield, aside from the Titan clan, no other superlative expert remained, and even a few top-tier experts had perished. The nine-tailed fox maiden smiled faintly, and in the next moment, she raised her hand, prompting the youthful warriors from Qingxiu behind her to launch an assault against the Titan clan. Though they bore the bloodline of the divine beast, the nine-tailed celestial fox, and were inferior in raw power to the Titans, their agility and swiftness far surpassed that of their adversaries. More importantly, their intellect greatly exceeded that of these Titans, who were solely focused on battle and slaughter, enabling them to exploit every opportunity to strike. The Titans, who were being severely suppressed, roared in frustration. They summoned all their strength, and their formidable Titan bloodline, combined with their physical advantages, allowed them to regain their peak condition almost instantaneously. Yet, despite this resurgence, they found themselves locked in a stalemate with the nine-tailed fox clan. Was this truly the battlefield of the heavens? Or was it merely two factions engaged in a street brawl? Jiang Yuan could not help but click his tongue in amazement. He had witnessed the grandest of battlefields, the war against the beast tide, but even that paled in comparison to the scene before him. After all, during the beast tide conflict, the most formidable adversary he faced was merely a spirit realm monster, which he dispatched with ease. In contrast, the weakest among these combatants seemed to possess strength at the third tier of the spirit realm, while the three exceptional prodigies were approaching the fifth or even sixth tier of spirit realm power, a level of prowess incomparable to the battles at Yin Pass. Nevertheless, this confrontation provided Jiang Yuan with invaluable insights. It enabled him to clearly recognize the chasm that lay between himself and these extraordinary talents. This is not merely a defeat attributed to innate talent. When it comes to potential, Jiang Yuan is confident that he does not fall short of any prodigy present. However, these prodigies hail from the sacred ancient sects of the Grand World, the pinnacle of their respective clans and sections. Even a mere low-ranking disciple from such esteemed backgrounds possesses resources that far surpass those of the true inheritor of the Black and White Academy. Moreover, Jiang Yuan himself is but a disciple of the fearless peak, devoid of any substantial resources. Additionally, these prodigies likely possess exceptionally high levels of cultivation in reality, at least reaching the spirit realm, if not the Tao realm. Even when suppressed to the innate level, they were once formidable Tao realm experts. Being peers among the two-star prodigies, their potential is not vastly different. Coupled with their superior combat skills and broader perspectives, the combat prowess of these prodigies is beyond what Jiang Yuan can currently contend with. However, it is precisely this that has allowed Jiang Yuan to absorb much knowledge. He realizes that his weaknesses lie in two aspects. These prodigies are originally supreme beings, equivalent to prominent sect leaders or elders in the Dragon Han continent. Even when suppressed, they remain at the pinnacle of the innate level, perhaps even reaching minor perfection. In contrast, Jiang Yuan is merely at the 8th level of innate cultivation, highlighting a significant disparity in their realms. Were Jiang Yuan to attain the pinnacle of the innate level or even minor perfection, he is confident that he would not be inferior to those 3 supreme prodigies. Moreover, if his refinement origin realm could reach the peak of minor perfection or even major perfection, perhaps even the legendary extreme realm, he would not be significantly outmatched against those so-called royal or divine bodies. Jiang Yuan murmured, while Wu Zhaoming, filled with fervor for battle, is inherently a supreme prodigy, possessing formidable combat strength, albeit with untapped potential. An elder of the Jinwu sect once remarked that should Wu Zhaoming's potential be fully realized, he would stand shoulder to shoulder with the true paragons of excellence. Even against the likes of the Wang body, Wu Zhaoming could engage in combat, for he is a descendant of the Jinwu emperor, the legitimate scion of the Jinwu sect. The bloodline coursing through his veins is unparalleled, surpassing any divine lineage, including the Titans. It is essential to note that talent does not equate to potential. Some prodigies may possess extraordinary gifts, yet once their potential is exhausted, they become indistinguishable from the mediocre. Conversely, there are those whose early lives appear unremarkable, yet harbor immense potential, ultimately breaking through all barriers to achieve the status of unparalleled power. Such individuals are not mere fabrications of novels and biographies. History is replete with figures of this nature. Take, for instance, the Emperor Tianfeng, a sovereign from hundreds of thousands of years ago, who emerged in an era teeming with exceptional talents. In that grand epic, many extraordinary individuals flourished along the imperial path. Yet, during his youth, Tianfeng was merely a menial worker in a lowly sect. Through sheer determination, he continually transcended his limits. And with a series of fortuitous encounters, he carved a bloody path through the multitude of talented individuals, ultimately earning the title of emperor. Beyond Emperor Tianfeng, there exists a myriad of legends, such as the Radiant Monarch, the Three-Life Celestial Lord, and the Sword Madman of the Fearless Peak. Once a nameless outer disciple of the Black and White Academy, he has ascended to become one of the most formidable experts beneath the sect leader and the Grand Elders, all due to his unwavering perseverance that has awakened his latent potential. Jiang Yuan and Wu Zhaoming were taken aback, striving with all their might to withstand the onslaught. Alas, their realms were but slightly inferior, rendering them no match for the seasoned titans who had thrived in the mid-tier celestial battlefield. In an instant, they found themselves at a disadvantage and were swiftly annihilated. After dispatching the 2 insignificant foes, the Titan youth let out a hearty laugh, while the cloaked youth stirred, lifting his gaze to meet that of the Titan. In that moment, a palpable tension arose, and they became entangled in a relentless clash. In the celestial battlefield, the law of nature prevails. The weak are devoured by the strong. Chapter 96. The transfer of power in the Great Yin. In the secluded estate of the Jiang family within the Great Yin Kingdom, Jiang Yuan abruptly awoke, gasping for breath. He struggled to comprehend that he had already been eliminated. So powerful, Jiang Yuan murmured to himself. This was the first instance he felt utterly incapable of contending with an adversary. Not even in the face of the elders from the Black and White Academy had he experienced such a sensation. It must be said that those who reach the pinnacle of the 2-star realm are truly formidable. The Titan youth's assault had extinguished any spark of resistance within Jiang Yuan. As he entered the courtyard, preparing to practice his swordsmanship, a figure rushed in with great urgency, a young servant who had recently joined the Jiang family. Breathless, he exclaimed, "Young master, a grave matter has arisen." Jiang Yuan raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What calamity has struck? Speak plainly." Confusion swirled within him. His prowess was unparalleled throughout the Great Yin, instilling fear in countless miscreants. Who, in this day and age, would dare to challenge the Jiang family? The servant, panting, replied, "I report to you, young master, that news has arrived from the royal city. The royal family of the Great Yin has been imprisoned, and the sovereignty of the Great Yin Kingdom has shifted." Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow, perplexed by how the mere change of regime into Yin could possibly concern him. However, he soon grasped the situation and coldly inquired, "Is it the Dai family?" The servant promptly nodded in affirmation and continued, "Moreover, a prince and princess of the Daiyin royal family have fled and are currently seeking refuge in the Jiang household, waiting in the main hall. Brother, do you think Jiang Yuan will aid us?" Yin Shui voiced her concern. Yin Feng's brow knitted tightly. Just the day before, he had been in a position of authority, yet now he found himself reduced to a mere stray dog, a disparity that was difficult for anyone to endure. Although he possessed remarkable fortitude, he was still but a youth, and the weight of the Yin family's survival rested heavily upon his shoulders, leaving him somewhat breathless. Jiang Yuan, esteemed as a prodigy of the Academy of Black and White, was a peer of the Dai family's member. Logically, one would conclude he would never lend us assistance. Yet, having slain Dai Tianxing and established enmity with that family, if he refrained from intervening this time, it would inevitably be perceived as a sign of fear towards the Dai family. However, the disparity in strength between the two parties was vast, leaving Yin Feng uncertain of how to assess the situation. His mind raced with conflicting analyses, each leading to distinctly different outcomes, causing him great distress. The Yin family stood on the brink of peril. The Dai Yin sovereign was gravely injured, his fate uncertain, while the remaining strong members of the Yin family had either perished or were grievously wounded. Those of royal lineage had been entirely imprisoned, rendered as lambs awaiting slaughter under the Dai family's dominion. Only the siblings, aided by their ancestor, had managed to escape, seeking refuge in the Jiang household. For the Dai Yin sovereign had once proclaimed that in times of crisis, only Jiang Yuan could save them. If Jiang Yuan chose not to act, the existence of Dai Yin would surely be extinguished. The members of the Jiang family gazed at the brother and sister pair with a profound sense of melancholy. They were once figures of admiration, now reduced to seeking refuge under their roof, which instilled a sense of pride within them. They felt an overwhelming gratitude towards Jiang Yuan, for it was he who had bestowed upon them all that they currently possessed. At that moment, Jiang Yuan entered the main hall, prompting everyone to respectfully part ways and greet him with a bow, saying, "Young master." Jiang Yuan nodded slightly, while Yin Feng and Yin Shui also rose in respect, addressing him as Jiang Tianjiao. Though they had once held the lofty titles of prince and princess, referred to as Your Highness, they were now akin to stray dogs, compelled to acknowledge their diminished status. Furthermore, Jiang Yuan was the prodigy of the Black and White Academy, a figure of unparalleled standing in the world of sects, a status they could not hope to rival. Thus, calling him Tianjiao was merely a mark of respect. Taking his seat at the head of the table, Jiang Yuan spoke. Yin Feng and Yin Shui exchanged a glance, after which Yin Feng cautiously began. Last night, the elder of the Dai family entered the palace, demanding that we hand over the culprit responsible for the death of their family head, namely you, Jiang Tianjiao. He cast a wary glance at Jiang Yuan, fearing his wrath, but upon seeing his calm demeanor, he sighed in relief and continued, "However, naturally, my father could not acquiesce to such a demand, for the Dai family has shown signs of treason, and you are a hero of our great Yin." Thus, he promptly rejected their request. Yet, we could hardly have anticipated that, in the next moment, several individuals appeared, all disciples of the Black and White Academy. A look of terror involuntarily crossed his face as the events of the previous night etched a profound impression in his memory. The youths clad in black and white, each exuding formidable presence, were all at least at the pinnacle of innate strength, with several having attained the level of martial saint. Meanwhile, the only martial saint elder of the Yin family, weakened by injury, found himself utterly outmatched by those formidable foes. Seizing the opportunity, the Dai family swiftly took control of the Yin clan, quelling dissent among the officials with executions and imprisonments. In a single night, the fate of the great Yin was irrevocably altered, with the Dai family seizing dominion over the entire realm. After listening to Yin Feng's words, Jiang Yuan's brows furrowed ever deeper. He had initially thought this was merely the endeavor of a prodigy from the Dai family. Yet he was taken aback to discover the involvement of other disciples from the Black and White Academy, evidently meant to intimidate him. However, a smile soon graced Jiang Yuan's lips. How could mere individuals, who hadn't even reached the level of a third-grade martial saint, hope to instill fear in him? It seemed the Dai family's prodigy was greatly underestimating him. At that moment, Yin Feng suddenly knelt down, speaking earnestly, "Jiang Tianjiao, I beseech you to save the great Yin. Not merely to rescue my Yin family, but to salvage this nation. The Dai family harbors treacherous ambitions, their arrogance knows no bounds, and they have even forged pacts with neighboring states, becoming thieves of the realm. If you do not intervene, the citizens of the great Yin will be perilously endangered." Chapter 97. Entering the palace, it must be said that the sovereign of the Dai Yin dynasty possesses an extraordinary vision for the world. Not only has he delved deep into the martial arts community to seek out various talents, but he has also identified many capable individuals among those with lesser martial potential, cultivating a civilization that has reached its zenith. Should the martial civilization attain such heights, it could undoubtedly be ranked among the most distinguished realms of the secular world. Yin Feng is the most esteemed offspring of the De Yin sovereign, not merely due to his remarkable abilities, but also because his ideals resonate with his father's. From a young age, he grew up among the common folk, witnessing the suffering of countless citizens. It was then that he resolved to create a world where every individual could thrive like a dragon. However, his lofty ambitions have yet to unfold. For De Yin has undergone a cataclysmic transformation. Once a prince of high standing, he has now become a man of a fallen nation, with his parents, siblings, and relatives imprisoned in an unknown location. Nevertheless, he implores Yi Tian to rescue the common people. For he understands that if the Dai family gains complete control over De Yin, the peace that the populace has arduously obtained will once again be plunged into chaos. At this moment, he is even willing to trade the title of De Yin sovereign for the tranquility of the people. Silence envelopes the room, an overwhelming stillness. Jiang Yuan's expression remains composed, as if he has not heard Yin Feng's plea. The elders and youths of the Jiang family dare not speak, leaving Yin Feng kneeling on the ground, his heart now heavy with despair. It appears that Jiang Yuan ultimately prioritizes the sect over the grandeur of Dayan. How laughable it is. A prodigious figure from a sect with a promising future would hardly be swayed by the allure of a mundane throne. Yin Feng could not help but indulge in self-deprecation, when at that moment, Jiang Yuan slowly turned his gaze towards him and remarked, "I have heard your request." He rose to his feet and strode decisively towards the exit, leaving Yin Feng in bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the situation. Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you not coming along?" Only then did Yin Feng come to his senses, his heart brimming with uncontainable joy as he eagerly replied, "Yes, yes. Let us proceed to the palace." Without a hint of hesitation, Jiang Yuan made no preparations to him. The masters from the Black and White academies were nothing more than mere chickens and dogs. In the royal palace of the Dayan kingdom, Li Ming, a mere guest elder of the Dai family, found himself unexpectedly elevated to the position of a small squad leader due to the significant contribution he made the previous night. His heart swelled with pride, feeling as if he were destined for greatness, and the tale of his exploits would be enough to boast about for a lifetime. Thus, he executed his duties with utmost seriousness, oblivious to the countless experts attempting to rescue the Dayan royal family who perished under the rain of arrows commanded by him. At that moment, he spotted 3 figures approaching slowly, unable to suppress a laugh as he exclaimed, "Another group of oblivious souls has arrived. Brothers, ready your bows and arrows." The soldiers, numbering over 100, all at the innate level of cultivation, sprang into action. Together, even the most formidable of experts would meet their demise, let alone a mere handful of youthful individuals who, even if gifted, could only reach the mid-stage of innate cultivation at most. Having eliminated these 3 individuals, it is certain that the higher-ups will bestow considerable rewards. With a surge of ambition, one might even ascend to the realm of the elite or perhaps attain the rank of a commander. Su Ming chuckled inwardly, then bellowed, "Fire!" At his command, a multitude of arrows soared forth, akin to a tidal wave, cascading down with the intent to annihilate the trio of youths. In their eyes, the fate of these 3 was sealed. However, given their presence here, one could surmise their formidable cultivation. Regrettably, no matter how talented they might be, today was destined to be their demise. Yet, they soon sensed a shift in the atmosphere, for the leading youth wore a slight smirk, displaying utter disdain in the face of certain death. With a swift motion, he unleashed a blade of azure light, akin to a torrent of martial prowess. Mountains and rivers of 10,000 layers, he proclaimed with a powerful voice, summoning an overwhelming force that surged forth to suppress the onslaught, while countless sword blades materialized to deflect the rain of arrows. How is this possible? Su Ming gasped in horror. Even the most elite of warriors would be doomed in such a scenario. Even a grandmaster would not escape unscathed, unless one were a martial saint. Who could withstand such an assault? Attack again. Su Ming, undeterred, sensed a foreboding omen. However, in the next moment, he fell silent, for the youth had appeared before him, the azure dragon sweeping forth, leading to his untimely demise. His eyes remained open in disbelief, while the youth paid no heed, coldly reaping the lives of the remaining rebel soldiers until none were left standing. Let us depart. The youth spoke with a hint of detachment, prompting the pair of siblings to hastily catch up with him. They were equally engulfed in a mixture of shock and fear. They had heard tales of Yi Tian effortlessly slaying Dai Tianxing, initially believing it to be merely a testament to the pinnacle of martial prowess among masters. However, it now appeared that such an assumption was utterly misguided. It transcended the realm of mere masters, perhaps even surpassing the capabilities of a martial saint. As for the mythical figure, it was undoubtedly Jiang Yuan. With a subtle lift of his gaze, a faint smile curved upon Jiang Yuan's lips as he murmured. The Dai family had a chance to cherish this opportunity, yet squandered it. Now, you shall face total annihilation. He ceased to speak further and strode directly into the royal palace, where the impending carnage awaited. Chapter 98. Battle. The golden throne hall remained unchanged. Yet the occupants had transformed. Seated upon the dragon throne was no longer the sovereign of the great Yin Empire, but a middle-aged man whose visage bore a resemblance to the slain Dai Tianxing, Jiang Yuan, the eldest elder of the Dai family. He exuded an air of self-satisfaction. Reflecting on the time he had aspired to seize the supreme position of the great Yin, it had once been Dai Tianxing occupying this seat. Little did anyone anticipate that Dai Tianxing would meet his demise. Well done indeed. Had Dai Tianxing survived, would I have ever been granted the opportunity to occupy this position and gaze down upon the entire great Yin? Dai Tianyun's heart was filled with unrestrained glee, as if the entire empire lay within the palm of his hand. Nevertheless, his expression remained composed, for before him stood several individuals, youths and maidens, whom he could have easily dismissed in the past. Yet, these were no ordinary beings. They hailed from the realm of sects. Exceptional talents whose formidable combat prowess could alter the very fabric of the great Yin with the mere emergence of a single one among them. Esteemed individuals, the situation within the royal city has now been firmly established, with all armies firmly under my control, Jiang Yuan cautiously remarked. Although he considered himself a master within the great Yin, he felt compelled to tread carefully in the presence of these young prodigies, as any one of them could effortlessly take his life. The youths regarded him with indifference, despite his exalted status as a sovereign. To them he was but an insignificant insect. The so-called worldly power appeared to them as nothing more than a farcical jest, and if it was indeed a joke, why should they pay it any heed? You may sit upon your throne. However, it is time for us to address another matter, a young man spoke coldly. Jiang Yuan understood precisely the issue he referred to, the one who had slain Dai Tianxing. Very well, you may consider the death of Dai Tianxing a significant achievement, yet regrettably, you have incurred the wrath of my nephew. Death is your destined fate, Jiang Yuan mused, as if contemplating the slaying of a mere chicken. However, the formidable strength of Jiang Yuan left him troubled. Could these young prodigies truly withstand such a force? Jiang Yuan couldn't help but worry that should they fail, he might lose his throne before he had even settled into it. The young man seemed to perceive Jiang Yuan's unease and let out a cold laugh, declaring, "To call you all frogs in a well is truly fitting. Allow me to inform you, what is Jiang Yuan to us? Even if there were 10 Jiang Yuans, we could vanquish them. They are merely at the first level of the spirit realm, hardly a match for us." He possessed the confidence to vanquish Jiang Yuan, especially considering the presence of several other prodigies. Dealing with a mere Jiang Yuan would be a trivial endeavor. At that moment, an individual rushed in, exclaiming breathlessly, "Your Majesty and esteemed prodigies, an intruder has breached the palace." This revelation caused an immediate change in countenance among all present. They could scarcely fathom that someone could penetrate the meticulously arranged barrage of arrows, which was designed to incapacitate any adversary below the martial saint level. In the realm of the mundane, barring the great nations, it was inconceivable for a mere faction like the great Yin to possess a martial saint. Their confusion was palpable, but clarity soon dawned upon them. It was Jiang Yuan. Upon this realization, the assembly nodded in agreement. Throughout the entirety of the great Yin, only Jiang Yuan, with his combat prowess reaching the first stage of the spiritual realm, could achieve such a feat. Upon hearing Jiang Yuan's name, Dai Tianyun's complexion turned ashen, though he quickly regained his composure. Each individual by his side possessed combat capabilities that could rival Jiang Yuan, with 2 or 3 even attaining the second-grade martial saint level. Thus, Jiang Yuan was hardly a concern. The young men and women exchanged cold smirks, for their intent was to eliminate Jiang Yuan, never anticipating that he would come seeking his doom. Jiang Yuan, with an unstoppable momentum, would crush any who dared oppose him, and the trifling worldly warriors were no match for him. Coupled with Yin Feng and Yin Shui, both of whom were exceptional talents at the mid-level of the innate realm. Their combined strength obliterated the rebel forces guarding the palace, leaving the remnants to flee in disarray, cursing their parents for not granting them an extra pair of legs. Jiang Yuan paid no heed to the frantic soldiers of the rebel faction as he ascended to the Golden Luan Hall. It was his second visit, yet everything had changed. However, Jiang Yuan remained indifferent. His purpose was to eliminate his enemies. Since the Dai family had chosen to provoke him and the Jiang family, he resolved to eradicate them entirely. He slightly raised his gaze and beheld several prodigies from various sects, a subtle smile curving his lips. His current combat prowess was extraordinary, far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Even if they were also prodigies of their sects, they were merely the most inferior among them, possessing only remarkable speed, yet unable to match his invincible realm. To him, who could contend with those at the third level of the spirit realm, they were nothing more than insignificant. Unbeknownst to those prodigies, Jiang Yuan's true thoughts were far removed from their understanding. They perceived him merely as a fool seeking death, erupting into laughter. Ah, Jiang Yuan, why court disaster? You have provoked senior brother Dai, and it seems that your 30,000-mile spiritual sea will utterly vanish into the annals of history. Such a pity, truly a pity, remarked the leading youth, his words dripping with scorn. What of talent? A 30,000-mile spiritual sea is wasted on a mind so lacking. Among them was a young woman, also at the second level of the spirit realm, who cast a cold sneer at Jiang Yuan. Today, this place shall be your burial ground. Though the secular world may be unremarkable, perishing within the palace hall of your own kingdom is a fitting resting place. The maiden's words elicited laughter from the assembled prodigies, who, perceiving Jiang Yuan as already deceased, felt no urgency to act. They were curious to witness the expressions of this oblivious fellow, anticipating terror and supplication. However, instead of the expected display, Jiang Yuan erupted in laughter, radiating boundless killing intent. Kill me? With the likes of you? Jiang Yuan scoffed. Without hesitation, he launched his assault. The lead youth's expression darkened slightly, but before he could move, the other prodigies moved to suppress Jiang Yuan, causing him to halt. And my lord, will you not engage? Dai Tianyun inquired tentatively. The youth responded disdainfully. Jiang Yuan is but a trifle. My fellow disciples are more than sufficient. These individuals were all experts at the first level of the spirit realm, possessing extraordinary combat prowess. In smaller sects, they would undoubtedly be unrivaled within their realm. The young men and women also wore ferocious expressions, as if they could already envision Jiang Yuan's demise from this attack. At that moment, Jiang Yuan moved. Chapter 99. Annihilation within the Golden Luan Hall. Several prodigies from various sects simultaneously unleashed their power. The aura of the spirit realm surged forth like a tidal wave, aiming to suppress Jiang Yuan. Many sneered, convinced that Jiang Yuan's fate was sealed. Who in this world could withstand the combined assault of several martial saints? Only a deity could accomplish such a feat yet. Even in this desperate situation, Jiang Yuan merely smiled faintly, unfazed. From his sleeve, an azure dragon soared forth, the sword resonating with the dragon's roar. Infinite sword energy descended, directly blocking the sect prodigies. What weapon is this that can withstand the combined might of so many martial saints with merely a treasured artifact? The ordinary onlookers were left in profound astonishment, while the few prodigies from the sects trembled in disbelief. These elite individuals, hailing from the esteemed Black and White Academy, were well aware of the hierarchical classification of treasures within this world. The resonating dragon's roar evidently possessed a semblance of sentience. A treasured weapon possessing spiritual awareness. This is a spiritual artifact. A young man exclaimed in astonishment, overwhelmed by jealousy. Although they were all at the spiritual realm, they could only wield top-tier treasures, with the leader among them being the sole one in possession of a quasi-spiritual artifact. Within the Black and White Academy, this was indeed commendable, with only the enigmatic figure from the Dai family, the hidden dragon, having command over a genuine spiritual artifact. However, even if he was unable to rival the formidable hidden dragon, it was intolerable that a mere innate martial artist could also possess a spiritual artifact, which stirred a sense of imbalance within him. Kill him and seize the spiritual artifact, the leader among the prodigies declared coldly, his countenance dark yet tinged with a flicker of excitement. Should he manage to acquire a spiritual artifact, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights, rendering even those who had attained the spiritual realm, like the hidden dragon, incapable of matching him. What he had initially perceived as a tiresome assignment in the mundane world now revealed itself to be a fortuitous opportunity. If he could acquire this spiritual artifact, his standing would undoubtedly rise significantly in relation to Dai's hidden dragon. He reveled in his own aspirations. Upon hearing the words of the young leader, the elite disciples from the various sects expressed a slight frown, for who would not covet a spiritual artifact? Yet, the young leader was unlike them. He was a true prodigy. Though merely at the second level of the spirit realm, his combat prowess rivaled that of an average third-level spirit realm practitioner, which was precisely why he had ascended to their leadership. Nevertheless, despite their thoughts, they were determined to exert every effort to vanquish Jiang Yuan, the individual specifically marked for elimination by the esteemed Dai Qianlong. Should they succeed in slaying him, it was conceivable that they might capture the attention of Dai Qianlong himself, thereby securing abundant resources and elevating their standing within the academy. Driven by insatiable greed, they unleashed their full martial skills in an attempt to overpower Jiang Yuan. Yet, throughout this onslaught, Jiang Yuan maintained a serene smile. As the attacks from the elite disciples intensified, his own strength seemed to burgeon in tandem, causing the disciples to pale in disbelief. They soon realized, despite their utmost efforts, that Jiang Yuan appeared unfazed. This was inconceivable. Even a second-level spirit realm practitioner should not withstand their combined assault with such ease. Could it be that this young man's combat power had already approached that of a third-level spirit realm? Some murmured in terror, struggling to accept this notion. They were prodigies themselves, and unless confronting the martial saints of the mundane world, they could not hope to engage in cross-realm battles. Such an endeavor would be akin to challenging the heavens, an endeavor fraught with challenges. Only the young leader might truly approach the third level of the spirit realm, while those hidden dragons within the sect were even more formidable, each capable of battling across 1, 2, or even 3 realms. They were, indeed, genuine anomalies. Even if they were prodigies, they had never witnessed someone like Jiang Yuan, who could directly traverse from minor realms. Moreover, the chasm between the spirit realm and the innate realm was so vast that it was equivalent to 2 or 3 minor realms. This meant that Jiang Yuan's combat prowess likely exceeded his own realm by 6 or 7 levels, which was virtually unheard of. Perhaps only those ancient aristocratic families and sacred grounds of ancient religions possessed such heaven-defying individuals. However, it was precisely because of this that the killing intent in their hearts grew even more intense. As celestial beings themselves, they were keenly aware of the terror of such a prodigy. If Jiang Yuan truly entered the spirit realm, even Dai Qianlong might not be able to suppress him. They had bright futures ahead of them and did not want to incur endless nightmares due to grudges. Therefore, they made the decisive decision to kill Jiang Yuan here. Taking a deep breath, their attacks became even more ferocious. The entire Golden Luan Hall was bombarded beyond recognition by various martial arts and spiritual powers. This was originally meant to withstand a strike from a martial saint. But no one had ever imagined that the Golden Luan Hall would actually become a battlefield for martial saint-level experts. Jiang Yuan nonchalantly defused all attacks. Although he was at the 8th level of the innate realm, his combat strength had already reached the spirit realm. Looking at the heavenly Dao battlefield, he was also a 2-star celestial being. How could he be compared to these frogs in a well who could not even cross realms? If the thoughts within his heart were to be overheard by these esteemed disciples of the sects, it would surely provoke them to the point of spitting blood. Throughout their lives, they have been regarded as prodigies within their respective families, basking in the brilliance of their own sun. Even after entering the Black and White Academy, where their former glory has faded, they still consider themselves paragons of excellence. Moreover, as practitioners of the spirit realm, they stand as pillars within the academy, which has engendered a sense of pride in them. Yet, little did they realize that in Jiang Yuan's eyes, they were utterly insignificant. However, one cannot entirely fault them. The battlefield of the heavenly Tao is home to countless prodigies from grand worlds, each hailing from prominent sects and families, where every faction boasts supreme powerhouses. Even those skilled in the Path realm are merely seen as outer disciples there, let alone these mere first-stage spirit realm practitioners. Jiang Yuan had no further desire to toy with these individuals. With a swift call, the azure dragon roared forth, and with a single stroke of his sword, the esteemed disciples felt their consciousness shaken, as if they had endured a cataclysmic blow and were sent hurtling backward, their fates uncertain. How lamentably weak they are, Jiang Yuan remarked nonchalantly, before turning his gaze toward the youth upon the Golden Luan Hall. Beside him stood two others, one male, both possessing the cultivation of the second stage of the spirit realm, radiating an extraordinary aura. As a couple, their combined strength would amplify greatly, allowing them to withstand several exchanges even against a third-stage spirit realm master. Step forward, the leading youth commanded coolly, his chilling intent morphing into a sharp blade. Poised to strike down. The couple's expressions grew grim. They had initially believed that a few of their companions would suffice to thoroughly crush Jiang Yuan, never anticipating that they would ultimately have to intervene themselves. They exchanged glances, both perceiving the coldness reflected in each other's eyes. With resolute strides, they prepared to launch a combined assault, their imposing presence swiftly eclipsing that of the previous youths. They advanced steadily, intent on overpowering Jiang Yuan with a ferocity that was truly fearsome. Chapter 100. The lethal strike approaches. Faced with such formidable might, the worldly experts trembled, aware that their innate realm was but a shallow claim to superiority, even as they fancied themselves as paragons or masters. Yet, in the realm of sects, such titles were mere jest, for even the most formidable martial saints of the secular world were plentiful within the sections. These beings, who were commonplace in the sects, were regarded as inviolable entities in the secular realm. Although this pair of companions had garnered some renown within the Academy of Black and White, they remained unworthy of the grand stage. Despite being hailed as prodigies, such accolades were merely honorary titles bestowed by commoners. In truth, they were no more than mediocre talents, hardly qualifying as even the lowest tier of prodigies. Nevertheless, their combined power in the secular world reached an astonishing and terrifying magnitude, far beyond the imagination of ordinary mortals. Alas, Jiang Yuan too was a prodigy, having attained spiritual realm combat prowess by the tender age of 15. Regrettably, his brilliance was revealed too soon, incurring the ire of those he ought not to have offended. It was lamented that he was a son of destiny from the great Yin kingdom, a figure of invincible strength within that realm. Yet today he was destined to perish at the hands of his own peers. The couple overheard these words, becoming self-satisfied. The man sneered, "Boy, decide whether you will end your own life, or if we should send you on your way." The woman said in a delicate voice, "Young, if you commit suicide, you can at least keep a whole corpse." Although she was attractive, the malice in her words was profound. Frowned slightly, then suddenly smiled and said, "A whole corpse, I suppose. Being torn to pieces is too disgusting." Everyone present was stunned by these words. Just as they thought was afraid, his voice rang out again. "I will ensure you both have whole corpses." As soon as he finished speaking, used the light sweeping step, his figure vanishing before their eyes. The couple's expressions changed drastically. They were renowned within the inner circle for their speed, but compared to his movement technique, it was a mere jest. "How is this possible?" the woman roared. The next moment, her head fell to the ground, and blood splattered everywhere. This scene shocked countless people. No one would have imagined that the female martial saint, who had been so powerful just a moment before, would become a cold corpse in the blink of an eye. They looked at the man in terror. The latter was furious, but helpless. He wanted to find trail, but he could not find any because speed was too fast, even leaving afterimages, making it impossible for him to identify the real body with his strength. Within him resided an overwhelming dread, fully aware that should he fail to devise a solution, his demise was inevitable. Yet, as he pondered desperately, a sudden chill enveloped his heart. Attempting to evade it, he found himself ensnared by a predatory aura. At the precipice of life and death, the leading youth sprang into action, hailing from the illustrious Windwalk Peak. Renowned for its swiftness and endowed with the Eye of the Wind's secret technique, he swiftly discerned Jiang Yuan's whereabouts. Without hesitation, he descended with a suppressive force. Jiang Yuan's complexion changed drastically as he retreated in haste. As the sword fell, the youth lifted his gaze slightly, revealing a look of astonishment. "To possess such skill, you have managed to evade my wind sword. Your prowess must indeed be approaching the third level of the spirit realm," he remarked. Initially, he presumed the young man had employed some form of trickery to vanquish his subordinates, but it now appeared otherwise. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, unlike those who had come before. Although both were of the second level of the spirit realm, he had dispatched no fewer than 7 or 8 at the third level. His combat prowess was formidable. Had it not been for the presence of a concealed dragon atop Windwalk Peak, he might have ascended to that exalted rank himself. After narrowly avoiding the sword strike, Jiang Yuan's expression grew solemn. He had never anticipated the true extent of this adversary's terror. Although both possessed strength at the third level of the spirit realm, it was evident that the latter surpassed him. Yet, having reached the pinnacle of the second level, he believed there was still an insurmountable gap between them. Jiang Yuan muttered to himself, contemplating that such a character, on the battlefield of the heavenly path, might not even qualify as cannon fodder. Harboring a sense of disdain in his heart, despite his disdain, he became increasingly cautious, for the youth's innate talent was undeniably remarkable, and his combat prowess was formidable. He recognized that he needed to approach the situation with utmost care. Sensing the heavy aura emanating from Jiang Yuan, the young man erupted into hearty laughter. Convinced that his own power instilled fear in this oblivious adversary, and he felt a sense of smug satisfaction. Moments later, he was the first to launch an assault. Although he had not regarded Jiang Yuan as a worthy opponent, years of combat experience had ingrained in him the habit of exerting full effort even against a seemingly lesser foe. His internal energy surged forth, intent on thoroughly vanquishing this young man. Jiang Yuan's expression turned grave. Although this adversary was not a swordsman, his mastery of swordsmanship was commendable, placing him among the elite of the younger generation. Coupled with his lightning-fast speed, the young man's imposing presence, though not overwhelmingly powerful, instilled a profound sense of threat in Jiang Yuan. 10,000 mountains and rivers technique. Jiang Yuan intoned, channeling the power of the 10,000 mountains and rivers into his Qinglong, akin to a true dragon emerging from the sea. The azure sword light illuminated the golden palace, descending directly upon the figure before him. The youth scoffed repeatedly, perceiving this onslaught as fierce yet devoid of any real threat. With a sneer, he remarked, Jiang Yuan, prepare to meet your end. Chapter 101. Decapitation. The young man was taken aback, for he had initially believed that Jiang Yuan's attack was unremarkable and that his full strength would surely be enough to slay him. However, he could never have anticipated that Jiang Yuan's Qinglong sword strike would come from behind, rendering the earlier display merely an illusion. He wished to evade, yet the energy was firmly locked onto him, causing an overwhelming sense of urgency within his heart. He could deeply perceive the formidable might of the Azure Dragon's sword qi, surging like a tidal wave, fierce and terrifying. Even if he managed to withstand it now, he would inevitably expose a flaw in his defense. Countless thoughts raced through his mind, and the youth, no longer hesitating, launched a direct assault on Jiang Yuan, intent on swiftly eliminating this opponent. Thus, even if struck by the Azure Dragon's sword qi, he would merely sustain injuries at worst. Embrace death, the youth bellowed, his sword aura akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, roiling with relentless ferocity. Its overwhelming power seemed capable of devouring his adversary whole at a mere opening of its jaws. Jiang Yuan paused slightly, a smirk gracing his lips. He had anticipated this individual's choice of attack. Undaunted, he swung his sword upward, conjuring another wave of Azure Dragon's sword qi, aiming to thoroughly subdue the youth. The young man's expression shifted dramatically. He had presumed that the terrifying blow had exhausted Jiang Yuan's internal energy. To his utter astonishment, Jiang Yuan was still able to summon forth an Azure Dragon's sword qi. What kind of cultivation technique was this young man employing? Not only did he possess the combat prowess of the spirit realm at the innate level, but his internal energy was also remarkably abundant, truly extraordinary. The youth murmured. Yet his sword remained unyielding, descending with unwavering determination. Flash! He roared, wielding the unique swordsmanship he had cultivated atop Windwalker Peak. The wind sword, as elusive as the wind itself, its speed exceedingly difficult to predict. Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. Although the wind sword's caliber was far inferior to his own blood moon sword technique, it was evident that the youth had touched upon the essence of wind to a remarkable degree. Speed, huh? I have never feared anyone. Jiang Yuan let out a cold laugh as he launched an offensive. In addition to the Azure Dragon sword qi, he conjured a blood moon, revealing the 8th form of the blood moon sword technique, seamlessly integrating the essence of the wind. This left the young man utterly astounded. He had believed that his grasp of the wind's essence marked him as an exceptional talent. Yet he never anticipated that this mere innate practitioner had comprehended the true essence of the wind. He bared his teeth in disbelief, gazing at Jiang Yuan, eager to unleash his full power in combat. However, in the next instant, he realized his grave miscalculation. The genuine essence of the wind was incomparably beyond the mere hint he had touched upon, and in an instant, the might of the wind sword had him at a disadvantage. The blood moon opens. Jiang Yuan intoned solemnly, and the Blood Moon sword technique surged forth with sudden intensity. The eighth sword reaching a state of perfection. Coupled with the essence of the wind, it bore the formidable presence of the Blood Moon descending amidst the wind. The young man felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. He wished to retreat, but found himself trapped with no way out. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely swung his long sword downwards. Die! He roared, believing that his third-tier spirit realm strength could easily crush Jiang Yuan, only to find himself in such dire straits. However, the situation was set. From the very beginning, his misjudgment of Jiang Yuan's power had sealed his fate. Even with his full-force blow, he had not anticipated that Jiang Yuan's sword technique was of the heavenly tier, far beyond anything he could contend with. Amidst the desolate wind, the moon hung crimson, and as that sword descended, the young man's energy shattered, and he was sent flying with a muffled groan. "No, it cannot be," he exclaimed in disbelief. Yet the blood that spurted forth left no room for doubt. Jiang Yuan's gaze was icy as he approached the youth, the sharp aura of his sword causing the boy to tremble. He abruptly lifted his head to meet Jiang Yuan's gaze and exclaimed, "You cannot kill me. I am a subordinate of Brother Dai Qianlong." In that moment, he could only invoke Dai Qianlong's name, hoping to instill fear in Jiang Yuan and secure his own life. Yet, his hopes were ultimately dashed. Jiang Yuan uttered not a single word, raising his azure sword, which then fell, severing the youth's life force. "Dai Qianlong," Jiang Yuan scoffed, "we are sworn enemies. Even if he wished to spare me, I would never grant him the same mercy." To Jiang Yuan, this was merely a trivial matter of swordplay, yet the onlookers, the elite disciples of various sects, were left aghast. The deceased was no ordinary talent. He was a disciple of the Grand Elder of Windwalker Peak, a figure of considerable stature and potential to become a formidable being of the Tao. Now, he was devoid of any opportunity, having perished at Jiang Yuan's hands. "Jiang Yuan, you possess an audacious spirit. Do you even comprehend who this is? He is the Grand Elder's direct disciple, the second-ranked genius on the Windwalker rankings." The man, who had lost his partner in death, was beside himself with rage, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Jiang Yuan as if he wished to rend him limb from limb. Jiang Yuan cast a fleeting glance at him before delivering a swift strike, ensuring that the boy would never rise again. As soon as these words were uttered, the members of the Dai family turned pale, anxiously glancing at the talented disciples of various sections. In their eyes, only these prodigies could salvage their predicament. However, their hopes were dashed. Upon hearing Jiang Yuan's words, the sect geniuses appeared to have received a tremendous favor and hurriedly departed. In the Golden Luan Hall, atop the dragon throne, Dai Tianyun could not suppress a gulp, gazing in terror at the youth before him, who seemed to embody a terrifying, unparalleled killing aura. He wished to plead for mercy, but Jiang Yuan swiftly descended with a single sword stroke, terminating the wretch's life. Less than a day into his reign, Dai Tianyun met his demise, leaving the Dai family in a state of panic, akin to startled birds seeking to escape. Jiang Yuan made no effort to impede their flight, for after he dispatched the leading youth, Yanfeng proceeded to recruit skilled warriors to defend the throne, launching a direct assault on the royal palace. With both Dai Tianxing and Dai Tianyun slain, the Dai family was undeniably reduced to a hollow shell, devoid of any capable defenders, swiftly quelled in their entirety. Jiang Yuan stood alone as countless figures approached. Though the foremost among them appeared disheveled, their aura was extraordinary, resembling that of an unparalleled monarch. It was none other than the sovereign of the Daiyan kingdom, who strode directly to Jiang Yuan's presence. Just as he prepared to kneel, he was halted by Jiang Yuan. Chapter 102, The Young National Master. The sovereign of Daiyan expressed his deep sentiments. Once a ruler perched high above, he had faced repeated crises. Had it not been for Jiang Yuan's timely intervention today, the century-old legacy passed down by his ancestors would have been utterly annihilated. "Thank you, Jiang Tianjiao." The sovereign of Daiyan expressed his gratitude, his countenance radiating sincerity. Jiang Yuan waved his hand and remarked, "This matter is far from over. Although the Dai family has been annihilated, the true crisis has yet to be resolved. The elusive dragon from the Dai family will likely receive news soon. Therefore, I wish to inquire, Sovereign, how do you intend to address this situation? The downfall of the Dai family may bring momentary satisfaction, yet it is merely an overture. The Dai family itself is not formidable, for they are merely a secular martial arts clan. The true threat lies in their unparalleled prodigy, who has achieved the mid-stage of the spirit realm at a remarkably young age, surpassing even Wang Xianfeng, and stands as the fourth among the elite. Should this prodigy of the Dai family take action, a single individual could plunge the entire secular world into chaos, transcending the tumult of a mere yen. This illustrates the might of the sections. More importantly, disciples of such caliber invariably attract numerous followers. The previous batch may have only been the tip of the iceberg. When the time comes, it may not require the prodigy of the Dai family to intervene, as a handful of followers could suppress the yen, representing a genuine peril. Upon hearing this, the sovereign of Yen furrowed his brow, fully aware of the terror posed by that prodigy. Were it not for his dedicated cultivation and disinterest in secular thrones, it is likely that the entire yen would have changed hands years ago. I have contemplated this as well. Relying solely on our yen family is no longer sufficient to uphold this nation. However, he suddenly raised his gaze towards Jiang Yuan, stating, "If Jiang Tianjiao is willing to be the sovereign of Yen, even the Dai family's prodigy must consider their actions carefully." Upon the utterance of these words, astonishment enveloped the assembly, leaving the officials in a state of disbelief. They could hardly fathom that the sovereign, having painstakingly reclaimed the esteemed throne, would now relinquish his own dominion. Yet, silence prevailed, for they were acutely aware that the intricate dynamics of the great yen were beyond their influence. Within the royal palace, before the resplendent golden Luan Hall, countless gazes converged upon Jiang Yuan. As the sovereign of the great yen articulated, should Jiang Yuan take the reins of a nation, regardless of the prowess of the Dai family's prodigies, which neighboring state would dare encroach upon a realm defended by a celestial talent of the dragon level from a prestigious sect? Such an act would be tantamount to courting death. Jiang Yuan, under the scrutiny of many, found himself momentarily taken aback, unable to fully process the situation. He had anticipated that the sovereign would bestow upon him countless treasures in gratitude, yet he never imagined that the sovereign would willingly cede the throne. Although the position of sovereign might not hold significant value for those of the sects, in the secular world, countless individuals have fought fiercely for such authority. After all, the ruler of a nation possesses the power to command the resources of the realm. While this may not rival the might of a sect, it is sufficient to elevate a family to the status of an unparalleled force, potentially even a martial sage, a being capable of safeguarding a secular martial lineage for generations. He grew up amidst the grand tapestry of the great yen, fully aware of the legendary tale of its founding ancestors. It is said that the sovereign of the great yen in those days was but a humble commoner who, despite possessing only moderate martial talent, ascended step by step to establish this realm. Remarkably, the ancestor of the great yen was exceedingly youthful, merely in his 20s. Yet he had achieved the realm of spiritual enlightenment. Although this might pale in comparison to the prodigies within the sects, it signifies the arduous journey undertaken by the ancestor, who accomplished this feat single-handedly, despite his ordinary gifts. Later, an elder from the Black and White Academy, while traversing the mundane world, encountered the ancestor and invited him into the academy. Thus began the Great Yan's association with the Black and White Academy. However, Jiang Yuan could never have anticipated that the sovereign of the Great Yen would relinquish his title without a moment's hesitation. This act exemplified the sovereign's decisiveness and capability. He recognized his inability to protect the nation and willingly surrendered his position to spare the common folk from suffering. Seeing Jiang Yuan speak to such lengths, the sovereign had no choice but to acquiesce. Astonishingly, he conferred upon Jiang Yuan the esteemed title of Supreme National Master, a rank surpassing the 9th tier, allowing him to stand alongside the sovereign. When the Supreme National Master spoke, it resonated with the authority of the Great Yan's sovereign. Countless gazes turned toward Jiang Yuan, filled with envy. Once merely one of the many talents sought by the Great Yen, and having endured 5 years of obscurity and ridicule, who would have imagined that today? This mere 15-year-old youth would become the first Supreme National Master in the annals of Great Yan's history? This news swiftly spread throughout the vast borders of the Great Yen Kingdom, permeating every street and alley, every tea house and storytelling venue. Men, women, and children alike expressed their admiration, utterly astonished that they had narrowly escaped calamity on 2 occasions. All of this was due to the young national master who, at merely 15 years of age, was capable of stabilizing the realm. He quelled the beast tide and suppressed the rebellion. Each of these feats alone would suffice to earn an individual eternal glory, yet Jiang Yuan accomplished them all. In that moment, the entire Great Yen echoed the sentiment that one should aspire to be like Jiang Yuan. Meanwhile, in Yen Pass, Zhang Lang received the news with tears streaming down his face. He had always harbored concerns for his son, but now, the very child who had caused him distress had emerged as the guardian of the nation. My dear wife, have you heard? Our son is no longer that whimpering little child. He has grown up and become the most exceptional individual in all of Great Yan. Within the Jiang family, numerous elders, upon receiving the news, erupted in excitement. Chapter 103. The unforeseen change at Fearless Peak. Upon hearing Jiang Yuan's declaration, Taizhu immediately objected, stating, "Little junior brother, you have no idea. In the mere days of your absence, we have been thoroughly exhausted by Elder Sword Enthusiast training, which demanded we achieve the impossible task of defeating 5 with just 1 against the 71 peaks. Goodness gracious, does he take us for prodigies?" He continued to lament, displaying the numerous injuries he had sustained during training for Jiang Yuan to see. Jiang Yuan's face twitched slightly before he replied, "It seems the training was not rigorous enough." Taizhu was momentarily taken aback, nearly on the verge of uttering a scathing remark about someone's lack of conscience, when a voice emerged from behind. "Indeed. It seems your training has not been sufficiently rigorous if you still harbor such complaints." Upon hearing this, Taizhu was rendered speechless, silently turning his head, swallowing hard, and smiling as he greeted, "Elder Jianqi, greetings." As he attempted to discreetly sidle away, hoping to escape, it was futile. Jianqi's keen eyes caught him instantly, seizing him with a firm grip, leaving Taizhu to emit a pitiful cry. Jiang Yuan could only shake his head with a wry smile. And then Jianqi's voice reached his ears. "Jiang Yuan, come here as well." Without a trace of hesitation, Jiang Yuan proceeded directly to the Grand Hall, where the fearless elders sat in solemnity, while the other 4 stood to the side. Jianqi's expression was grave, as though a significant event had transpired. "I have met the Peak Master and Elder Jianqi," Jiang Yuan stated with utmost respect, both acknowledging him with slight nods. The fearless elder gradually raised his gaze, scrutinizing Jiang Yuan, and a flicker of a smile appeared upon his face as he remarked, "A fortnight ago, you departed from the Fearless Peak as merely a novice in the early stages of innate cultivation, yet now, you have ascended to the 8th level of innate mastery and successfully completed the Beast Tide mission. Truly, the younger generation is formidable." He laughed heartily, feeling a sense of elation, but was soon overtaken by a fit of coughing, violently expelling a mouthful of blood. "Peak Master!" the others exclaimed in alarm, rushing forward, only to be halted by the fearless elder. "Such is the nature of old age," he said nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by his own injuries. Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow and stepped forward, fixating intently on the pool of fresh blood, exclaiming, "This is the soul, severing Gu." Taizhu, in a choked voice, lamented, "The Peak Master has been poisoned." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan inhaled sharply. He knew well that although the dauntless elder's life was waning, he had once been a formidable presence at the pinnacle of the Dao realm. How could he have succumbed to such fragility, reduced to this state by a mere Gu? Who was responsible? Jiang Yuan's voice turned icy as he spoke. Just as Taizhu was about to reveal the name, Jianqi interjected fiercely, "Silence." Jiang Yuan, his brow knitted, turned his gaze towards Jianqi, seemingly searching for clarity. The latter responded coolly, "Jiang Yuan, it seems that the unyielding peak has little time left. You may choose to depart." He then cast his eyes upon Taizhu and his companions, adding, "However, they cannot leave. They have been exiled here." Sword intent. "You have remarkably achieved minor success," Jianqi exclaimed in astonishment, disbelief evident in his tone. In the grand tapestry of the Black and White Academy's millennium-long history, those who could comprehend sword intent were typically martial practitioners of the spirit realm, while only a select few Dao realm experts could attain minor success. As for major success, that was reserved for the elite among the Dao realm. Beyond that, only the most exalted beings could reach the state of perfection. The innate realm is where one grasps the minor success of sword intent through understanding the Dao realm. Such a claim would be met with skepticism if shared widely. Yet, the sword aura emanating from Jiang Yuan was undeniably genuine, unmistakably reflecting minor success in sword intent. Upon sensing the profound essence of the sword, a chill gripped the hearts of Taizhu and his companions. Though they themselves were masters of the spiritual realm and regarded as formidable figures among the younger generation within the academy, they found their confidence to triumph utterly diminished in the face of this sword intent. Despite being merely at the late stage of the innate realm, without even reaching the pinnacle or the threshold of the spiritual realm, he possessed a state of mind that rendered them powerless. Such talent transcended mere genius. It was a prodigious anomaly that warranted the epithet of peerless. Yet, despite Jiang Yuan's exceptional endowments, the sword enthusiast remained taciturn, unwilling to speak. His silence stemmed from the desire to not hinder the path of such a remarkable prodigy due to his own concerns. Jiang Yuan's gaze was akin to an unparalleled sword edge, fixated intently on the sword enthusiast, who remained quiet, resembling an ancient, unsheathed sword. Oh, how unexpected it is that the sword enthusiast, who once shook the 72 peaks with his swordplay, now finds himself in such a state. Very well, I shall refrain from further inquiries and seek the truth on my own. Chapter 104. The Sword Technique of Righteousness. Jiang Yuan scoffed with disdain. Yet the sword enthusiast's expression remained composed, as if the words were directed at another. Just then, an elderly sigh broke the tension. The fearless elder spoke. Enough of this quarrel, Jiang Yuan. This matter does not concern you. Depart. He closed his eyes, clearly exhausted to the utmost degree. Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow slightly and replied with respect, understood. Although he was disrespectful to the sword enthusiast, he still held profound respect for the fearless elder, a figure of the older generation and a powerful being of high standing, who had been suppressed due to past mistakes for countless years, yet bore no grievances. This speaks volumes about the strength of the fearless elder's spirit. His heart embodies the true essence of the quest for enlightenment, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Though the Fearless Peak serves as a place of exile for the Black and White Academy, it has not forged enmity with any other peaks. Yet, after his arrival at the Fearless Peak, the Xuanwu Peak took action, and it seems that only Jiang Yuan among all at the Fearless Peak harbors animosity towards Xuanwu Peak, leading him to such reflections. Nevertheless, the fearless elder simply shook his head and said with a calm demeanor, "There is no need to dwell on this matter. It does not concern you. Focus on your cultivation and strive to join the ranks of the true dragons as soon as possible." At these words, everyone inhaled sharply in surprise, except for the sword enthusiast, who remained unfazed. The true dragon does not refer to an actual divine dragon, but signifies the highest existence within the Black and White Academy. In terms of status, even the elders do not compare. It represents an alternative hierarchy outside the orthodox order of the Academy. To achieve the status of a true dragon, one must unquestionably be the most gifted individual of a generation, with generations delineated over 5-year spans. The oldest among the true dragons would likely be over 50 years of age. However, to mere mortals, it may be regarded as old age, yet, for warriors whose lifespans extend into the hundreds or even thousands of years, a mere 50 years is but the bloom of youth. Moreover, when one surveys the grand tapestry of the world, to ascend to the status of a true dragon, one must at least attain the pinnacle of the spiritual realm, if not the Tao realm itself. To reach the Tao realm by the age of 50 is indeed a mark of extraordinary talent. And any such individual who emerges is destined for unparalleled renown across the Dragonhan continent. While Jiang Yuan's innate gifts are undeniably remarkable, it is crucial to recognize that becoming a true dragon requires more than mere talent. Only those who endure to the end, may rise to claim the title of true dragon. Among the 9, there exists but a singular true dragon. This principle encapsulates the essence of the true dragon order of the Black and White Academy. They seek not a prodigious talent who could perish at any moment, but rather a genuine genius, a formidable individual capable of becoming a pillar of strength within the Academy. The words of the dauntless elder have indeed left them awestruck. Having spent several years atop the Fearless Peak, where a second generation has emerged, represented by Jiang Yuan. Even the first had not received such commendation from the dauntless elder. After all, the first, while possessing potential, had not succeeded in transforming that potential into formidable power. Yet, despite any disdain, Jiang Yuan consented, for it was the lifelong aspiration of the dauntless elder to nurture a true dragon upon Fearless Peak, to demonstrate to the other 71 peaks that, even in the absence of ample connections or resources, through sheer diligence alone, one could indeed attain the illustrious title of true dragon. Upon departing from the Grand Hall, Jiang Yuan sought a secluded spot to commence his cultivation. Although the spiritual energy on this Fearless Peak was exceedingly sparse, it was compensated by the unparalleled purity of the energy here, rivaling even the most sacred places in certain grand realms. While the pace of cultivation was agonizingly slow, it alleviated the arduous task of refining the spiritual essence. Jiang Yuan activated the Zongtian divine art within him, continuously drawing in the faint spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, refining it into Zhongtian's spiritual power. After a period of rigorous practice, Jiang Yuan ceased his relentless training and began to focus on mastering a martial technique, a swordsmanship he had acquired during his recent 2 days in the heavenly Dao battlefield. Classified as a mid-tier celestial skill, although it paled in comparison to the Blood Moon sword art in terms of rank, it possessed a more righteous essence. The Haoran righteous Qi sword technique is said to have been inherited from a faction known as Confucianism in a grand world. The legendary founder of this faction, Confucius, was an unparalleled powerhouse of his time. Though he did not cultivate using elemental energy, he forged a unique path in the vast realm of martial arts through his formidable mental prowess. With extraordinary talent, he ascended to the pinnacle of the world, spreading his name as a sage of Haoran righteousness throughout the vast expanse, a figure comparable to an emperor whose might was unmatched, a swordsmanship crafted by a formidable being, capable of standing alongside emperors, may indeed be classified merely as a mid-tier celestial technique. Yet, it possesses the potential to be cultivated to its utmost limits, ultimately pointing towards divine abilities. According to Jiang Yuan's calculations, this magnificent and righteous swordsmanship is not entirely complete. Rather, it is a fragment. However, it would be inaccurate to label it merely as incomplete, for the ultimate mastery of this technique necessitates the practitioner's own profound comprehension of the righteous spirit. This version represents the path traversed by Confucius himself, while the practitioner must subsequently rely on their own understanding of the righteous spirit to forge their unique sword moves, thereby attaining a high celestial level and even divine abilities. Without a trace of hesitation, Jiang Yuan immediately commenced his training. This technique stands apart from others. It does not require the reinforcement of elemental energy, but is instead a martial art rooted in mental prowess, showcasing remarkable sophistication. However, it comes with significant prerequisites, namely that the practitioner must possess an exceptionally robust mental strength to convert it into righteous spirit. Only by transforming mental strength into righteous spirit can one execute this martial art. It is said that when mastered to its zenith, it can repel malevolent forces, wielding unfathomable might, such that even those transcending the Tao realm could unleash powers akin to the divine. Chapter 105, The Realm of Mental Strength. The righteous spirit's swordsmanship, conceived by a sage of unparalleled stature, represents a being comparable to an emperor, whose words command the laws of nature and can stabilize the cosmos with a mere utterance. However, throughout history, Confucianism has produced only one sage of such caliber, with no other individual attaining such heights. The attainment of greatness is an arduous endeavor. The sage Confucius, through his own indomitable spirit, established an entirely distinct system, which attests to his formidable nature. The swordsmanship of righteousness he devised is a rare technique throughout history, one that can be wielded with mental prowess. Jiang Yuan possesses formidable mental strength, which facilitates his frequent journeys to the celestial battlefield and the realm of reality, a pursuit that is immensely taxing on one's mental faculties. Yet, with depletion comes replenishment, and this time he has also acquired a method for cultivating his mental power, the Three Souls technique. In the vast expanse of existence, apart from martial artists, there are numerous auxiliary professions such as weaponsmiths, alchemists, and formation masters, each requiring exceptional mental prowess. For instance, alchemists must utilize their mental acuity to gauge the precise moment of ignition and assess the maturity of their elixirs. Moreover, when one's mental power reaches a certain zenith, it can even manifest physically, allowing for the mastery of more advanced alchemical techniques, whether one is a weaponsmith, alchemist, or formation master. The initial stage may merely involve the cultivation of mental strength. However, upon reaching an elevated realm, one enters the human soul stage, surpassing the foundational 4 realms of martial practitioners. This stage is accessible only to those of celestial might. The earth soul realm, however, is said to be attainable only by those who have reached divine status, while the even loftier heaven soul realm has not witnessed a single individual reaching it for centuries. Ever since the fall of the true martial emperor, no one has ascended to the imperial heights. The heaven soul represents the pinnacle of imperial power. Both heaven soul and earth soul are but legendary constructs, not to mention the 2 realms. Even the human soul stage is scarcely known across the Dragon Han continent. In the Dragon Han continent, those who can transcend the Tao realm in terms of spiritual power are referred to as spiritual sovereigns, a title of great renown. Yet in reality, It merely marks the initial step in the cultivation of the soul realm. Currently, Jiang Yuan's spiritual power hovers around the mid-level of the spirit realm, still a considerable distance from the human soul realm. However, this does not hinder his pursuit of the three souls art. This technique corresponds to the three souls of heaven, earth, and man, and Jiang Yuan aims to cultivate the human soul art, striving to significantly enhance his spiritual power in hopes of entering the human soul realm at the earliest opportunity. If he succeeds, even without attaining the Tao realm in martial arts, his spiritual prowess could rival that of a true Taoist. Furthermore, with the Haoran righteous Qi sword technique, a pinnacle martial art conceived by a sage, he might even possess the capability to vanquish authentic Taoist beings. Of course, such aspirations belong to the distant future. Presently, Jiang Yuan has but one task: to elevate his strength as swiftly as possible. The imminent clash with Wang Xianfeng looms just days away. Initially, he did not regard it with much concern. However, upon witnessing the fearless elder's demeanor, his inner fury intensified, though the elder did not explicitly acknowledge it. Jiang Yuan could surmise that this life-and-death battle with Wang Xianfeng rekindled the long-dormant enmity between the two peaks. He could not forgive himself, yet he presently lacked the strength to confront the entirety of Xuanwu Peak. Thus, he must endeavor to bolster his own capabilities to a level where he could contend with, or even eliminate, Wang Xianfeng. Moreover, aside from Wang Xianfeng himself, he must not overlook the formidable genius from the Dai family, a foe even more terrifying than Wang Xianfeng. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Yuan continued his relentless training, compelled to elevate his own strength to a level that could rival all others. What of Wang Xianfeng? What of Dai Jiaqianlong? They merely held dominion in this trifling realm, and the appellation of genius amongst the myriad worlds was not but a jest. Yet Jiang Yuan was a two-star prodigy, though he might not be regarded as exceptional across the vast expanse of the cosmos. His innate talent was unparalleled in the Longhan continent. If he were unable to contend with even a single Wang Xianfeng or Dai Jiaqianlong, he would indeed be the subject of ridicule. The soul and spirit are the most profound entities within the universe. Even those who attain the pinnacle of cultivation may cast aside their corporeal forms, but without their soul and spirit, they are rendered as nothing. What, then, constitutes the soul? And what the spirit? Jiang Yuan murmured to himself, his mind delving deep as he earnestly endeavored to master the human soul chapter of the Three Souls technique. Yet he soon encountered a crucial dilemma. He was utterly bewildered by the concept of spiritual power. If the physical body was synonymous with the self, and elemental power could be manipulated at will, then spiritual power, though ever present in his awareness, remained elusive, leaving him in ignorance of its true nature. No, Jiang Yuan replied softly. A weaponsmith? No. Su Yi, now intrigued, inquired. Then could you enlighten me as to why you wish to cultivate spiritual power? Jiang Yuan continued to shake his head. Although there were tales of spiritual power saints in the Dragon Han continent, these were mere legends, remnants of an ancient lineage long since vanished. The Haoran righteousness sword technique, a martial art of spiritual prowess, was indeed a rarity in this era. Jiang Yuan found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. Should he claim that he stumbled upon it in the celestial battlefield? That would undoubtedly reflect poorly on his own judgment. In contrast to Taizhu, Su Yi was not loquacious. Driven by curiosity, he posed a few questions, but upon sensing Jiang Yuan's reluctance to divulge more, he refrained from pressing further. He spoke, spiritual power resides within the Mud Pill Palace. If we liken the human body to a vessel and vital energy to the crew, then spiritual power serves as the oar. In everyday life, it may seem rather mundane, perhaps even unnecessary. However, in critical moments, its significance becomes apparent, such as during a breakthrough into the spiritual realm. The body is honed through the body refinement stage, while the innate realm focuses on cultivating vital energy. As for the Tao realm, it pertains to the mastery of spiritual power. Although Su Yi had not specifically practiced a technique dedicated to spiritual power, the process of alchemy inherently refines one's spiritual essence. He possessed an extensive understanding of spiritual power. After more than a decade of practice, his progress in the body refinement and innate stages had been rather sluggish. However, upon attempting to break through to the spiritual realm, his advancement was remarkably swift, even reaching the 5th level of the spiritual realm at one point. Should his martial prowess be sufficient, he could indeed be considered a potential dragon in the making. Chapter 106. Wang Xuanfeng's confidence in the ancient era. There emerged formidable sages of spiritual power. each an extraordinarily powerful entity capable of contending with the mightiest beings of the celestial realm. Among these, the Sword Immortal sect was the most prolific in producing such sages, as the art of sword control relies not on vital energy, but on spiritual strength. With Jiang Yuan's current proficiency in spiritual power, he is adept at wielding the sword technique, capable of simultaneously commanding over a dozen flying swords. However, these are merely mundane swords, at most classified as mystical artifacts. Should he attempt to manipulate flying swords of spiritual artifact caliber, his present level of spiritual power would permit him to control only four at most. While this may seem ample, one must recognize that spiritual power is a force Jiang Yuan has yet to fully master. The potential for unforeseen mishaps looms large. A miscalculation in control could lead to self-inflicted harm or endanger his comrades, resulting in a dire predicament. What does it mean to be meticulous? It signifies the ability to harness minimal spiritual energy to achieve maximal impact, delivering the most precise attack or control. This is the essence of meticulousness. Jiang Yuan's spiritual power has reached the pinnacle of the foundational realm, tantalizingly close to attaining the perfect state, yet still falling short by the slightest margin. According to Su Yi, Jiang Yuan conducted a rough assessment of his previous utilization of mental power. If his mental prowess could reach an exquisite level, he would be able to manipulate over 100 ordinary weapons simultaneously, while controlling dozens of profound artifacts. As for the number of spiritual tools, it could potentially double. Furthermore, should he attain the pinnacle of refinement, Jiang Yuan could wield 10 flying swords of spiritual grade at once, amplifying their power significantly, allowing him to contend even with late-stage warriors of the spiritual realm. However, Jiang Yuan was acutely aware that his current level of mental power was still considerably insufficient. Yet, with an understanding of the source of mental energy and the means to channel it, his innate talent would undoubtedly facilitate his cultivation. In just one night, Jiang Yuan's mental power had grown considerably, reaching the peak level of the 4th stage of the spiritual realm, merely a half step away from the 5th stage. Venturing into a secluded area, he resumed his practice of sword control techniques. After a night of arduous training, he had achieved perfect mastery over 4 flying swords of spiritual grade, no longer struggling as he had before. If only my control over mental power could reach an exquisite state, my cultivation would surely advance further, Jiang Yuan murmured to himself. At that moment, he longed to elevate his martial prowess immediately, aspiring to attain an extraordinary level. Yet, he understood the impossibility of such a feat. The fact that he managed to advance from the 4th stage of body tempering to the 8th stage of innate within a month would be enough to astonish the world. If he were to break through once more, it would likely attract the attention of some curious observers. Between heaven and earth, there exists an abundance of rare treasures, capable of significantly unlocking the latent potential within individuals. Although these extraordinary resources may evoke envy, they are not overly coveted, for once consumed, they cannot be regurgitated. Nevertheless, no matter how miraculous these treasures may be, they ultimately possess limitations. They can elevate one's cultivation to the pinnacle of the innate realm, potentially drawing attention. Yet they may not warrant direct action from others. However, should one transcend into the spirit realm, it signifies that the gains are far beyond mere treasures. And some may take direct measures, perhaps resorting to soul-searching techniques, thereby exposing the secrets of the celestial battlefield. The difference between the 5th and 3rd levels of the spirit realm, while seemingly a mere 2 tiers, is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. A typical warrior's prowess at the 5th level can easily overpower one at the 4th, who in turn would have no difficulty dominating one at the 3rd. This implies that Wang Xianfeng is more than capable of crushing Jiang Yuan. Should he further advance, Jiang Yuan would stand no chance unless he resorted to the 13th form of the Blood Moon Sword technique. However, that transcends the realm of mere martial skills, approaching the divine, bordering on quasi-divine techniques, which even those of the Tao realm would covet. Jiang Yuan, however, would prefer to avoid using it whenever possible. It appears prudent to focus on mastering mental acuity and comprehending the Myriad mountains and rivers technique. If I can elevate my control over spiritual power to a nuanced level and fully grasp the true essence of mountains and rivers beyond the perfected Myriad mountains and rivers technique, my combat strength would double. No longer hesitating, he swiftly immersed himself in rigorous training, while concurrently, atop Xuanwu Peak, Wang Xianfeng emerged from his cave dwelling, exuding an extraordinary aura. If he was previously likened to a hidden dragon in the depths, he had now ascended to a position where he could truly shine. Albeit in a limited sphere, yet it was undeniably formidable, for he had broken through to the third level of the spirit realm. Chapter 107. The Rise's overwhelming presence was akin to a long rainbow, just as Jiang Yuan had anticipated. Wang Xuanfeng's cultivation had once again advanced. And in the wake of this, rumors about Jiang Yuan began to circulate incessantly. Even upon hearing such whispers, Wang Xianfeng felt a tremor within, exerting himself to enhance his cultivation further. It could be said that Jiang Yuan had spurred Wang Xianfeng's rapid advancement to the third level of the spirit realm within such a short span of time. Jiang Yuan, you are indeed remarkable. The aura of the spirit sea spanning 300,000 miles is truly terrifying. Nevertheless, you are merely my whetstone, Wang Xianfeng murmured, perceiving Jiang Yuan as a tool for honing his skills, a testament to his immense self-confidence. In 3 days, the fateful battle between the two of us would commence, and it was time to dispose of this whetstone. Wang Xianfeng brimmed with confidence, for he was an unparalleled genius, having further transcended within his spiritual sea, reaching an expanse of 150,000 miles. With a mere flick of his finger, he manifested a sword-like energy that shattered the basalt before him into fragments. This was premium basalt, challenging to break even for those at the fourth level of the spirit realm, yet Wang Xuanfeng's act sent waves of astonishment through the onlookers. It appears that Brother Wang's strength has indeed reached the fifth level of the spirit realm, the young man murmured to himself, pride igniting within him. This was the prodigy of the Xuanwu Peak, the ninth hidden dragon of the Black and White Academy. What was Jiang Yuan in comparison? Brother Wang is invincible. The young disciple immediately exclaimed, expressing unwavering support as a follower. In their hearts, Wang Xianfeng epitomized invincibility. He is destined to dominate the younger generation and will undoubtedly conquer the entire Eastern Wastes and even the Dragon Han continent in the future. Jiang Yuan's comprehension can only be described as remarkably terrifying, akin to that of a prodigy. Although aided by the mysterious token, he has also achieved this through his relentless pursuit of understanding. In just over a month, he has grasped the essences of sword intent, wind realm, and ice realm, and has even subtly approached the blood moon realm, mountain and river realm, and the grand righteousness realm, merely a step away from yet another breakthrough. Should Jiang Yuan transcend this layer of constraint, he would have comprehended 6 realms, a feat that would undoubtedly send shockwaves if it were to be known. While it is not uncommon for prodigies in the spirit realm to attain martial arts insights, such instances are typically limited to a scant few realms, often singular in nature. Achieving comprehension of 2 or more realms is a testament to one's exceptional intelligence. However, among the 72 peaks of the Black and White Academy, instances of disciples grasping martial arts realms are exceedingly rare, with the majority achieving only singular insights. Jiang Yuan, possessing innate cultivation yet grasping 3 realms and nearing the brink of 3 others, is truly unparalleled in history. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Yuan swiftly commenced his cultivation of the 10,000 mountains and rivers technique. In contrast to the Howren righteous sword method, which Jiang Yuan had only practiced for a brief period of mere days and required immense mental fortitude, a feat not achievable in a single day, the 10,000 mountains and rivers technique had been cultivated over a considerable duration. Through countless battles, his comprehension of this technique had reached a pinnacle, embodying the nascent essence of the mountains and rivers. According to the fundamental principles of the 10,000 mountains and rivers technique, even achieving the realm of consummate perfection merely enhances one's combat prowess. However, upon grasping the essence of the mountains and rivers, one can truly unleash the formidable might of such forces. Across the entire Longhan continent, there exists no being capable of rivaling the mountains and rivers. Even among the exalted realms and vast worlds, those formidable beings cannot contend against the mountains and rivers. This disparity arises from the varying tiers of the heavens and the corresponding rules that govern them. For instance, while celestial-level martial practitioners can cause cataclysms upon the Longhan continent, in the true martial great world, even the mightiest cannot evade the calamities of mountains and rivers. The foundational realms consist of only 4 stages: body refinement, innate, spiritual, and Dao. Beyond these lies the celestial realm, which merely serves as an entry point into the vast world of martial arts, barely qualifying as an initiation. Should one attain the exalted status of a great sage or an ancient sage, or even that of a supreme emperor, The ability to obliterate the mountains and rivers of the world or to annihilate a distant star would be but a trivial endeavor. This represents the pinnacle of existence within the realms of heaven and earth, as well as the aspiration of Jiang Yuan. Although he shares the same prestigious status as the prodigies of the Black and White Academy, Jiang Yuan's vision has transcended the confines of the Longhan continent. Casting its gaze across the myriad realms of the universe, he eagerly anticipates future confrontations with those supreme talents, the royal body and divine body, embarking on a path unimaginable to those who remain bound to the Longhan continent. His mindset has surpassed the limitations of this world, which is a key factor in his rapid progression and cultivation. Even the prodigies from the great worlds, including those with royal and divine bodies, could scarcely achieve the leap from the 4th layer of body refinement to the 8th layer of innate within a mere month. In truth, Jiang Yuan's cultivation period has been exceedingly brief. Had the prodigies from the great worlds been aware of his astonishing speed, they would undoubtedly exclaim in awe at his prodigious talent. As he continued to practice this martial technique, Jiang Yuan seemed to merge with nature itself, deepening his comprehension of the mountains and rivers. His martial prowess reached an extraordinary state, achieving a pinnacle of perfection, and the embryonic form of the mountains and rivers began to manifest. Chapter 108. The dominant Jiang Yuan. The following day, Jiang Yuan traversed the fearless peaks, his aura tumultuous and overwhelming, evoking astonishment with such a manifestation of the mountain and river essence. This represented the fruition of a singular mountain and river insight. With Jiang Yuan's current level of cultivation, once unleashed, his presence would be unparalleled. As for the extent of his power, he himself remained uncertain. However, he could easily contend against those at the 3rd layer of spirit realm, and even the 4th layer would prove no match. As for the masters of the 5th layer of spirit realm, only through combat could their true strength be discerned. Wang Xianfeng, a paragon of excellence that the Black and White Academy takes great pride in, and potentially poised to earn renown throughout the Dragon Han era, appears to Jiang Yuan merely as an inconspicuous stone on his path to the pinnacle of martial prowess, somewhat obstructive, yet hardly noteworthy. Ah, is that not our illustrious Jiang, the great prodigy? How curious to find him in such a dilapidated place. Huh, what prodigy? Tomorrow, Wang Xianfeng shall undoubtedly slay him, ensuring that Jiang Yuan will no longer be a name within the Black and White Academy. I have heard whispers that Brother Wang has caught the attention of a significant figure within our sect, none other than the esteemed elder. Meanwhile, on this peak of sin, the so-called leader is but a remnant of his former self, utterly insignificant. This is merely a gathering place for the dregs of the academy. Even if one were to be a prodigy, they would still be a gem among refuse. Should they perish, it would evoke no lamentation. As Jiang Yuan arrived at the foot of the mountain, eager to explore, several figures emerged before him, talented disciples from the inner sect. Although they had yet to attain the status of prodigies, their long years of cultivation had elevated them to the 1st realm of the spirit stage. Masters of a formidable sword formation, they could contend even with those of the 2nd realm, naturally dismissing Jiang Yuan as inconsequential. Jiang Yuan merely cast a fleeting glance upwards, choosing to ignore them. As he attempted to pass, he was intercepted by a few of these disciples. "Oh, Jiang the great prodigy, do not be in such haste to depart. We wish to seek your counsel." "You may seek counsel from your brother Wang." Jiang Yuan spoke softly, intending to move forward once more. However, the group of young prodigies, incensed by his words, swiftly took action to subdue him. Their elemental powers coalesced into fierce wolf-like and tiger-like manifestations, aiming to rend Jiang Yuan asunder. Jiang Yuan's expression turned grave. Without hesitation, he countered with his own force. The 7 Stars Sword Formation, a sophisticated sword technique originating from the 7 Stars Peak, required the united effort of 7 practitioners to cultivate, presenting significant challenges. Although the 7 individuals harbored confidence in their ability to vanquish Jiang Yuan, they remained cautious, for he was a rare genius. A figure of the spirit sea spanning 300,000 miles, unparalleled across the entirety of the Longhan continent. The 7 Stars Sword Formation, once unleashed by the 7, amplified their sword intent tremendously, rendering it extraordinarily formidable. Jiang Yuan's countenance slightly tightened as he discerned that these 7 were not true prodigies, nor were they capable of battling beyond their means. Nevertheless, their formation maximized their individual strengths, allowing them to contend with the peak of the 2nd level of the spirit realm and even challenge the 1st and 2nd levels of the 3rd. Yet, Jiang Yuan was only mildly surprised. He was invincible at the 3rd level of the spirit realm, capable of slaying those at the 4th level. How could he be daunted by this mere sword formation? With a decisive stroke, he aimed to eradicate the 7. Despite their disadvantage, the 7 displayed commendable resilience, prolonging the confrontation. This, undeniably, caught Jiang Yuan off guard, although he had not unleashed his full power. Their modest offensive had indeed brought forth the full potential of their sword formation. The elemental force surged, creating numerous chasms, as Jiang Yuan frowned slightly, ceasing to hold back. He amplified his strength, decisively suppressing everything before him. If the aura of these 7 individuals resembled that of a pack of divine wolves, then at this moment, Jiang Yuan's presence was akin to that of a soaring dragon, terrifyingly powerful, descending with authority. What could mere divine wolves accomplish against a true dragon soaring through the heavens? In an instant, the formidable aura of the wolf pack was shattered. The talented disciples were sent reeling backward, their expressions painted with disbelief as they stared at Jiang Yuan. Although they had anticipated his prowess as a prodigy, they were astonished that a mere late-stage innate individual could transcend so many realms to counter them, a feat unmatched within the entire academy. Jiang Yuan spoke, taking a measured step forward, his tone unremarkable. The 7 young talents were momentarily taken aback, having believed Jiang Yuan's demise was imminent, only to find him still as formidable as ever, striking without a trace of mercy. Repair the mountain path for me. Upon hearing Jiang Yuan's words, the 7 were initially stunned, but swiftly regained their composure, angrily retorting, Jiang Yuan, while a soldier may be slain, he must not be humiliated. You shall not compel us to undertake such a demeaning task. Jiang Yuan smiled faintly, and moments later, some observed that 7 individuals were indeed repairing the road at the foot of Wuwei Peak. Even as his own demise loomed near, Jiang Yuan remained so resolute, truly unafraid of the repercussions from 7 Stars Peak. A voice of astonishment echoed, for the 7-star peak ranked 8th among the 72 principal peaks, holding a status even loftier than that of the Xuanwu Peak. Its master surpassed the Dao realm, possessing extraordinary strength capable of suppressing all. And each disciple under their tutelage was remarkably formidable. Together, the 7 disciples wielded a terrifying power. Those facing death often abandon all, and such actions could be deemed understandable. However, some looked upon this with disdain, believing that Jiang Yuan, aware of his impending demise, was merely indulging in a moment of arrogance. Upon the sword peak stood a figure of breathtaking beauty, gazing fearlessly at the Wuwei Peak, her expression a tapestry of complexity as she murmured, Jiang Yuan is but a fleeting blossom. A sense of disappointment washed over her. She had hoped for Jiang Yuan's resurgence, envisioning a future together. Yet it seemed he was destined for a dead end, merely a transient bloom, without any semblance of comparison to Wang Xianfeng. Chapter 109. All enemies at the palace are those not disciples of the 7-star peak? What brings them to this Sin Peak to forge a path? Several among them recognized the individuals, the most elite disciples of the 7-star peak aside from a few prodigies, each having attained the 1st level of the spirit realm. It was astonishing that such figures would willingly subject themselves to this. No, something is amiss here, they remarked. Look at Jiang Yuan's demeanor, his petty triumph. Let us approach and observe closely. As the group of disciples spoke, they strode forward, eager to uncover the truth. While the few talented disciples from the 7-star peak exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Before they could utter a word, Jiang Yuan stepped forth, a smile gracing his face as he welcomed, I extend a warm welcome to all esteemed brothers for paving the way for Wuwei Peak. The newly arrived disciples were momentarily taken aback, but in the next instant, their anger surged forth as they scolded, How dare you, a mere sinner, expect our assistance? This is sheer folly. Let us not waste words. Let us advance and thoroughly punish this fellow. Do not think that having a spiritual sea spanning 30,000 miles grants you the audacity to act arrogantly within this academy. The group immediately took action, intending to subdue Jiang Yuan. Yet, the latter merely smiled, countering with a force that left the disciples feeling an indescribable frustration. Indeed, the prowess of the spiritual CS prodigies was truly formidable. They gasped in astonishment, realizing their defeat was merely a matter of time. Hastily, they glanced towards the talented disciples of the 7-star peak, hoping that their intervention would surely quell Jiang Yuan. However, those individuals disregarded their pleading gazes, casting their glances elsewhere, which sent a chill of despair through the hearts of the disciples. They were not fools. They could discern the profound fear reflected in the eyes of the seven-star peak's prodigies towards Jiang Yuan, an emotion that could not be feigned. It was important to note that throughout the entirety of the Black and White Academy, the 72 main peaks regarded the seven-star peak as one of the most prestigious. From the peak master to the disciples, each was imbued with an air of pride. Even a handful of these talented disciples, when placed in any external context, would be considered the pinnacle of combat prowess within their realm. When the seven-star sword array was activated, it rendered them nearly invincible among their peers, capable of contending even with second-tier martial artists of the spiritual realm. Yet, such experts bore expressions filled with trepidation, which undeniably attested to the terrifying nature of Jiang Yuan. His combat ability was overwhelmingly potent, sufficient to dominate an entire realm. Since ancient times, there have been countless formidable physiques capable of dominating vast realms, referred to as the king body, embodying the essence of a true sovereign endowed with immense fortune. Truly the pride of heaven, incomparable to the likes of Wang Xianfeng. Although such king bodies have become exceedingly rare in modern times, it is certain that in those obscure worlds, king bodies still exist, representing the genuine prodigies of the Dragon Han continent. However, king bodies can be classified into various tiers. Only those within the vast universe can be deemed true king bodies, while those on the Dragon Han continent are merely individuals with innate physiques, possessing inherent advantages over others. "Stay and help me pave the road," Jiang Yuan said calmly, his resolute tone instilling an undeniable sense of submission in the hearts of those present. For the youth before them was indeed terrifyingly formidable. Within just one day, the disciples from the two major peaks obediently commenced their work on the Sin Peak. And when others discovered this, it swiftly spread across the 72 peaks, inciting the ire of many. Those who were dissatisfied were encouraged to confront him directly. This was Jiang Yuan's exact phrase, which rapidly circulated throughout the 72 peaks, reaching even the ears of many elders. However, these elders merely smiled faintly, aware that the Sin Peak was likely to face universal opposition. Those influential figures who had long sought the downfall of the Sin Peak revealed enigmatic smiles, convinced that this Sin Peak would soon be disqualified, for Jiang Yuan, in his ignorance of the vastness of heaven and earth, had offended the entire Black and White Academy. As they anticipated, numerous disciples from the 72 peaks arrived, intent on cleaving the entire Sin Peak and delivering a stern lesson to Jiang Yuan. However, Jiang Yuan merely smiled faintly, choosing to strike directly and suppress all opposition. The countless disciples promptly submitted, beginning to pave the way for Sin Peak. On this day, Sin Peak was no longer the desolate place it once was. Instead, it flourished, with hundreds of disciples bustling about, not daring to exhibit even the slightest negligence. The disciples of Sin Peak observed from the sidelines, harboring fleeting thoughts of escape, but were swiftly suppressed by their peers, leaving them unable to lift their heads. It was only at this moment that they realized the terrifying strength of the Sin Peak disciples, all of whom were at the spirit realm, with several capable of contending with the dragon's hidden disciples. In any other main peak, they would undoubtedly be regarded as prodigies, yet here they languished in obscurity. Some lamented the unfortunate fate of these exceptional individuals, feeling that their martial talents were tragically squandered. Conversely, others reveled in their misfortune. These were disciples from other prestigious main peaks, whose talents, though inferior to those of the Sin Peak disciples, promised a brighter future beyond their peers. As sinners residing in Sin Peak, they believed their lives would remain thus forever. They harbored resentful thoughts, convinced that Jiang Yuan's prospects would not be promising either, especially with his impending duel against Wang Xianfeng in 2 days. Wang Xianfeng, the seventh hidden dragon, harbored aspirations for further greatness, being the foremost prodigy within the Black and White Academy, destined to slay Jiang Yuan without a doubt. They had prepared themselves, ready to pounce the moment Jiang Yuan faltered. In the tranquil realm of Zui Feng, Jiang Yuan diligently pursued his cultivation. Although his progress, albeit slow, was still evident, it was not due to a lack of innate talent. Rather, the higher one ascends in cultivation, the more arduous each advancement becomes, especially given the fleeting passage of time. Nevertheless, he felt an urgent need to elevate his cultivation to the 9th layer of innate, or even to attain the minor perfection of the innate state, or perhaps the grand culmination of body refinement. Jiang Yuan murmured to himself, recognizing that to transcend the spirit realm, he must hone his skills amidst the battlefield of heavenly Tao. Without a moment's hesitation, He resolved to enter this battlefield, but before he could proceed, a voice resonated. Chapter 110. The master of the academy Huang Yi came not for trivial matters, but for Jiang Yuan's extraordinary innate talent. Jiang Yuan's expression darkened slightly. He was acutely aware that certain secret techniques existed in this world that could transfer one's innate gifts, thereby significantly enhancing another's abilities. This knowledge was precisely why he hesitated to break through the spirit realm. He understood that if he refrained from a breakthrough, it would be acceptable, but once he did, the perceptions of others towards him would elevate correspondingly. With no support behind him, he could only rely on his remarkable talent for self-preservation. Despite its astonishing nature, this talent did not imply that he was without rivals of equal or greater potential. Yet, should he break through the spirit realm, he would undoubtedly be recognized as one of the most gifted individuals across the Longhan continent. His dual-star talent would undoubtedly captivate countless hearts, prompting many to covet it for themselves. Compared to the anguish of slaying a prodigy, the greater torment lies in transferring that talent and subsequently depriving it from oneself. Jiang Yuan was acutely aware of this, hence he could not afford to reveal his intentions. Yet, he never anticipated that his innate ability would ultimately attract the attention of another, particularly that of his childhood companion, someone he once cherished deeply. "Do you truly believe I would acquiesce to your demands?" Jiang Yuan's eyes glimmered with intensity as he fixated on Huang Yi. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Jiang Yuan, Huang Yi's complexion shifted slightly. She had initially believed that Jiang Yuan still harbored feelings for her and would willingly bestow his talent upon her. However, the unmasked hostility ignited her fury. "You, a man on the brink of death, squander your talent by retaining it. It would be far more prudent to entrust it to me, thus aiding my ascent within the Black and White Academy. In doing so, you would perform a commendable deed, would you not?" Huang Yi remarked coolly, her tone increasingly frigid, yet her words carried an undeniable audacity that prompted Jiang Yuan to erupt in laughter. "What is so amusing?" Huang Yi retorted, her anger flaring as she struggled to comprehend how a dying man could exhibit such arrogance in her presence. Jiang Yuan's laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a frigid stare directed at Huang Yi. "It is that old relic, Huang Chang, who has sent you, is it not?" He stated flatly. "You, my father is your revered master, having shown you unparalleled kindness. How dare you speak in such a manner? This is the pinnacle of insolence." Huang Yi, filled with indignation, vociferously rebuked, while Jiang Yuan merely smirked in response. Once, Huang Shang had indeed conferred a favor upon him. Yet who could fathom the true intentions harbored by Huang Shang at that time? Perhaps even then, he was contemplating the transference of talent. Later, during Jiang Yuan's decline, Huang Shang